Welcome to the global maritime survival game. Next you will spend the rest of your lives at sea. Do not worry about physical illness or disability. The system will cure you all and provide a relatively fair starting point. You may sail freely and do as you wish. Whether you become a nobody or a legend, it all depends on you. The sea holds infinite possibilities. You need only heed one thing. Keep moving forward and do not let the black mist behind you catch up. The black mist currently moves at 10 knots. A strange voice echoed in his mind. Yang Yi awoke, finding himself lying on an old worn bed. He tried to sit up, but was choked by the dust stirred up. Looking around, he found himself in a narrow, dimly lit ruined house. Not far away, a table bore a dried skeleton, its left hand still clutching a rusted flintlock pistol, most of its skull missing. A suicide. What is? Yang Yi showed no fear, instead looking at his own emaciated hands. He had actually stood up, a miracle. Minutes earlier he had been paralyzed in bed, yet now he was miraculously restored to health. At 12 he was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. By 20 he was completely paralyzed. But he never gave up using his mouth to play games and stream, supporting himself with his earnings until 25. He often played horror games, so the unmoving skeleton did not faze him much. That voice. It was true. Yang Yi muttered, looking out the window. An endless sea stretched before him, occasionally heaving with waves. Meanwhile the strange voice echoed again, genderless. You should all know where you are now. Exactly. You are all at sea, each separated by over 500 nautical miles. You won't meet anytime soon. Near you there should be a small booklet called the Voyage Log. It has many useful functions that allow you to communicate without barriers. Just try it. As for other content, it will be announced later. Stay tuned. The voice faded. Yang Yi looked down and saw the booklet on the bed bearing the words Voyage Log with a black cover the size of a palm. It emitted a faint glow as if beckoning him to open it. He picked it up and opened it. The first page contained rules. 1. Without permission, no one else can board your ship. 2. Items on your ship cannot be stolen by other players unless you are dead. 3. Every ship is equipped with a grappling hook of infinite durability. Boldly grab drifting items. 4. You need to upgrade and strengthen your ship to make it safe enough. 5. Beware of the night and the fog, or once caught in the black mist behind you will die. 6. This log is soulbound and can be read in your mind. 7. At sea you will never feel lonely. The booklet felt like skin to the touch. Yang Yi flipped to the next page. The second page showed the day's weather, which he skipped. The third page was status information. Yang Yi status: healthy, a human figure in green, all green, adult, average attribute is 5, can be raised to 10 through training. Attribute 10 is the limit for mortals. Strength 3050, spirit 7100, higher spirit grants higher sanity resistance and faster sanity, recovery agility 40100, physique 3050, perception 50200, sanity 100100, sanity below 50 leads to madness below 30 to suicidal thoughts below 10. Energy 100100, energy below 50 causes drowsiness below May 30th lead to unconsciousness. Vitality 100100, talent iron, will you never give up, spirit 1, you retain at least 1 point of sanity and you will not commit suicide. When sanity drops significantly at 50 you enter a frenzy state. After viewing the status screen, Yang Yi felt slightly relieved. Low attributes required little experience, so catching up wouldn't be too hard. He continued flipping and found the chat channel. It was divided into world chat, regional chat, and private chat. The world channel was the most active, with messages coming in. Anyone there? What the hell is going on? I was pooping, hadn't even wiped, and suddenly I was on a ship. I'm alone here. Anyone have a phone? Call the police. Who kidnapped me? Do you know who my father is? Maybe your father came along too. Son, is that you? Don't claim random parents. My broken hand is healed. It hurts. This is not a dream. The online count was in the billions. Likely everyone had been pulled in. Yang Yi didn't rush to speak. He read the chat to gather intel. Each person could only send 10 world messages per day. More would cost conch coins, 100 per message. He didn't know what conch coins were, nor did he have any. After 10 minutes the chaotic messages subsided and the chat became more substantive. Does your manual also have 7 rules? Looking for a group to team up. Too far apart, no coordinates, can't group now. We should share information and help each other. Have you checked your ship? I found a piece of equipment. Below was the equipment info. Name: bloodstained harpoon, type relic, quality fine, item grades common, fine, exquisite, rare, supreme, hero, master. Description: very sharp, can deal minor damage to demons and enrage them. Note: using relics may reduce sanity. The world channel exploded. What are demons? Are there monsters in this world? I have nothing. I only found some fresh water, bread and vegetables in the cabin. You have vegetables. I only have sausages. At sea vegetables were far rarer than meat. What about your ship? How big is it? My ship is over 100 meters too big. What? My ship is only 10 meters. That person quickly sent the ship's info. Steel heart, level 1, iterability 50005000, capacity 8,000 units, speed 5 knots, ship skill, full firepower, cannon fire rate increased to 200 for 15 minutes. Triple shot whale harpoon can penetrate and hook objects. Description: its speed may not be fast, but your speed better be. Damn. This game is unfair. His ship has cannons at level 1. Special ships have skills. A mine is completely blank. I want to reroll. Is there a cash shop? I have money. Are you all idiots? His ship speed is only 5 knots slower than the Black Mist. Oh right, the Black Mist is 10 knots. He's doomed. Then an announcement popped up. Voyage announcement: your starting conditions are all different. Ship's items, talents, and positions are set based on your personality and experience. No objections. Who believes that? There must be rigging. Some start with weapons. I only have food. Others store grain. I store guns. Others are my granary. Is it possible that people with cannons spawn monsters nearby while you don't? Yang closed the log and began searching the room. He found that the flintlock pistol in the skeleton's hand was a piece of equipment. Name: waterlogged rusted flintlock. Type: relic. Quality: exquisite. Description: this was once a masterwork, but soaked too long, severely rusted. Only a 50 chance to fire, dealing moderate damage to demons. No bullets needed. Auto reload. Time 1 minute. Capacity 1. Exquisite equipment. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. As the announcement said, the starting conditions were fair. So getting this gun meant a hellish start. He pushed aside the skeleton on the table and found a paper beneath it, decayed with only a few legible words. No supplies left on the ship. I had to try fishing. Today was lucky. Caught a tiger grouper enough for 2 days. I fished up an antique pistol. The sound is weird, but it looks valuable. Then a large bloodstain, only the last line visible. How could there be something like that in the sea? After reading, Yang Yi frowned slightly, stood up, and walked out of the captain's cabin. Outside was a deck corridor. He looked up to examine his ship carefully. Nightmare level 1, a durability 300300, a capacity 400 units, speed 40 knots. Ship skills: Nightmare. Sleeping on board causes nightmares. Energy recovery efficiency 75. Fisherman's curse: this ship is cursed, cannot catch normal fish. Description: this ship has drifted at sea for hundreds of years, finally welcoming its new owner. Yang Yi finished reading the ship information, his face turning grim. This ship was a ghost ship. The hull was covered in barnacles and seaweed, having not been cleaned for who knows how many years. The deck was wet and slippery, creaking with every step. He had played many horror games. In scenes like this, there was a high chance of monsters. Fortunately, after searching every corner, he found no other moving thing. Yang Yi let out a long sigh. He didn't want to start with a fierce battle against some unknown creature. He had also figured out the ship's layout. The ship was about 12 meters long, consisting of the helm, captain's cabin, deck, and storage hold. The helm was on a raised platform at the bow, offering a good view. Behind it was the captain's cabin, with a bed and simple furniture. Further back was the ship's center with a tall mast. The stern held the storage hold leading inside the hull for cargo. Yang Yi went into the hold and saw it was completely empty, not even a bug, only a damp, nauseating smell of mold. His starting supplies were 0. After all, this ghost ship had drifted for who knows how many years. It would be strange if there was food and drink. Yang Yi opened the log and continued to check the world channel, hoping to see what others had discovered. The people chatting were mostly showing off their ships. Most were ordinary ships, but some were special, and a few stood out. Gale level 1, a durability 800800, a capacity 500 units, speed 70 knots. Ship skill: ride the wind and wave. Ship speed increases by 100, duration 5 minutes. Description: you can't even catch its exhaust, believe me. This was probably the fastest ship so far. Other basic ships, depending on size, had speeds between 30 and 40 knots. Larger ships generally had higher durability, but slower speed. Yang Yi's Nightmare was above average in speed. Sakura level 1, a durability 10001000, capacity 1000 units, speed 35 knots. Blessing of Radiance: the cherry blossom tree on the ship emits evolutionary blessings, occasionally altering crew attributes, possibly triggering evolution. Description: hope the crew stays human. This information caused the world channel to pause for a few seconds. Haha, my ship is awesome, I feel like I'm evolving. WRYYYYY. Are you sure that's not mutation? Sakura, you better sail fast, don't let me catch you, or I'll ram my cannon up your. The speaker was the Steel Ambition, who had revealed his ship name. Attached was a screenshot from the log. That was an iron warship armed to the teeth with 20 cannons on each side, full of firepower and martial virtue. But when people remembered its speed was only 5 knots, they burst out laughing. Baka, you survive tomorrow first. Damn, you just wait. Then came a pile of meaningless insults, many words censored. It seems different languages are all translated into one's mother tongue by the system. Yang Yi silently typed, count me in. He continued scrolling up and finally found interesting information. Have you tried fishing? Don't bother me, I'm fishing. I found I can fish suddenly, I don't want to go back. I fish once a week, 1 week at a time. I just set up my chum. Your ship is moving, how can you chum, dummy? Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? I'm used to chumming my black bread. Guess what I caught? A bottle of Farm Girl Spring. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. If he could catch fresh water, that would be great. His ship also had a fishing rod lying on the deck. Name moldy fishing rod with barnacles type tool relic quality. Fine description reduces chance of catching normal fish, slightly increases chance of catching unknown objects. Trust me, you won't like what it brings up. These unknown objects probably include fresh water. Yang judged. But before fishing he had to adjust the ship's course and speed. He had no destination yet, so he decided to go straight ahead at full speed. Far in the distance behind him, there was a dark line, probably the boundary of the black mist. So going forward was definitely the right direction. The ship was easy to control, no skill required, all magic. He just had to hold the helm, and he could easily change the ship's course and control it. That included adjusting speed and using equipment like the grappling hook. The overall experience was similar to playing a sailing game, easier than driving, skipping the learning curve, directly becoming one with the ship. The helm was at the bow, allowing the player to steer, while keeping an eye on the sea ahead. Without this, one person could hardly operate this ship. As for power, Yang looked at the mast, which only had a few strips of tattered cloth hanging symbolically. He decided not to think about it, and focused on catching floating objects. Rotten wood 1, rotten wood 1, torn cloth 1, rotten wood 1. The log kept popping up with new messages. This gameplay was very similar to Gold Miner, but the targets were dynamic. When an item was caught, it was converted into resources and stored in the hold viewable in the log. Each rotten wood had a chance to convert into 1 unit of lumber and torn cloth into 1 unit of fabric. Yang calculated roughly the probability was less than 10. That is, for every 10 rotten wood he could get about 1 unit of lumber. If he consciously picked better-looking driftwood, the probability increased. Yang caught over 100 floating objects, gaining a total of 5 units of lumber and 3 units of fabric, which took 3 hours. The efficiency was not high, but it was a technical job. As proficiency increased, efficiency would improve. These lumber and fabric could be used to upgrade the ship. To upgrade his ship to level 2, he needed lumber 200, fabric 100, captain's remains. He already knew what the remains were. The skeleton in the captain's cabin. So the bones could not be thrown away. Collecting so much lumber and fabric would take at least a week. That was just for level 1. It would probably be harder at higher levels. But upgrading a ship required remains. Yang suddenly realized that special ships might have different upgrade materials. He immediately opened the chat channel to check and found that was the case. Basic ships needed fewer materials. They only needed lumber 100 and fabric 50, no bones at all. As for the steel ambition, it needed steel to upgrade. Damn, where the hell do I get steel on the ocean? I can't upgrade for nothing. As everyone knows, iron is heavier than water, it sinks to the bottom. Fishing guys can catch anything. I just caught a unit of steel. Huh, high price for steel. Whoever gives me steel will take them as my underling. Baka, you survive tomorrow first. The black mist is about to catch up. Sakura, stop hiding your name. Wait for me, don't let me catch you. Yang closed the log. It seems special ships weren't all advantages, they were harder to upgrade and might fall behind in level. He picked up the fishing rod, ready to fish. Today's weather, clear sky, not a single cloud in sight. A perfect day for fishing. Location, Chiyuan Sea. Daylight remaining 5 hours. Temperature 1220 C. Wind level 1. Yang drew a deep breath and glanced at his status. Sanity 100,100. Energy 90,100. He also used the log's simple synthesis feature to craft a makeshift spear from 5 pieces of wood just in case. Meanwhile, the flintlock pistol was tucked at his waist. If he hooked a giant creature, he might need to subdue it by physical means. As for bait, Yang had already confirmed in the log that no bait was required here. It was likely the system's power. However, using bait would increase fishing efficiency. Preparations complete. Now, time to fish. Yang cast his line, the hook arcing through the air before splashing into the sea. He wasn't particularly skilled at fishing, but now he had all the time in the world to learn. 15 minutes passed, and the float remained utterly still. Yang opened the world channel to see what other anglers had caught, so he could steel himself mentally. How do you know I caught a fish? 100 cm, along with a photo of a large bass. TMD, who asked you? I caught a giant one too. How big? Huge, couldn't reel it in. Then why mention it? Yang scrolled up and finally spotted an interesting comment. When fishing, watch out for anything suspicious. Cut the line immediately. No penalty. As long as you don't lose the rod, the line regenerates infinitely. What did you catch? Looked like a silhouette of a person. I just cut it. A mermaid. You released your wife. That thing was definitely off. You can tell from my rod. Name, carbon fiber refined fishing rod, type tool grade, fine description, an excellent rod you can pass down to your grandson. Increases fishing success rate, reduces energy consumption, and slightly raises the chance of catching unknown objects. Nice. My rod is just a plain white. Be grateful. I'm a veteran angler, but I don't even have a rod. Still using a grappling hook. A simple rod requires 10 wood to synthesize. You are jealous too soon. Check out my boat. Fisherman no. 1. Level 1 A. Durability 345400 A. Capacity 500 units. Speed 25 knots. Hull skill none. Description: it's not sturdy, nor does it have skills, but it makes you look more like a fisherman. Seeing the 25-knot boat, half of the jealous people backed off. How did your boat's durability drop? I just hauled up a 3-meter great white shark. It almost swallowed me. Now I cut anything too big. If I bring it aboard, who knows who's the prey? Yang Yi continued scrolling and found that fishing yielded not only fish, but also other items, even treasure chests and fresh water. I caught a treasure chest. Treasure chest. What's inside? Secret. You all catch fish, but I haven't even seen a shadow of one. I only got socks, Nongfu Sanquan, and even a balloon. Nongfu Sanquan. Is that balloon used? From the chat records, Yang Yi could tell that fishing here could yield many bizarre things, even monsters. He had already mentally prepared himself. If something suspicious surfaced, he would cut the line immediately. A few minutes later, the float finally began to jiggle. Something was nibbling. Yang Yi held his breath. He had a spear and a pistol. As long as it was a fish, it should be manageable. The float submerged. Now, reel in. Yang Yi gave a mighty yank, staring intently at the azure sea. He saw no massive shadow. With a casual pull, he yanked the thing out of the water with almost no resistance. What came up was a fish as thick as a thumb, but not entirely a fish. It was about 3 centimeters long with a streamlined body reminiscent of a sardine. Yet this fish had 4 long legs, each 5 centimeters in length, growing from its sides. It stood on all 4s on the deck. Yang Yi was dumbfounded, locking eyes with the creature. Is this a fish? Yang Yi was stunned. You have discovered a strange fish. Sanity 2. The next second, the fish nimbly used its long legs to flee toward the sea, but Yang Yi killed it with a single spear strike. Name: long-legged sardine type. Food description: an abyssal fish species. It is said that eating it regularly can give you long legs. Edible, non-toxic, delicious, but consuming it requires courage and may reduce sanity. Yang Yi picked up the fish. It weighed less than 100 grams. Its 4 pale long legs were already broken, their structure identical to human legs with a bouncy, elastic texture. Can this be eaten? Yang Yi recalled the skill that came with this ship. The angler's curse: you will never catch normal fish. He used the log to take a photo of this fish and shared it on the World Channel. Has anyone else caught a fish like this? A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Holy crap, what is that thing? Mental pollution. Sanity 8. You call that a fish? Why did you hurt my eyes? Sanity 10. Blocked. Blocked. Never want to see this again. In an instant, over 1 billion people blocked Yang Yi, all suffering varying degrees of sanity loss. But then someone privately messaged him. Is the seawater in your area black? You'd better leave quickly, or you might be attacked by some unidentified monsters. Yang Yi glanced at the clear blue sea beneath his boat and felt a bit speechless. No, my boat is a ghost ship. Wow, impressive. Add me as a friend. The captain of the Gale sued to send a friend request. Yang Yi accepted. Adding a friend cost nothing. You'd better not post such photos anymore. My sanity is only 54 anymore, and it'll go mad. Got it. Yang Yi realized the seriousness, but he had to keep fishing for food and fresh water. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine, missing 1 leg. Shit. Your sanity decreased by 1. Yang Yi felt the system was doing this on purpose, giving him a cursed boat. An ordinary person would go mad within a day of fishing like this. In 3 hours, he had caught 8 long-legged sardines, some missing a leg. But fresh water. He hadn't seen a single drop. Where was the promised Nongfu Sanquan? Without food, a person could survive for over a week. But without water, one would die in 3 to 5 days, unless one drank their own urine. Unless absolutely necessary. Yang Yi didn't want to go that far. He steeled himself, grabbed a long-legged sardine as bait, and began his next cast. After fishing for over an hour, the sky began to darken. The first night was approaching. Yang Yi was now famished, and the long-legged sardines scattered nearby looked appetizing to him. But eating this kind of fish would most likely cost him sanity. Unless absolutely necessary, he wasn't keen on eating them, and besides, there was no stove on the ship, only raw consumption. The float trembled, and Yang Yi immediately perked up. He pulled hard, and a black fish was hauled up. This fish had no long legs, that was covered in spikes, its surface slimy like edematous mucous membranes. As soon as it fell on the deck, the membranes burst, oozing black, foul-smelling pus. This fish is disgusting. Your sanity decreases by 2. Before Yang Yi could spear it, the fish expired first. Name: cystic pufferfish type. Food description: an abyssal fish whose bodily fluids are highly toxic. Normal people would not eat it unless they have a death wish. Poisonous. Yang Yi dared not touch it. He pierced it with his spear and tossed it into the cabin. At the same time, he deliberately stabbed it several more times until the spear tip turned black, turning it into a poisoned wooden spear. The sky was dimming with less than an hour until nightfall. The system had warned that night would bring danger, so Yang Yi did not intend to fish at night. But just as he was putting away his fishing rod and preparing to return to the captain's cabin, a peculiar object floated past the surface. It was a box, or rather a treasure chest, only the size of a briefcase, drifting past the side of the Nightmare. Yang Yi's heart tightened. He immediately went to the helm, turned the ship, and chased after the chest. This opportunity could not be missed. He controlled the grappling hook at the bow to grab the chest. But the chest moved like a living thing, slippery and evasive. After much effort, he finally snagged it, and immediately ran into the cabin to inspect it. Name: waterlogged, decayed wood, chest type treasure chest. Description: this might not be the kind of chest you were hoping for. Yang Yi remained cautious, holding a flintlock pistol aimed at the chest while using his spear to pry it open. Inside it was hopping toward Yang Yi, extending its tentacles, revealing a bird-beak-like set of teeth at the base, seemingly trying to bite him. But what awaited it was. Bang! Sparks flew from the muzzle, but did not misfire. A muffled gunshot rang out like a monster's growl. You cannot understand its words. Sanity decreases by 5 points. Yang Yi's scalp tingled, and his body trembled slightly. Sir, could you? The next moment the head leaped out, and Yang Yi saw its true form. It was an octopus, but with a human head replacing its own and a mass of twisted tentacles below. It was hopping toward Yang Yi, extending its tentacles, revealing a bird-beak-like set of teeth at the base, seemingly trying to bite him. But what awaited it was. Bang! Sparks flew from the muzzle, but did not misfire. A muffled gunshot rang out like a monster's growl. The octopus exploded into a mess of shredded flesh. Hearing strange gunfire, your sanity decreases by 3. Yang Yi felt a surge of suppressed fire in his heart, a bit nauseous, so he immediately checked his status. Sanity 8, 8100, energy 6, 2100, health 100100. It seemed that decreasing sanity could disturb one's mind. Fortunately, Yang Yi's mental attribute was very high, his will as tough as steel. He quickly regained composure and examined the monster's corpse. Name: human-headed octopus, type food material, description: an abyssal fish species. Do not try to understand its words. That is merely a tactic to ambush you and distract your attention. If you can understand its words, then good luck to you. Edible can be used as materials slightly toxic. After eating temporarily, 1 strength, 1 constitution, 1 spirit, 20 sanity. Tip: cannot exceed the mortal's limit attribute. The mortal's limit attribute is 10. This thing still had some value. Yang Yi gathered the shredded meat and arranged it, then continued to examine the inside of the chest. Inside were some rusted coins. Yang Yi took one out. It had a conch pattern on the front and a cartoon octopus head on the back. You have obtained 100 conch coins. Apart from these, there was nothing else inside. Where was the promised fresh water? The conch coins were useless. It was getting dark. Yang Yi threw the captain's skeleton into the cabin and returned to the captain's quarters. He did not intend to fish or grab things at night. The system had warned that night would bring danger, and he didn't want to take risks from the start. As for fresh water, he could try again tomorrow. As for food, he could just eat the long-legged sardines. To survive, Yang didn't mind eating strange things as long as they provided protein and energy. He never gave up easily. He was like that before, and now he was the same. He lay on the old bed, tossing and turning. The bed was damp and musty, very uncomfortable. But he had no choice. It was completely dark. Only a little moonlight shone down. Apart from the sound of waves and wind, there was no other movement. Yang Yi was not sleepy at all, so he opened the world channel and started browsing. The grappling hook can catch treasure chests. He sent out this piece of information. This information was actually of little value because anyone who saw a chest would definitely try to grab it. But by posting it, he could gain goodwill from others and further information. It's true. I also caught a wooden resource chest and got 1 unit of steel, 20 units of wood, and 20 units of cloth. Then you'll be able to upgrade your ship soon, lucky. I caught a bronze equipment chest and got a treasure. A bloodstained pearl necklace, type relic, quality fine, description: it was once the dowry of a certain bride. Its owner is still looking for it. After equipping agility 1, spirit 1, sanity limit 5. I don't think this thing is a treasure. You're just jealous. It's really dark. My ship has no lights. I guess I need to upgrade. No blanket, either freezing to death. I can't sleep. Have you guys noticed the waves seem to be getting bigger? The bigger the waves, the pricier the fish. Brothers, let's go fishing. Night fishing 1, 2, 10086. Have you guys heard singing? It's actually quite nice. No, don't scare me. On the sea, where would singing come from? I see it, a beautiful woman singing, so sexy. She's waving at me. Dude, watch your sanity. That's a siren, holy crap. She's so beautiful, she's swimming toward me. Dude, get into the captain's cabin and lock the door. It's over, he's been charmed. Dude, you still there? Don't scare us at night. Hello. No more messages came from that person. Yang Yi frowned. The system's warnings were definitely not baseless. He listened carefully, but heard no singing. He then got up and pushed open the door of the captain's cabin. The door of this ghost ship was old and decayed. The lock had long been broken, just a decoration. He opened it a crack, carefully observed the outside, scanning the surroundings by moonlight. After a few minutes of watching and confirming no movement, he rushed out, went to the bow, and steered the ship, reducing the speed to 10 knots. Reducing speed could lower the chance of encountering monsters. If he encountered a monster while sleeping, he would die without knowing how. But staying still was also not a good choice. Yang Yi thought 10 knots was just right, keeping a distance from the black mist behind. After handling everything, he returned to the captain's cabin, placed the flintlock pistol on the headboard, and leaned the spear against the wall. He continued to watch the chat channel for a while, and only when it was late at night did he slowly fall asleep, hearing faint murmurs in his ears. His brows were furrowed, his forehead sweating, as if having a nightmare. The first night at sea was destined to be sleepless. Yang Yi lay in bed for a long time before finally falling asleep, tossing and turning, cold sweat continuously beading on his forehead. He was having a nightmare. Meanwhile, in the cabin of the nightmare, the captain's skeleton suddenly stirred, bones trembling, and a soul fire ignited within its broken skull. Creak, creak. The bones clattered and scraped against each other, and the skeleton stood up directly. It walked out of the cabin slowly, made its way to the captain's quarters at the bow, and gently pushed open the door. Inside, Yang Yi was still deep in sleep, occasionally turning over. The undead skeleton gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, then its attention was drawn to a fishing rod covered in barnacles nearby. It walked over, took the rod, and without hesitation left the room, and went to the relatively spacious central courtyard of the ship to start fishing. After a dozen minutes, something took the bait. A pale, bloated hand reached out from the sea and grabbed the fishing line. Yang Yi was still dreaming, and it was a nightmare. He suddenly woke up, touched his abdomen, and after finding it intact, let out a long sigh of relief. Just now he dreamed of a bloated, drowned corpse silently pushing open the door and walking in. The dream was so vivid, as if he had witnessed it with his own eyes. He remembered the sound of that drowned corpse moving. Splat, splat, like a wet mop slapping against the floor. When Yang Yi woke up, the drowned corpse was already right in front of him. Without a word, he grabbed the flintlock pistol by the bedside and fired at the corpse. Click. The gun misfired. The next moment, he was pinned down on the bed by the corpse, left like a fish on a chopping board, disemboweled with bright red-hot organs spilling all over the floor. You have experienced death, devoured by torture, sanity decreased by 15. Phew, good thing it was a dream. Yang Yi let out a long sigh. But suddenly he noticed that the door to the captain's quarters was actually open, and immediately grabbed the flintlock pistol. Was it the wind? Impossible, there was barely any wind at sea today. Splat, splat. The familiar footsteps came. A bloated, drowned corpse appeared at the door. It seemed to have been soaking in the sea for a long time, already swollen and foul, still wearing a sailor's uniform torn to shreds and covered in seaweed. At this moment it stared at Yang Yi with its pale eyes. Fuck. Seeing an unknown creature, your sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi cursed angrily and immediately fired. Click. The gun jammed. The drowned corpse seemed to retain some intelligence. Seeing the pistol misfire, it grinned widely. There were few teeth left in its mouth, and a crab crawled out from it. This scene was very similar to the nightmare, so Yang Yi was prepared. The moment the gun failed to fire, he threw the flintlock pistol like a stone, hitting the drowned corpse squarely in the head. Taking advantage of the moment the drowned corpse was stunned, Yang Yi grabbed a nearby spear and charged at it, thrusting the spear into the corpse's neck and then ramming his body into it. But his intention was not to inflict damage. He was eager to escape the captain's quarters. Only by escaping this cramped space and reaching the deck could he have a chance to fight the drowned corpse. The force of the charge combined with his weight allowed Yang Yi to barely squeeze past the corpse. The stench of rot and decay almost made him vomit. Nauseating stench, your sanity decreased by 5. Yang Yi's strength was not great. It was impossible to knock over the corpse and overpower it. He hurried without stopping, running to the bow deck. Here he had enough space to maneuver with the drowned corpse. Yang Yi looked back. As expected, the drowned corpse was bloated and clumsy. In terms of speed, it was no match for Yang Yi. I can win. Yang Yi became excited, adrenaline surging, breathing rapid. There was a raised platform on the bow deck with a ship's wheel. He only needed to emulate the ancients, using the tall ship's wheel as cover and circling around it to shake off the pursuit of the drowned corpse. At the same time, he was counting down in his mind. 48. 47. The wooden spear pierced the corpse's neck, but the other party acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to chase Yang Yi. 3. 2. Yang Yi stopped circling, shook off the drowned corpse, and turned back to run to the captain's quarters. He picked up the flintlock pistol at the door, raised it, aimed at the corpse, and held his breath. With a distance of a few meters, and such a large target, Yang Yi had no reason to miss. As long as it didn't misfire. Bang. The gunshot was deafening, like a piercing scream, nauseating. Strange gunshot, your sanity decreased by 2. The shot was a bit off, but it still hit. Most of the corpse's head shattered, black pus splattered on the ground, and then it stumbled and fell heavily forward. I won. Yang Yi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He walked toward the corpse, ready to retrieve the spear on the ground. But just then the drowned corpse, which he thought was dead, suddenly moved again. Most of its head was shattered, yet it could still move. A pale, large hand grabbed Yang Yi's ankle with tremendous force, digging into his flesh, leaving scratches. Damn, still alive. Yang Yi immediately reacted, a fierce glint in his eyes, picked up the spear, and stabbed at the corpse again. This spear thrust directly into the broken opening of the corpse's skull. After the strike, the grip of the corpse gradually weakened. It seemed effective. But for some reason, as it was dying, the corpse turned its head and looked at Yang, its eyes filled with malice. Then its abdomen quickly swelled. Self-destruct. Yang Yi reacted instantly and immediately fell backward. A dull thud and stinking rotten flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere like a rain of blood. The drowned corpse had self-destructed in no small commotion. Fortunately, the corpse was lying face down, belly to the ground, so most of the force was absorbed by the deck. Yang Yi fell in time to avoid the flying bone and flesh, but his foot still suffered an injury. His left foot hurt. 2 teeth pierced through the sole of his shoe and stabbed into his foot. His right arm was cut by an unknown bone fragment, but fortunately the wound was shallow. As for the falling flesh and blood, it had lost its lethality, splattering on Yang Yi, only making him nauseous. Corpse fragments nauseating your sanity decreased by 2. Yang Yi struggled to get up, pried off the severed hand on his right ankle, and checked his status. Status injured on the humanoid diagram. Both left and right feet turned yellow. Sanity 55100, energy 40100, health 91100. He took off his left shoe, gritted his teeth against the pain, and pulled out the teeth embedded in the sole of his foot. Fortunately, the force was not as strong as a bullet. After piercing the sole, it only barely broke the skin. Otherwise, it would have been fatal. Yang Yi stood up despite the pain, looked at the drowned corpse, and gasped. On the deck, only a mutilated skeleton remained, the spine completely gone, presumably blown into the sea. The ribs were all embedded in the deck like arrows deep into the wood. The explosion's power was not small. He was simply in the direction of the least force. If he had been struck by those arrow-like ribs, the consequences would have been unimaginable. At the same time, information about the drowned corpse appeared in the log. Name: drowned 1. Description: an unfortunate person who drowned in the sea, risen again with resentment toward the living. Can be used in the monster gotcha machine. Monster gotcha machine, what is that? Yang Yi was completely confused. But after calming down, he noticed a blind spot. The drowned one had reached the captain's quarters before Yang Yi noticed him. But what had opened the door to the captain's quarters? Before the drowned one appeared, the door to the captain's quarters was already open. At this thought, his hair stood on end. He heard footsteps approaching from behind, and then felt a sharp pain in his left shoulder. Something had stabbed him. There was still something on the boat. Yang Yi realized it, but it was too late. A fishing rod stabbed into his left shoulder, piercing deep into the flesh. He immediately ran forward, turning back, his right hand pressing against the wound on his left shoulder. Before him stood a skeleton, half its skull missing, with a ghastly green soul flame burning inside. It was the captain's skeleton, now alive, holding a fishing rod, its tip stained red with Yang Yi's blood. It stared at Yang Yi, its jaw clattering incessantly, as if mocking him. "You sneaky bastard." Yang Yi cursed, his eyes blazing with fury. Attacked by the undead, your sanity decreases by 10. Sanity below 50, you enter a state of frenzy, immune to most negative mental effects. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2. Ignores pain, never tires, fearless until sanity recovers. Negative mental states, such as charm, mind control, fear, despair, etc. P.S. When energy reaches 0, it will consume vitality instead. The maximum attribute under frenzy is 10, cannot exceed mortal limits. Yang Yi raised his gun and fired at the skeleton. Click! The gun misfired. The skeleton, holding the fishing rod like a spear, charged forward. Although Yang Yi felt no pain, his foot injury still affected his movements to some extent. Circling around the skeleton while injured was too risky. One misstep, and he could be pierced by that tunterlong fishing rod. After a brief consideration, Yang Yi changed his tactics. Instead of retreating, he advanced, meeting the skeleton head-on. He threw his spear, striking the skeleton and lodging it in its bones, causing a brief stun. Seizing the opportunity, he closed in for close-quarters combat. He still had one weapon left, and it was a blunt instrument. By gripping the barrel of the flintlock, it turned into a short hammer, extremely effective against skeletons. He raised the flintlock high and smashed it toward the fissure in the skeleton's skull, aiming for the soul flame. But the skeleton reacted swiftly, immediately reaching out to block. It seemed terrified of the gun, even abandoning the fishing rod, both hands reaching to snatch it away. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't let it go. The two began to wrestle for the gun. The skeleton's strength was slightly lower than Yang Yi's in his frenzied state, likely around 4. Yet under the struggle, Yang Yi found it hard to launch an effective attack. If the gun accidentally discharged, he would be done for. He needed to think of a countermeasure. Despite his frenzy, Yang Yi remained clear-headed and quickly came up with a plan. If it wanted the flintlock so badly, let it have it. Yang Yi timed it. After a few more moments of grappling, he aimed and pulled the trigger. Click! The gun misfired. Then he decisively released the gun. As expected, the skeleton's attention was mostly on the flintlock. Yang Yi successfully broke free and ran toward the cabin. By the time the skeleton arrived, it only saw a dim figure in the cabin. That was Yang Yi, standing in the darkness, desperately gnawing on a handful of unknown flesh. The skeleton pulled the trigger, but the gun was unresponsive, still in cooldown. From bow to stern, it was only about 10 meters. Both had run, so the flintlock was still in cooldown. A pistol that couldn't fire was no different from a hammer. Yang Yi charged forward, his mouth covered in black slime, his eyes bloodshot. You devoured the head octopus. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 1, Sanity 20, lasting 1 minute. Thus Yang Yi's strength increased from 3 to 6, doubling in value. Frenzy 2. Moreover, Yang Yi discovered that the attribute values were not linear, but exponential. This meant that a mere 2-point advantage in strength could lead to overwhelming dominance. Yang Yi pressed forward. The skeleton hadn't reacted, yet seemingly still puzzled as to why the gun wouldn't fire. The next second it was tackled to the ground, both arm bones viciously torn off and thrown aside. Yang Yi didn't let up, thrusting his right hand through the breach in the skeleton's skull to grab the soul flame inside. Only then did the skeleton show some fear, its jaw clattering incessantly, as if begging for mercy. But it was too late, it had no means of resistance. Yang Yi grasped the flame. It wasn't hot, but rather warm. The skeleton, however, reacted violently, convulsing all over, soon collapsing into a pile of ordinary bones, its soul flame extinguished completely. But was the skeleton truly dead? Not necessarily. Having been tricked by the drowned man before, he was now much more cautious. Yang Yi grabbed the skeleton's skull, picked up the flintlock, and placed the skull on the ship's railing. He strongly suspected the skeleton wasn't dead, even though he could already view its information. Name, remains of the captain. Description: he was once a captain who loved fishing until he caught. Can be used in the monster gotcha machine. After 2 minutes, as expected, a ghastly green light reignited inside the skull. Without a word, Yang Yi fired decisively. Bang! Sparks flew, the gunshot piercingly sharp. The skull was blasted into fragments by the flintlock. The gunshot sounds strange. Your sanity decreases by 1. It seems that subduing or killing a monster grants you its information. Yang Yi concluded. But what exactly was this monster gotcha machine? He had never seen it, and it wasn't on the ship. To be safe, he decided to keep the monster's remains. He tossed them into the cabin and took the skeleton's arm and thigh bones. After all, a headless skeleton soldier might still exist. Yang Yi had seen it in games. Just in case, it was better to take part of its body. Having learned from his mistake, Yang Yi seemed to have gained 100 extra precautions. After treating his wounds with some cloth, he returned to the captain's cabin. Meanwhile, he checked his status. Yang Yi's status: injured, humanoid diagram showing left foot and right foot yellow, left shoulder yellow. Sanity 24100, energy 21100, vitality 82100. No wonder he was so exhausted, his energy was critically low. Yang Yi opened the world chat channel and casually typed a line. Remember to lock your doors when you sleep tonight. Someone replied quickly. Master, what did you encounter? A sea monster. Damn, did you kill it? Is it hard to fight? Does it drop equipment? Yang Yi replied irritably, no, pure torture. He didn't bother with further replies, closed the world channel, lay down on the bed, and placed the skeleton's thigh bone under the mattress as a pillow. At the same time, he kept the gun close within easy reach. Tonight was too dangerous. Any slip-up could lead to utter ruin. Tomorrow he planned to set up some sound-based traps for early warning. If he could detect danger in advance, many risks could be avoided. He pondered while trying to fall asleep. But until dawn arrived, he couldn't sleep at all. Yang Yi barely slept in the latter half of the night. When dawn broke, he simply got up, tossing the few rotten bones under his mattress into the corner of the bed. After all this time, the captain's skeleton should be dead and gone. After a night, Yang Yi seemed like a different person. His face was pale with deep dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot. As soon as he stepped out of the captain's quarters, Yang Yi noticed a statue on the bow deck. It was a cartoonish octopus monster with wings on its back, crouching on a stone. What is this? At the same time, a log announcement popped up. Last night, a total of 13,000 people successfully killed the aberrant demons, and one of them even achieved a remarkable double kill. The system will grant you a special talent based on your battle achievements. In addition, the monster gotcha machine is now open. You can feed monster corpse tissue into the machine to receive a gotcha reward, and the corpse will be forcibly recycled. However, be careful not to throw garbage into the machine, and especially not live creatures, as that will anger the gotcha machine. The world channel instantly erupted. There are monsters in this world. What do they look like? Has anyone seen one? Let me go back, I'll give you anything. There are talent rewards. I missed out. A skeleton monster banged on my door last night, but I didn't open it. If I had known, I would have taken the risk. If you opened, you might be dead by now. Monster gotcha machine. Did anyone find this thing? I found it on the bow deck. It's a big-faced cat, kind of cute. Mine is in the cabin, a cartoon robot. Crap, mine is a clown. It's terrifying, and it's placed in the captain's quarters. Is everyone's different? Yang Yi turned to look at his own gotcha machine. A cartoonish octopus monster with its mouth wide open, eagerly waiting, its lips covered in tentacles. Reward issued. You have obtained the talent. Unlock condition. Count 03. What is this? It needs to be unlocked. This is too unfair. Yang Yi opened the chat channel. Others were also asking why the gifted talent needed unlocking. Everyone's unlock conditions were different with varying required counts. Some needed tens of thousands, or even millions, while others needed only a few dozen. He only needed 3 times, which was exceptionally low. Soon someone discovered the unlock conditions for the talents. All were simple tasks. My unlock condition is walking. I need to take 1,000 steps. This is too harsh. Yours is okay. Mine is breathing 3 million times. They'll just let it happen. You guys at least have a goal. Mine is 0-100, and I have no clue what it means. Maybe it's surviving for 100 days. This system. If you don't want to give the talent, just don't. Yang looked at his 0-3, shook his head, and decided to let it go for now. He walked into the cabin ready to exchange the monster corpses for gacha pulls. The captain's skeleton couldn't be used for gacha, it was the only one. So he took only the drowned victim's severed hand, and threw it into the octopus gacha machine. As soon as it was inserted, the octopus machine's eyes lit up, glowing red, and the tentacles on its chin changed colors like a rainbow ribbon. Yang turned the dial on its chest, and the machine emitted clattering sounds of gacha balls colliding. The atmosphere was fully set. This is really morbid, Yang commented. Soon a glowing ball rolled out. He picked it up, and it turned into a dark blue potion. Name: Grudge of the Drowned. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: after consumption, sanity 20. For 1 minute you will be regarded as a drowned victim and will not be actively attacked by low-level aberrant demons. Yang's eyes lit up. This was a decent life-saving item. In a survival game, such an item held considerable value. The World channel grew lively as many people showed off their prizes. I got a token. Name: Bone Token. Type: Relic. Quality: exquisite. Description: summons a skeleton which you can control to fight for you for 15 minutes. After the time expires, it goes out of control and attacks the summoner. Upon death, the corpse disappears. Cooldown: 24 hours. Use it only if you are sure you can defeat the skeleton. That's so strong. Sell it to me, I'll give you 100 million. 100 million is useless here. We use conch coins here, and there's no trading method unless we meet in person. How about this dagger? Name: Serrated Dagger. Type: Treasure. Quality: exquisite. Description: a sharp dagger comfortable to hold, dealing minor damage. Its only flaw is that it's short. Alright, we all know you're short. I wouldn't take this weapon even if you gave it to me. I can't afford the shame. Many people showed off their gacha loot, but exquisite items were rare. Only these two were seen, the rest were fine quality. Overall, relics had better effects than treasures, but they carried the risk of sanity loss and potential side effects. Yang's rusted flintlock pistol dealt moderate damage, while most other exquisite weapons dealt only minor damage. It was significantly more powerful, but the limitations were heavy: 1 shot per minute, and it could misfire plus sanity loss. It was a form of balancing. Yang pulled back his gaze and swallowed half a strip of the long-legged sardine. He was too hungry, and after the previous night's ordeal his inhibitions were greatly reduced. To survive, none of this mattered. Eating raw long-legged sardine, your sanity decreases by 2 points. The fish was a bit off, but thankfully not rotten. It provided energy and a small amount of water. Yang finished the sardine, finally feeling a little full, and then checked his status. After resting last night, his energy and sanity had recovered somewhat, but due to nightmares and insomnia the recovery was poor. The wound hadn't healed well either, and he wasn't sure if it would become infected. Yang's status: injured, a human-shaped figure with wounds marked in yellow. Sanity 7-4-100, energy 5-2-100, health 8-3-100. He entered the cabin. The top priority today was to make sound traps. These aberrant demons were not very intelligent, so the traps didn't need to be very concealed. He just needed to use the simple crafting function to make some long ropes, then drill holes in thin wooden strips and string them together. The wooden strips were easy to obtain. Just take them directly. In this game, wood could be shaped into any cube form. 1 unit was roughly equivalent to a cubic decimeter of wood. After stringing the strips together, he tied knots to separate them and hung them in the corridor in front of the captain's quarters and on the door. Yang tested it. The sound difference between wind blowing and someone bumping into it was quite noticeable, providing a good early warning system. After finishing all this, the morning was gone, and the wood and cloth he had salvaged earlier were completely used up. Yang wasn't in a hurry to gather more resources. The immediate priority was fresh water. He had to fish more and keep an eye on drifting supplies, looking for treasure chests. Just as he was thinking, Yang suddenly felt something wrong with his body. He felt hot, his face was burning, and his stomach ached. He immediately became alert and checked his status again. Yang's status: injured, corpse, poison, infection, mild food poisoning, mild diarrhea. The entire body turned yellow with darker shades at the wound sites. Damn. The situation Yang dreaded most had occurred. The drowned victim had corpse poison and he was infected. But he was out at sea and there were no medicines. Today's weather: clear sky, ideal for fishing and casting nets. Location: the origin sea. Daylight remaining 8 hours. Temperature 15-25 C. Wind level 1. Yang was fishing with all his might. He not only needed fresh water, but also urgently required medical supplies. All of these could be obtained through fishing. Searching the World channel, Yang discovered that someone had once caught a common quality medical bandage which accelerated healing and had an anti-inflammatory effect. although the bandage wouldn't do much for his current injuries. Other medical items definitely existed. He had to hurry up and fish. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a tattered cloth. FK. Yang Yi cursed aloud, picked up a long-legged sardine, bit off its head in one go, and then swallowed it raw, including the entrails and long legs. He remembered a survival expert once said, remove the head, and it's all edible. Yang Yi was very hungry, so he ate one for everyone he caught. As for the sanity loss from eating raw long-legged sardines, that wasn't something he needed to worry about now. When a man is starving to death, who cares about sanity points? When desperation strikes, one will eat anything. After eating more Yang, he made a new discovery. The decrease in sanity diminished with repeated occurrences of the same event. For example, eating long-legged sardines now only reduced his sanity by 1 point, occasionally 2. If this continued after eating enough of these fish, he would probably become accustomed to it and lose no sanity at all. Moreover, his mental experience points were soaring. The increase in mental attributes seemed to be related to the stimulation of sanity. After another 2 hours of fishing, Yang Yi felt his body deteriorating further. His wounds became unbearably itchy. He suppressed the urge to scratch, refusing to touch the wounds to avoid worsening the infection. At the same time, due to diarrhea, he had lost a large amount of water and salt. Coupled with the fever, his vision gradually blurred, and he felt lightheaded. Status: injured, corpse, poison, infection, moderate fever, food poisoning, mild diarrhea. Just hold on a little longer. He'll surely catch the life-saving medicine. Yang Yi forced himself to stay alert and continued fishing, finally reeling in something he hadn't seen before. You caught an eyeball fruit. It was an eyeball that blinked the size of a fist. Name: eyeball fruit. Description: despite its eerie appearance, it is a fruit from the abyss, slightly sweet, and replenishes vitamins, salt, and water. Without a second thought, Yang Yi bit into it, splattering black juice as the fruit in his hand trembled slightly. Your sanity decreases by 2. Though terrifying, the fruit tasted far better than the sardines. The flesh had a grainy texture and was slightly sweet. Yang Yi devoured it completely. After eating the eyeball fruit, Yang Yi felt much better. The diarrhea had mostly stopped, but the corpse poison infection persisted. Could it be that fishing wouldn't yield a cure for corpse poison? Impossible. A fisherman can catch anything. But by nightfall, he still hadn't caught any medical items, though he did manage to fish up a bottle of fresh water. His harvest was as follows. Eyeball fruit x2, long-legged sardine x8, wood x10, cloth x9, cystic pufferfish x1, fresh water 1L. He had eaten everything else. This 1L of fresh water was 1 unit storable in the cargo hold, but an empty container was needed to retrieve it. The cargo hold was not a physical space. Resources like wood, cloth, fresh water, and steel were stored as invisible data, retrievable when needed. Yang Yi was parched and had already drunk a third of this 1.5L bottle of Nongfu San Quan. He had to drink sparingly as the drop rate for fresh water was low. When night fell, Yang Yi dared not linger on the deck. He stopped fishing and returned to the captain's cabin. As usual, he placed his flintlock pistol beside him and lay down to sleep. But the fever and the wound infection tormented him relentlessly. It was destined to be a sleepless night, and there was also the nightmare curse. Unable to sleep, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and browsed. It was still lively, but the observant would notice that the channel no longer displayed the number of online players. The dead make no sound. They vanish without a trace. I just made 2 spears. If any skeletons come tonight, it'll make them drop gold coins. Bro, have you never played games? Don't you know skeletons have no flesh, and thus have innate piercing resistance? A spear is worse than just using your fists. Reserving steel. Need 982 more units. PM me for details. Steel ambition, you're still alive. Damn it. Even if all of you die, I want. Your ship does 5 knots. How did you outrun the black mist? Give me steel, and he'll tell you. Keep it to yourself. I don't want to know. Far behind all the ships, a steel warship was racing desperately. Not far behind it, the black mist was approaching at 10 knots. The sea was teeming with fish, all equally terrified of the black mist, fleeing in frenzy. A portly middle-aged man stood on the bridge, unshaven, a cigarette dangling from his lips, one hand on the wheel. Though he chatted arrogantly, he was actually terrified. The slightest lapse in concentration would cost him his life. Chatting was one of his few ways to relieve stress. His ship had abundant supplies, unlimited ammunition, and incredible durability. Its only drawback was that it was too slow and would be caught by the black mist. Moreover, his starting position was very close to the black mist. Fortunately, heaven never seals off all exits. He had a giant whale harpoon gun on board. A harpoon that once embedded in a giant sea creature was extremely difficult to pull out. He was now searching for the next target, letting the sea giant tow him to increase his ship's speed. Damn it, can't this stupid fish hold on a little longer? Such poor stamina. He retrieved the harpoon, aimed at the next target, and picked the fastest, largest ones. Thanks to this, he had only slept 3 hours so far. The rest of his time was spent finding targets, since the giant fish bled, grew tired, and eventually died. As for any fish foolish enough to attack him, he would teach them what firepower suppression meant, what civilized cannons meant. The next day, Yang Yi woke up with difficulty, his head splitting. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep, only that he had dreamed of some ominous things and felt nauseous. The ship was worse than he had imagined. Without other means to restore his energy, his gaming efficiency would drop drastically. After a full night's rest, his energy had only recovered by 30. Moreover, the corpse poison infection had worsened. His wound was no longer itchy. Only a slight stinging pain remained, which was not a good sign. And the wound emitted a nauseating fishy stench exactly like the smell of a long-dead fish or a drowned person. Human immunity was no match for corpse poison. His attributes, strength, agility, and constitution, had all decreased by 2, putting him in a weakened state. But Yang Yi did not despair. He had experienced worse situations, being paralyzed in bed for 5 years. He walked out of the captain's cabin, entered the cargo hold, ate 2 eyeball fruits and several long-legged sardines for breakfast, and then resumed fishing. Today was lucky. He caught an eyeball fruit right at the start. You caught an eyeball fruit. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught. Yang Yi's vision went black, and he collapsed onto the deck of the passageway, falling into unconsciousness. System announcement. Congratulations to all players for surviving the 5th day. The trading system is now officially open. Please check the logs for details. A strange voice echoed in Yang Yi's mind as he slowly regained consciousness. The 5th day. Have I been unconscious for over 2 days? Yang Yi felt his limbs heavy as if filled with lead, his body icy cold, his lips chapped, and his throat burning. He immediately checked his status. Status: severe injury, corpse poison infection, severe, entire body turned red. Sanity 100,100. Energy 23,100. Health 14100, below 100, injured below 50, moderately injured below 30, severely injured below 10, near death. Attacks while near death may result in instant death. Yang Yi's condition was perilously close to death. He struggled to get up, parched and desperate, planning to eat something to replenish moisture first, then check the trading channel to see if he could buy life-saving medicine. But the moment he stood up, he suddenly noticed a ship moored beside him. It was a pirate ship flying a skull flag over 20 meters long with 2 grappling hooks attached to the Nightmare. Moreover, a plank bridged the 2 ships, forming a narrow passage. Not good. Yang Yi instantly became alert, but it was already too late. An arrow flew in, striking his left arm, with great force, piercing straight through. That arrow directly drained Yang Yi's health to 9, plunging him into a near-death state. He immediately dropped to the ground, hiding behind the gunwale. Then movement came from the plank between the 2 ships. Someone was crossing the bridge. He must be coming to confirm whether Yang Yi was dead or alive. The arrow was not fatal, it didn't hit a vital spot. But Yang Yi fell so quickly that the other might not have seen clearly and needed to approach to verify. Due to the rules, he could not directly board the Nightmare. So he had been following, waiting for the ship's owner Yang Yi to appear. Once he killed him, he could board. In an instant, Yang Yi understood the entire sequence, of fierce gleam flashing in his eyes. Since you want to kill me, then being killed should not come with any complaints. He thought to himself, having made up his mind to kill. Yang Yi's left arm was injured, but painless. His right arm was unharmed, capable of aiming and pulling the trigger. So he grasped the flintlock gun and secretly disabled the boarding restriction. He was certain that the other party definitely did not possess any formidable firearms, otherwise they would have bombarded him long ago. When the man boarded the ship, the first thing he noticed was a person lying on the deck. His face was ghastly pale, his eyes bloodshot, like a zombie, exuding a nauseating stench of decay from the corpse poison. What was even more terrifying was that this zombie was holding a large caliber flintlock gun, its dark muzzle aimed directly at him. Don't move. If you dare to draw your bow or make any attacking move, I will blow your head off immediately. Yang Yi threatened, slowly sitting up from the ground. The other, with the gun pointed at him, dared not act rashly. But in truth, Yang Yi also dared not fire easily. After all, this gun was most threatening when it wasn't fired. Once he pulled the trigger, 2 outcomes were possible: a misfire or a shot. If it misfired, Yang Yi would be dead. If it fired, the other would likely be blown apart by the powerful flintlock. Throw your weapon on the ground. No extra movements. Yang Yi's voice was low and hoarse, full of authority. The other hesitated, frozen in place, unsure whether to comply. Yang Yi stood up nonchalantly, a strong stench of fishy rot emanating from him, nauseating enough to make one vomit. His left arm still had an arrow stuck in it, but he acted as if nothing was wrong, not even blinking. He pulled out a huge eyeball fruit from his clothes and took a bite. The eyeball fruit trembled as if begging for mercy. But Yang Yi was too thirsty to resist. He devoured it in 3 bites. Thick black juice stained the corners of his mouth. The other was terrified. Stimulated: your sanity decreases by 10. He looked down and saw several rotten long-legged sardines on the deck, a stinking cystic pufferfish, and a pile of gnawed sardine heads. You see some unidentified creatures with signs of gnawing. Sanity decreases by 7. Your sanity is below 30. The activity log kept sending notifications, but the man was oblivious, a strong fear surging from the depths of his heart. This fear would cloud one's judgment, making one paranoid, suspecting and attacking the weak or in the face of danger. Turning and running away. The man screamed, startling Yang Yi, who almost fired. Then he threw his weapon on the ground, turned around, and fled in panic. Yang Yi was puzzled, not knowing what madness had seized the man. But he didn't miss the opportunity. He raised his gun, aimed, and after the man ran a certain distance, pulled the trigger of the flintlock. Click! The gun misfired, the sound not loud, and the other was completely unaware. Yang Yi immediately went to pick up his bow and arrows. Name: pirate longbow. Type: treasure. Grade: fine. Description: slightly increases arrow hit rate and reduces the strength needed to draw the string. A pirate's good pal. Yang Yi didn't hesitate. He decisively stabbed the cystic pufferfish with an arrowhead, then drew the bow and aimed. Whoosh! The arrow shot out. Yang Yi's body was weak. He couldn't fully draw the bowstring, and his aim was poor. But the distance between the two ships was only 3 or 4 meters, so he still hit the target, striking the man's thigh, though the wound was not deep. But in fact, Yang Yi had aimed at his chest. However, hitting was enough. The other directly pulled out the arrow, didn't stop, and ran straight towards the bow of the ship, as if trying to escape. Yang Yi didn't pursue, instead he lay back down. His current condition was terrible. If the other counterattacked, it would be hard to say who would win. Fortunately, the man was terrified out of his wits, and sailed away. Only when the noise faded did Yang Yi struggle to his feet. He looked like a zombie now, but in truth he was indeed at risk of becoming one. He felt no pain and the wound didn't bleed, but he was dizzy and his movements were slightly sluggish. He went into the cabin, drank some water, and ate all the eyeball fruits. After recovering a bit, he looked at the sea. The other ship had already sailed a fair distance, becoming a dark silhouette. Yang Yi steered the Nightmare, following far behind. He was waiting for the poison to take effect. After all, the cystic pufferfish, just its name suggested, it was highly toxic, likely a pufferfish contaminated by the abyss. And pufferfish toxin is notorious for its deadly potency. After chasing for about a quarter of an hour, he caught up. Then he copied the same method, using grappling hooks to seize the other ship, pulling it close and laying a plank to cross. It must be said that Yang Yi was in such poor shape that carrying the plank alone required 3 or 4 breaks. After boarding the other ship, Yang Yi, flintlock in hand, remained vigilant as he slowly approached the bow deck. The other appeared dead, lying motionless on the ground. But this could be a trick to make Yang Yi lower his guard. He might have an antidote. Only then did Yang Yi feel safe enough to approach. Once bitten by a snake, for 10 years one fears a rope. After being tricked by the drowned man, Yang Yi had gained 100 extra precautions. He examined the body and found a glowing orb. You obtained conch coins 400. Only then did Yang Yi feel safe enough to approach. Once bitten by a snake, for 10 years one fears a rope. After being tricked by the drowned man, Yang Yi had gained 100 extra precautions. He examined the body and found a glowing orb. You obtained conch coins 400. This must have been the man's money. Then his pirate outfit was also a fine item. Bloodstained splendid pirate outfit. Type: relic. Grade: fine. Description: this outfit belonged to a self-important fool. Agility 1. Wearing it continuously decreases sanity. Those with spirit above 8 are immune to the continuous sanity decrease effect. The man was wearing this outfit, so his sanity was probably not high. He might have already gone mad. Yang Yi took the outfit, planning to loot the pirate ship thoroughly. But he suddenly noticed that the unlock condition for his question mark skill had changed from 03 to 13. Is my unlock condition killing people? Yang Yi wasn't sure because he didn't know exactly when it had increased. For his first kill, Yang Yi felt no psychological burden. Perhaps it was due to his high mental fortitude and strong tolerance. He changed into the pirate attire and headed toward the cabin of the pirate ship. The clothes felt chilling, causing his sanity to drop by 5. As for the continuous sanity-reducing debuff, Yang Yi's high mental state allowed him to ignore it entirely. Stepping into the cabin, Yang Yi immediately received information about the vessel. It was a special ship. The pirate ship, level 1, A, durability 10001000, capacity 800 units, speed 45 knots. Hull skills: extra grapple hooks. The ship had 2 grappling hooks on each side, capable of grabbing objects or other ships. Pirate assault increases speed by 25 for 15 minutes. Description: the skull flag is the soul of this ship. Strive to become the pirate king. Taking this opportunity, Yang Yi tried to change ships, but he searched the log for a long time without finding any related function. It seemed ships could not be changed. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention of switching. This ship was decent with 4 extra grappling hooks compared to ordinary vessels. If used skillfully, it would greatly improve resource gathering efficiency. But it could not compare with a nightmare. A nightmare with precognitive effects was far more valuable than grappling hooks. Yang Yi searched every room in the cabin and unexpectedly discovered a female corpse. She was naked, apparently subjected to considerable abuse before death, with 1 plump thigh missing and clear ligature marks on her neck. The bloodstains were fresh, indicating she had died not long ago. So Yang Yi was likely the second victim. The first had already perished. As he pondered the fate of the missing thigh, his sanity dropped by 2. Yang Yi frowned. The sanity of this ship's owner might be even lower than Yang Yi had anticipated with a worrying mental state. He began inspecting the supplies he had found. They included 2 dry hard black bread loaves, enough for 2 days' sustenance, 5 liters of fresh water, 125 units of timber, and 98 units of cloth. System notification: you have successfully captured an unowned vessel, the pirate ship. You may choose to dismantle it, and the basic materials inside will be transferred to your cabin. Ensure your ship has sufficient capacity before dismantling, otherwise excess materials may damage the hull. This dismantling will yield 100 units of timber, 50 units of cloth, and 1 pirate ship blueprint. Only dismantling special ships grants corresponding blueprints. Each ship can be modified only once using a blueprint. Please make your choice carefully. This notification appears only when dismantling special ships for the first time. No wonder this ship had so much timber. The previous owner must have dismantled an ordinary vessel. He checked the Nightmare, which had a small capacity of only 400 units. Current capacity, 25,400. Timber 14 units, cloth 10 units, fresh water 1 liter. Quantities below 1 liter are rounded up. Only materials occupy ship capacity, and other items like equipment and weapons can be placed anywhere, even on the deck. Whether the ship would become overloaded with too many items required further testing. Yang Yi did a quick calculation. After dismantling this ship, his vessel would have just enough space to hold all materials, and the materials would be sufficient to upgrade his ship to level 2. A significant stroke of luck. After another search, he confirmed nothing else of value remained, then returned to the Nightmare with a dozen makeshift arrows in hand. Subsequently, he operated the log to confirm the dismantling of the pirate ship. The vessel disintegrated before his eyes, breaking into fragmented pieces that surged into the Nightmare's cabin. He now had enough resources to upgrade to a level 2 ship. But before that, he had a more urgent task: purchasing medical items through the trading system to save his life. If he used resources for the upgrade and lacked sufficient means to trade for medicine, he would be utterly doomed. Yang Yi kept a close watch on his condition. His vitality had dropped by only 1 point with a very slow decline. The wound was no longer bleeding, likely due to corpse toxin. Meanwhile, his sanity was steadily decreasing, falling below 80. This was not caused by the pirate attire. The corpse toxin was eroding his sanity. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to browse. Selling emergency bandages, 10 coins, each 5 left. Name: emergency bandage. Type: consumable. Quality: common. Description: clean bandages that effectively stop bleeding and prevent wound infection. Rum also usable for disinfection, 30 coins per bottle, only 1 left. Selling balloons: those who know. Yang Yi quickly scanned. The trading system had just opened. Players had limited coins and prices were arbitrary, with everyone gauging by instinct. Many preferred barter, and some refused coins altogether, considering it safer. Few were selling resources. Timber and cloth were currently hard currencies, more popular than coins. Selling salt, 100 coins per pack. Name: sacred salt. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: can dispel minor curses, sprinkle it to ward off evil, or you can eat it. This wouldn't work either. He continued scrolling upward and finally found his target graded as premium. Long-term limited sale of holy water. PM for details. Name: holy water. Type: consumable. Quality: premium. Description: blessed water, can be taken internally or applied externally, also usable as a thrown item. When facing demons, one can never have too much holy water. It can cure various toxins and curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore energy. This was it. Yang Yi checked the bargaining chips he had on hand: the drowned man's resentment pirate longbow, rusted flintlock, bloodstained pirate attire, barnacle infested fishing rod, pirate ship blueprint, various resources, and 500 coins. If possible, he wanted to keep the weapons, pirate attire, fishing rod, and enough resources to upgrade to a level 2 vessel. The pirate ship blueprint could be traded, but its value was undoubtedly high and unsuitable for sale now. After some thought, Yang Yi privately messaged the seller. Before adding friends, everyone was anonymous by default. All players could choose to display their real names or ship names. Yang Yi: how much? Several minutes later, the other party replied, seemingly receiving many inquiries. Anonymous: I need a large amount of cloth as well as defensive items, equipment, fresh water, and food. Anything works. Yang Yi frowned. In fact, having the initiative in pricing was a disadvantage. Offering too little would be seen as disruptive, offering too much would lead to a significant loss. But Yang Yi was on the brink of death and had no mind for haggling. He immediately proposed the highest price he could accept. If the deal went through, fine; if not, he would look elsewhere. He sent a private message: drowned man's resentment. Check its stats: a fine-grade defensive item. Plus 400 coins, 30 units of timber, 58 units of cloth, 1 black bread loaf, and 4 liters of fresh water. He attached the stats of the drowned man's resentment. After sending, he didn't wait for a reply and continued browsing other items. But this time the response came swiftly, within a dozen seconds. Your offer is much more sincere than others. Simultaneously, a friend request arrived. Captain Zhou Dai of the Radiance Goddess ship requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi accepted without hesitation, followed by several messages. Compared to you, the others are just messing around. I have 4 bottles of holy water, but judging by your condition, you're seriously injured. Oh, 1 bottle might not be enough. So we'll give you 2 bottles as a welcome gift. My name is Zhou Dai. My ship can produce holy water, so we can cooperate long-term. Hee. May the Radiance Goddess bless you. Yang Yi could hardly believe it, even after receiving the trade request. It was all too smooth. Evidently, the other party also urgently needed a defensive item, like the drowned man's resentment. Moreover, she seemed quite kind, at least based on this transaction. Radiance Goddess ship. It seems players' ships are somehow linked to their personalities. On the other side, the Radiance Goddess ship. It was a pure white, 3-masted sailboat built from sturdy white oak, radiating an aura of sanctity. Captain Zhou Dai had golden hair and blue eyes, with a tall, curvaceous figure, yet an Asian's delicate features, likely a mixed race. She was inside a special building on the ship called the Prayer Room, which housed a statue of the Radiance Goddess. Currently, the ship was only level 1, and the prayer room could produce holy water, but at a very low rate. Moreover, Zhou Dai had a major problem. Sea ghosts constantly visited the Radiance Goddess ship, especially at night. So every night she could only hide in the prayer room. A defensive item like the drowned man's resentment was exactly what she needed. As long as she had a means of protection, she would have enough time to retreat into the prayer room. The transaction was completed swiftly. All that was needed was to confirm the trade in the log and lock it in. Then simply drop the traded items into the monster gacha machine, and they would be teleported to the other party's ship. There was no need to worry about default. The gacha machine guaranteed the deal. Generally, anything as incongruous as a gacha machine was an outlier boss best left untested. Yang Yi tossed the agreed-upon trade items into the machine. For supplies, the system would deduct them directly from the cargo hold. Soon 2 bottles of holy water were spat out by the monster gacha machine. They were clear, odorless liquids in reagent bottles. Yang Yi opened one, sniffed it. No scent, and downed it in one gulp. Immediately he felt as if his body were on fire, an unbearable burning pain searing through him, even emitting a charred stench. But his mental state improved considerably. He felt refreshed and clear-headed. It works. Yang Yi rejoiced and checked his status. The corpse poison infection had reduced to moderate, and his health was slowly recovering. He then drank another bottle to consolidate the effect. Then he spent 50 conch coins to buy 5 first-aid bandages. These were likely made of cloth, but Yang Yi didn't have the recipe, so he had to buy them. He pulled the arrow from his left arm, the pain making him wince. But the pain was a good sign. It meant the corpse poison was weakening. After cleaning the wound with a small amount of fresh water, Yang Yi bandaged himself and checked his status panel again. Yang Yi's status: injured corpse poison infection mild, improving a human figure in pale yellow with darker shades at wound site. Sanity 93100, energy 35100, health 19100, slowly recovering. He let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally survived. With the remaining supplies, he could upgrade the nightmare, so he decisively did so. Sufficient materials. Are you sure you want to upgrade? Yang Yi clicked confirm. The nightmare emitted a ghastly green light, as if spectral phantoms were swirling around the ship, and the hull began to extend outward. Upgrade complete. The nightmare has been upgraded to level 2. Check the ship interface for specific changes. Navigation announcement: the number of players with level 2 ships has exceeded 1000. The Origin Sea will undergo new changes. In 3 days, an unprecedented storm will descend upon this sea. All players prepare yourselves. As soon as the announcement was made, the chat channel exploded. 10,000 level 2 ships. Damn. I'm still short of 8 units of wood. Anyone selling wood? Guys, who gets it? I'm in a game world, and it's still this competitive. Buying wood and cloth at high prices. PM me if you're selling. A wave of upgrades surged through the channel, and the prices of wood and cloth skyrocketed. But the worst hit were the special ships that required extra materials. Steel ambition. Fish for steel. PM me for trades. Long-term supply of fresh fish. Don't buy from him. His fish reeks of gunpowder. It's disgusting. Hey, I said fresh, didn't I? Freshly caught and sold. Anyone have low-grade wind essence? Name your price. The speaker was the Gale, whom Yang Yi had as a friend, so the channel was no longer anonymous. Selling organic cucumbers, organic cabbage, organic apples, organic bananas. Rich in vitamins and water. You know what I mean. Also buying seeds at high prices. Where did you get those? Can your ship grow crops? You clever devil, you guessed it. He attached his ship info. Farmer level 1, durability 600600, capacity 1000 units, speed 25 knots, hull skill efficient, planting the ship, has soil, harvest time varies depending on the seed. Description: a farmer. No, now you call me daddy. Yang Yi was surprised. He hadn't expected a ship that could farm. This was a fortune beyond measure. Every special ship had its unique advantage. Yang Yi glanced at the blueprint in his hand. This thing was definitely a treasure. Name pirate blueprint type blueprint quality special description allows you to convert your ship into a pirate ship, granting it greater speed, more grappling hooks, and even cannons. Yang hadn't seen any cannons on the pirate ship, presumably they would unlock after upgrades. And as he expected, using the blueprint didn't consume materials. This meant that an advanced blank ship using the blueprint would reap enormous benefits. For instance, a level 3 blank ship using the blueprint would become a level 3 special ship, saving a lot of upgrade materials. The higher the level, the more it's saved. So the blueprint's value wouldn't plummet even in the late game. He then checked his own ship interface. Nightmare level 2, durability 600600, capacity 1000 units, speed 50 knots, hull skills. Nightmare sleep quality on board is extremely poor, causing nightmares. Energy recovery efficiency 75. Fisherman's curse. Normal fish are not destined for this ship. Increases the chance of encountering abnormal things. Description: the ship has grown larger, but that doesn't change the fact that it's dilapidated. Hull durability had doubled, but it was still very low. Couldn't withstand much abuse. The ship's length had increased to 20 meters. At the bow, a skeleton was tied with rusted iron chains, the remains of the previous captain. Inside the cabin, there was now a room that could be expanded with 3 branching paths to choose from. 1. Extra cargo hold increases ship capacity by 100. Requires 300 units of wood. 2. Ancient War Room provides 2 water-damaged cannons for attack, requires 200 units of wood, 10 units of steel, 10 units of sulfur. 3. Great Statue intimidates passing ships, causing panic, requires 300 units of wood, 300 units of cloth, and 1 abomination corpse. After a moment's thought, Yang set his sights on the Ancient War Room. Nothing made one feel safer than cannons. Naval combat demanded cannons. His current supplies were as follows: capacity 111000, wood 9, cloth 0, freshwater 2L, less than 2L counted as 2L. Steel and sulfur were likely advanced resources, he hadn't seen them yet. The upgrade interface for level 3 ships wasn't available, yet presumably it would unlock after completing the expansion. After handling everything, Yang started fishing. He needed to stock up on food. Dozens of nautical miles behind the Nightmare, there was a special ship about 10 meters in length, but with a massive crystal ball over 3 meters in diameter. Astrologer level 1, a durability 500500, a capacity 800 units, speed 50 knots, hull skills. Astrology displays the sea chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles, showing ship names. Peep shows the image of a ship on the sea chart, cannot view islands. Limited to 1 target per day. Description: just revealing the map, not cheating. The captain was a beautiful woman with black hair and brown skin, her eyes a rare red. She had noticed the Nightmare earlier. After all, 2 ships sailing side by side was very rare. Then something changed. The pirate's icon suddenly disappeared from the sea chart. Was it taken out? The woman looked at the crystal ball before her, no larger than a palm, displaying the sea chart of the nearby waters, including ship names. She reached out and activated the peep skill to view the Nightmare's image. She saw Yang on the ship fishing. A long-legged sardine was caught by him, and before it hit the deck, it went into Yang mouth. The woman's red eyes widened in shock, utterly incredulous. Soon an eyeball was caught and devoured again. Finally, a cystic pufferfish was caught and tossed aside disdainfully by the man. But the woman's eyes lit up at the sight of this highly toxic fish. How does he catch such treasures? She said enviously. She didn't lose any sanity. Instead, she was curious, for she had a special talent. Talent which is blood. You thirst for knowledge. Your red eyes are your proof and your innate curse. Mental limit 2. You have high resistance to bizarre creatures and phenomena. But remember, those who touch taboo will be driven away by holy light and burned by holy fire. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out one after another, but each sound was slightly different. Yang was practicing his marksmanship. The flintlock pistol was unreliable, so he had to improve his accuracy to compensate for this flaw. A piece of wood was hung from the stern, and Yang stood at the bow shooting at it. He fired once every minute. Misfires didn't matter since it was just practice. Beside him lay a fishing rod, and he occasionally glanced at the sea to see if anything had bitten. By noon, he had only hit a dozen shots, still a long way from being a sharpshooter, a gap of 10,000 miles. Yang ate a long-legged sardine. By now he had grown accustomed to the taste, and found the long-legged sardine had an exquisite flavor, especially the 4 long legs. Crispy and crunchy with a chicken-like taste. Another day remained before the storm the system had warned about. Yang had stockpiled 10 eyeball fruits, a loaf of black bread, 6 liters of fresh water, and over a dozen long-legged sardines. During that time, he had also caught a big one, a full half-meter long. Name: redlip eel. Type: food. Description: a perfect pair of flaming red lips. Pity there on a fish's mouth. Do you want to engage in a passionate tongue kiss with it? An abyssal fish species, edible, non-toxic, with tender lips. When this fish first appeared, it truly startled him. Eating it raw meant having to bite into those flaming red lips. Even for Yang, it was a bit hard to stomach. Unless he was truly starving. Staring at those flaming red lips, he recalled last night's nightmare. The dream was still vivid in his memory. In it, a woman with red eyes pointed a gun at his head. Those strikingly bright red irises sent chills down his spine. Your mind is unsettled. Sanity decreased by 8. The gun in the woman's hand was also familiar to Yang. It was his own flintlock pistol, yet somehow it had ended up in her hands. Just thinking about it made him shudder with lingering fear. Because of this, he had slept poorly again with dark circles under his eyes. Fortunately, the corpse poison in his body had been neutralized. His wounds were about 70% healed, and his chi and blood stood at 76, though his energy recovered too slowly. After a full night's sleep, his energy only restored by about 30, severely limiting his daytime activities. In the long run, this was absolutely unsustainable. He needed to find a way to quickly recover energy to offset this drawback. For instance, holy water had an energy-restoring effect, but it was too expensive and the effect was weak. As he was thinking, he suddenly received an anonymous message. Look up to the right, there's an island there. Who are you? Yang replied, but the other party didn't respond. In this world, to privately message someone, you needed at least to know the name of their ship, and if the ship wasn't special, you also needed to know the person's name. But he had never voluntarily disclosed his own information. How did this person know? Could they have a cheat ability? After pondering for a while, he reached 2 conclusions. 1. The other party might have a special skill, had seen him learn the ship's name, and was not far away. 2. This was a special system task. He circled the ship, but saw no suspicious vessel. And to the upper right there was indeed an island. The island was small with a hint of green, suggesting there were trees on it. Those trees could likely be cut down for timber. Moreover, there might be other gains on the island. If he had discovered it himself, he would probably have gone ashore to check it out. But now that someone had tipped him off, he was hesitant. In the end, he decided to circle the island first and observe. If there were no signs of other ships or player activity, he would choose a suitable spot to land and have a look. The gun in his hand gave him confidence. At this stage, almost no other players had guns. At least he hadn't seen any mention in the chat channel. As the ship approached, he got a clear view of the island. It was a tropical island about 3 kilometers in diameter, not too large. The edge was a golden beach with some shell crabs scuttling about. In Yang's eyes, these were pure protein. But what attracted him most were the coconut trees on the island. The tallest one even had a bronze treasure chest hanging from it. Moreover, there were no signs of any players having landed on the island. These coconuts had never been touched. After some hesitation, he decided to go ashore. He chose a suitable spot to drop anchor, then approached the shore and disembarked. As soon as he set foot on land, he felt a sense of sudden estrangement. Though he had only been at sea for a few days. He gathered some food on the beach, such as green crabs, clams, and scallops. Name: green crab. Type: food. Description: a common crab, all natural and pollution-free, with tender and delicious meat. Name: clam. Type: ingredient. Description: a common shellfish, edible, can be made into a delicious clam soup. Name: scallop. Type: food. Description: if you have garlic and vermicelli roasting, a few will leave you with an unforgettable flavor. He picked up a bunch and tossed them into the cabin, planning to eat them later. The main attraction was now the cluster of lush green coconut trees. These trees were generally 7 or 8 meters tall, with the tallest reaching over 10 meters, bearing heavy coconuts. This was a vital source of fresh water, and they were easy to store. The coconut meat also provided dietary fiber. And they tasted good. They were treasures that, once seen, could never be passed up. But climbing the trees was not Yang's forte. If he slipped, he could break his leg, or even his spine. He had no healing methods, so he couldn't take that risk. Using his gun to blast them down would be convenient, but the noise was too great. If there were monsters on the island, it would be bad. As he walked around the trees, some stones of varying sizes caught his attention. Name: stone. Type: material. Description: can be collected as stone material for crafting. For large stones, you'd better have a pickaxe. Yang picked up a pile of small to medium stones and placed them on the shore. Then he swam back to the nightmare, adjusted its position, and used a grapple hook to haul the stones aboard. After 2 trips, he had collected 25 units of stone material. To make a simple stone axe, he needed 5 units of stone and 5 units of wood. This was a crafting function built into the log, allowing the creation of basic tools, including fishing rods, spears, bows, and arrows. The quality was certainly poor, as they didn't even display stats, and were no better than ordinary equipment. He carried a stone axe ashore and headed toward the tallest coconut tree. It bore over a dozen large coconuts and a bronze treasure chest. This was the first tree he planned to fell. The ship's logbook offered many convenient features. Yet without it, this world was virtually indistinguishable from reality. Chopping down trees, for instance, was both a laborious and a skilled task, especially since the stone axe was not particularly sharp and jarred the hands. When he felled the largest coconut tree, his energy points dropped by 13, leaving him with only 30. At best, with full energy, he could only cut down 5 or 6 trees. Any more than that was impossible. If energy fell below 30, there was a risk of fainting. After the tree fell, he immediately went to gather the coconuts. As he picked one up, joy spread across his face. Name: Vitality Coconut. Type: food. Description: a rare special coconut rich in vitamins and minerals. Its juice accelerates energy recovery. Without a second thought, Yang Yi split open a coconut and drank heartily, gaining a buff that boosted his energy recovery speed. This was exactly what Yang Yi desperately needed. This trip was more than worth it. He opened the bronze treasure chest, and several glowing orbs dropped out. Upon touching them, they turned into 3 items. Name: Vitality Coconut Refresher Recipe. Type: recipe. Quality: fine. Description: used to obtain the recipe for Vitality Coconut Refresher. Requires reagent: bottle salt Vitality Coconut. Name: edible sea salt, 500 g. Type: food. Description: a seasoning that enhances flavor and replenishes salt. Name: reagent rack. Type: tool. Quality: fine. Description: an indispensable tool for making various reagents. Can be synthesized from crystals. It could provide reagent bottles, and after the reagent was consumed, the bottle would vanish. One chest offered not only the recipe, but also the other 2 materials needed. Overjoyed, Yang Yi immediately used the recipe and began concocting the Vitality Coconut Refresher. Required materials: Vitality Coconut 1, salt 10 g. Essential tool: reagent rack. Yang Yi produced a bottle. Name: Vitality Coconut Refresher. Type: consumable. Quality: fine. Description: an invigorating beverage that restores 10 energy and increases energy recovery rate by 50 for 8 hours. Effective once every 24 hours. Yang Yi grinned, then turned his gaze to the shoreline where coconuts lay in abundance. He twirled his axe since his energy was nearly at 30, he lay down on the beach to rest. Once recovered, he continued chopping trees. By evening, he had felled 4 trees in total, gathering 38 Vitality coconuts and 43 pieces of timber, all of which he transported back to the nightmare. Depending on the thickness and length, a tree yielded 5 to 15 pieces of timber. Exceptionally large trees produced even more. He decided not to leave just yet, planning to spend the night on the ship and continue chopping the next day. But before returning, he made a new discovery. On the beach, there was a glistening trail just over 100 meters from Yang Yi. As the sky darkened, these traces emitted a faint glow, catching his attention. The trail led straight into the island. The luminous substance was a slimy secretion from some creature reeking with a foul stench. He followed the trail a few steps into the island. Here, away from the crashing waves, the marks were even clearer. Judging by the shape, it resembled a serpentine animal that had slithered across the ground. Yang Yi measured with his palm. The snake was at least half a meter thick, a formidable size. Not using the gun was the right call. Yang Yi changed his mind, deciding not to stay overnight on the shore. He would move farther away because on the island, there was some large creature. He gripped his flintlock gun, alertly scanning his surroundings, and retreated backward. Only after returning to the nightmare did he let out a long sigh. Sitting in the captain's cabin, Yang Yi pondered for a while. He ultimately decided to gather more Vitality coconuts despite the risk. Such a treasure was rare and could eliminate the nightmare's drawback. He could not let it slip away easily. The islands ahead might not have these coconuts. He piloted the nightmare away from the island, anchoring about 20 nautical miles out. At that distance, the island was no longer visible. Even if the unknown creature could swim, it wouldn't bother swimming so far just to eat the few ounces of flesh on him. Wasn't the fish in the sea more tempting? He drank a bottle of coconut refresher, ate a few scallops, 1 eyeball fruit, and half a red lip eel. Before falling asleep, he held his flintlock gun in his right hand, letting it hang beneath the bed, his finger off the trigger. This was Yang Yi's latest trick, to raise the gun and shoot at any monster at the door with the utmost speed. He soon fell asleep and began to have nightmares. In the dead of night, a woman's enchanting song drifted from outside the ship, ethereal and melodious like a celestial voice. But this was the sea. Where could a woman be singing? Yang Yi sat up in a daze, his eyes vacant, lured by the captivating melody, losing control. A look of infatuation appeared on his face as he stared at the captain's cabin door. There stood a humanoid creature, half human, half fish, resembling the legendary mermaid. She had golden hair and a seductive, bewitching figure. She was drenched as if just finished bathing, her chest covered by 2 large shells. Her waist was slender, and below her navel fine scales began to appear, with the lower half being a fish tail. Such a creature was commonly called a mermaid. But at sea she had another name, Siren, the nightmare of sailors. The siren sang, smiling flirtatiously at Yang Yi. The sound trap by the door was triggered, clattering loudly. Yet Yang Yi had lost control, rendering the trap useless. With a face full of infatuation, he walked toward the siren, still clutching the flintlock gun. Bewitched by the enchanting song, you lose control of your body. Sanity 10. You see an extremely beautiful woman, and your mind and body succumb. Sanity 7. About 50 nautical miles from the nightmare, another ship drifted, the astrolabe, which had been tailing them. Captain Su Na was sitting in her cabin, writing in a small notebook. He can eat bizarre foods without any expression, and even kiss eels, eating red lip eels without hesitation. More importantly, he shows no signs of going mad. This is incredible. The notebook was titled XX Observation Diary, and since she didn't know Yang Yi's real name, she hadn't written it yet. It recorded Yang Yi's private information: how long he slept when he woke up, what he caught, what he ate. This behavior was no different from a stalker. In a normal society, she would definitely be classified as a dangerous person locked up and re-educated. Isn't he afraid? Suna bit the cap of her pen deep in thought. She had provided the information about this island just to see how he would react. But at that moment on the sea chart, the nightmare suddenly moved, speeding toward the island at full throttle. A sudden change spelled trouble. Suna had been secretly observing Yang Yi with the astrolabe's scrying skill for days, knowing he was cautious and would never take risks in the dark, let alone go ashore at night. She immediately used her scrying skill to track the nightmare. Is that a siren? Suna exclaimed, her eyes tinged with fervor and surprise. Yang Yi had a nightmare. In the dream, he saw 3 stunningly beautiful women encircling him, silently gazing at him. Suddenly the scene shifted. One of the women took out an object and began to gnaw on it, chewing slowly with blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. At first Yang Yi was bewildered, but upon closer inspection, he realized it seemed to be his own right arm. He also clearly saw the appearance of these women, though their upper bodies were human. Below the waist grew fish scales, and further down their bodies transformed into fishtails. His arm had been severed, and a searing pain shot through his skull. Damn! Yang Yi was jolted awake by the agony, finding himself naked lying on a slippery floor. The light was dim, suggesting some kind of cave. The walls and floor were coated in a fluorescent slime, as if a mollusk had crawled over them, leaving behind a trail of mucus. His own body was covered in a thick layer of the stuff. One sniff was enough to jolt him awake and make him lose his appetite for 3 days. He immediately looked to his right. Thankfully, his right arm was intact. The source of the pain was a woman who had sunk her pearly teeth deep into his arm, breaking the skin and causing Yang Yi to wince in pain. Let go. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me? Yang Yi cursed angrily. Hearing his voice, the woman finally released her grip, leaving 2 deep rows of teeth marks on his shoulder. Awake. I thought you were still unconscious, she complained, her bright red eyes dazzling and seductive. Him sitting up, don't you think him awake? Yang Yi retorted, rubbing his right arm, which still throbbed from the bite. He studied the woman. She had a typical Asian face, quite pretty, with a slender figure that seemed slightly malnourished, and her skin was an enticing wheat color. She was bound by some unknown seaweed, and there were marks on the ground where she had crawled over, indicating she had expended considerable effort. Who are you? Yang Yi asked, his head splitting with pain. You were bewitched by a siren. Why saved your life? The woman reminded him. Yang Yi immediately checked the activity log. It showed a series of bewitchment alerts. His sanity was also hovering at a precarious number. Sanity, 51,100. It's a miracle that these sirens didn't eat you for 3 days, and even kept you well fed. The woman continued, looking at Yang Yi. Yang Yi finally understood. I was captured by sirens, and 3 days have passed. Exactly. More than one siren. Yes, 3 of them. They seem to be a pack predator, using their songs to seduce men for mating. And for food. Yang Yi looked at his own body and found himself completely naked, a wave of revulsion washing over him. Nearby lay a discarded pirate uniform and a rusted flintlock pistol. They are legendary mythical creatures, but in this world they truly exist, and their habits are similar to the legends. The woman continued, seemingly fascinated by the sirens. Yang Yi, however, felt only lingering fear. He quickly put on the pirate uniform and grabbed the flintlock from the ground. Donning the blood-stained pirate uniform inexplicably sends a chill down your spine. Sanity decreases by 1. His sanity was now exactly at 50. Any lower would plunge him into madness. This slime is disgusting. Why do sirens secrete mucus? In the sea, many mollusks or scaleless creatures produce mucus to protect themselves, so it's normal for sirens to have it. Besides, this slime glows in the dark, illuminating the area to attract prey, much like the lantern of an anglerfish, allowing them to show off their alluring figures and assist in the entire hunting process. Seeing Yang Yi's confusion, the woman began to explain the logic behind it, interweaving her own personal views on sirens. Are you a player? How did you end up here? Yang Yi suddenly asked. This woman of unknown origin radiated strangeness, especially her striking crimson eyes, which sent a chill down his spine, identical to the eyes he had seen in his nightmare. This heightened Yang Yi's vigilance. Although she seemed harmless and was attempting to save him, he remained wary. My name is Suna. I'm a passing player who was unfortunately captured by the sirens and became emergency rations. Didn't you say sirens target only men? Why would they capture you? Yang Yi asked. Suna had already prepared her story. She had no intention of telling the truth, but instead turned her head to indicate a corner. I wasn't alone. My companion was eaten by the sirens. But for some reason they didn't eat you. Suna explained. Yang Yi followed her gaze. There lay a partially eaten male corpse, already rotting, with its abdomen opened, internal organs hollowed out, face contorted in agony, and limbs missing, suggesting he had suffered inhuman torture before death. Near the corpse, scattered human bones were picked clean, highlighting the ferocity of the sirens. But did Suna really know that man? Not at all. She was simply using the corpse to fabricate a lie, making her own capture seem more plausible. In reality, Suna had come alone following and tailing Yang Yi and the sirens. She became so engrossed in observing the sirens that she was ambushed by two sirens that appeared behind her. She had originally thought there was only one siren. As for the corpse, it had been there before Yang Yi arrived. But once Yang Yi appeared, the man seemed to lose his value and was eaten by the sirens. So Suna had no idea who the poor man was or where he came from. After hearing Suna's story, Yang Yi was partially convinced, but still maintained his guard. You said 3 days have passed, but I don't feel hungry at all, Yang Yi asked. He checked his status and found that aside from low sanity, all other stats were nearly full. Suna gestured toward another corner. There lay a large sailfish, a fierce fish in the sea with a sharp upper jaw like a spear point. However, this sailfish was dead with bite marks on its body. It seemed that during this time Yang Yi had survived by eating the sailfish. But what about water? Don't I need to drink? Yang Yi had no memory of the past 3 days, feeling dazed and unreal. Meanwhile, Suna grew anxious. Can you untie me first? The sirens will be back in half an hour. I don't want to miss this chance. Suna reminded him. Until now she was still bound, able only to wriggle like a caterpillar. She had observed the sirens for 3 days, learned their habits, and then risked crawling over to try to wake Yang Yi. But Yang Yi looked at her with mixed feelings. This woman was clever and seemed harmless. Yet the more so, the more wary Yang Yi became, sensing that she was not simple. She was too calm. Anyone else bound and on the brink of death would not be able to speak so fluently. Moreover, she had appeared in his nightmare. The dream foretold that this woman would aim a gun at his head, wanting to kill him. So Yang Yi was deeply conflicted, unsure whether to save her. But he couldn't bring himself to kill a woman who had shown him no malice, even a hint of kindness. After thinking it over, Yang Yi finally made a decision. He felt that this woman was definitely hiding something and decided to test her first to see if he could get something out of her. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold. He looked at Suna, aiming the black muzzle at her, and threatened. Woman, 3 sentences. Give me a reason not to kill you. Suna's pupils contracted sharply, as if she couldn't comprehend Yang Yi's train of thought. What are you talking about? Has the siren eaten your brain? I have a gun in my hand. Yang Yi replied with a smirk, brandishing the gun like a lawless bandit. He raised a finger and reminded. That's your first sentence. You have 2 more. Make the most of your chance. The dark muzzle was silent, and the atmosphere instantly became oppressive. After a dozen seconds, a hint of panic appeared on Suna's face, as if she was annoyed or regretful. She spoke quickly. I can give you all the resources and equipment I have, including the food on the ship. Yang Yi shook his head. Not enough. If I kill you, these will naturally be mine. Suna's breathing quickened, her gaze flickering. After another dozen seconds, she revealed her secret. I can provide you with a nautical chart so you can navigate more safely. A nautical chart. My ship is called the Astrolabe. It can display the sea charts of the nearby waters. I see. Yang Yi's smile was chilling. You lured me here, didn't you? He calmly reached into the inner pocket of his pirate uniform and pulled out a blueprint. Have you ever seen this? It's a ship blueprint. Only obtained by killing the ship's owner and dismantling their special level vessel. Tell me, why shouldn't I kill you and take your ship's skill for myself? Suna's face turned pale. She had never heard of ship blueprints before, and she knew Yang Yi wasn't lying. The pirate had been taken down by him. Finally, she showed a reluctant expression of anger, her composure completely shattered, and she spit at Yang. You are insatiable, despicable, and shameless. Huh. Go ahead and shoot. I'll curse you from the depths of hell. She closed her eyes, waiting for Yang Yi to fire. You have some backbone. Fine, I'll grant your wish, Yang Yi said coldly. Suna trembled slightly, but she waited for a long time and no pain or gunshot came. She opened her eyes and saw Yang Yi finding a sharp, broken bone in the pile of skeletons and walking toward her. Hand over half the supplies on your ship and provide me with a month's worth of sea charts, and I'll save you, Yang Yi said seriously. Suna's face first showed surprise, then anger. She realized that Yang Yi had been deliberately bluffing her. Enraged and humiliated, she cursed, what if I refuse? I have a gun in my hand. You have no choice but to agree. Yang Yi brandished the gun again, striking a victorious pose. Suna had no choice but to comply. Suna had no choice but to reluctantly agree to Yang Yi's terms. Yet she felt no pang of regret. The supplies on her ship amounted to a mere 8 units of timber, 5 units of cloth, and 4 liters of fresh water. Parting with half of them for Yang Yi was utterly inconsequential. Her vessel, the Zhanxing, was unique. Its upgrades required not timber or cloth, but 100 crystals and 50 units of steel. Thus timber and cloth were of little use to her, having long been traded for food and water. Naturally, she would not voluntarily admit to Yang Yi that she was destitute. In fact, she eagerly anticipated witnessing the expression that would dawn upon his face. Oblivious to this, Yang Yi believed he had successfully extorted a considerable bounty from her. After all information was asymmetrical, he had no way of knowing Su-na's true poverty. Using the broken bone, he severed the seaweed, binding her, granting her freedom. Yet having been bound for so long and deprived of sustenance for days, she was incredibly feeble and could not rise immediately. However, her subsequent actions left Yang-yi utterly astounded. "What are you doing?" he asked, bewildered. Su-na was using her hands to gather the slime on the ground into a small mound, then opening her mouth to suck it in. This slime was notoriously foul and reeking. "I'm thirsty. The mucus secreted by this sea demon can provide me with water, salt, and some nutrients," Su-na stated flatly, her brow furrowed. Clearly the taste was abhorrent, yet she forced down her nausea and refrained from spitting it out. "Aren't you afraid the slime is poisonous?" Yang-yi inquired. "No. You've been eating it for 3 days and haven't shown any signs of poisoning." Yang-yi was speechless, only feeling that the woman before him was somewhat deranged. Having replenished her fluids, Su-na's complexion improved considerably. She produced a small knife from within her garments, crouched low, approached the carcass of the large sailfish, slit the skin, and carved off several slices of fresh flesh, chewing and swallowing them. This small knife was also a piece of equipment. As Su-na gradually regained her strength, Yang-yi began to survey the cavern. The space was not large, with only a single passage leading to the outside world from which the pitter-patter of rain and the mournful howl of the wind could be heard. Within the cave was also a pool of water, its depths unfathomable, likely connected to the sea. He examined the male corpse, judging that it had been dead for some time. He felt the body but found no valuable items. The pool, the cave entrance. "Where do the sea demons usually return from?" Yang-yi asked Su-na. "Either is possible," she replied. "Do they move together?" "No." Su-na had observed this batch of sea demons for 3 days and had discerned some patterns. They usually operate in 2 groups. The larger one acts alone, while the other 2 smaller ones, about 1.40 meters in length, usually move together. "I see. So does the big one usually return first, or the smaller ones?" "It could be either. There's no set pattern, but the interval between their returns isn't long, about 15 minutes. Yang-yi nodded, having a general grasp of the situation. If the 3 sea demons were accustomed to acting together, the best course of action would be to flee. After all, engaging 3 sea demons in direct combat was far too risky. But if there were only 2, then victory was within reach. "Can you hold off one of them?" Yang-yi asked. "If it's a smaller one, I should be able to. I've fought them before," Su-na's voice came. Having replenished her salt water and eaten fish, she gradually recovered. It was evident that her physical condition was not poor. In fact, she might even be in better shape than Yang-yi. The sea demon's primary weapon is their song, but it's ineffective against females. Moreover, their upper body strength is not formidable, comparable to an average woman with a strength stat of around 4, is similar to mine. When fighting on land, one only needs to avoid their claws and teeth, Su-na explained. There were several lacerations on her body, though not deep, likely inflicted by the sea demon's claws. "I didn't know there were 3 sea demons back then, otherwise I wouldn't have been captured. You have a gun, and dealing with them should be more than enough. Just plug your ears and fire as quickly as possible." Unaware that Yang-yi's gun could misfire, Su-na saw no difficulty. Yang-yi chose not to explain, voluntarily exposing his weakness was not in his nature. He began to inspect his own attribute panel. Yang-yi, status healthy, a large human-shaped figure, all green. Strength 3 4950, Spirit 71892, 8000, Talent bonus. Agility 41 69100, Pirate outfit bonus. Constitution 4 4100, Perception 5 32200, Sanity 50100, Energy 9 2100. Health 99100. Bitten by Su-na, lost 1 HP. He had already figured out the conditions for increasing each attribute. Exercising and moving the body could increase experience in strength, constitution, and agility. Getting injured and recovering could provide additional constitution experience. Changes in sanity, especially drastic fluctuations followed by recovery, could significantly increase spirit experience. Activities like fishing, shooting, and using grappling hooks could boost perception experience. The methods of improvement were, in a word, realistic. Combining Su-na's intelligence that sea demons were of average combat capability on land with a strength of only around 4, and that they did not act together in a group of 3, he deduced that if he could quickly raise his strength to 4 and combine it with the frenzied strength bonus 2, he could overwhelm the sea demons. After all, they were creatures of the sea. Their agility on land was certainly not high. The only thing to be wary of was her powerful fish tail. He had to avoid being struck in a vital spot. Having figured this out, Yang-yi immediately took action. A small amount of experience should be easy to gain. He looked around the cave for a suitable heavy object for training. At first glance, he saw nothing. The cave was bare, filled only with stone walls and light, brittle bones. But his mind was flexible and unconstrained, and he quickly turned his attention to other objects. For instance, he could lift Su-na to train his strength, or the dead sailfish on the ground, which seemed to have an appropriate weight, or the male corpse on the floor. After careful consideration, Yang Yi deemed the male corpse the most suitable. Choosing the sailfish would provide no good grip points. Choosing Su Na would likely lead to resistance, and he might even get bitten. Thus the male corpse was ideal. It would neither resist nor bite. Although its arms were only half intact, the weight was just right, and its head and neck were still present, providing a good grip. So Yang Yi grabbed the corpse by the neck with both hands, lifted it, and began his weightlifting training. Have you lost your mind? Are you insane? Su Na looked at Yang Yi, deeply shaken by his bizarre behavior. Tell me, how much sanity do you have left? Don't worry, my sanity is as high as 50. 50. Su Na stared at Yang Yi, her eyes filled with incredulity. A decrease in sanity could affect one's mental state, even if it didn't fall below 50. But Yang Yi seemed utterly unconcerned about his sanity value, or perhaps he had been in a state of subtle madness all along. The look in Su Na's eyes as she regarded Yang Yi gradually grew intense, as if she were observing some rare creature. Yang Yi, oblivious to this, continued his lifts. Unfortunately, after only 9 repetitions, the sound of some creature slithering came from the cave passage outside. From the sound of it, it was just one. She's back. Quickly stuff these into your ears. Su Na handed Yang Yi 2 appropriately sized lumps of fish flesh, which she had just cut from the tuna. But Yang Yi shook his head in refusal. No need, I have my own way. He turned his head to face the sea demon. This was a sea demon about 2 meters in length, dragging most of its fishtail along the ground to support its body. When the sea demon returned and saw the 2 before it, it was instantly stunned, especially as Yang Yi's hands were still clamped around a corpse's neck. Yet it reacted swiftly, immediately beginning to sing a captivating melody. You hear a beautiful and enchanting tune, becoming entranced, falling into a state of charm, with your sanity decreasing by 5. Yang Yi abruptly stopped his actions, dropped the corpse, and let his hands hang limply at his sides. It's over, this fool has been charmed again. Su Na clenched her dagger, ready to fight to the death. This time the sea demon likely wouldn't spare her, perhaps keeping her as emergency rations. A cold bead of sweat trickled down Su Na's forehead. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, seemingly deeply captivated by the sea demon, walked unsteadily and swayed toward it. The sea demon was exceptionally beautiful, a standard beauty with golden wavy locks and delicate exquisite features. She also possessed a heavenly voiced skin that glowed like white porcelain and a voluptuous, tall, and alluring figure. But at the same time, she had teeth sharp enough to bite through, a skull, claws keen enough to rip open a belly, and a fishtail strong enough to snap human bones. Yang Yi was utterly infatuated by her, nestling into her embrace as if seeking affection. The latter also seemed to take a liking to Yang Yi, as prey momentarily abandoning its attack. Its gaze softened and it opened its mouth several times, but couldn't bear to bite Yang Yi. Sorry, but we're not the same species, Yang Yi whispered softly in the sea demon's arms. Your sanity is below 50. You fall into a state of frenzy. Strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2, immune to most abnormal mental states. At some point, Yang Yi had already drawn his flintlock pistol, pressing it against the sea demon's body, aiming at its head. When the sea demon sensed the anomaly, it was already too late. Bang! The gunshot was deafening, carrying and lingering unfinished tremor. This time the flintlock lived up to expectations, firing on the first shot, the sound echoing throughout the entire cave. The half-sharp broken bone tucked into the waistband of his pants seemed unnecessary now. You can resist charm? Then what was up with you before? Did you follow on purpose? Su Na's crimson eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Your gunshot sounds so strange, it even cost me a bit of sanity. Only a bit lost. Yang Yi immediately caught the key point. This woman was definitely not normal. Even Yang Yi, with his spirit as high as 8 points, had lost 3 points of sanity the first time he heard this gunshot. Yang Yi didn't intend to explain. He stepped back, watching the sea demon's headless corpse slowly slump down, twitching incessantly. Thick dark red juices and some fragments of flesh splattered all over Yang Yi. Su Na immediately ran over, looking at the sea demon's corpse with a hint of regret in her eyes. Your gun's power is too great. Could you not shoot the head and leave me a complete sea demon head? She pulled out a bottle from somewhere and began collecting the sea demon's blood, brain tissue, and surface mucus. What are you doing? I killed this sea demon. If the spoils belong to me. Yang Yi frowned, immediately picking up a piece of flesh and putting it in his pocket, reminding Su Na. After all, the gotcha only required a small amount of tissue, then the monster's corpse would be reclaimed by the system, preventing the possibility of gotchering the same corpse twice. Upon hearing this, Su Na also stopped, looked up at Yang Yi, and began to ponder. How about this? You leave me the most intact corpse, and it'll give you all the resources on the ship, plus an additional month of sea chart guidance. How about it? Yang Yi only thought for a moment before agreeing. This sea demon's combat power was inferior to the drowned one. Without its song, most adult males armed with spears could kill it solo on land. So its spoils were likely not very good, less useful than the sea chart. You said before that the time interval between the 2 groups of sea demons returning to the nest is about 15 minutes, right? Yang Yi asked. Correct, the three intervals were 20 minutes, 17 minutes, and 18 minutes. Suna replied, indicating she remembered clearly. Then you need to add a new data point less than 2 minutes. Yang Yi pulled Suna, dragging her in front of him. The next second, two sea demons burst out of the pool behind Suna, pouncing on the spot where she had been, but they missed. Just moments ago, Yang Yi had seen ripples on the pool's surface and became alert. After spotting a head emerge from the pool, he immediately pulled Suna, helping her dodge the danger. Two much smaller sea demons leaped out of the pool. Upon seeing the dead sea demon on the ground, they flew into a rage, emitting threatening "ha" sounds. Their fair skin began to flush red, and they opened their mouths to reveal full rows of sharp teeth. The enchanting melody sounded again, this time a duet, somewhat shrill, echoing through the cave. Even Suna was dizzied by the sound. The song is both piercing and beautiful. Your sanity decreases by 5. Although Yang Yi was immune to charm, the sound still made his chest feel tight, his eardrums sting, and even began to drain his health. He immediately raised his gun to aim. Click. The gun misfired. Quick, let's go. Get outside first. The space here is too small, and their songs are echoing back and forth in the cave, which is bad for us. Yang Yi said decisively. Suna was also in bad shape, with blood trickling from one ear, looking dazed. Yang Yi directly grabbed her and ran toward the cave entrance. Fortunately, the sea demons were not fast after all. Without legs, their fishtails were not suited for land movement, making them relatively slow. The two successfully rushed out of the cave. By then, Suna had also recovered and no longer needed Yang Yi to pull her. Your pistol doesn't need reloading, but it misfires from time to time, right? She asked. Yang Yi frowned, somewhat displeased. This woman liked to pay attention to things she shouldn't, which clearly did her no good at all. The two continued running forward. Yang Yi wanted to stall until the flintlock's cooldown ended, which would make winning easier. But they didn't run far before stopping. Before them was a turbid sea. The island was mostly submerged by the sea, with no path ahead. There was no sunlight above either. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and it was pouring rain. Only the occasional flash of lightning illuminated the entire world, followed by deafening thunder. A storm at sea. Yang Yi immediately recalled the system announcement, which had warned that a great storm was coming. I haven't told you yet, but the storm has already been going on for 2 days. All players are now desperately trying to escape this sea area, Suna explained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Would it have helped? We still had to deal with the sea demon, didn't we? Suna appeared very calm. Her point was valid. If they hadn't dealt with the sea demon, the two would inevitably have been hunted by it in the storm, which would have been far from pleasant. Calculating the time, Yang Yi looked back. The two sea demons were still nearly 20 meters away. By the time they closed to 5 meters, the flintlock's cooldown would be just about over. And 5 meters was Yang Yi's current confident range, with a high probability of hitting. He raised his gun to aim, holding his breath and concentrating. When the sea demon ran within 5 meters, he immediately fired. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a severed arm flew into the air. But the sea demon's head was still intact. Yang Yi had missed. Your marksmanship is terrible, Suna mocked. As if yours is any better. Yang Yi was unfazed. You engage that one-armed sea demon, he'll take care of the other, then come back to help you. Fine. The two each ran toward their targets. Yang Yi charged toward the left sea demon with a complete body. He had no weapon in hand. The broken bone had long since disappeared somewhere. But this was land. If there was nothing else, there were definitely plenty of stones. He casually picked up a stone and rushed forward. Midway, his strength happened to level up, with base strength reaching 4 points, and after bonuses, it was as high as 6 points. Haha. The sea demon threatened, her scales bristling. She was quite clever, seemingly aware that the man before her was immune to charm, so she no longer wasted energy singing, but prepared to tear this man apart, with sharp claws and teeth. Yet what she did not know was, if magic were set aside, humans were the undisputed absolute rulers of the land. Even without firearms, their position could not be shaken. Because humans could fight using all kinds of weapons, and they would not even give you a chance for hand-to-hand combat. Yang Yi was exactly like that. He had no regard for martial ethics. Seeing the distance so close, he directly smashed a stone forward, hitting the sea demon square in the face. Yang Yi's strength was 6 points, exceeding the average of 5. This blow injured the sea demon, severely causing her to stagger, bleeding and bruised. Taking advantage, he mounted her and picked up a large new cobblestone, smashing it at the sea demon's face without a shred of chivalry. This was a man-eating beast in human skin. No normal person would show mercy, let alone Yang Yi in his frenzied state. Once, twice, 3 times. Until Yang Yi felt he had smashed something, and the sea demon beneath him stopped resisting. He paused. He was not unscathed. On his back were several bruised and blackened whip marks from the fishtail, and on his body were several scratches with flesh torn open. The power of that fishtail was truly frightening, but fortunately, as Suna had said, the upper body was similar to human strength. As long as the battle was on land, humans still had the advantage. In the sea, it would be the opposite. After finishing this sea demon, Yang Yi casually picked up a piece of tissue and put it in his pocket, then ran toward the last sea demon. The battle here was in a stalemate. Su Na and the sea demon were locked together, rolling like gourds on the ground, their faces and bodies covered in muddy sewage. The sea demon was injured with one arm broken, and Su Na was physically weak. The two were grappling, and for a moment neither could overpower the other. Until Yang Yi intervened, breaking the balance. 2 against 1. Yang Yi directly stepped on the sea demon, drew his flintlock pistol, and prepared to shoot the head. Don't shoot, I need it intact, especially the head. Yang Yi recalled Su Na's earlier request, so he stopped and asked, then what do you want me to do? I've observed her chest rises and falls, so she likely breathes with lungs. Try strangling her. Su Na used her full weight to pin the sea demon, signaling Yang Yi to act. The latter nodded without hesitation and directly gripped the sea demon's throat with both hands. Before long, the sea demon's resistance weakened. A few minutes later, she was completely still, her eyes rolled back, seemingly dead. To prevent her from feigning death and reviving Yang, he maintained his grip for 5 minutes until Su Na patted him, and he let go. At this point, the 3 sea demons were completely dead. I didn't expect sea demons also breathe through their mouths. I thought they had gills. Yang Yi joked, examining the sea demon. At first glance, it was as if a human and a fish had been forcibly spliced together. Su Na, on the other hand, felt behind the sea demon's ear. She has gills behind the ears. How exactly they function will need to be clarified through dissection. Su Na felt around the sea demon's body like a child with a coveted toy constantly fiddling. Yang Yi had little interest. He only needed to know the sea demon's weaknesses and how to kill them, not the detailed structure. He opened the log to view the specific information about the sea demon. Name: low-level sea demon. Description: sea demons are a type of demon that captures men at sea with their songs and beauty, half-human, half-fish, usually living in groups. They enjoy fully toying with their prey before eating them bit by bit. This one was a low-level individual with limited intelligence and weak strength. There are also high-level sea demons. Yang Yi became highly alert. If it were a high-level sea demon before he triggered the frenzied state, he might have already died in the arms of pleasure. Even if he triggered the frenzy, he would most likely still be unable to defeat them. Truly terrifying creatures. He hoped that next time he encountered them, he would have developed resistance to charm. On the other side, Su Na had already begun to dissect the sea demon's corpse. The scene was somewhat bloody. Yang Yi directly averted his eyes and started looking at the weather forecast. He must quickly grasp the information and figure out what had happened in these 3 days. Today's weather storm is coming. Flee the dark clouds above as soon as possible. Location: Chiyuan Sea Storm, sea area, sunshine, duration unknown, temperature 1220. Wind force level 8. Yang Yi began to check the announcements from the previous days. An unprecedented great storm is sweeping across the Chiyuan Sea. You need to hurry and escape this storm sea area that is about to spiral out of control. Friendly reminder: the speed of the black mist will increase to 15 knots. If you are slow, you might die. After reading, Yang Yi frowned deeply. Wasted 2 days, we must hurry, and set off. He began to look for the traces of the nightmare. Now the island had been mostly submerged by the sea, with the land diameter less than 1 kilometer. At the original island boundary, only some treetops emerged above the sea surface, and the water depth was estimated at about 10 meters. He saw the shadow of the nightmare on the left side. Fortunately, it hadn't been blown away by the wind, perhaps because the sails were tattered rags. As for the distance from the nearest land, it was about several hundred meters, probably less than a kilometer. At sea, this was a very long distance, especially for a land creature. Yang Yi was not a strong swimmer. He had only learned to swim as a child. Swimming a few dozen meters was still within his ability. But to swim several hundred meters would be a bit too much to ask. Moreover, the seawater was turbulent, and there might be undercurrents below. At a loss, he saw Su Na stuffing a piece of sea demon corpse into her own belly. Yang Yi looked closely. Then he noticed that under Su Na's clothes on her belly was a black pouch attached. Is this a spatial pouch? Yang Yi hadn't expected that she actually had such a rare item. Name: witch's personal treasure pouch. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: it can be attached to any part of your body and cannot be stolen. It provides 1 cubic meter of space for storage, but cannot store living creatures. A qualified witch must first have her own treasure pouch. Yang Yi immediately had an idea and walked towards Su Na. How to fold a low-rank sea demon to occupy the least space when crammed into a cubic meter. Su Na didn't bother to think about it and chose a more convenient method: cut it into more pieces. The fishtail in one piece, the human torso in another, and the hands and head could also be detached. Then stacked neatly, they wouldn't take up much space. Su Na was currently doing exactly that. Yang Yi walked over and asked, "Do you have any simple rope?" 15 units, Su Na replied. 1 unit equals 1 meter. Great! Yang Yi exclaimed joyfully. Give me all the rope. He'll make a raft so we can cross this sea. If they swam over, the distance was too far and too dangerous. Upon hearing this, Su Na paused her actions and looked at the sea. Her Zhanxinghao was parked next to the Mengyanhao, nearly a kilometer from the shore. Indeed, it was not easy to swim. All right. Su Na thought for a moment, then agreed to Yang Yi's proposal and handed him all the rope. At this point, cooperation was the best choice. Moreover, the recent battle had forged a basic level of trust between them. Yang Yi took the rope first, ran back to the cave, converted the clothes on the male corpse into cloth, then rummaged through the pile of bones, obtaining a total of 5 cloth, and synthesizing it into 5 units of simple rope. Thus they had 20 units of rope. Then came the logs. Yang Yi had a flintlock gun, which was powerful enough to blast through a moderately thick tree with a single shot. After spending some time firing a few shots, they had enough logs. Then using the witch's dagger, he refined the logs and tightened them with the rope. A small raft 1 meter wide was completed. It took 13 units of rope and 8 logs. The extra rope could be tied around the waists of Su Na and Yang Yi. If one of them accidentally fell into the water, the other could rescue them in time. Preparations were complete, and now it was up to the two's execution. After all, they had only known each other for a short time, and there were many uncertainties. All right, come on up. The raft is ready, Yang Yi said to Su Na. He had checked the raft but had enough buoyancy to carry 2 people. The latter had also finished dismembering the sea demon, walked over, and climbed onto the raft. Each held a simple paddle carved from a dagger, and pushed the raft toward the ship. Thanks to the trees and the island, this stretch of water was much calmer than the open sea. The process went smoothly, and they quickly approached the ship. Yang Yi even started eyeing the coconut trees. Although the trees were submerged, they still had coconuts hanging which could be grabbed with a claw hook. Just as he was thinking this, a tremendous force struck the bottom of the raft, nearly throwing both of them into the sea. There's something in the water, and it's not small. Yang Yi immediately became alert, pointing his flintlock at the water. Su Na had nearly fallen over, and was now lying on the raft. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a dark shadow swimming past. There's a giant snake in the sea right here. She pointed in a direction and warned. Yang Yi was about to look, but the raft was lifted again, and one rope snapped, causing the raft to become loose. If this happened a few more times, the raft would definitely fall apart. Then both of them would fall into the water and be directly attacked by the giant sea snake. The consequences would be dire. They were still 200 meters from the ship, and swimming there in a short time was impossible. Thinking this, Yang Yi's eyes blazed with ferocity. He was in a frenzied state, brave, fearless, and extremely combative. Since the sea snake wanted to eat him, then being eaten would be no complaint. He grinned and tried to fire the flintlock while submerged in water. Boom. Water splashed. As expected, the flintlock was completely unaffected by water. It could be soaked in rain or even submerged and still fire. Su Na heard the commotion and turned around, asking, "What are you doing?" "Testing the gun." Su Na frowned, not understanding Yang Yi's words, and proposed her own method. "We can try to lure it away with the sea demon's flesh. He'll throw it far." "No need. That's useless." Yang Yi shook his head, staring at the dark shadow in the water. "I can feel it. It's targeting me, inviting me down to fight." "Feel? Are you having a relapse? How many sanity points do you have left?" Yang Yi didn't answer her. Like a madman, he jumped straight into the water, leaving only these words in the air. "When there's a big commotion underwater, just pull me up. You're going to fight it in the water. This is suicide." But in truth, Yang Yi had a high chance of winning. He was very calm, counting the time. In 15 seconds, he could fire again. With the power of this flintlock, just one hit would kill the snake, while the snake would need several minutes to kill him. Because the snake lacked teeth to tear apart prey, it usually killed by constriction and suffocation. During this time, Yang Yi could fire at least 3 or even 4 shots. If one shot hit, the snake would be cut in 2 on the spot. The prey had come down willingly, and the giant sea snake was only too happy to coil around him. The snake was as thick as an adult's thigh, agile as a fish, and an excellent swimmer. On land, Yang Yi might have been able to fight it. But in the water, without a suitable weapon, his winning chance was nearly 0. He was tightly coiled by the snake, barely freeing his right hand to have a chance to shoot. What did it matter if the rest was given to it? Soon Yang Yi pulled the trigger for the first time. Click. The gun misfired. But it didn't matter, he still had a chance. The sea snake coiled tighter, and Yang Yi felt his ribs rubbing against each other, unable to resist. He counted the time and fired a second shot. Click. Another misfire. The air had been squeezed out of Yang Yi's lungs, his ribs were at risk of breaking, and his whole body went numb. But he remained calm, waiting for the next opportunity to fire. The sea snake sensed something was wrong. Yang Yi was different from any prey it had seen before. It delivered a killing blow, sinking its teeth into Yang Yi's left shoulder. "You dare bite me? Then I'll bite you too." Yang Yi bit back onto the snake's body, his force strong enough to penetrate its scales. At the same time, his third shot came, aimed at the snake's head on his left shoulder. Boom. Thunder exploded underwater. The shot blasted off half of the sea snake's head. But it didn't die immediately, letting out a mournful hiss and releasing the troublesome prey. Its death was inevitable. "I won." Yang Yi achieved final victory, feeling a sense of relief and relaxation. Despite the difficult process, he had won. His body began to sink slowly. "Damn, I need to swim up." Yang Yi tried to control his body, but found it had no strength. On the surface, a loud bang sent water splashing into the air. Immediately after, large amounts of black blood floated up. Su Na had been watching the underwater commotion. As soon as she heard the gunshot, she pulled the rope around her waist. but the other end of the rope was broken. At some point the rope had snapped during Yang Yi's struggle with the sea snake. Suna looked at the water, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally jumped in. Several minutes later Yang Yi coughed up a large mouthful of water, including a piece of bitten-off snake skin. After resuming breathing, his blood energy quickly recovered and his consciousness cleared. It was Suna who had saved him and performed CPR. "Thank you, I owe you my life," Yang Yi said. Before he passed out he had noticed the broken rope and thought he was doomed, but this woman had jumped in to save him. At the same time he noticed that the unlock condition for his skill had become 23. By now Yang Yi had roughly guessed what the condition was, likely to be on the brink of death 3 times. On the other side, Suna's heart was also filled with mixed emotions. She looked at Yang Yi with a strange expression, as if observing a rare creature, risking his life to fight without hesitation. This goes against biological instinct. How strange. They'll have to record this in my observation diary. After finishing her thoughts, she noticed the wound on Yang Yi's shoulder. "You were bitten. This snake might be venomous." Suna leaned in and tried to suck the venom out of the wound with her mouth, stopping only when the blood she spat out turned bright red. Yang Yi looked at her, feeling a touch of gratitude. After all, this action was risky. Although snake venom is mostly protein and would be digested by stomach acid if there were mucosal breaks in the mouth or digestive tract, it could be dangerous and cause poisoning. After the treatment, Yang Yi caught his breath. The two approached the ship smoothly and boarded their respective vessels. Yang Yi's observation diary, his frenzied state, is so fascinating. He never retreats, has clear cognition, and formulates battle plans. But he himself may not have noticed how strong his battle lust is, how eager he is to kill his opponent, even if it means his own death. He won't hesitate. But what if the opponent is too powerful? What choice would he make then? This requires further observation. Back on the boat, the fish and shellfish he had caught earlier had already rotted and were inedible. Yang Yi kept only 1 cystic pufferfish and returned the rest to the sea. His food supply now consisted of only 1 black bread, 3 eyeball fruits, and 38 vitality coconuts. He had 1 liter of fresh water left. Yang Yi ate 3 eyeball fruits, picked up a vitality coconut, and prepared to make a bottle of vitality coconut juice to restore his energy. Players Suna requests to board the ship. Yang Yi decisively agreed. She boarded from the stern and quickly entered the cabin of the nightmare. At that moment Yang Yi was mixing the vitality coconut juice. "You can make potions?" Suna asked in surprise. "Yeah, I got a recipe on the island. I can mix salt and vitality coconuts to make vitality coconut juice. Want to try some?" Yang Yi handed the prepared coconut juice to Suna. She had saved his life, so giving her something was no big deal. Suna took it, examined it curiously for a moment, but didn't drink it. Instead, she put it into her treasure pouch. "I won't take any supplies from your boat," Yang Yi suggested, then drank the newly mixed vitality coconut juice. Suna didn't mind. After all, the astrolabe had hardly any supplies. It was dirt poor. "Should we cooperate again?" Yang Yi proposed. The sea storm was fierce. If they worked together, their chances would be much higher. Moreover, the astrolabe could provide navigation charts, so they wouldn't get lost in the storm. All right. Suna agreed, as that was exactly why she had come. Yang Yi stepped out of the cabin. Outside was pitch dark, the sky covered with dark clouds. The howling wind mixed with seawater rocked the ship violently. He didn't plan to set off immediately, because there was an urgent matter to handle. He had been poisoned by a snake and needed medicine to detoxify. His log's attribute panel already showed a poison status. Moreover, the sea serpent's information clearly indicated it was poisonous. Yang Yi walked to the monster gacha machine and threw in the flesh of the 2 sea demons along with the snake skin. Name: large sea serpent. Description: a cunning giant sea snake larger than ordinary pythons that enjoys torturing its prey. Can be put into the monster gacha machine. Slightly toxic. Are you sure you don't want to exchange that sea demon corpse for gacha? Yang Yi suddenly turned and asked, because there was another sea demon corpse in Suna's treasure pouch. No. Suna shook her head like a rattledrum. In her eyes, the corpse had great value, far exceeding the gacha. By studying the sea demon's physiology, she could gain the knowledge she desired. And knowledge was far more precious than items. Yang Yi shrugged, didn't persuade further, and turned to rotate the dial on the chest of the octopus-headed gacha machine, producing the sound of gacha balls colliding. Soon 3 gacha balls were spat out. Suna stood behind Yang Yi, watching his every move, and took out a small notebook to record carefully. Yang Yi lives on a ghost ship. His mental state is worrying. His gacha machine is a terrifying octopus head, but Yang Yi seems to like this octopus head. Yang Yi, unaware, picked up the light orb on the ground. First was a can with a mermaid pattern on it. Name: Siren's voice type, consumable quality, fine description, contains a special gas. When opened and inhaled, it emits a piercing screech that temporarily paralyzes nearby creatures and reduces their sanity. Inhaling it causes a loss of 20 sanity. You have obtained the Siren's voice, but obviously you cannot sing. The second item was a blue crystal pendant. Name: Siren's tier type, relic quality, fine description, when worn, spirit 2, immune to charm effects. If you hear a siren's song, it will be converted into a piercing wail. Occasionally, it causes auditory hallucinations, as if a siren is whispering in your ear, reducing sanity. You can only listen to my singing. You belong to me. The third item was a short sword. Name: sea serpents, fang type, treasure quality, fine description. A short sword made from the fang of a large sea serpent. Has a slight paralyzing effect and can deal minor damage to aberrations. Yang Yi was lucky. The 3 gotcha balls yielded 2 pieces of equipment, one of which was a weapon, just in time to make up for the awkward low damage output during the flintlock's cooldown. He thought for a moment and decided to sell or trade the other 2 items. The Siren's Tear was a great weapon against sea demons, but Yang Yi had a berserk state that came with immunity, so the Siren's Tear was somewhat useless to him. As for charm, such mental attacks would be quickly adapted to by players with high spirit attributes. The first time he was charmed, Yang Yi lost 10 sanity, but later it only deducted 5. Next time it probably wouldn't even deduct 5, having little effect. The Siren's Voice was a decent item, but Yang Yi urgently needed to recover from his injuries, so he had to reluctantly part with it. He immediately sent a private message to Zhou Dai, the captain of the Radiant Goddess. Yang Yi, I need 2 bottles of holy water. Do you have any? The other side seemed busy but took a few minutes for a reply. Zhou Dai, long story short, I'm busy sailing now and don't have time to produce holy water. My stock is limited. Yang Yi understood her meaning. She had stock, but the price was high. However, Yang Yi had enough bargaining chips, so he replied, 1 bottle of vitality coconut juice, the Siren's Tear, and the Siren's Voice. He'll trade these together for 2 bottles of holy water. This time Zhou Dai's reply was much faster. Are you a male player? You actually killed a sea demon? She asked in disbelief. After all, many male players had already fallen to sea demons in the chat channel. At this price I can give you 3 bottles of holy water. Let's cooperate again in the future. The deal was quickly made. Yang Yi threw the trade items into the monster gacha machine, and soon 3 bottles of holy water were in his hands. He immediately drank 1, then handed 1 to Suna. You were right, that sea serpent is poisonous. Just in case, you should drink 1 too. It can detoxify and heal. Suna took the holy water but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she curiously examined it, and then started to put it into her treasure pouch. I told you to drink it, not to put it away. Yang Yi interrupted Suna's action. If you want, drink it, then give it back. At the same time, Yang Yi was puzzled, feeling that Suna was strange. She had done the same with the vitality coconut juice, the holy water, and the sea demon's body. Why did she like to put everything into her treasure pouch? Suna was stunned for a moment, showing no reaction. But she could see that Yang Yi was serious, so she finally relented, opened the bottle, and drank the holy water. You can't just hold it in your mouth. Yang Yi's sharp eyes noticed that the woman hadn't swallowed it at all, though she was holding it in her bulging cheeks. Suna frowned, looking somewhat displeased, but under Yang Yi's coercion, she reluctantly swallowed it. Open your mouth, and let me see. Oh. Suna obediently opened her mouth, appearing to have truly drunk it. Yang Yi nodded. In fact, Suna also had injuries, and this would help her recover faster. But secretly, Suna took out a small notebook and began to record. Yang Yi is very fierce and likes to force people. What are you writing? Yang Yi walked over and asked. Nothing. Suna calmly hid the notebook. Seeing this, Yang Yi didn't feel comfortable asking further, as it was her privacy. You've seen the chat channel and announcements, right? Everyone is desperately trying to escape this sea area. We have to escape too. Yang Yi analyzed the situation and asked Suna about the astrolabe's information. Her astrolabe was only level 1 slower than the level 2 nightmare by 10 knots. They discussed using grapples to tie the 2 ships together. That way neither ship would fall behind. Before we leave, help me with one more thing. Yang Yi looked at the coconut trees, which only showed their crowns with the coconuts almost floating on the water. Come with me. Let's circle the island once and grab these coconuts. We'll take as many as we can, just 1 round, and not linger too long. Suna nodded in agreement. Yang Yi had originally wanted to take them all, but that would take too much time. The 2 ships circled the island once and harvested a total of 92 vitality coconuts. This was quite a lot. Yang Yi was satisfied and generously gave half to Suna, so each got 46. Including the 34 originally on the boat, the 2 had a total of 126 vitality coconuts, 80 for Yang Yi and 46 for Suna. For a long time to come, Yang Yi wouldn't need to worry about energy recovery. Weather report: the storm has intensified. Beware of floating debris at sea. Location: origin, sea storm sea. Sunshine duration, unknown. Temperature 13-18 C. Wind force level 9. Yang Yi and Suna had formed a fleet and had been sailing for 2 days. During these 2 days they had never seen the sun. The sea was pitch black with limited visibility. The wind had also increased by 1 level, churning the waves. A ship that normally sailed at dozens of knots could barely maintain half that speed. At the beginning of the storm, the wind was only level 4, which was the golden period for travel. During that time, Yang Yi was seduced by a sea siren, missing the golden travel window. His progress fell far behind, placing him at the tail end of the main fleet. From the chat channel, he learned that his friend Captain Su Dai of the Swift Wind had already broken out of this stormy sea the previous night. Suda's ship had a speed of 70 knots, the fastest in the game. If it had already been upgraded to level 2, it would likely be even faster. He released intelligence outside the storm sea. The wind was calm, and the sun was bright. It was expected that within the next 2 days many fast ships would break out of the stormy sea. Except for 2 unlucky souls who set off late, Yang Yi and Suna. Damn it. Yang Yi hadn't slept in days, his eyes bloodshot, his temper frayed. He drank a bottle of coconut refresher to replenish his energy and privately messaged Suna in the log. Suna, are there any islands or reefs ahead? He didn't want to blindly run aground on some island or crash into a reef. No, don't bother me. This is a critical moment. Since she had returned to the astrologer 2 days ago, she hadn't shown her face. What exactly are you doing? Yang Yi asked. But Suna didn't reply. She was in the cabin of the astrologer where a long wooden table was set up. Nearby was a crystal ball the size of a basketball, displaying a nautical chart of the surrounding 100 nautical miles. Yet her attention was not on the chart, but on the sea siren's corpse on the table. Suna used the witch's dagger as a scalpel, slicing open the siren's skin to observe the complex neural and vascular structures, inferring the composition of its organs, and recording everything in detail. Some organs had already been completely removed, including the brain and eyeballs stored in glass jars. She had spent a considerable amount of resources to trade for several glass jars, all for this moment. This sea siren has multiple defects in its body structure. It would be more appropriate to call it a half-mermaid. There are signs of immune rejection inside her body, as if human and fish organs were forcibly stitched together, both sides rejecting each other. She needs to consume humans to alleviate this rejection. She muttered her findings as she recorded them. But this rejection reaction seems to be weakening. If it disappears entirely, the sea siren's body might undergo new changes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was still at the helm, dodging floating debris carried by the currents. If not for the storm, many would have been eager to use grappling hooks to grab these floating objects. But now everyone avoided them like the plague. These floating objects were large, fast, and some were simply ship fragments from some unfortunate player. So Yang Yi remained on high alert, nerves taut, steering clear of them. His nightmare was a wreck with low durability of only 600. The hull was made of rotten wood, utterly lacking in sturdiness. Just 3 collisions had already cost over 100 durability points. A few more hits and his ship would fall apart. In a dire situation, Yang Yi considered using the pirate ship blueprint. But the system prompted that the environment was unsafe and did not allow modification using the blueprint. With no other choice, he had to grit his teeth and continue sailing. At the same time, Yang Yi was monitoring the world channel to keep track of changes and movements in the sea. The news was mostly bad, filled with player complaints. Damn. The wind was so strong, I think I sailed in the wrong direction. Can anyone tell me which way to go? How much further is it? Hurry, hurry, hurry. Buying lumber, high price for lumber. I have millions in my bank account. Just give me 10 lumber, and it'll give you everything. Idiot. Damn, my ship is taking on water. Who's selling lumber? 30 conch coins per unit, unlimited buying. Lumber could repair ships, and its value had skyrocketed, making it hard to obtain. Sometimes 1 unit of lumber could fetch an astronomical price of 50 conch coins. Something from the seabed is attacking my ship. Suddenly a message caught Yang Yi's attention. This could be a new change in the sea monster attack. The victim's plight drew the attention of many players who started asking questions. Bro, are you sure? Could you have hit an obstacle? No, I'm already in the cabin. The hull keeps making sounds. Something is definitely ramming my ship. Oh my god. Haha, the monsters have started spawning. You guys take your time. I can already see the border. Farewell. Save me, it's a fishman. The message was cut off. The player was presumably dead. The system had sent his last unfinished words. Yang Yi tensed up as well. A splash of sea spray hit Yang Yi's face, chilling him to the bone. He immediately contacted Suna. Suna, there might be monsters in the sea. We need to prepare. What's going on with you? Yang Yi asked. Suna had finished the dissection, her face flushed with excitement, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. Her eyes were bloodshot, her breath fragrant as she looked at the message popping up on the log. Conditions met: dissect and study alien demons 22. Your talent has been unlocked. Forbidden Scholar. Forbidden Scholar permanently reduced sanity cap by 20. Occult system unlocked. Now you can construct special buildings, develop your own unique recipes, and create distinctive artifacts. You couldn't resist your curiosity after all. Little did you know. This might be a path of no return. Suna, I'm asking you. What are you doing? Answer me. Yang Yi was getting angry. Only then did Suna take a deep breath, calm herself, and reply. What's up? How's your ship's durability? Yang Yi asked. Almost no damage. Good. Come to the nightmare. They'll give you permission. Repair my ship and bring the durability to full. Okay. Suna agreed. She packed her precious organs and body parts into her treasure pouch, grabbed the crystal ball, and walked toward the nightmare. The 2 ships were connected by ropes and grappling hooks close together. Normally, placing a wooden plank would suffice to walk across easily. But now both ships were rocking, so crawling was safer than walking. Suna crawled across the plank and upon boarding the nightmare was called into the cabin by Yang Yi. I've given you permission. Use stone to craft a stone hammer, then repair the nightmare's durability to full. After that, stay on the nightmare. We might encounter monsters soon, and it's dangerous to be separated. In the world chat channel, messages about players being ambushed kept popping up. The monsters they encountered were all different. There are many red lanterns in the water. They're gathering towards me. Has anyone encountered them? What the hell are they? Fireflies, nothing to fear. Damn. A dozen small fishmen have trapped me in the captain's cabin. Fight me one-on-one. Who's that standing on the sea, blocking my route? A demon fell into my trap. It's called the Drowned One. I've already riddled it like a honeycomb. Wait. Yang Yi silently mourned for him for a second. He was probably blown up by the Drowned One. Almost every minute someone was attacked and died. Yet at the same time, many managed to escape this stormy sea unscathed. On Yang Yi's side, perhaps because the Yinqing set sail late and was far from the main fleet, he encountered no monsters. Instead, another matter troubled him. He had run out of food. Water was not a concern. He had vitality coconuts, but he must replenish protein and energy. So now, do you have any food on your ship? Yang Yi sent a private message. Only 1 liter of water. Suna's voice came from his ear. She had just finished repairing the ship and walked to the bow deck, holding a crystal ball. This crystal ball was a dynamic nautical chart capable of synchronizing the sea conditions within 100 nautical miles. Now only 2 ships were shown on it, the Zhanxing and the Mingyan, their markers very close together. Your ship's map. Can it be dismantled? Yang Yi asked in surprise. This crystal ball is a receiver. It works as long as we're not too far apart. Suna explained. The chart was actually quite crude. Apart from ships, it only displayed large obstacles on the sea. Giant floating objects appeared as small black dots, while islands showed as large shadows. By avoiding these black dots, they could effectively prevent their vessel from being caught in the turbulent currents of huge floating debris. At the same time, the chart kept them from losing their way. Another day passed. Even if Yang Yi were made of iron, he would have to sleep and rest. Sailing became a 2-person shift. When tired, they slept in the captain's cabin. The nightmare of the Mangyan seemed to plague only the captain. At least Suna never mentioned having nightmares. During this time, Yang Yi kept an eye on the chat channel, hoping to buy food. But he was doomed to disappointment. Because of the storm, most players had run out of food and wouldn't sell. Those who did sell were the lucky few who had escaped the stormy sea. The prices were exorbitant, and even so they were snatched up in seconds. Yang Yi sent a private message, but the other party only replied after more than 10 minutes. 3 words: sold out. Some didn't even reply. This was true hunger marketing. Those who couldn't buy would starve. This can't go on. Yang Yi sat up from the captain's bed, his stomach growling incessantly. Suna was at the helm now. The wind had reached force 11, and standing on the deck required a slight crouch to keep balance. His clothes had never dried. They were perpetually wet, carrying a salty, briny smell. I must get some food. If I run out of strength, it's all over. Yang Yi muttered to himself. He ate a vitality coconut, drank all the coconut water, and even devoured the coconut meat cleanly. Without food, he could only eat coconuts. But they weren't filling. He needed high-energy food to sustain himself. After much thought, the only way Yang Yi could think of to obtain food was fishing. And he happened to have a fishing rod. Suna, if this continues, we'll starve. I'll try fishing. You keep sailing for a while. Okay. Suna replied curtly. Yang Yi carried the fishing rod to the ship's midsection, picked a suitable spot, and prepared to cast. As the saying goes, the bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Nowadays, it might be the bigger the waves, the stranger the fish. And maybe the bigger the fish. But he underestimated the difficulty of fishing in a storm. The ship pitched and rolled, the waves were turbulent, the float was barely visible, and there was no sign of a bite. An hour passed. Yang Yi nearly achieved the achievement of baiting with human flesh, but caught nothing at all. 2 hours passed, still no catch, and he was getting irritable. He opened the world chat channel and sent a message. Has anyone tried fishing? He attached a photo of fishing in the storm. Fishing, my ass. You have time to fish instead of dodging floating debris. Indeed, only Yang Yi had the leisure to fish. Everyone else had to watch out for floating objects. You'll catch a mermaid, and then she'll eat you. In reality, if he really caught a sea demon, it was uncertain who would eat whom. Amid a pile of lively replies, a reliable piece of information finally appeared, probably from a seasoned fisherman. The waves are high now, so the fish are deep. Your float is useless. If you insist on fishing, remove the float, let out a long line, attach a weight, and sink it deep. Yang Yi suddenly understood. He immediately adjusted the line length, removed the float, and tied a small piece of stone to the hook. After all, in this world, bait was optional. Half an hour later, there was finally a reaction. The reel spun wildly. Yang Yi tugged, and a tremendous force nearly pulled him into the sea. He barely managed to brace his feet against the ship's edge to avoid falling in. He continued to pull, but the other end stopped struggling. What's going on? Did the line break? Yang Yi leaned over to look. A red glow appeared from the deep, drawing closer, like a red lantern the size of a fist. What is this? He immediately became alert and drew his flintlock pistol. The next second, a shark burst out of the water, charging straight at Yang Yi. It was a hammerhead shark over a meter long, entirely red, with a smooth, streamlined body. Its head was peculiar, flat like a shovel with two eyeballs hanging from the sides, emitting a faint crimson glow in the darkness. But even stranger were its two sturdy hind legs, bumpy and toad-like. This fish is off. Your sanity drops by 5. The shark broke through the water, opening its enormous maw, aiming to bite Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He immediately lay flat to dodge, while pulling the trigger of his flintlock. Bang! A flash of fire erupted. The shot was immensely powerful, snapping the shark, as thick as an adult's waist, into 2 halves. But it was not dead yet. Its upper half kept twitching, lunging to bite Yang Yi. Yang Yi grabbed the sea serpent's fang, seized the moment, and mounted it. After 2 fierce stabs, the shark finally stopped moving. Name: hammerhead devil shark. Type: food. Description: a hammerhead shark contaminated by the abyss, cruel and bloodthirsty. Its flesh is edible and can also be used for gacha. If eaten, it cannot be used for gacha. You must choose one of the 2. Please note, this is a social creature. When you find one, it means a group follows behind. After reading the description, Yang Yi's pupils contracted as he instantly looked at the sea. One by one, red lanterns lit up, growing in number, converging on the Mengyan. They did not mourn their dead comrade for a moment. They surfaced one after another, exposing their dorsal fins, as if trying to leap onto the Mengyan. The number was close to 100. So now something's wrong. Yang Yi immediately ran to the bow deck. She too sensed the anomaly and abandoned the helm to join him. Another hammerhead devil shark jumped onto the deck. This species could move on land to some extent, using its 2 hind legs to hop, like a toad, though clumsily. Only 1 or 2 meters per leap. But with such numbers, it was impossible to fight them hidden. Yang Yi observed the sharks, and suddenly an idea struck. So now we must climb the mast to have a chance of survival. Yang Yi judged. He had observed the movements of the demon sharks, and discovered that they could only leap on the deck, and they had only hind limbs. This meant the demon sharks lacked climbing ability. If they could just hide on the mast, they would be invincible. Action followed words. Yang Yi held a flintlock pistol in his left hand, and the fang of the sea serpent in his right, equipped for both ranged and close combat. But Suna had no suitable weapon. Using that small dagger against the sharks was too dangerous. I have a bow in my cabin. Well, grab it when we run past. You can use it. Suna nodded, her hair whipping wildly in the gale. There was no fear on her face, but instead a hint of excitement flickered as she glanced at the demon sharks. I want one complete shark, especially the eyeballs must be intact. Suna suddenly spoke. Let's survive first. The 2 immediately moved, rushing toward the starboard side. The sharks were all gathered on the port side, so the starboard was relatively safer. They crouched low and advanced swiftly against the strong wind. On the starboard side, the captain's cabin had no door, but Yang Yi could improvise one with his flintlock pistol. The cooldown should be just right now. Yang Yi fired a shot, blasting a large hole just big enough to reach in and grab something. He fumbled around and found the pirate longbow placed in the corner, along with over 20 simple wooden arrows, all coated with poison. He handed the bow and arrows to Suna, and then they hurried toward the atrium. The wind was much weaker in the atrium located between the captain's cabin and the quarters, with most of the wind blocked, making it easier for archery. As soon as they stepped into the atrium, a demon shark lunged from the shadows on the side. If Yang Yi hadn't noticed in time, he would have been pinned to the ground. He drew the fang of the sea serpent ready to strike, but an arrow shot out from behind him, hitting the demon shark's eyeball. The eyeball seemed to be the vital point of the hammerhead demon shark. Once struck, it fell into complete chaos, rolling on the ground and losing its combat capability. Yang Yi glanced back at Suna. Such excellent archery. They continued running toward the mast. By now there were 7 or 8 demon sharks in the deck atrium. They were all on the left side of the deck, and upon seeing the 2, they leaped over like toads. Suna displayed her prowess, drawing and shooting arrows continuously, hitting every shark's eyeball with precision. Although the shark's eyeballs were large, glowing, and conspicuous, hitting every shot was still remarkable. What did you do before? Yang Yi asked, swallowing hard. I studied medicine. But in middle school, I won the provincial archery championship. Good enough to join the national team. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Yi exclaimed in exasperation. Why didn't you use the bow when we fought the sea monsters before? I was ambushed and my bow fell into the sea. If he had known Suna was this skilled, he would have prepared enough arrows and not feared these jumping sharks. But now their arrows were limited, and they couldn't afford a prolonged fight. Some demon sharks had even swum to the starboard side, preparing to attack from both sides. More and more sharks kept jumping onto the deck. Fortunately, both had reached the base of the mast. While the new sharks were still far away, they had to act quickly and climb the mast. You go first. Once up there, cover me with arrows. Yang Yi pressed his back against the mast, watching the sharks approaching from both sides. This was the most reasonable plan he had thought of. If Yang Yi climbed first, the only weapon he could use was the flintlock pistol. Though powerful, it was far less effective than the bow, which could fire multiple shots in this situation. Suna understood Yang Yi's intention and wasted no time. She stuffed the bow and arrows into her treasure pouch and began climbing. Yang Yi held the fang of the sea serpent horizontally and the pistol in his left hand, assuming a combat stance. The shark on the left arrived first, leaping toward Yang Yi. Yang Yi had observed them for a long time and noticed a characteristic: these sharks could only jump forward. Before jumping, they would first choose a direction, and once their head was aimed, they would leap that way. Using this trait, Yang Yi smoothly sidestepped the shark's attack. As the shark passed by, Yang Yi thrust his sword, driving it directly into the shark's gill slit. The momentum of the demon shark didn't stop, and its body was slashed open with a huge wound. After landing, a pile of viscera spilled out, and it was clearly beyond saving. It works. Yang Yi kept his eyes on all sides and dodged another shark's pounce. He then repeated the same tactic, thrusting the fang of the sea serpent into its gill slit. In this way, he killed 3 sharks that had surrounded him. But Yang Yi was not a seasoned warrior. Not long ago, he had been a bedridden patient, unable even to stand. This clumsy swordsmanship was only possible because he was observant and calm enough. And it wasn't always successful. On the 4th attempt, he made a mistake. He didn't dodge in time, and a shark clamped its jaws onto his right shoulder. The excruciating pain nearly mmade him faint. But Yang Yi's will was as tough as steel. He immediately pressed the flintlock pistol against the hammerhead shark's flat head. This shot must fire. Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Click. The damned pistol misfired again at the critical moment. Damn. Yang Yi didn't give up. He quickly changed tactics, releasing the fang of the sea serpent with his right hand, switching it to his left hand and stabbing at the shark. At that moment, an arrow flew past Yang Yi's scalp, hitting the shark's eyeball. The latter released its bite in pain, allowing Yang Yi to break free, though his right arm was a bloody mess. Hurry up, Suna urged. She sat on a crossbeam about 5 meters above the ground where the sharks couldn't reach, safe and sound. Now she drew her bow and fired, providing great suppressive fire covering Yang Yi's climb. I don't have many arrows left. You'd better hurry. Yang Yi tucked the flintlock pistol into his belt, gritted his teeth against the pain, and began climbing. The sharks that came later were all shot by Suna, so Yang Yi was temporarily safe, but he climbed slowly. He exerted strength in his legs, pressing his left arm and cheek against the mast, struggling upward. Faster. I only have 3 arrows left. Yang Yi had only climbed 2 meters when he heard the bad news. Soon the last 3 arrows were also spent. Suna could only hug the mast tightly with one hand, crouching as low as possible, trying to lend Yang Yi a hand. But the distance was too short. Just then a shark gathered its strength and leaped toward Yang Yi, sinking its teeth into his calf. Teeth and bones collided, producing a chilling sound. Yang Yi, Suna cried out. Yang Yi's body jolted, trembling violently, nauseated by the excruciating pain. But he didn't dare let go, clenching his teeth and enduring. He knew that if he let go and fell, he would surely die. The shark hung on Yang Yi's leg, its sharp teeth tearing at the wound. Yang Yi felt dizzy and tight in his chest, his vision blurred by tears. He looked down at the shark and saw 2 huge blood-red eyeballs. It seemed to be smiling. Smiling at how hard Yang Yi struggled, yet he still couldn't escape death. No way. For no reason, a surge of anger exploded in Yang Yi's chest, burning hot. At the same time, a log message appeared. Condition met, face death 33. You have unlocked the talent. Refuse death. Refuse death triggers when HP is below 10 or upon receiving a fatal injury. HP will not drop below 1. Refuse death for 5 minutes. At the same time, all attributes except Spirit 2, Sanity 50. Afterwards, enter a 24-hour weakness period. All attributes except Spirit 2. During weakness, refuse death is no longer effective. PS refuse death can break through the attribute limit of mortals. Your sanity is below 50, entering the frenzy state. Immune to most mental negative effects. Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 2. Ignore pain, tirelessness, fearless courage until sanity recovers. Under the double boost, Yang Yi's strength reached an astonishing 8 points, while spirit became 4 points. His eyes turned red, filled with bloodshot veins. The right arm that had been limp somehow regained strength, gripping the mast tightly. At the same time, he reached out his left hand, grabbed the eyeball of the demon shark below, and with a casual squeeze crushed the eyeball, sending juice splattering everywhere. Yang Yi violently crushed the eyeball of the shark beneath him. The latter released its grip in agony, but Yang Yi did not let it go. He lifted it by the ruptured eye and slammed it into another shark. With his current strength of 8, he could easily shatter the shark's skull with a single punch. But Yang Yi was no fool. If he could overwhelm his foes, he would not resort to hand-to-hand combat recklessly, at least not now. He flexed his right arm, leaped up with agility surpassing that of a monkey, and landed on the crossbeam. From this moment on, it's only my turn. Yang Yi's expression was stern as he aimed the dark muzzle at the devil sharks below. Bang! A devil shark was cleaved in 2. What happened? Suna looked at Yang Yi in disbelief. One moment he was on the brink of death, the next he had turned the tables and reversed the situation. Such peculiarity. Suna's gaze grew fervent and hungry, as if she wished to devour him whole, to see through him. The look was too blatant, making Yang Yi uncomfortable. He merely brushed it off with a casual remark. Nothing special, I just unlocked a new talent. I see. Suna did not press further. Even if she had Yang, he was not about to reveal the truth. This was his trump card, extraordinarily powerful, capable of turning the tide in crucial moments. Yet the side effect was also lethal, a debilitating period lasting 24 hours. Therefore the fewer people who knew the better. On the other side, Suna also felt a lingering fear. Her rationality had plummeted by over 20 points, nearly driving her to dissect Yang Yi with a dagger. In the end, she managed to restrain herself, keeping her rationality just above 50. Suna, you must not rush. Restrain yourself. Yang Yi is special. Observe him slowly. She silently admonished herself. Yang Yi had no idea what the madwoman was thinking. He took out the holy water, drank 2/3, and poured the remaining third over his wounds. The effect was satisfactory. The wounds soon stopped bleeding. He then drew his flintlock, aimed and fired. One misfire, one shot that killed a shark. The enraged sharks, unable to reach the two, became frenzied. Some began gnawing at the mast. Others started feasting on their dead kin. But the mast was the sturdiest timber of the ghost ship, thick and robust. The shark's jaws were not large enough to damage it quickly. Yet the risk remained. It was a race against time, whether the mast would break first or the sharks would die. There were only about 30 uninjured sharks. Yang Yi believed the odds were in his favor. Wait, no need to shoot anymore. Suna suddenly called out. Why, oi? Yang Yi turned his head. Look, the toxin from the cystic pufferfish is taking effect. She pointed at a shark with an arrow in its eye. That shark was likely the first to be hit, lying askew on the deck, motionless. Soon its carcass was devoured by its companions. Yang Yi immediately understood. Cannibalism, common among insects. That's why some insecticides are designed to delay death, allowing the insects to crawl back to their nests before dying, wiping out an entire colony in one go. Suna explained. I see. Yang Yi nodded, pulling the trigger to kill another shark. But wouldn't my shots accelerate their demise? The bullets cost nothing anyway. Suit yourself. Just leave me one intact, Suna replied. A dozen minutes later, every last shark had perished. The deck was strewn with shark carcasses reeking of blood. Yang Yi, in his weakened state, struggled to climb the mast. His health was only 15. He had to be cautious. A single fall could land him on the brink of death, followed by a swift demise. Suna had already descended. She selected the largest and most intact shark carcass, promptly dissected it, and prepared to store it in her treasure chest. Jackpot. This should be enough for about 70 capsule pulls. Yang Yi's eyes gleamed. In the past, when playing mobile games, his favorite part was the gacha. After pulling, he would delete the game. How about we split it half and half? Yang Yi looked at Suna. You go ahead. I only need one. Suna replied indifferently, seemingly uninterested in the capsule machine. What a waste. Then reluctantly do the pulls on your behalf. Yang Yi could not wait. He began cutting the hammerhead devil shark carcasses, pulling capsules in batches as the bodies gradually vanished. In total, he made 72 pulls. There were 74 hammerhead devil sharks total. One was dissected by Suna, and one was set aside as provisions. To avoid accidental poisoning Yang, he specifically chose the one that had been cut in two at the very start. Fortunately, it had not been eaten by its kin, making it suitable as food. After finishing Yang, he checked the course and map. Satisfied that there were no major issues, he turned his attention to the area beneath the capsule machine. 72 glowing orbs lay there. He had not opened any yet, planning to open them all at once. What secrets would they hold? Yang Yi was brimming with anticipation as he began opening the capsules. You have obtained 1 unit of steel. What? You have obtained 200 conch coins. You have obtained 5 units of wood. You have obtained 5 units of stone. Damn it all. Yang Yi slammed the piece of wood onto the deck. It slowly vanished, transferred to the warehouse. Was this what he lacked? Where were the relics? The treasures? At the very least, some accessories. As the pulls continued, Yang Yi grew numb and ceased to hope. Most of the contents were basic resources: fresh water, steel, wood, cloth, and even crystal. There were also 12 loaves of dark bread, 5 sausages, 3 watermelons. Perhaps the devil sharks were too weak compared to sea monsters and the drowned. Or maybe it was just terrible luck. After opening everything, Yang Yi had only 3 decent items. One was exquisite, 1 fine, and 1 ordinary. Name: low-tier, fire element type, consumable material quality, exquisite description, can be used to enchant equipment, imbuing it with the power of fire. Name: red glowing fishing net type, tool quality, fine description, can be installed on the ship's side to catch passing fish. However, this net emits an unsettling red glow that drives normal fish away. You might have seen this red light somewhere before. Name: shark skin swimsuit type, treasure quality, ordinary description, while swimming increases swimming speed by 25 and reduces stamina consumption. It can easily help you in swimming competitions. Yang Yi put away the 3 items. The abysmal drop rate brought back unpleasant memories. But soon a thought struck him. Could it be that submitting too many of the same monster type drastically reduces the drop rate? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. The system might be encouraging players to hunt different monsters. The simplest way to verify this was to let someone else make a pull. No time like the present. Yang Yi dragged Suna, who was still in the atrium, over and handed her a fin to try the capsule machine. This devil shark was originally meant for food, but since they had plenty of black bread, there was no need to risk eating raw meat. Give it a try, Yang Yi urged. If Suna got a good drop, it would confirm his theory. Repeatedly submitting the same monster's corpse leads to a plummeting drop rate. If she didn't, then it was purely luck-based, and his earlier success was just a stroke of fortune. Suna tossed the fin into the machine and turned the crank. The octopus head's eyes suddenly emitted a golden glow, and even its tentacles turned gold. Wow, golden legend. Yang Yi seemed to hear an auditory hallucination. A golden orb emerged from the octopus mouth, which Suna picked up. Is this the difference between a lucky whale and an unlucky beggar? Yang Yi's face flushed red, feeling for the first time that the game was unfair and malicious. Suna picked up the light orb, her eyes brightened, and she immediately put it into her treasure pouch. What did you get? Yang Yi leaned in curiously. Want to know? Beg me, and he'll tell you. Suna said with a half-smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Fine, keep it to yourself. Yang Yi wasn't the least bit indulgent, nor did he envy her. He had 3 treasures. Even if they weren't gold, he was ahead in quantity. At the same time, many superstitious conjectures surfaced in his mind. Could it be that this shark died earliest, so it yielded the best loot? That possibility can't be ruled out. But the specifics can only be determined by trying later. The only thing certain is that repeatedly submitting the same monster's corpse will greatly reduce the drop rate. Yang Yi told Suna to continue steering while he cleaned up the battlefield. He had to admit the monster gacha machine was very convenient. The shark's corpse and blood were all recycled. However, the damaged deck and mast, as well as the captain's cabin with a big hole, would require materials to repair. Additionally, they had collided with several floating objects during the battle, causing hull damage. Just the repairs cost 40 units of wood. Fortunately, the gacha machine also yielded resources. Currently, the food and resources were as follows. Food: black bread 12, sausages 5, fresh water 8L, vitality coconuts 67, watermelons 3. Suna's cabin had over 40 vitality coconuts. Resources: wood 55, cloth 45, stone 32, steel 10, crystal 8, sulfur 6. Conch coins 2050. Steel, crystal, and sulfur seemed to be advanced resources with a conversion ratio of 5:1 in the gacha. Food was sufficient for now. Unless he was at his wits' end, Yang Yi would not fish in the stormy waters again. He opened the world channel and started leaving a message. Better not fish in the stormy waters. You'll hook monsters. You're so brave. You actually survived. Impressive, you can still talk. Do you have a screenshot? I don't believe it. Yang Yi had no intention of arguing. The reason he didn't post the screenshot was to protect their sanity. A day passed quickly. This was the 6th day since the storm descended. Today, the chat channel was very lively, with players constantly leaving messages saying they had broken out of the stormy waters. It seemed most players were not far from the exit and would soon leave this area. Only Yang Yi and Suna were still far behind. They had lost 2 days of progress. Back when the storm first started, the wind wasn't strong and everyone's ships were fast. It wasn't until later, when the storm intensified and floating objects and monsters appeared, that everyone's speed slowed down. Yang Yi opened the weather forecast to check. Today's weather. Location: origin, sea, stormy waters. Sunlight: duration, unknown. Temperature: 8-12 C. Wind force level 10. The wind had picked up a bit, and the temperature had dropped, making Yang Yi feel a little cold, but it was still within tolerable range. In contrast, Suna was still wearing her original clothes, as if she wasn't cold at all. Yang Yi walked out of the captain's cabin and onto the foredeck. Suna, time for shift change. Yang Yi called out. She nodded, handed over the crystal ball, and after the handover headed toward the captain's cabin of the Nightmare. By the way, aren't you cold wearing such light clothes? Yang Yi asked curiously. No, this clothes keeps me warm. Suna sent a private message. Name: witch's casual outfit. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: keeps warm and waterproof, increases sanity recovery rate. As a witch, the first thing you need is a casual outfit, so others don't know you're a witch. This was a fine quality equipment that increased sanity recovery rate. A free set for a witch at the start. Yang Yi once again questioned the game's fairness, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he had a flintlock pistol of considerable power. Not long ago, he had used a low-grade fire essence to give the sea serpent's fang a transmutation attribute. Originally, he wanted to transmute the flintlock pistol, but it misfired from time to time and was unreliable. Transmutation was just an additional attribute that enhanced power, but it didn't actually help with the weapon's inherent flaws. Moreover, the flintlock pistol was of high grade, and a fine-quality low-grade fire essence probably wouldn't bring about a huge change. It was better to transmute the sea serpent's fang. The effect was very good. The sea serpent's fang was upgraded to a fine quality equipment. Name: sea serpent's fang. Transmuted. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a short sword made from the tooth of a great sea serpent. After transmutation, it gained the power of fire, able to cause burn wounds, and contains fire poison. The blade of the sea serpent's fang had turned red, becoming hot to the touch after prolonged contact, and was much sharper than before. Yang Yi continued to steer, taking shifts with Suna. After another day passed, Yang Yi woke up in the captain's cabin and checked the log. He had only slept for less than 3 hours. He had another nightmare, and this time it was a series of dreams. In the first dream, he dreamed that Suna was pointing a gun at his head with a cold gaze. But how could that be? If she wanted to kill him, she could have done it when he fell into the water during the sea serpent battle. Why wait until now? Yang Yi didn't take it seriously and didn't let his mind wander. He shook his head, feeling a headache from lack of sleep. In the second dream, he dreamed that he was swallowed by a gigantic centipede-like creature. But how could there be a giant centipede at sea? Could this so-called precognition effect be just coincidence and chance? After all, the system hadn't mentioned it. Yang Yi fell into self-doubt, but quickly dismissed the thought. No matter what, he wasn't going to be led around by the nose by his nightmares. Even if the dream had precognitive effects, the one making decisions could only be himself, not the nightmare. Otherwise, wouldn't he become a follower of the nightmare? After eating a vitality coconut, Yang Yi felt much better. His wounds had almost healed. The holy water's effect was good. At most, he would recover fully after 2 days of rest. Why is it so dark? Yang Yi pushed open the door and was startled by the scene before him. Outside, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face. It hadn't been this dark in previous days. Yang Yi immediately checked the weather forecast. Location: origin sea. Sunlight duration none. Temperature 12-18 C. Wind force level 10. Compared to yesterday, the temperature had risen, but the sunlight duration had changed from unknown to none. He suddenly felt a sense of unease, and supporting himself on the ship's railing, he walked toward the bow. "Suna, are you there?" Yang Yi called out loudly, but there was no response. He took out the ship's log. This small booklet emitted light, allowing him to barely see. At that moment, he realized that the nightmare had stopped sailing and was not moving, but due to the surging waves, he hadn't noticed. Yang Yi's heart tightened, and he immediately ran to the foredeck, only to find that the helm was empty. Where is Suna? His pupils constricted sharply, his heart raced, and he quickly looked around for any trace of Suna. There was a faint light to the left front, seemingly blocked by a dark shadow. Yang Yi immediately ran over and found Suna standing there holding the crystal ball in her arms, motionless, staring blankly at the turbulent sea ahead, as if she was mesmerized by something. Seeing this, Yang Yi said crossly, "I called you, why didn't you answer?" She didn't react much, only extended a finger and pointed ahead, saying in a hollow voice, "We seem to be surrounded." Yang Yi immediately followed the direction Suna was pointing. There was total darkness, or so it seemed. But perhaps it was because of Suna's words. Yang Yi began to feel that there seemed to be something writhing on the sea ahead. What is that? Yang Yi squinted, trying to see clearly. Suddenly a flash of lightning streaked across, and Yang Yi finally saw the true appearance of that thing. They were giant long worms shaped like centipedes with segmented bodies and heads with 4 blade-like jaws that opened sideways, capable of cutting prey like a guillotine. This creature was very similar to the bobbit worm in the sea, only much larger. Its diameter was hard to estimate due to the distance. The length was also hard to determine, and most of their bodies were hidden beneath the sea. There were many of them, even at the far reaches of sight, and the nearest was about a kilometer from the nightmare. These giant worms swayed in the storm, shaking their heads, as if performing some ritual or reveling. "You have observed an unknown giant creature. Your sanity decreases by 20. Yang Yi's mind was shaken, and he immediately looked at the crystal ball. The sea chart showed that they were surrounded by these giant long worms, no less than 100. On the map, this monster appeared as tiny black dots the size of sesame seeds scattered around the nightmare. They were surrounded by these giant worms. Yang Yi pulled Suna into the captain's cabin of the nightmare. "What exactly happened?" he asked sternly. "Where did these worms come from?" "About a quarter of an hour ago, the sky suddenly turned dark. I was steering the ship when I noticed many black dots in the crystal ball's image. I stopped the vessel and walked to the very front of the bow to get a clearer view." Suna recalled. "As for what happened afterward, you already know." After listening, Yang Yi immediately took the crystal ball and examined it closely. Meanwhile, Suna began to share her conjectures about these giant worms. These giant worms probably have no eyes or visual organs. Otherwise, they would have noticed the nightmare long ago. They are likely creatures that have lived in darkness for a long time, relying on hearing, smell, or other senses to hunt prey. Due to the storm's interference, their range of perception has been drastically reduced, making them unable to see the nightmare right before them. Suna stated her judgment. Yang Yi meanwhile observed the sea chart with a furrowed brow. At the same time, he opened the world channel to see what other players were experiencing. As soon as he entered, he found the channel in a heated uproar. "How can it be so dark? I'm completely lost. Can anyone tell me where the exit is? So many giant worms have appeared at sea. The nearest one is less than 200 meters from me. Oh my god, God, have you forsaken me?" New dangers emerged in the stormy sea. The players who had escaped gloated and mocked those still trapped. New mobs spawning. Awesome. Serves you right for being so slow. Ever played a battle royale? You're too slow, the poison circle is closing in. Who can you blame? Baka, you can just wait there and die. You must not die. If you die, who will buy the fish I just caught? Ha ha ha. High-priced recycling of second-hand equipment and items. Damn, I'd rather feed the worms than leave a single coin for you. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't be too smug, too soon. Yang Yi turned off the chat channel, his expression grim. By now most people had already escaped the stormy sea. Perhaps because so many had fled, the stormy sea began to expel and eliminate the players still trapped inside. Yang Yi and Su Na, having set off 2 days late, were also trapped. He paced back and forth, suddenly recalling a crucial piece of information. 200 meters. Yang Yi reopened the chat channel, found the comment from that guy, and sent him a private message. Still alive. Are you sure the giant worm was 200 meters from you? The other party, highly tense, replied quickly. Yes, scare me to death. This worm must be tens of meters long and 3 meters thick. Calm down. Take another careful look. Are you sure it's 200 meters? No need to look again. I work in surveying. I can tell the distance at a glance. Yang Yi's eyebrows relaxed, and an idea struck him immediately. He studied the sea chart using the zoom function to set the scale to 1 centimeter to 200 meters, so that 1 centimeter on the map represented 200 meters. He then made a few gestures on the sea chart. Got it. Yang Yi's fighting spirit revived, and he felt invigorated. He said to Su Na, you're right. These worms have no eyesight and their senses are severely limited by the storm. We can try to thread through the gaps between them. Although the route will be winding, these giant worms have considerable intervals between them. It's feasible. Su Na's eyes lit up at this. She was deeply fascinated by these strange creatures and hadn't even considered the idea of escape. But Yang Yi was different. He wanted to survive no matter the cost. But do you know the safe distance? And there might be individual differences among them. A guy gave me a hint, Yang Yi replied. He set the lower limit of distance at 200 meters with no upper limit. The farther the better, and prepared to continue toward the exit using this standard. He'll take the helm from now on. Just in case, don't stay in the cabin, stand on the deck. That way if the worms attack you'll notice right away. If you have to jump into the sea, there might still be a chance of survival. Yang Yi was a man of action, once he had a clear plan, he would execute it. Holding the crystal ball map in one hand and steering with the other, he adjusted the ship's speed as needed, slowing down when passing between two relatively close giant worms. As they approached, with the occasional lightning flashing across the sky, he truly realized how enormous these worms were. Their diameters ranged from 2 to 5 meters, and the parts of their bodies above the water stretched tens or even hundreds of meters. If one of them bit the ship, the nightmare would likely disintegrate on the spot. Yang Yi navigated carefully, changing into a sharkskin wetsuit. If the ship were to be destroyed and he fell into the water, this suit would prove incredibly useful. After 2 hours of slow sailing, Yang Yi felt a slight sense of relief. He had finally found a way to survive, even if it was nerve-wracking. It was still better than a dead end. Yang Yi shared his discovery on the World Channel. Doing so cost him nothing substantial. Instead, it would earn him goodwill and perhaps even unexpected gains. So he posted the message. I found that these worms have a very limited perception range. As long as you keep a distance of over 200 meters, they won't detect or attack you. We can thread through the gaps between them. Really? Bro, you're brave. You actually found this out. But how do we gauge the distance? It's too dark. Wait for thunder. When it strikes, you can see briefly. Yes, they didn't have sea charts, making it much harder to execute. But staying put was definitely a dead end. In the face of hope for survival, humans never lacked courage. Thanks, bro. I made it through smoothly. This method works. You're like a second parent to me. Yang Yi suddenly received many friend requests, and some even sent him items, though not many, mostly supplies they couldn't use for the moment. He selectively accepted some requests. The items he received included wood 3, fabric 2, 27, stone 12, steel 7, crystal 13, and sulfur 4. Someone also sent him a rare item, a treasure from the captain of the fisherman Hichi. Yang Yi accepted his friend request. His ship was slow, blocked by these giant worms, and he hesitated to move forward, though he was not far from the exit. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to sail through. This item is my gift to you in return. You can always fish for treasures again, but you only have one life. Good luck. When this item was spat out from the octopus head's mouth, Yang Yi's eyes nearly popped out. Truly worthy of the fisherman. A seasoned angler, and what he fished out was extraordinary. Name: low-grade abyssal stone type, consumable quality, rare description, a stone that can enhance the quality of relics, raising the grade of relics of fine quality, or below, by 1 level. Place this stone to your ear, and you will hear the sounds from the depths of the sea. It was a magical stone with a translucent black crystal shell inside, which flowed a fluorescent liquid. I never expected my first rare item to be given by someone else. Yang Yi chuckled. He immediately used the soul stone to enhance his rusted flintlock. The soul stone shattered, and the fluorescent liquid surged into the flintlock, altering its attributes. Name: rusted flintlock, emitting a faint glow type, relic quality, rare description. This was once a master's work, gradually regaining its edge. Unlocks dual modes. Cannon mode fires a devastating shot, dealing massive damage with immense recoil. Aim carefully. Afterward, it enters a 12-hour cooldown, during which firing will 100 misfire. Standard mode, no reloading needed. Fire rate increased to one shot every 10 seconds, dealing minor damage. However, due to seawater corrosion, there is a 50% chance it will fail to fire. Yang gazed at the reborn flintlock, his heart surging with emotion. One shot every 10 seconds, though weaker, was a clear improvement. And there was also the cannon mode. His eyes burned with intensity as he looked at the swaying worms. Perhaps. Yang stared at these giant worms, his sanity level dropping to 48, entering a state of frenzy with a restless urge to try. But he maintained his rationality and resisted the impulse to test the gun. No, I can't do this unless absolutely necessary. Navigating between two colossal worms was no easy feat, especially when the gap between them was a mere 500 to 600 meters. It was like dancing on a razor's edge where the slightest deviation could lead to utter ruin. He had to constantly monitor his position and the storm's impact on the vessel. Yang, with nerves taut, weaved and zigzagged for a full 8 hours, leaving a pile of vitality coconuts scattered at his feet. The effect of coconut juice bliss activated once every 24 hours, but vitality coconuts had no such restriction. However, repeated consumption diminished the effect and left him feeling bloated. Thanks to this, Yang felt like an Iron Man still with over 70 stamina. But only he knew how much he was suffering. How far to the exit? He began to waver inside. Yet his will was as tough as steel. He quickly shook his head, stopped pondering, and continued to push forward. His private message channel kept buzzing with notifications, mostly messages of gratitude from other players. During this time, a large number of players had escaped the stormy sea. Their ships were generally slower, and they had been blocked by the giant worms before the exit. After Yang's reminder, they mustered courage, gauged the distance, and dashed out. Many felt indebted to Yang and sent him private messages. Of course, there were those who failed and were devoured by the worms. But the dead could not send messages, so Yang had no way of knowing. Meanwhile, he gleaned some intelligence from the private messages. The sea near the exit was a buffer zone about 50 nautical miles long, free of giant worms, and with much gentler waves. Thus, as soon as he saw a vast expanse of empty sea without worms, the exit was not far off. Yang stared intently at the crystal ball. Within 100 nautical miles, there was no such zone. Every area had worms to some extent. The nightmare was relatively fast, aided by the sea chart, so it should have been exiting by now. Another 3 hours passed. Finally, he spotted a patch of sea with no black dots on the crystal ball, like an eraser had wiped it clean, very conspicuous, about 80 nautical miles from the nightmare. Suna, we're almost out. Yang exclaimed excitedly. But she did not show relief or joy. Instead, she reached out a hand, sensing something, and suddenly replied, "Don't you feel the storm weakening?" Yang's alertness spiked. By now the storm had become a protective umbrella for stranded ships. If the storm weakened, it meant the giant worm's perception range would gradually expand until fully restored. Yang immediately checked the weather forecast. Today's weather: the storm is calming. Surprise, surprise. Location: origin: sea storm, sea sunshine, duration unknown, temperature 12-18 C. Wind force 9. The storm had indeed weakened. Yang remembered it was force 10 when he woke up. The sky was no longer as dark as before, gradually gaining a faint light. So absorbed in sailing, he had ignored these subtle changes, but now he was jolted awake, breaking into a cold sweat. If this continued, the wind would soon drop to force 8, even force 4 or 1. Then, these giant worms would bare their sharp fangs and tear apart any ship in their path. Full speed ahead. Yang nearly shouted, immediately altering his originally cautious route. He was now only about 80 nautical miles from the buffer zone. Rather than painstakingly detour, it was better to choose the shortest possible route, even if it meant taking risks. Because no one knew when the storm would stop. But Yang felt it would come extremely fast, beyond expectations, and by then he would inevitably be attacked by the worms. So he had to be as fast as possible. After another hour of sailing, the nightmare finally reached the edge of the buffer zone, less than 40 nautical miles away. The density of worms here was much lower, but the wind had already dropped to force 4, barely hindering the worms' perception. The world channel was filled with curses. Though only a handful of players, they were all spewing venom, crazily cursing the system. Damn system. F. The worm found me. Yang's situation was the same. 2 giant worms were trailing him, inexorably closing in. He had no idea how these worms could swim so fast with their elongated bodies. Suna also noticed the danger behind and immediately ran to the stern. "What are you doing?" Yang shouted. "I'm going to release the astrolabe's grappling hook. That will buy us some time." This. Yang was surprised, but he didn't stop her. It was indeed a good idea. The worms lacked visual organs and would likely attack the unmanned astrolabe, buying them time. But doing so would leave Suna without a ship. He couldn't care about that now. A survival was paramount. Suna was decisive and directly released the astrolabe's grappling hook. The astrolabe was slower than the nightmare, and without the hook it fell behind, becoming the two worms' prey, as expected. The two worms were not allies either, they even fought over the prey. Seizing the opportunity, the nightmare sped off, creating a considerable distance. But Yang Yi did not relax. With the astrolabe gone, the crystal ball would no longer display the sea chart. Yang Yi could only rely on his memory to navigate. He remembered there was another worm ahead that he had to face head in. This route was the best he could choose. If he took another route, the number of trailing worms would not be 2, but a dozen. Better to risk a desperate fight against this one worm than to be hunted down by a dozen. Suna, take the helm and keep the course. Yang Yi said sternly. When I tell you to jump into the sea, don't hesitate. Jump immediately and don't stand frozen on the bow. Suna nodded and took the helm. Yang Yi stepped forward to the very front of the ship. The nightmare had no weapons and was utterly defenseless against the worm, just a slab of fish on a chopping board. Nor did Yang Yi harbor any hope of luckily evading the worm's attack. So he decided to gamble. Whether this worm was tougher and luckier, or his rare flintlock gun had a larger caliber. He changed into a sharkskin swimsuit, stood on the bow, and braced himself. Soon a dark shadow appeared ahead. Past this shadow, the relatively safe buffer zone awaited. Yang Yi switched the flintlock to cannon mode and sneered. Come on, let's make a bet. With no storm interference, the worm's perception range was astonishingly large. It soon locked onto the nightmare and swam over. Yang Yi's nerves were strung tight. His hand gripping the gun was so white-knuckled that his fingertips turned pale. He was far from a marksman, so he needed to be close enough for a sure hit. Only one chance. Failure meant death. When the distance closed to about 300 meters, Yang Yi gauged the size of the worm. It was about 3 meters in diameter, not large among giant worms, and about 40 meters long above the surface. It lowered its body and charged straight at them, opening 4 razor-like mandibles gleaming coldly like a guillotine, trying to slice the nightmare in one blow. Suna, jump into the sea now. Yang Yi commanded, simultaneously aiming his gun at the worm's head. He saw the worm's mouth parts, 2 rows of bristled arthropod-like appendages forming a circular mouth like a curled spider. These appendages could deliver prey into the mouth where dense rows of sharp teeth would crush it. And its prey was the nightmare before it. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Yang Yi instead calmed down, taking deep breaths. He looked at the worm, seeing it so clearly as if he could smell the salty, fishy odor from its surface. At the same time, this meant Yang Yi and the worm were close enough. Less than 10 meters. Now, Yang Yi pulled the trigger. Boom. The immense recoil sent him flying backward, his right arm numb and aching, crashing into the captain's cabin behind him. The deafening gunshot was like a roar of civilization, challenging nature. Its power was naturally terrifying, no less than a cannon. The shot hit the worm's head directly, blowing it apart. Mouthparts, mandibles, and bones flew out, scattering on the sea. But the worm's momentum carried it forward, still crashing into the nightmare. Nightmare sustained a direct hit, durability 600, hull disintegrating. The fragile nightmare was broken in 2 by the worm. The wind force in the stormy waters had dropped to level 1. The number of survivors plummeted. It was like the shrinking safe zone of a battle royale. Once time ran out, all players caught within the deadly ring would be eliminated. But here in the buffer zone, there were no giant insects, only calm seas and a small deserted island several hundred meters in diameter. A man clad in a sharkskin wetsuit struggled ashore. It was Yang Yi, who had swum nearly 2 nautical miles using a broken piece of driftwood. A woman was also clinging to the wood. Suna, you're heavier than I thought. He panted, complaining. The reason he had chosen this direction was that there was an island on the route lying at the edge of the buffer zone not too far away. If the ship capsized, they could try to swim to this island and take temporary shelter. But Yang Yi had underestimated the distance of 2 nautical miles. Halfway through, his stamina hit 0. If not for his frenzied state, which allowed him to substitute vitality for stamina, he would have become another drowning victim. After reaching the shore, he wanted nothing more than to lie flat on the sand like a dead fish, arms and legs spread out. Beside him lay another dead fish, Suna, who had fainted from exhaustion. She was a decent swimmer, but her stamina was limited, so Yang Yi had dragged her for the second half of the journey. As a result, his own vitality was nearly depleted, reduced to a mere 17 points. He checked his status. Sanity 42,100. Stamina 0,100. Vitality 17,100. Truly a narrow escape from death. Although the nightmare had sunk Yang, he was not despairing. Ever since the astrologer went down, Suna had shared the shipwreck information with him. A ship could be rebuilt. He opened the ship interface, and the top line displayed materials required for ship reconstruction: wood 500, cloth 250. Materials stored in the ship's cabin can be used. Each reconstruction requires an interval of at least 1 month. Items on the ship will be frozen. He checked his resources. The cloth was almost sufficient. Others had given him a large amount earlier. As for wood, the shortage was significant, but he could chop trees. Lost in thought, he drifted into sleep. This time there were no nightmares. He slept more soundly than ever before. After an unknown period, he was awakened by the system announcement. Remaining players in the stormy waters 3. Please Please leave the stormy waters as soon as possible, or you will be devoured by the black fog. Yang Yi opened his eyes and found himself lying inside the island. Beside him was Suna staring at him with eyes as red as blood. The scene felt oddly familiar, but Yang Yi, just awakened, was still groggy and didn't react. Do you know how long you've been asleep? Suna asked. No. Over 12 hours. I woke up and dragged you here. 12 hours have passed. Suna replied. I see. No wonder I'm hungry. Yang Yi said, carelessly rubbing his empty stomach. The long-lost sleep had refreshed him, restoring about 70 of his condition, except for the gnawing hunger. When you were asleep, you were as heavy as a dead pig. Couldn't even drag you. Suna complained. Right back at you. When you passed out, you were just as heavy. Yang Yi shot back immediately. Oh really? Suna wasn't angry. A faint, inscrutable smile crossed her face. But since you're awake, you can answer me now. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. She raised her hand, a flintlock pistol aimed directly at Yang Yi's forehead. Yang Yi knew that gun well. It was his precious baby, the Glimmer flintlock. How had it ended up in Suna's hands? Before he could think, Suna began questioning him, the content eerily familiar. Man, give me 3 sentences. A reason not to kill you. Her crimson eyes looked dangerous, and paired with that half-smile, it sent chills down his spine. At the same time, Yang Yi recalled his nightmare. In the dream, a reedied woman had pointed a gun at his head. Wasn't this exactly that? He tensed up, becoming serious. Suna, this joke has gone too far. Do I look like I'm joking? Suna retorted, the muzzle unwavering, aimed at Yang Yi. That was your first sentence. You have 2 more. Make them count. Yang Yi was rendered speechless. The dark muzzle pressed heavily on him. He looked around and saw that the sea had risen again. The island's diameter was now only about 50 meters. All the trees that could be cut down were gone, apparently felled by the flintlock, turned into timber and piled together. The amount looked less than 300, far from enough to build 2 ships. So Suna intended to monopolize the wood and rebuild only the astrologer. Yang Yi pieced together the situation and narrowed his eyes. When calamity strikes, each bird flies for itself. Such is human nature. His voice turned cold. I can give you all my equipment and the island's wood. Just spare me. No, not enough. Suna shook her head. Have you considered that if I shoot you, all these things will naturally be mine? You. Yang Yi stopped himself immediately, lest he waste his 3rd sentence. He hadn't expected Suna to be so ruthless. After all the trust he had placed in her, Yang Yi was furious, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't come up with any bargaining chip. Finally, he could only roar, then pull the trigger. He stood up, ready to counterattack. The talent death resistance would keep him from dying for a short time. His last trump card. Haha, just as I thought. Even you panic when a gun is pointed at you. Suna suddenly burst out laughing, her body trembling, tears streaming down. You. Yang Yi's expression hardened, displeased. Then Suna added, tell you what. He'll take half of everything you own, and he'll let you live. What? Yang Yi frowned. Still don't get it. I mean, I want to merge with you. What? Merge? Yang Yi looked surprised. Yes, exactly, merge. Suna confirmed. Yang Yi was utterly speechless. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. Suna didn't really want to kill him. She was just getting back at him for what he had done not long ago. He sat back down, laughing wryly. What if I refuse? I have the gun. You have no choice. Suna waved the pistol, striking a victorious pose, and began rummaging through her magic pouch. Yang Yi relaxed, completely thinking this woman must be insane. In the middle of nowhere, she suddenly wants to merge with me. I'm not a transforming mecha that can turn into a head. What kind of merge is that? But judging by the way she's digging into her pocket, she seems serious. Could she be looking for a balloon? His mind wandered as he looked at Suna. When he saw the pile of things she pulled out, any expectation vanished. The items included a siren's tongue, eyeballs, brain glands, trachea, heart, and more, all stored in jars. A bunch of bizarre organs and viscera. Your sanity decreases by 5. Sorry, there's too much stuff, hard to find. Suna finally found what she was looking for. Not a balloon, but a golden card. Yang Yi took it, and his vision darkened. Name, ship, merge, card type, consumable, quality, special description. With the consent of both parties, 2 ships can be merged. The merged ship will be larger, have more rooms, and inherit the skills of both ships. The ship can only possess skills from 2 ships. Subsequent upgrade materials will increase or change accordingly. So this is the merge. Yang Yi turned his head, embarrassed. What else did you think it was? Suna laughed so hard she nearly doubled over. Yang Yi was speechless. This girl definitely did that on purpose. And this item was most likely the golden legendary she had drawn earlier. The captain of the Zhanxing Suna uses a rare item. Ship combination card, applying to combine with your ship. The supplies in both cabins will be combined. Agree, reject, agree. Please vote for the new captain. If there is a tie, the combination will fail and the card will be refunded. The captain has absolute jurisdiction. Only after the captain's death will a new election be held. Yang Yi directly voted for himself, and of course Suna would also vote for him. This was agreed upon before the combination. The captain must be Yang. Yang Yi had no sense of security with Suna as captain. Given her nature, she would likely steer the ship into some trench and feed it to the sea monster there just to determine if the monster's appetite was large enough. After the combination was complete, the ship interface in both players' logs became identical, but the main authority was in Yang Yi's hands. He could allocate some permissions to Su Na, including material distribution rights, hull expansion rights, steering, and restricting entry to certain rooms, etc. The ship also had a chance to rename. Its default name was the combination of the two special ships' names, Mengyan Zhanxing. The name was too long, so Yang Yi directly deleted 2 characters and changed it to Yinxing. Barring any surprises, Yinxing should be the first combined ship among players. Normally, combining ships requires paying a certain amount of materials to modify the hull, but now these materials were counted into the rebuilding. To rebuild the Yinxing, a total of wood 700 cloth, 300 stone, 100 crystal, 20, and steel 10 were needed to rebuild the ship. Seeing the steel and stone, Yang Yi was quite satisfied. This ship should be sturdier. The material shortage was still in wood, with some deficit in stone and cloth as well. Yang Yi had hoped that after the combination, Su Na could provide some material assistance, but who knew? Her cabin was almost empty. Wood 1, cloth 2. She was poorer than a beggar. Did she even take survival seriously? Now the cabin's wood count was 59, with a deficit of up to 641. Stone count was 44, with a deficit of 56. Cloth count was 274, with a deficit of 26. On the island, stone was easy to obtain. Islands and nearshore areas always had plenty of stones. Cloth could only be obtained by fishing, relying on luck, but luckily the deficit was small. As for wood, he didn't know if the trees on the island were enough to cut. Su Na, how much wood have you collected over there? Yang Yi asked. Before he woke up, Su Na had already used a flintlock gun to blast down a large number of trees. The commotion must have been huge, but he was completely unaware. No wonder Su Na said he slept like a dead pig. I've collected a total of 292 wood here. If we dig out the roots of these trees, we might get a bit more, she replied. Counting the inventory in the cabin, we have 351 wood in total. The deficit is a bit large. Yang Yi frowned. Trading was not possible now. They could only rely on gathering. He looked around. Even the trees that were submerged in the sea and close to them had been cut down by Su Na. Only in the distance on the sea surface, there were still tree crowns exposed, which were trees that had been submerged before they could be cut about 100 meters away. To obtain wood, they could only try swimming over, blasting the trees with the gun, and then moving them back. Fortunately, the storm had stopped. Now the sea was calm, and the sea level should not rise anymore. Give me back the gun. Yang Yi demanded his precious flintlock gun back. You collect some stones on the island and near the shore. We need 56 units. Don't dig up the roots, instead craft a fishing rod and go fishing. As for me, I'll swim farther and bring back some wood, Yang Yi arranged. All right. Su Na agreed readily. Yang Yi had a sharkskin swimsuit which reduced stamina consumption while swimming, so he was the best person for this task. But before taking action, they still had to fill their stomachs. Catching fish in the water was the most convenient and quick option. Yang Yi also had a gun that could fire underwater, making fishing effortless. In just 15 minutes, he caught 2 plump grouper fish. But since they were shot with the gun, the fish were broken, and they had to make do. Then Yang Yi swam off into the distance. Su Na began collecting stones and fishing. Probably due to the buffer zone, there were no monsters in the sea. The whole process was smooth. After swimming over 100 meters, trees began to appear. Boom. Sparks and gunfire exploded underwater, scaring away the surrounding fish. After another shot, a log about 30 centimeters in diameter floated up. This was the thickest tree nearby. Yang Yi could bring back at most 2 logs at a time, so he tried to pick the thicker ones to get more wood. Half an hour later, Yang Yi brought back 2 relatively thick logs which were recognized by the system as 18 wood. But swimming, diving, and pushing floating logs ashore were comparable to the triathlon in sports events. One trip consumed over 30 stamina for Yang Yi. Each time he could only manage 2 round trips at most before lying on the island to recover stamina. Without the refreshing Vitality coconut juice, his stamina recovery was very slow. By the end of the day, he had only completed 5 trips, harvesting a total of 93 wood. Su Na's side had enough stone, even extra, collecting 74 stone. Gathering stone on the island was the simplest and easiest task, as long as you found the island. As for fishing, Su Na was particularly lucky. Perhaps she was in the newbie protection period. Today she caught 2 bottles of Farmwife's 3 Fists, even 2 L bottles. As for the fish caught, they all went into their stomachs. In addition, she also harvested 5 wood and 8 cloth. At this rate, they would be able to rebuild the ship in 4 to 5 days at most. At night, for safety, neither of them took risks in fishing, logging, or other activities. Instead, they hid in the center of the island waiting for daylight. They also arranged a night watch. Su Na kept the first half of the night, and Yang Yi kept the second half. Although there was no bed, Yang Yi slept soundly. It was much more comfortable than sleeping on the Mingyan, as he didn't have nightmares. In the chat channel, everyone was guessing who the remaining 3 players in the Storm Sea area were, and why they hadn't come out yet. I think these 3 are all in the belly of a giant worm, not yet digested. It's good that they're not coming out, so the game won't enter the next stage. We can take the opportunity to upgrade ships and collect resources. Could they have discovered a hidden dungeon at sea and are carrying out a secret mission? In short, everyone had their guesses. But they could never guess that Yang Yi and Su Na's ships had sunk, and they were gathering materials to build a new one. As for the other person, Yang Yi didn't know what was happening with him either. He might also be repairing his ship. Some people who had added Yang Yi as a friend were asking if he was safe, and if he had come out. At the time, some people in the Stormsea area had sent gifts, and Yang Yi added them as friends. In response, Yang Yi gave a unified reply, before sleeping, only 7 words. The ship exploded, and I'm building a new one. Holy shit, a boss is a boss. The ship exploded, and he's still fine. Awesome. Do you need a leg pendant? On a deserted island, a lone man and woman. The man swims to collect timber. The woman fishes, gathers cloth, fresh water, and food. Though a bit tiring compared to the previous nerve-wracking sea voyage, it is utterly delightful. If possible, settling down on a sea island farming the land wouldn't be a bad choice. But Yang Yi knew it was impossible. He looked back to the direction from which he had sailed. On the sea surface at the end of his sight, there was a dense blackness, the black mist. Today that patch of blackness had grown even darker. This signaled that the black mist was drawing closer. It was best to flee this sea area as soon as possible. 3 days had passed since Yang Yi woke up, and all told he and Su Na had been on the island for about 4 days. And today it should be considered the 5th day. Timber was still short by 72 units while cloth and stone were sufficient. Yang Yi had Su Na collect extra stone to take directly onto the ship for emergencies. Although stone was easy to gather here, it was hard to obtain at sea, relying solely on fishing with extremely low efficiency. After all, stone like iron wouldn't float on the sea unless they happened upon a resource chest. If nothing unexpected happened by the end of the day, the two could gather the materials to rebuild the Yinxing. After breakfast, Yang Yi set out early to begin the day's logging. After these days of training, he wouldn't dare call himself a swimming champion, but the title of swimming expert he absolutely deserved. With the boost of the sharkskin swimsuit, even if he met a swimming champion, Yang Yi would dare to compete. In the first 3 trips, Yang Yi was very smooth, collecting 57 units of timber. 1 or 2 more trips, and the timber would be enough. But on the 4th trip, a sudden change occurred. The sea became turbulent. Yang Yi was about to shoot down the second tree with his gun. Suddenly, a vast, dense school of fish rushed past him from the side. These fish, big and small, many of which Yang Yi had never seen and couldn't name, all shared one trait. They swam desperately forward, as if chased by demons or fleeing for their lives. Even the ferocious predatory sharks had no thought of hunting, sweeping past Yang Yi like a gust of wind. The current they created was like a shockwave, tossing Yang Yi around, disorienting him underwater. With great difficulty he surfaced. Yang Yi wasn't injured, just choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. The fish all brushed past him, as if deliberately avoiding him, unwilling to pause even a second. This phenomenon was the first Yang Yi had ever seen. Thanks to it, the prepared logs had long been swept away to who knows where. Even Yang Yi himself was pushed forward by the current from the fish school. Yang Yi, are you okay? Something seems wrong in the sea. Su Na sent a private message. She was fishing on the shore and also noticed the anomaly. But Yang Yi had discovered it earlier and had already experienced it firsthand. I'm fine, just choked on some water. The fish in the sea have gone mad, all swimming forward frantically. I think the black mist is coming. I'm swimming back to the shore, come and help me. Yang Yi replied. He didn't have much stamina and wasn't confident he could swim back, so he wanted Su Na to assist. Fortunately, he had thought ahead, and thanks to Su Na's pull he made it ashore. After landing, Yang Yi's stamina was only 23, and timber was still short by 15. Just that little bit. He struggled to stand up and looked behind. A swarm of giant insects also swam over. But strangely, as soon as these giant insects entered the buffer zone, this safe area, they directly disappeared. It was as if they had passed through a membrane of a different time-space, entering another world. Thank goodness the insects can't come through. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. If those things had gotten in, he would probably have to give up. Su Na were still short by 15 units of timber. It's impossible to go back into the water to get them. Fishing is unstable too. Let's try digging up some tree roots. Yang Yi arranged. The missing 15 units of timber seemed little, but obtaining them through fishing might not even be possible for 2 people in a day. And the black mist might not give them another day. After recovering some stamina, Yang Yi also joined in the tree root digging. But digging tree roots for timber was extremely inefficient. By evening, they had only dug up 7 units of timber, still far from the 15 needed. Yang Yi was burning with anxiety. Behind them, the shadow of the black mist was already visible. 3 gigantic insects swam over each, seemingly carefully selected, with diameters of 7 or 8 meters, advancing side by side, crashing into the buffer zone, and then disappearing directly. At the spot where the 3 giant insects vanished, 3 enormous harpoons fell. Following closely were wails and howls. Ada, Air, Gooden, where did you 3 disappear to? Behind the 3 giant insects, a huge steel warship followed. The one who spoke was the captain of this ship, Udawe. Yang Yi recognized the ship at a glance. Although several parts of the hull were smoking and charred black, the steel construction and the enormous hull of fully 200 meters could only be the Steel Ambition. He didn't know how the captain had managed to obtain 100 units of steel, upgraded the ship to level 2, and fought his way out of the swarm of giant insects. The ship was covered with the marks of fierce battles and bloodstains, and a huge sharp jaw blade was even stuck in the deck from some unfortunate giant insect that had been blown apart. After the upgrade, the number of cannons was astonishing. Besides a super giant cannon with a caliber of nearly 5 meters at the front, there were no fewer than 40 gun barrels protruding from the sides, though many were bent and broken. Captain Udawe stood alone on the bridge, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, cursing and occasionally glancing back at the black mist not far behind. Not long ago, he had been a portly middle-aged man. But now, after an intense and high-stress voyage, he had become enviably thin with dark circles under his eyes, a completely different person from before. As for the speed of the Steel Ambition, it could not be called slow, it was simply very slow. In the eyes of Yang Yi, who was used to ship speeds of dozens of knots, this ship was pitifully slow. Suna stood beside him, watching the behemoth together. Further behind was the black mist, moving at 15 knots, but still a long distance from the Steel Ambition. Without the giant insects to tow it, the Steel Ambition could not outrun the black mist. The captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, jumping up and down. Finally, he spotted a man and a woman standing on the island ahead. His eyes brightened, and he immediately waved and shouted, "Hey, you two. Emergency. Can you give me a hand?" But the distance was too far, his voice couldn't carry. No choice, Udawe had to steer the ship toward the island. After the upgrade, his Steel Ambition's movement speed had increased by 100. Udawe saw Yang Yi and Suna, initially surprised, but quickly realized. These two must be the other survivors in the storm sea. If they were willing to give him a hand, he might be saved. In this buffer zone, he couldn't find a giant creature of suitable size to help tow the ship. Seeing that shouting didn't work, Udawe had a brainwave and began to try using the area chat in the log. "I am Captain Udawe of the Steel Ambition. Can you two see my message?" Udawe sent in the regional channel. At this point, only 3 players remained in the buffer zone, so he wasn't worried about contacting the wrong person. "Hello, I am Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star." Yang Yi replied. "Captain Yang, where is your ship? I don't see it. It sank." "What?" Udawe was stunned. He didn't know that a sunken ship could be rebuilt, thinking he was doomed. Only after Yang Yi explained the situation did he understand. "Short of 7 timber. No problem, I'll send you 100 timber," Udawe immediately replied. Time was pressing with the black mist closing in. Only through cooperation could the two escape. Seeing Yang Yi's agreement, Udawe's anxious heart finally settled, and he replied, "I'll approach now. Don't attack me. That's a pistol strapped to your waist, right?" Yang Yi was somewhat surprised. The Steel Ambition was still kilometers away. How could Udawe discern such details? Did he have binoculars? In truth, it was Udawe's talent. He possessed 2 talents. Eagle-eye perception 2, exceptional eyesight, skilled in tracking and aiming. His second talent unlocked only after slaying numerous giant sea beasts. Firepower supreme. With sufficient firepower, you dare face any enemy, and your reason will never drop below 50. Truth lies only within the range of a cannon. The Steel Ambition gradually approached the island. The black mist had already covered half the sky, now only 15 nautical miles from the ship. At this distance, they no longer needed the log to chat, a shouting sufficed. Udawe yelled, "They'll send the timber over with the whale harpoon. Don't be afraid." With that, the Steel Ambition's harpoon shot out, carrying a large bundle of timber that landed just over 10 meters from Yang Yi. The bundle held exactly 100 units. With sufficient materials, Yang Yi wasted no time. He chose a suitable spot operated in the log and began rebuilding the ship. After confirming the materials flew up, scattered into fine fragments, and assembled like building blocks to form a vessel. The ship was about 30 meters long, still resembling a ghost ship, but much larger than before. The hull remained weathered, covered in barnacles. The captain's skeleton was bound to the bow, adorned with strands of seaweed, as if freshly emerged from the sea. The biggest difference from the Nightmare lay in the ship's center. A massive crystal ball now stood before the mast. Parts of the hull were clad in rusty iron sheets, making it appear sturdier than before. Nightmare Star Level 2, Durability 10001000, Capacity 3,000 units, Speed 60 knots, Ship Skills. Nightmare Sleep quality on board is extremely poor, causing Nightmare's energy recovery efficiency 75. Affects only the captain. Fisherman's Curse cannot catch normal fish. Probability of catching abnormal objects increases. Astrology displays surrounding sea charts, radius 150 nautical miles, viewable in the crystal ball. Can set alerts vibrating to notify of other players' appearance. Peep can search ship names or player names to obtain coordinates and view images of the ship, limited to 1 target per day. Description: choosing to merge with a ghost ship. Hope you won't regret it. Yang Yi finished reviewing the ship's information and was generally satisfied. After the merge, the ship became sturdier and faster. The astrology skill had evolved, expanding the sea chart's range, and the peep skill now covered the entire map. Let's board. Yang Yi called to Suna. Inside the Nightmare Star, Yang Yi noticed changes. Next to the captain's quarters was an additional bedroom, Suna's room. The hold was larger with 2 expansion slots for extra structures. It almost combined the potential of 2 ships. All items remained, including pirate clothes, fishing nets, rods, coconuts, food, and fresh water. Even part of the giant insect corpse Yang Yi had decapitated was left behind, an unexpected bonus. On the other side, Yudawe was anxious. He feared Yang Yi would abandon him and sail away. Though confident he could stop the Nightmare Star, doing so would spell his doom. Fortunately, Yang Yi wasn't foolish. Captain Yang Yi of the Nightmare Star requests to add you as a friend. Yudawe immediately accepted. Yang Yi then sent a private message. I'm coming to the stern now. Throw me your grappling hook. Seeing this, Yudawe exhaled, left the bridge, and stood face-to-face with Yang Yi on the bow deck. But the steel ambition was larger, so Yang Yi could only see half of Yudawe. Though cautious, the latter approached. Captain Yu, your ship is too big. So I must warn you, if towing your steel ambition drops our speed below 15 knots, don't blame me for leaving you behind. And don't attack me. Agreed. Yudawe pondered, his expression shifting. After a long moment, he replied, if that happens, let me board your ship to take refuge. How about that? No problem. Yang Yi agreed decisively. A ship can be rebuilt, but people are the most important. If you lose your life, it's over completely. Yudawe threw the grappling hook from the steel ambition. Yang Yi caught it and secured it to multiple points to distribute the force, preventing any single spot from giving way. As for the rope's toughness, there was no worry. The log stated it had infinite durability. After securing it, Yang Yi messaged Suna to go full speed ahead. The steel ambition also powered up. Both captains held their breath, watching the speed rise. 11 knots. 12 knots. Only when it exceeded 15 knots, reaching 16, did they slowly relax. If it had fallen below 15 knots, things would have gotten tricky. Fortunately, the Nightmare Star's power was no joke. Eventually, the speed hit 17 knots, 2 knots faster than the encroaching black mist. The Nightmare Star dragged the steel ambition away from the buffer zone. As soon as they breached the boundary of the stormy seas, the sky suddenly brightened, and the trio beheld the long-lost sunlight. Immediately, a system announcement rang out. You have left the stormy seas. Navigation bulletin. All players have now left the stormy seas. The black mist speed has decreased to 10 knots. The grand map is now open. You can check your coordinates on it. With over 10,000 Tier 3 ships, the polar winter sea is beginning to spread. Everyone stay warm. Yang Yi quickly checked the log and found a new page had appeared. It was a crude maritime map recording only the paths the player had traversed and the conditions of the surrounding seas. Unexplored areas were shrouded in tawny fog of war. The Nightmare Star, equipped with its own minimap, had a broader recording range encompassing 150 nautical miles around. The grand map served 3 main functions. First, players could now ascertain their own coordinates. This facilitated meetings between players. They only needed to agree on a coordinate. However, what transpired during the actual meeting was entirely up to them. Yang Yi, for his part, felt that the fewer meetings the better. With no laws binding the sea, it was hard to discern another's true intentions. Second, players could see the names of sea regions and their boundaries. Although the grand map had fog of war, the names of major sea areas were still visible. For instance, the sea behind was the stormy seas, while ahead lay the polar winter sea. The borders of these seas were visible not as straight lines, but jagged and uneven like continental plates. The polar winter sea ahead was spreading downward. Third, the boundary of the black mist was also displayed on the grand map, allowing players to constantly gauge its distance from them. This prevented the sudden, unexpected engulfment by the black mist. Yang Yi immediately opened the chat channel to gauge player reactions and gather first-hand intelligence. Damn, no wonder it's so cold. I'm almost at the polar winter sea. The speaker was the Gale, whom Yang Yi had as a friend, so he could see the name. Big shot, what's your ship's speed? How cold is it? Give us a heads up so I can prepare mentally. My ship's speed is 100 knots. I'm at the edge of the polar winter sea now. Temperature is 2 degrees. It's definitely below 0 ahead. 100 knots. That's double mine. You must have a special ship, right? Gotta gather enough cold weather supplies. Buying food must be long-lasting. Sell. DM me. Anyone need cotton padded jackets? 100 cloth, each color, options available. Just making a humble living. Name: winterproof cotton coat. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: offers excellent insulation and cold resistance. Be careful not to get it wet. 100 cloth. Why don't you just rob me? 80 cloth, can't go lower. Get lost. You're not the only one selling. Selling down jackets better than cotton coats. Fine quality gear. 120 cloth. Name: thermal down jacket. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: in winter, who can resist the warmth of a down jacket? After browsing, Yang Yi also felt that cold weather clothing was indispensable. In sub-zero temperatures of 10 or even tens of degrees, this pirate outfit would be as good as wearing nothing. Only by layering a cotton coat or down jacket over it could one ensure survival from freezing. Sonus, which attire did offer some cold resistance, but it still looked rather thin, its effect probably akin to thermal underwear. So Yang Yi made a decision. Once the market price stabilized, he had to acquire a few cotton coats or down jackets, at least 4 with one set as backup just in case. He walked to the stern. The steel ambition was right behind. But now that it was safe and wouldn't be overtaken by the black mist, there was no need to keep towing it. Captain Yu Dawei had the same idea, and they happened to run into each other. Brother Yang, I think highly of you. Want to join my Steel Brotherhood? Steel Brotherhood? Yang Yi repeated, puzzled. Haha, I've already recruited a few underlings and am about to rendezvous with them. Yang Yi instantly understood. The Steel Brotherhood was an organization Yu Dawei intended to establish. Although the log system lacked a guild function, players could spontaneously gather and form organizations. They could now rendezvous using coordinates. However, Yang Yi had no intention of joining any faction and politely declined Yu Dawei. Sorry, I'm used to being a free spirit. I don't want to join any organization for now, Yang Yi replied. Alright, if you ever need my help, just contact me. I've got your back, Yu Dawei said generously. Having escaped death, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. And Yu Dawei's claim wasn't mere bravado. The steel ambition beneath his feet had the strength to back it up. No wonder many players sought his protection. But the speed of the steel ambition was far too slow. Yang Yi could already picture a swarm of small boats towing this steel behemoth across the sea. It wasn't so much strange as it was extremely odd. Catched. Yu Dawei tossed over a small piece of flesh. This is a. Yang Yi caught it and was overjoyed upon seeing its information. Name: giant bobbit worm. Description: a bobbit worm mutated by abyssal contamination with a gigantic body. The largest individuals can exceed 100 meters in length, move swiftly through the sea, and possess highly developed hearing. A pleasure doing business. This is a gift from me. It doesn't mean much to me. I've drawn too many and the rewards are getting worse. Yu Dawei laughed. If his guess was correct, Yu Dawei had gathered that 1,000 steel by killing monsters and using the gacha. If Head relied solely on fishing, even with his underlings sending him steel, Head never have reached that number. Thank you. Yang Yi didn't stand on ceremony. After expressing his thanks, he accepted it directly. The two exchanged a smile and parted ways. The Nightmare Star was far faster than the Steel Ambition, reaching 60 knots, and soon left the Steel Ambition far behind, out of sight. Yu Dawei stood at the bow watching the Nightmare Star vanish over the horizon. Nightmare Star. Did those two ships merge? Yu Dawei muttered to himself. He had learned Yang Yi's identity, the one who had found the path to survival the moment the giant worm appeared. One of Yu Dawei's underlings, thanks to Yang Yi's warning, had successfully escaped, and the two had become friends. So Yu Dawei knew Yang Yi's identity and changed his mind on the spot. He gifted Yang Yi a piece of flesh, deciding to forge a deeper bond with him. Elsewhere, Yang Yi stood before the monster gacha machine, a little excited. He had 2 pieces of giant bobbit worm flesh, one from the Steel Ambition and one left on the Nightmare Star's deck. That meant 2 gacha pulls. He first washed his face with fresh water to ensure his luck was clean, then fed in the flesh and began. The octopus tentacles flickered continuously, but no golden light shone. Soon 2 unremarkable gacha capsules were spat out by the octopus head. Yang Yi was initially disappointed that he hadn't pulled a golden legendary, but as he picked one up, he immediately changed his mind. Yes, a one-shot hit. In his hand was a premium item and a ship equipment at that. Name: head of the giant bobbit worm. Type: ship equipment. Relic quality premium. Description: can be installed on the bow to increase hull durability and ramming power. Its sharp jaw blades can cut through approaching enemies. At the same time, it possesses a strong deterrence effect, reducing attacks from marine life on the hull. But it may also provoke even more terrifying monsters. After reading the information, Yang Yi was a bit troubled. This ship equipment was powerful, but had a side effect. It could attract dreadful creatures. But Yang Yi didn't hesitate for long before deciding to install it. If he was afraid to use this, then any equipment obtained later would be even more daunting. The benefits surely outweighed the risks, otherwise relics would have no reason to exist. He reached out and touched the other gacha capsule. Name: black iron supply chest. Type: chest. Description: open to obtain a moderate amount of supplies. The second capsule toy was not equipment, leaving Yang Yi somewhat disappointed. However, supplies were also urgently needed at the moment. The recent reconstruction of the ship had nearly depleted their entire resources. Yang Yi opened the chest. You obtain with 200 cloth, 200 stone, 200 steel, 50 O crystal, 50 A sulfur, 50. So much. Yang Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Wood and cloth were one thing, but he never expected to get so many high-grade materials. The black iron supply chest was incredibly generous. No wonder Steel Ambition gave away 100 wood without batting an eye. They clearly didn't lack wood. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Su, the captain of the Swift Wind. Brother Yang, am planning to form a fleet. Are you interested in joining? Yang Yi hadn't expected to be so popular, but he still declined. Sorry, I don't have any plans to join a fleet for now. Alright, if you change your mind, feel free to message me anytime. My Swift Wind fleet will definitely keep a spot open for you. Thank you. After declining, Yang Yi marveled at how quickly these people were moving. The vast sea map had only just opened, yet they were already eager to form their own fleets. Maybe I should start a fleet too, Yang Yi suddenly thought. He didn't want to be under someone else's command, but organizing a fleet was also a hassle, too unwieldy to manage. Just as he was thinking, Su-na rushed over excitedly, her face flushed, and shouted, "Did you just get a large amount of supplies?" "That's right, I just opened a black iron supply chest. And this on the ground." Su-na's eyes were immediately drawn to the giant bobbit worm head on the floor. Before installation, the head was only the size of a palm, easily picked up, exquisitely crafted and lifelike. Su-na picked it up, examined it carefully, touching here and there, and took out a notebook to record. Seeing her pull out a dagger, Yang Yi finally couldn't hold back, snatching the head back. "Stop. This is a rare equipment. What if you damage it?" Su-na. After being stopped by Yang Yi, she gave up the idea of cutting it and stated her purpose. "I want to build an expansion building." "Which one?" Su-na did something on the log, and soon Yang Yi received a request. Crew member Su-na applied to build a witch's laboratory. Construction conditions: expansion space 2, wood 200, cloth 200, stone 100, steel 50, crystal 50, sulfur 20. Once built, this building cannot be dismantled. Please consider carefully. Witch's laboratory. Yang Yi was completely confused. He remembered that there was no such option in the expansion building list. Moreover, it required so many materials and took up 2 expansion spaces. Yang Yi immediately checked the expansion building list. Besides the extra cargo hold, ancient war room, and great statue that the nightmare already had, there were 2 expansions from the astrolabe. Watchtower can scan the surrounding 1000 nautical miles. If an island is found, it will be displayed on the sea chart. Usable once every 3 days. Construction conditions: expansion space 1, a wood 200, cloth 100, stone 100, crystal 30. Glass cannon, a cannon of immense power, but unstable and prone to shattering. Construction conditions: expansion space 1, crystal 100, sulfur 20. Where did you see a witch's laboratory? It's not in my list. Yang Yi looked puzzled. This is an extra expansion from my talent. Building it will definitely not be a loss, Su-na said confidently. This? Yang Yi hesitated. He had originally planned to build the cannon. That way, if they encountered another large creature like the giant bobbit worm at sea, they would have a fighting chance. Secondly, he planned to build the watchtower. Island resources were richer than those at sea, and there might be chests. If they could frequently harvest resources from islands, they would gain a huge advantage. As for the witch's laboratory, its function was still unclear, and it required 2 expansion spaces. This meant that before upgrading to level 3A, the nightmare would have no extra expansion space to build the cannon. If they encountered a ship with cannons, they would be at a disadvantage. No, Yang Yi firmly refused. Cannon first, everything else is secondary. We'll talk about it later. Build it. Su-na persisted, tugging at his sleeve. This is my only request. From now on, I won't question whatever you build, okay? Just talk properly, don't pull me. Yang Yi said, sternly stopping her action. This woman was not simple. Her flirtatious act was just a disguise. At the same time, Yang Yi realized a problem. He had to handle the crew's relationships well. If there were conflicts, the consequences would be endless, like a knife in the back. So he began to ask about the building's function. What exactly does the witch's laboratory do? Yang Yi asked. Upon hearing this, Su-na's red eyes lit up, knowing there was hope. She had almost given up. Now she began to explain in detail. This laboratory can provide various research tools. It will make it convenient for me to study the body structure of the aberrant demons and develop new formulas. You can develop formulas, eh? Yang Yi was also intrigued. Su-na pressed the advantage, pulling out a bottle of liquid. For example, this bottle of vitality coconut juice. Is its formula ratio necessarily optimal? What if we add something else? She handed Yang Yi a reagent bottle. The system did not display specific information, but instead, name unknown, potion type, consumable potion, unique quality. Description: you'll only know what it is after drinking it. Try it. With a laboratory I can make better ones, Su-na urged. Are you sure you didn't put poison in it? This bottle is absolutely not poisoned. Then the others are poisoned. All medicine has side effects. Just drink it. Su-na became unhappy, snatched the potion, and drank half of it on the spot. Seeing her do this, Yang Yi felt embarrassed to be fussy anymore. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, he downed the reagent in one gulp. It was smooth and viscous on the tongue, with a familiar stench that shot straight to his head. Yang Yi was about to curse, but he stopped. The potion now had a name. Energy Recovery 10A, Energy Recovery Speed 50, only half drank. Name: Vitality Siren Juice. Type: Consumable Potion, unique quality. Fine description: a potion originally created by the witch Su-na, made from the mucus secreted by Siren's body salt and vitality coconuts. After consumption, Energy Recovery 15, Energy Recovery Speed 75, lasting 8 hours. Overdose may cause poisoning. This? You made this? Yang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Yes, with a laboratory, I can make even better potions. Yang Yi was stunned. He could easily understand how incredible it was to be able to develop one's own formulas. Su-na. was a walking goldmine. With her, he wouldn't have to worry about how to recover energy after the vitality coconuts ran out. Why not just ask her to develop a new potion? As the captain, it was only natural to make demands of the crew, and the crew must obey. Then build this laboratory. Yang Yi agreed and immediately approved Su Na's request on the log. Little did he know, he might regret it in the future. Regret ever drinking the bewitching potion that woman gave. The Nightmare Star had welcomed its first expansion structure, the Witch's Laboratory. Upon confirming construction, a beam of blue light pierced through the hull, followed by the system prompt announcing completion. Witch's Laboratory construction complete. Please proceed to the interior of the ship to inspect. The two entered the cabin from the stern and discovered an additional room. This room was vast, occupying nearly half the hold, with a floor that was not the decayed moldy wood, but rather sleek dark stone slabs that felt solid underfoot. The room was largely empty, featuring only two large metal tables that seemed to emit their own light, though Yang Yi could not discern the source. The walls were lined with rows of metal racks, cool to the touch, upon which sat numerous empty glass vessels. There's nothing in here. Yang Yi felt the materials had been a poor investment. But Su Na was brimming with excitement, for only she understood the room's functions and how to utilize them. Her log contained an extra page, the occult interface, where she could purchase experimental equipment with conch coins and conduct occult research. The information on the Witch's Laboratory read as follows: Witch's Laboratory, a special structure that can only be built by a witch coveting forbidden knowledge. Within the lab, research energy consumption is reduced by 50, sanity loss is decreased by 25, and aberrant samples will not decay. Displayed aberrant samples will enhance the witch's inspiration. Current sample count is 0, inspiration occurrence rate increased by 0. Note: occult research carries risks, including, but not limited to, sanity decline. After reading the information, Su Na immediately retrieved the aberrant monster fragments from her pouch and placed them into the glass vessels on the shelves. These fragments and organs, which were on the verge of decay, gradually regained vitality within the vessels, as if freshly harvested. The sight was somewhat sanity-shattering. Your sanity decreases by 2. Yang Yi frowned. He felt it best to frequent this laboratory as little as possible. At that moment, the hammerhead demon shark carcass, which should have been covered, was also retrieved, divided into 3 large pieces, awaiting dissection. Also taken out was a dried 30-centimetal fishman specimen. This was Yang Yi's first encounter with such a creature, yet it was not unfamiliar. Su Na must have slain fishmen before their meeting. With the addition of these 3 items, the lab sample count reached 3, raising the inspiration occurrence rate by 3. I need a large number of conch coins. Do I have no money on me? Su Na extended her hand to Yang Yi, much like a researcher pleading for funding. Yang Yi, in turn, was the reluctant benefactor. What do you need so many conch coins for? The lab equipment requires conch coins to purchase, Su Na explained. What? The equipment in this lab costs money. Yang Yi suddenly realized that this laboratory might be an insatiable pit. But since the resources had already been invested, he could not give up. The sunk cost was too great. So he transferred 1000 conch coins to Su Na. This was already a considerable sum. After giving it away, Yang Yi had only 1050 conch coins left. Su Na seemed to find it insufficient, but she said nothing and began dissecting the demon shark, a sharp scalpel appearing in her hand. Yang Yi swiftly retreated to the deck, eager to avoid further requests for money. He also had no desire to remain in the lab, fearing he might become one of the samples. Prioritize researching energy recovery potions and healing potions, preferably without using vitality coconuts as ingredients. They're hard to find. He sent Su Na a private message and then began planning his own affairs. To enter the polar winter sea, he must prepare sufficient cold weather supplies. Besides winter clothing, Yang Yi deemed fire indispensable. Fire could provide hot water, cooked food, warmth, and light in the bitter cold, essential for survival. Next, he needed to stockpile ample provisions, including large quantities of non-perishable food and fresh water. In the frozen wilderness, food and resources would surely be scarce. Then, it would be best to upgrade the ship to level 3 and craft cannons. But upgrading to a level 3 ship required too many materials, so Yang Yi relegated this priority to last. Through the World Channel, he learned that upgrading an ordinary ship to level 3 required 500 with 300 cloth, 100 stone, and 20 steel. As for the Nightmare Star, it demanded 100 wood, 500 cloth, 300 stone, 50 steel, 100 crystals, and 10 aberrant monster corpses. Not to mention the vast materials. The requirement for 10 aberrant corpses left Yang Yi clueless, relying solely on luck. Sticking to the plan, Yang Yi opened the chat channel and scrolled through it, searching for any fire-starting tools for sale. To his surprise, there were indeed some. Selling a lighter. DM me your offer. Name: longevity, brand lighter, type tool, quality, fine description, an ultra-durable lighter, the best choice for starting fires. You need never worry about it running out of gas in your lifetime. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller. How much for the lighter? You're too late, it's already sold. The one I have left I need for myself. Yang Yi was disappointed. At the same time, he realized that what he had thought of, other players had likely considered as well. Everyone was scouring for fire-starting tools, causing the market to be in short supply. As he fretted Yang, he suddenly noticed the world channel buzzing with constant new messages. He scrolled to the latest. Someone was recruiting players. I am Captain Xinguanshuan of the Hope and the leader of the New World Fleet. We have already gathered over a dozen like-minded captains, including several special ships like the Farmer and the Ironhead. Our New World Fleet has no entry requirements. Anyone can join. However, members must open their ship's landing permissions, disarm, submit to coordination, and hand over all equipment and supplies for redistribution by the fleet. In return, your safety will be guaranteed. We have guards for combat, fishermen for fishing, farmers for farming. The division of labor will only expand. Together we will strive to rebuild human civilization. I, Xinguanshuan, swear that as long as I have a bite to eat, none of you will starve or freeze. Those willing to join come to coordinates X38201Y53182. Remember to disarm and open landing permissions, or otherwise you will face lethal force. The New World Fleet will remain here for half a month. These words seemed pre-prepared and were typed out in one go. The response was significant. Most people considered it a trap. Disarm and hand over everything. That would make us fish on a cutting board. Why should we trust you? Only a fool would go. Doubts poured in, but Xinguanshuan did not respond. Some would come eventually. He was targeting those players. Given the sheer number of players, even if only 100 showed up, his New World Fleet would achieve unprecedented growth. Still, the name Hope was quite imposing, though whether it was a special ship remained unclear. But Yang Yi had a way to confirm. He went to the atrium of the Nightmare Star and picked up one of the small crystal orbs. After merging, the number of these small orbs had increased to 2, placed beside the large crystal orb, allowing both Yang Yi and Suna to check the sea chart at any time. Activate Peep Search. Hope Xinguanshuan. Soon the image of the Hope appeared within the crystal orb. Xinguanshuan could never have imagined that a player could use a skill to spy on him. The captain of the Hope had not deceived him. He was indeed anchored at those coordinates. However, his vessel was not a special ship at all, but an utterly ordinary, unremarkable galleon. The characters for Hope painted on the sail were likely his own handiwork. The ship's name was probably something he had changed himself, as ordinary vessels were granted a single opportunity for renaming. Special ships, however, could not be renamed unless they underwent fusion. Several other ships were tethered to the Hope with ropes. The crystal ball's image could not fully reveal their appearances, but Yang Yi could still identify a few. One had a massive hull with fields upon it where people were farming. It was likely the Farmer. Another, with a colossal sharp ram and a pitch-black iron-plated hull, was probably the Ironhead. There was also a ship that had just surfaced from the sea, its hull sealed tight, seemingly capable of diving. Yang Yi did not know the name of this vessel, so he temporarily dubbed it the Submersible. He also caught sight of the Hope's captain himself, a dignified man dressed in an immaculate white captain's uniform. How he had managed to unite these people remained a mystery to Yang Yi. Yang Yi could not perceive Xinguanshuan's talents. If he could, his confusion would vanish. Xinguanshuan possessed 2 talents. Psychological suggestion. Through verbal stimulation you can increase or decrease your own or your target's attributes and sanity. Except for spirit attribute, changes range from 1 sanity, changes range from 20. Those with high spirit can resist the suggestion. Takes effect once every 24 hours, lasting for 24 hours, cannot exceed mortal limits. Great leadership. You are a born leader, easily gaining others' goodwill and trust, making them lower their guard. Your followers' growth rate increases by 25, excluding spirit. Those with high spirit may resist this effect. How long had the Great Sea Chart been open? Less than a day. It was impossible for Xinguanshuan to have gathered so many players in such a short time. The only explanation was that these people had united long before the Great Sea Chart was released. They might have stumbled upon each other or been caught up in some event. Yang Yi had no way of knowing. Currently, he had no interest in forming factions. Without cannons, he was reluctant to engage with other players. It would leave him too vulnerable, let alone handing over equipment and supplies. That would be like placing his very life and fortune in another's hands. Yang Yi possessed a detailed sea chart which allowed him to effectively avoid contact with other players. This was one of the reasons he had agreed to build the Witch's Laboratory first. But various organizations were springing up one after another on the World Channel, all recruiting members. This placed immense survival pressure on Yang Yi. For now it was manageable, but as these organizations grew, the living space and resources for lone wolves would be squeezed. I must become strong enough. Or perhaps join a fleet, but I must have absolute freedom. Yang Yi was accustomed to holding his fate in his own hands. He found Xinguanshuan's message and sent a private chat. The man likely possessed abundant resources and would be a good trading partner. Yang Yi happened to have a blueprint he could sell him. Your ship is an ordinary one, right? I have a blueprint for a special ship. Would you be interested in buying it? Yang Yi attached the information about the pirate ship blueprint. Who are you? How do you know so much? Don't worry about that. I just want to make a deal. Yang Yi replied anonymously. There was silence on the other end for several minutes before a response came. Since you have the blueprint, you should understand that upgrading an ordinary ship is more efficient than a special one. I'm not in a hurry for a blueprint, and this pirate ship design isn't what I'm looking for. That single sentence carried multiple implications. First, this wasn't his first time seeing a ship blueprint, which meant he had killed before, and the victim had possessed a special vessel. A chill ran down Yang Yi's spine. Perhaps the special ships surrounding the Hope were no longer with their original owners. Second, since the pirate ship blueprint wasn't what he wanted, the price he offered wouldn't be high. Blueprints like this had never been publicly sold on the World Channel, so their value was unclear. After a moment's thought, Yang Yi tentatively named an exorbitant price. The other party owned the farmer, so his resources were likely substantial. I need 2 months' worth of food that can be stored long-term, 200 liters of fresh water, 1,200 units of lumber, 800 cloth, 400 stone, 100 crystal, 100 steel, 5,000 conch coins, and fire-starting tools from your ship, like a lighter. A minute later, Shen Guanchuan replied, "You're really asking for the moon. Forget it, this blueprint isn't worth that much." "Fine, goodbye then." Yang Yi responded decisively. The blueprint wasn't valuable. Who was he trying to fool? Special ships were limited, and the higher their level, the greater the gap between them and ordinary vessels. As time went on, the blueprint's value would only increase. There would always be buyers. Sure enough, not long after, Shen Guanchuan sent a friend request. Shen Guanchuan, captain of the Hope, requests to add you as a friend. Yang Yi rejected it outright. He had no intention of revealing his identity. Once they became friends, his name and ship name would be exposed. "You are being overly cautious. Are you interested in joining my new world fleet? I can offer you a very high starting point. You want my blueprint for free? No way." Heh. Shen Guanchuan sent a smiling emoji. "Your price is too high. I can't offer that much right now. How about this? I'm also stockpiling non-perishable dry rations. I can only give you 1 month's worth. The other month will be replaced with fresh food like vegetables, fruit, and fish. As for the materials, I can give you at most half of what you asked for. I have many ships that urgently need upgrades. 5,000 conch coins is fine, but as for the fire-starting tools, I can't produce those, and I have a limited supply. I have to ensure my crew's safety, so I can't sell them to you. However, I'll give you a rare spatial item instead. Its value is definitely high enough." He attached the information for the item. Name: greedy stomach, type relic, quality rare, description: the stomach of an unknown aberrant beast, still active even after being detached. It has an internal space of 10 cubic meters for storing items, but each time it is opened it must be fed food, or it will bite. PS cannot store food. Aberrant corpses will have their flesh and blood devoured clean, leaving only bones and carapace, which does not affect the gacha. After reading the item's information, Yang Yi drew in a sharp breath. This Shen Guanchuan was truly extravagant. Especially this stomach. It was an unexpected bonus. Yang Yi wanted it badly. But this thing undoubtedly had significant side effects far beyond just biting. Using it would certainly drain sanity points, which was why Shen Guanchuan was willing to sell it. So he feigned reluctance. "This stomach of yours is a relic. Does it also drain sanity every time you open it?" I won't lie to you, it drains 20 sanity. If you don't want it, I have other things, but their quality isn't as high." "Never mind." Yang Yi quickly interjected. "He'll take this deal. I want the high-quality item. He'll just control how often I use it." The transaction was successfully concluded. "Pleasure doing business with you. If you have anything else to sell in the future, feel free to contact me first. I won't shortchange you. If I do, we'll get in touch." Yang Yi exited the chat channel. The blueprint was finally sold. Considering its potential value, Yang Yi might have taken a small loss. But for now, getting this price for the blueprint was already quite good. He tossed the blueprint into the octopus head gacha machine, and soon a large quantity of resources flowed in. The octopus head's mouth continuously spat out food: 20 loaves of black bread, 10 sausages, and a pile of dried fish. There were also some fresh vegetables and fish, including 5 cabbages, 5 cucumbers, 1 apple, 1 pear, and a large fresh tuna. All this food combined was enough to sustain one person for 60 days. Finally, it spat out a small, shiny black pouch the size of a palm. It felt smooth to the touch, somewhat like preserved egg. This was the greedy stomach. Yang Yi tried to open the pouch, straining with all his might to pry open a crack, but it immediately let out a howl, startling him. "Strange commotion, your sanity decreases by 5. How do you use this thing?" He tried offering a piece of dried fish. This time the pouch reacted, sucking in the fish and obediently opening its mouth. Yang Yi tentatively reached his hand inside. The sensation was numb and disgustingly slimy, and the stomach emitted a laugh as if being tickled. "You feel inexplicably nauseated, your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi frowned. The side effects of this thing were indeed severe, probably few would dare to use it. The space inside was vast. Now Yang Yi didn't have to worry about where to store things, and the stomach was convenient to hang at his waist. He opened the log to check the ship's data, and found that the materials had arrived. The conch coins were credited to his account. "Did you sell something? Give me some more conch coins." Suna's message arrived almost as if she had smelled the transaction. The downside of the shared ship interface was that he couldn't hide anything. Yang Yi could only reply helplessly, I can give you at most another 1,000 conch coins, no more. He transferred another 1,000 over. He hoped Suna would produce results soon, otherwise he couldn't afford to keep supporting her. Yang Yi moved all the food into the ship's hold, and then installed the bobbit worm's head. As soon as it was mounted, the head enlarged. When its jaw blades were spread, they measured a full 10 meters across, looking incredibly lifelike and controllable from the helm. The jaw blades were razor-sharp, but unfortunately there was nothing to test them on yet. He then cast the red glowing fishing net into the sea. He had acquired this net long ago, but it wasn't suitable for use in a storm, so he was only using it now. Its effect was to catch a certain number of items at regular intervals. With everything settled, Yang Yi picked up his fishing rod and began to fish. There were still 4 hours until nightfall. He could catch a few fish that was better than wasting time. Aboard the Ark of the New World Fleet, Captain Shen Guanxuan expended a great quantity of supplies, food, and a precious relic to acquire the blueprint of the pirate ship. "Boss, why not just meet that kid and rob him directly?" asked a burly, scar-faced bald man. Rob? Is that all you know?" Shen Guanxuan rapped him on the bald head in exasperation and continued, "If I hear you say that word again, I'll throw you into the sea to feed the fish." "You're right, boss. He'll never say the word Rob again." "Then why did you just say it?" "Men, throw him into the sea to feed the fish." Without being forced, the bald man leaped into the sea of his own accord. He was Zhao Tai, captain of the Ironhead, nicknamed Zhao Ironhead. True to his name, he was a stubborn bastard, yet also Shen Guanxuan's trusted confidant. "All right, since you've come to your senses, get back to your Ironhead." Shen Guanxuan scolded helplessly. In truth, he himself had considered meeting Yang Yi. But Yang Yi was cautious, refusing even to add friends, let alone agree to a meeting. He gazed at the pirate ship blueprint in his hand. "How should I use it?" Shen Guanxuan mused. He had no intention of using it himself. The image of a pirate ship captain clashed with the leader persona he wished to cultivate. An ordinary ship, on the other hand, would make him seem more approachable. What he wanted to build was a maritime empire. The first step was to establish a righteous and flawless public image to facilitate recruiting followers. A day later, the nightmare sailed the seas. Yang Yi was fishing. "You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a long-legged sardine. You caught a piece of rotten wood. You caught an eyeball fruit. You caught." Yang Yi tossed the fishing rod aside, lying prone on the deck in defeat, surrounded by a pile of long-legged sardines and a few eyeball fruits. Why was it all trash fish? He began to question his existence, but after a few seconds he rallied himself. After fishing for so long, Yang Yi had finally understood. In these waters, one would most likely catch long-legged sardines, with a smaller chance of eyeball fruits or cystic pufferfish, and an extremely slim chance of red-lipped eels. Should I try the deep waters? As the thought struck him, he acted. Baiting a long-legged sardine, he removed the float and began deep-sea fishing. He had caught a hammerhead demon shark before. If he caught another such fish, he was sure to make a fortune. That was pure gotcha material. Having upgraded his gear and ship, combined with Suna's archery, he could handle such a fish with ease. While waiting for a bite, he browsed the world channel, hoping to buy a fire-starting tool. Such tools were in high demand, he had seen too, but failed to snatch them up. Meanwhile, many organizations were recruiting new members. For instance, the Sakura had formed an organization called New Humanity, accepting only Sakuran nationals. Then there were New Rome and Eden organizations that sounded predominantly foreign. Yang Yi checked Eden's publicly listed coordinates. They were far from him. It seemed people from different regions spawned far apart, and it would be a long time before they met. Unable to buy a fire-starting tool, Yang Yi posted a purchase request, buying fire-starting tools at a high price. Also seeking down jackets or other warm clothing. Soon he received private messages, but all were from clothing sellers. Down jacket, 150 cloth each. Buy 4 and get 5 off. Yang Yi ignored that price. More private messages came in. After reviewing them, Yang Yi found the lowest price for a down jacket was 120 cloth. 4 would cost 480 cloth. Cotton padded coats were cheaper, but if he was buying, he wanted quality. It was still early, so he decided to check the prices again in a few days. The fishing reel suddenly spun rapidly. Something had taken the bait. Yang Yi immediately tightened the line and pulled hard. It wasn't a giant, the strength wasn't immense. After less than 8 minutes of struggle, he hauled the catch aboard. It was a human head, or rather a human head octopus. Its entire body was tentacles, and the head was merely a form of mimicry. "Sir, could you spare a few minutes?" Before it could finish, Yang Yi stomped it to death on the spot. What rotten luck! He cursed, baiting another long-legged sardine and resuming fishing. In the deep waters, the bites came much slower. By the end of the day, Yang Yi had reeled in 3 items from the deep: a human head octopus, a red-lipped eel, and a bronze chest. Under normal circumstances, catching a bronze chest would be a great haul worthy of celebration. But Yang Yi was on high alert. He had caught inanimate objects before, like the peasant woman's 3 punches. Such dead items didn't struggle or pull the line when hooked. This bronze chest, however, was anomalous. It struggled and pulled with considerable force. Yang Yi had thought had hooked a big fish. He fought it for nearly half an hour before hauling it up. The chest was about half a meter wide, covered in thick verdigris with many marks of seawater erosion and a red coral growing from one corner. He read the chest's information. Name: waterlogged bronze, chest type, chest description. There might be treasure inside. But perhaps. This thing resembled the waterlogged rottenwood chest he had opened before, from which a human-head octopus had leaped out, startling him. So this waterlogged bronze chest might also harbor a monster. Yang Yi remained cautious and didn't open it with his hands. He noticed the fishing line led into the chest, meaning the bait had been swallowed by it. He stepped back, holding a flintlock in his left hand, and tried to pry the chest open with a wooden spear in his right. Damn tight. The first attempt failed, the spear had snapped. Yang Yi tied the sea serpent's fang to the spear and continued prying with the short sword, stabbing into the crevice. Suddenly he felt as though he had pierced something. The chest let out a strange cry and flung open. A black jet of water shot out from within, but Yang Yi, prepared, sidestepped it. What the hell, a mimic? Startled Sanity 5. Inside the chest was pale, tender flesh. His sword seemed to have severed something, causing the chest to thrash wildly. After spitting the water jet, the chest stopped moving, apparently dead. To be sure it wasn't playing dead, Yang Yi stabbed it a few more times, clear fluid oozing from the wounds. Finally, the suspected mimic was still. That water jet had been its only attack, somewhat corrosive, leaving a wisp of white smoke on the deck. Name: chest, clam type, food description, a bivalve mollusk that as an adult likes to use chests as its shell. It can spray corrosive acid and preys on small fish. It enjoys collecting shiny objects from the seabed. Within its body one can find conch coins and some gleaming treasures. Non-toxic, edible after removing the innards. So it was a sea clam. Yang Yi used the sea serpent's fang to cut open the clam meat and rummaged through it. The meat was only a thin layer. Beneath it were all the shiny trinkets the chest clam had collected, along with a pearl the size of a fist. You received conch coins 600. You received a healing pearl. You received crystal 50. You received stone 20. Name: healing pearl type, treasure quality, rare description. Soak the pearl in 1 L of water for 12 hours to imbue the water with healing properties, accelerating wound recovery. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This is a real treasure. It seems this treasure clam is quite rare, capable of yielding extraordinary goods. Seeing that the sky was growing late, Yang Yi gathered his fishing net and decided to call it a day. The net had caught 2 items. Name: one-armed crab type, food description. It has favored its right claw since childhood, with that claw weighing half its body. Non-toxic and edible, the claw is packed with meat. The other ugly thing would drain one's sanity. Strange starfish, your sanity drops by 3. This starfish at first glance resembled a human hand with 5 fingers of varying lengths crawling on the ground like a spider. What a peculiar little thing. Yang Yi crushed it underfoot, picked it up, and after examining its details found it suddenly less repulsive. Name: palm star type, food description, a starfish twisted by abyssal corruption. Mildly toxic, after consumption agility 1, sanity 20 for 1 minute. This item, akin to the human-headed octopus, could enhance attributes when eaten and might be refined into a potion. With that thought, Yang Yi grabbed these bizarre fish and dashed toward the cabin. Suna, take a look at these. In the laboratory, Suna was still dissecting the hammerhead demon shark. 2 bright fist-sized eyeballs had been removed and soaked in a glass jar, emitting a faint red glow. She noticed Yang Yi along with the strange fish and a large pearl he held. Check out these fish and this pearl. Suna took them, examining them closely. Did you catch all this? Yes. Suddenly inspiration struck Suna. She glanced at the fish, then at the demon shark's eyeballs, a plan forming in her mind. 2. No, 3 types. In 3 days I'll have a few prototypes for you. Suna exclaimed, suddenly excited. No rush, but it's evening now. Go to your room and rest, we can talk tomorrow. Suna hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately obeyed, retreating to her room. Her room was next to the captain's quarters, making it convenient for them to alert each other if anything stirred at night. Yang Yi walked toward the captain's quarters holding a crystal ball. This crystal ball had a vibration alert feature. Whenever a player's vessel appeared in the nearby waters, the crystal ball would vibrate as a warning. Placing it by his pillow allowed him to foresee danger in advance. Otherwise, he might not even know if other players surrounded him at night. After preparing everything, Yang Yi took off his coat, drank a bottle of refreshing coconut juice, and lay down on the bed. He habitually browsed the chat channel before sleep, mainly to check the price trends of warm clothing and to look for anyone selling fire-starting tools. As he scrolled, he drifted off to sleep, his brows furrowed as he fell into a nightmare. In the dead of night, a stir came from next door. Soon his door creaked open again. A stealthy figure slipped out, heading toward the stern cabin, aiming for the laboratory. Suna intended to work overtime on potion research. 3 days passed without any major incidents. Yang Yi fished as usual, collected the net in the evening, and occasionally practiced with his spear. He disliked using the grapple hook. Though it yielded steady results, it wasn't as enjoyable as fishing. He handed all his catches to Suna, letting her judge their usefulness. For now, food was plentiful and perishable items had to be prioritized for consumption. There was no need to eat these strange fish raw. His recent harvests were average aside from the odd fish. He had gathered 28 units of wood, 25 units of cloth, 650 conch coins, and 9L of fresh water. He noticed a difference between what the net and the fishing rod yielded. The net caught more shrimp, crabs, and shellfish. During this time, he also fished up 2 resource chests. The wooden resource chest yielded 20 units of wood and 20 units of cloth, better than nothing. The bronze resource chest was far better, offering 100 units of wood, 100 units of cloth, and 20 units of steel. As for fish, he caught 2 new varieties. Name: eyeball octopus type. Food description: an octopus corrupted by abyssal forces with eyeballs at the tips of its tentacles. Mildly toxic, after consumption. Perception 1 for a short duration, lasting 1 minute. Name: abs lobster type. Food description: a lobster corrupted by abyssal forces boasting 6-pack abs. Mildly toxic, after consumption. Constitution 1 for a short duration, lasting 1 minute. Along with the human-headed octopus and the palm star, these corresponded to all 4 attributes except spirit. He handed all these special fish to Suna. In the evening, after a long dry spell, without a bite, Yang Yi began checking the chat messages. As expected, the price of down jackets had been steadily dropping as more players learned to craft them. The current market price was just 105 units of cloth per jacket. He estimated the production cost at around 100 units of cloth, so the price had likely bottomed out. He checked his current total resources. Wood 841, cloth 560, stone 408, conch coins 5700, fresh water 208, steel 77, crystal 51, sulfur 40. It seemed like a lot, but buying cold weather gear would cost over 400 units of cloth. Moreover, upgrading to a level 3 ship required vast resources. The road ahead was long. If he used conch coins to buy down jackets, the price was around 600 coins, but players preferred trading in cloth due to the unstable exchange rate of conch coins. Currently, the conversion rate between basic resources and conch coins was roughly 5:1. 5 conch coins for 1 unit of basic resources, but actual trades were slightly higher. Advanced resources were more expensive at about 25 conch coins per unit. In short, Yang Yi appeared wealthy, but was actually strapped for cash, unable to spend resources recklessly. He had no idea how much he'd need to shell out for fire starting tools. As usual, he posted in the World channel, buying fire starting tools at a high price. Oh, cheap cold weather gear, DM me. Just after sending the message, Yang Yi noticed a private message from Suna sent a few minutes earlier. Suna, the potions are ready as you requested, laid out on the lab table. Come get them yourself. There are 3 types. The red one boosts attributes, possibly with mild side effects. The colorless one restores energy. Try it yourself. The pink one heals injuries. After reading the message, Yang Yi immediately rushed to the witch's laboratory. Such a high investment was finally paying off. Inside the lab, Suna was slumped over the table, seemingly resting. On the table were various instruments, including a microscope, a test tube rack with test tubes, Erlenmeyer flasks, and even an alcohol lamp. Can this thing start a fire? Yang Yi picked up the alcohol lamp, finding it surprisingly light. Upon closer inspection, it was empty. Laboratory-specific instrument, it will vanish if taken out of the lab. Requires self-supplied fuel. Yang Yi really wondered why Suna had bought this thing. Could it be that she hadn't known it was empty until after purchasing it? Yang Yi set down the alcohol lamp, his gaze drawn to 3 vials of differently colored potions on the table. Though they were all labeled as unknown potions, Yang Yi knew from experience that drinking one would reveal its specific effects and information. The red and pink potions were fine, both pure liquids. But the colorless potion had several long-legged sardine legs soaking inside. It was thick and viscous, requiring both drinking and chewing. Suna, what ingredients did you use to make these potions? Yang Yi asked. But Suna did not respond. Suna, he called again. Still no reaction. Sensing something wrong, Yang Yi reached out to touch her and found her body slightly feverish. This woman. He immediately opened the ship's log and checked Suna's information on the crew page. The information only included health status, not attributes or talents. Suna condition: injured, fever, exhausted, and unconscious. A human figure in a large character shape, whole body, slightly yellow. Sanity 3580, insanity. Obsession: health 82100, energy 12100. The sanity cap is only 80. Yang Yi frowned. This was the first time he had actively checked Suna's information. After reading, he understood the reason. Suna had hardly slept in the past few days, staying in the lab, forgetting to eat and sleep, ultimately ruining her own health. With energy below 30, she could collapse at any moment. Obsession. Yang Yi saw the insane state for the first time. It seemed there were many types. His talent was special, so he wouldn't go insane, and thus wouldn't get any warnings, even if his sanity dropped to 1. What a troublesome woman, can't even take care of herself. Yang Yi frowned. As the captain, he had the highest authority, including restricting access to rooms. So he directly imposed a curfew on Suna, revoking her right to enter the lab. Then he fetched salt and vitality coconuts, concocted a bottle of coconut juice on the spot, lifted Suna's chin, and fed it to her. A lot spilled, but it didn't matter. He had originally planned to feed her the colorless potion, but it was thick and sticky, required chewing, and its effects were unknown. Feeding it to a patient was too dangerous, so he abandoned that idea. She's really heavy, Yang Yi complained. Under normal conditions his strength was only 4, below the average adult, and carrying Su Na on his back was very strenuous. After much effort gaining 1 point of strength experience, he finally carried her back to her room, panting like an ox. This woman must be made of cement. Not big-chested, doesn't look fat, but why is she so heavy? Fortunately the Yinxing was not a large ship. If it were a supersized ship like the Gangtiexionxin Yang, he would have had to drag her. Su Na's room was next to the captain's cabin, and it was his first time entering. It was completely different from his captain's cabin. There was no moldy smell, and the floor was solid wooden planks. Several glowing crystal balls were embedded in the ceiling, providing illumination. The room seemed to have been moved from the original Zhangxing's captain's cabin, utterly out of place on a ghost ship. Yang Yi placed Su Na on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and left a message in the log. I've restricted your access to the lab. Check the activity log when you wake up. You don't even realize you're going insane. But would a person who has gone insane really pay attention to the activity log or their own sanity value? Yang Yi had never been insane, so he didn't know. After sending the private message, he was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed a small booklet on the table with the words, Yang Yi Observation Diary, written on it. What is this? Curious, Yang Yi opened it, and after just a few pages felt his scalp tingle. Inside were records of his various details, including what he ate, when he slept, how long he slept, when he relieved himself, how long it took, and so on. Every detail. Su Na. He doesn't go insane even when his sanity is below 50. Could he have a unique talent? I'd love to see the structure of his brain. Reading this, a chill ran down Yang Yi's spine, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at the sleeping Su Na. This woman. Had she been treating him like a lab animal all along? A murderous intent flickered in Yang Yi's mind. Fortunately, the diary took a sudden turn. He can be at a loss too. When I pointed the gun at him, the expression on his face was hilarious. I secretly recorded it with the log. He thought merge meant that. He misunderstood. Huh. He's a lecher too. He agreed to build me a witch's lab. I need to produce some results quickly. After reading, the murderous intent in Yang Yi's eyes faded. He placed the diary back as if it hadn't been touched, and carefully left. Su Na wasn't injured, the fever was just from lack of rest. She would probably recover after sleeping for a day. With a few hours left before dark, Yang Yi started fishing again. Buying lighters and other fire-starting tools at a high price. Also buying cold-weather clothes. As usual, he posted a message seeking fire-starting tools and intended to buy 4 down jackets, waiting for sellers to contact him. Soon he received a flood of private messages. But just as he was about to buy 4 down jackets for 105 cloth units, he unexpectedly received a very different private message. Want a firewall sweater? Lighter than down jackets and warmer. Only 100 C-Conch coins for the labor fee. Name firewall sweater, type treasure, quality, fine description, a sweater woven from firewool with excellent insulation. Wearing it feels like a warm patch, lightweight and easy to move. But note it loses most of its insulation when wet. Avoid wind and snow. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. This garment was clearly better than a down jacket. It was thin, could be worn underneath, and then covered with a pirate coat, so melting snow wouldn't wet the sweater. But freezing rain and such still had to be avoided. Yang Yi immediately messaged the seller privately to buy the firewall sweater. What do you mean by labor fee? The other party replied quickly. Exactly what it sounds like. This sweater requires a special material called firewool. I've run out of materials, so you'll have to provide them yourself. 10 units of firewool can make 1 sweater. If you need, I can also make wool pants. I only charge 100 C-Conch coins for the labor fee. You provide the materials. The price wasn't high, but where would Yang Yi get firewool? Just as he was wondering, the other party sent a new message. They'll give you coordinates. There's an island with a plant called firewool grass. Collect 10 stalks, and you can make a sweater. Then why don't you collect them yourself and sell the finished product? All sold out. I only have 2 left, which I need for backup. And I'm not in that sea area anymore. If you want them, bring the materials, and he'll make them for you. If not, forget it. Yang Yi fell into thought. He wanted the firewool sweater, but having to go get the materials himself was too suspicious. Sensing his hesitation, the seller sent another message. Believe it or not, besides me, you're the 3rd person to know these coordinates. The previous few transactions went smoothly. I don't know how much firewool grass is left on the island. If you want it, you'd better hurry. Yang Yi didn't believe a word and asked, how much for the 2 you have on you? Sorry, those 2 are not for sale. I'm keeping them for myself. Yang Yi frowned, glancing at the coordinates he sent. It wasn't far. At full speed, it would take only 2 days to reach it. Then add me as a friend, Yang Yi suggested. All right. Captain Hui of the galleon has applied to add you as a friend. Yang Yi accepted immediately. Names like XX ship were common for ordinary blank ships, but the owner could rename them. Yinxing, you have a special ship. That's right. Then when you get the materials, just message me privately. Okay. I'm quite far away. ITLL take about 5 days. They'll contact you then. All right. Yang Yi ended the conversation. He was certain this person was up to something, but the firewall sweater was the best cold-resistant garment he had seen so far, and he really wanted it. If he was going to get something, he'd get the best. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball and activated the Yangsing's skill peak. Search. Galleon. Hu Wei. 3 results appeared. Yang Yi was stunned. Ordinary ships could easily share the same name, that was understandable. But Yang Yi didn't expect that players could also share the same name, and there were 3 of them. It seemed the player base was still quite large. To distinguish them, the 3 results were numbered from 1 to 3. Yang Yi randomly chose 1, and an image appeared in the crystal ball. It was a 2-tier ship far from the island, and it didn't seem to be the person Yang Yi was looking for. After watching for about 10 minutes, he turned off the image. He'll check another person tomorrow. Yang Yi changed course toward the island. He planned to head there first. After all, Yang Yi had the sea chart, so he held the initiative. Even if there was an ambush, he could avoid it in advance. That evening, Yang Yi lay on his bed. As per his routine, he would drink a bottle of Vitality coconut juice before sleeping. But today he had an additional option, the colorless potion. This potion had the effect of restoring energy, and Suna probably wouldn't deceive him. So to drink or not to drink? Yang Yi scrutinized the bottle of potion closely. It was colorless and transparent, thick and viscous with several long legs floating inside. If placed in a dark environment, it would emit a faint glow. After pondering for just a few minutes, he decided to try a sip. He had invested so much, he had to give it a try. He could drink half first. Pinching his nose, he forced himself not to think about what the viscous liquid might contain, opened the cap, and attempted to suck out a bit. But who knew the liquid would be so sticky that it couldn't be bitten off? And it stank like a slime dwelling in a sewer. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Yang Yi chewed up the long legs inside and swallowed them in one gulp. You drank an unknown potion. As soon as the potion slid down his esophagus, a wave of warmth spread from his stomach throughout his body, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Such a strong effect. Immediately a log notification popped up. Energy 30, energy recovery rate 125, duration 8 hours. Awesome. But suddenly he felt something was off. Many parts of his body began to engorge with blood, his eyes for instance, and you have entered an excited state. Excited state lasts for 1 hour. Damn, I knew this stuff was trouble. Yang Yi's eyes turned red, and he sat up abruptly. The potion's information was now revealed. Name: excited potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique quality. Fine description: an original potion, created by the witch Suna. Ingredients include siren pituitary gland secretions, siren saliva, siren gland mucus, and the legs of long-legged sardines. After consumption: energy 30, sanity 28, energy recovery rate 125, duration 8 hours, cooldown 24 hours. Induces an excited state lasting 1 hour. Repeated use prolongs the excited duration, but carries a risk of poisoning. These side effects. Yang Yi didn't know how to describe them. If he sold it, it would surely be a huge hit. But he wasn't planning to sell the potion because its description included the creator's name. He felt this wasn't a good thing. It might invite unnecessary trouble. An hour later, Yang Yi finally lay down again. He'll have to ask Suna to improve this, remove those side effects. He left a message for Suna: your potion side effects are too severe. You need to improve it. Next time, drink it yourself first, and see the effect before giving it to me. After sending the message, he fell asleep. The nightmares persisted. Yang Yi's sleep quality was terrible, but with the potion's boost, he didn't worry about energy recovery, though dark circles remained under his eyes. The next morning, Yang Yi was awakened by a knock on the door. He was in the middle of a nightmare. Startled awake, he immediately raised his gun and aimed at the door. Who is it? It's me. Suna's voice came. Yang Yi relaxed. He had just dreamed that countless spiders crawled out of his body, devouring his flesh, leaving him drenched in sweat upon waking. After calming down, Yang Yi replied irritably, "What are you knocking for so early in the morning?" Suna was also angry and retorted, "Why did you turn off the lab access? Did you not read the message I sent?" Only then did Suna check the log for the message. Yang Yi took the opportunity to glance at Suna's sanity value. Fortunately, it had almost fully recovered. Sanity, 7,680. The recovery speed was quite fast, her mental attribute must be high, and her clothes also provided a bonus. You were already in a state of madness yesterday, do you realize that? Suna only now realized it belatedly, as if waking from a dream. It seemed that people who fell into madness never realized they were crazy, nor did they pay attention to their own sanity value. How was that potion? Suna stopped being angry and quickly shifted her attention to the potion. The effect was good, but the side effects. Just see for yourself. Yang Yi sent the potion's attributes to Suna. I see, but all potions have some side effects. Suna explained. These side effects won't do. You need to change them. Then I can't guarantee the effect. No problem. What about the other 2 bottles? Did you drink them? Speaking of this, Yang Yi felt somewhat dissatisfied. Why don't you drink them yourself and see? Why must I be the one to drink? I'm not a guinea pig. Potions are likely to reduce sanity, so it's not safe for me to drink. Suna replied with righteous indignation. Besides, potions taste terrible. So Suna knew this stuff was awful too. Your sanity won't drive you mad when it drops, so it's suitable for you to drink. Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He knew he couldn't escape the fate of being a potion tester. One bottle of excited potion would reduce sanity by 20 if there was a stronger one. Suna would fall into madness if she drank it by mistake. How many bottles of this potion can you make? Yang Yi suddenly asked. After all, potions required materials mostly from aberrant demons and some indescribable creatures. I can make 3 more bottles of the excited potion. If you don't like it, I can try a different recipe with other combinations. For the red potion, I need 1 demon shark's eyeball, so at most 2 bottles. The pink potion's main ingredient is water soaked with healing pearls, so I can make many bottles, Suna explained. For the energy potion, change the recipe. The effect can be weaker, but it needs to be mass-producible with easily accessible materials. After all, encountering a siren is not that easy. Suna nodded in agreement. Also, you need to limit your time in the lab, at most 8 hours a day. When the time is up, it'll directly revoke your access. Though somewhat displeased, Suna didn't argue because Yang Yi was right. After granting access, Suna received the notification and immediately headed to the lab. This woman really loves tinkering with these abnormal things, Yang Yi muttered. Yang Yi stepped out of the captain's cabin, picked up a fishing rod, and was about to cast his line when he suddenly remembered something. The fireweed sweater. He had forgotten to mention it to Suna. He intended to approach the possibly existing island and take a look. Yang Yi immediately activated the peeping skill of the Yinxing and searched for Hu Wei's true form. Searching. Galleon. Hu Wei. This time he chose a different person. Soon the crystal ball displayed an image. It was a large sailing ship apparently upgraded to level 3 with 2 cannon ports on each side equipped with cannons. The captain was a young man with very fair skin looking at something through a telescope. His position was very close to the island's coordinates, less than 10 nautical miles. So the identity of this person was obvious. It was the Hu Wei he was looking for. What is he looking at? Yang Yi compared on the map and felt that Hu Wei was looking in the direction of that island. To be safe, he sent another private message. If I want a sweater and pants, said how many fireweed plants are needed. The person in the image immediately reacted. It was indeed him. Same as the sweater, 10 plants for pants, 20 for a full set. Labor fee is 200 conch coins. Deal. Yang Yi smiled and continued watching the image. This person was strange. He stood on the ship's edge for a while, then sailed away. But he didn't go far. He kept a distance of 100 nautical miles from the island. Then every 3 to 4 hours, he would sail back to take a look. This is... Yang Yi narrowed his eyes. Yang Yi shared the details of the fire velvet sweater and the island with Suna. She also agreed to go and take a look. After all, the island possessed richer resources. If they encountered such an opportunity, they should not let it slip unless it proved too perilous. The dangers here included both unknown creatures on the island and other ill-intentioned players. If there are any peculiar life forms on the island, I want a few as specimens. Suna stated. This might be the real reason she agreed to the island expedition. 2 days later, Yang Yi arrived near the island. It was indeed an island roughly 5 kilometers in diameter, as could be seen on the nautical chart. Yang Yi could have gone any time he wished, but before that he had to deal with potential threats. Through 2 days of observation, he had figured out what Hu Wei was up to. He was fishing using bait to lure other players onto the island. On the island, there seemed to be some extremely dangerous creature or trap that would cause players who landed to die swiftly. After a player's death, Hu Wei would come to claim and dismantle the ownerless vessel, gaining a substantial supply. This was a morally bankrupt yet lucrative practice, but not without its risks. No one knew who the approaching players might be. If he encountered a tough nut, like someone with a peeping skill like Yang Yi, he might end up losing more than he gained, or even lose his life. Hu Wei could never dream that a pair of eyes could ignore distance and the fog of war to spy on his every move. Through observation, Yang Yi gathered a wealth of intelligence. Before approaching a player's ship, Hu Wei would use a telescope to scan until he was certain no one was on board. Only then would he slowly close and fire a symbolic shot to further confirm the absence of crew, and then attempt to board. He didn't use his cannon to directly strike the other ship's hull, as a damaged hull might reduce the salvage yield. Over the past 3 days, Hu Wei had dismantled 2 ships in this manner. Yang Yi had watched the entire process and informed Suna of his plan. I think there must be some dangerous creature on this island. Suna asserted. Is that what I'm talking about? Are you even listening to me? Yang Yi scratched his head. I mean, we turn the tables and ambush him instead. He would never expect someone to lie in wait for him. When we disable the boarding restriction, he'll think we're dead when he finds he can board. Then we hide in the cabin, and the moment he enters, we strike him down. But what if he doesn't come in? Impossible. If it were me, I'd come in too. Besides, once he's on the ship, can he outrun a bullet? Yang Yi was confident. He had dismantled a ship before and knew the process of claiming a vessel. It required not only the death of the owner, but also occupying the ship for a period of time. The duration was about 10 minutes, after which the system would prompt the option to dismantle the ship. However, dismantling didn't fully recover the items on board. Equipment and items on the ship had to be looted manually. Yang Yi judged that Hu Wei would not leave any corner of the ship untouched, including the cabin. If it were Yang Yi himself, he would thoroughly ransack the place, and do so quickly. Su Na nodded, indicating no objections. Thus the plan was set. To be safe, Yang Yi asked Su Na to brew 3 more bottles of pink restorative potion, giving each of them 2 bottles as a precaution. The next morning he would set off for the island, hide in the cabin, and pretend to be dead, giving Hu Wei a surprise. The next day Yang Yi took the helm and sailed toward the island. The journey was smooth without any danger. It was Yang Yi's first time seeing the island with his own eyes. Its exterior appeared ordinary, with a coastline of solid black-brown rock polished smooth by the waves. Barnacles clung to the rock surface, and many crabs dwelled in the crevices. Dense forest covered the island, hiding unknown contents. Yang Yi found no signs of struggle on the shore, nor even bloodstains. This suggested the murder scene was not on the shore, but deeper inland, or that something had dragged the victims into the forest depths. Regardless, Yang Yi had no intention of going ashore. He checked the crystal ball, which showed the other party rushing toward them, still several dozen nautical miles from the island. Though the distance was still great, Yang Yi called Su Na and hid in the cabin, releasing the ship's boarding rights. The cabin of the Nightmare Star, once entered, revealed a corridor that turned left. At the end of the corridor, a staircase led down to the ship's bottom. The light here was dim, with only small windows on either side letting in some light, damp and gloomy. The witch's laboratory was also here in a separate room. The two took their positions as planned. Su Na hid in the shadows at the bottom of the cabin, holding a pirate longbow, her gaze fixed on the door. On her back was a simple quiver containing over 30 arrows, all with steel arrowheads, far sharper than crude wooden arrows. Since Su Na had revealed her astonishing archery skills, Yang Yi had equipped her with better arrows. Each arrow was coated with the fluid of a cyst pufferfish, ensuring death upon contact with blood. Yang Yi stood at the end of the corridor on the stairs, less than 4 meters from the door. He would launch the first attack. If his flintlock misfired, Su Na would shoot. They would ensure the enemy had no time to react and died without a chance. On the other side, Hu Wei finally neared the island. He pulled out his telescope and began to scan. As expected, he spotted the Nightmare Star, a special ship. Hu Wei jumped with joy. Little did he know that all his actions were observed by Yang Yi, who held the crystal ball. Hu Wei waited a full hour, and after confirming there was no one in sight, he slowly approached and fired a symbolic shot. His aim was poor, and he didn't intend to hit. The cannonball landed ahead of the Nightmare Star, splashing a great spray of water. This was a routine step Yang Yi had already seen in the crystal ball's images. Another 15 minutes passed. Hu Wei, seeing no movement from the ship, sped up at full speed. He's coming. Hellboard in at most 10 minutes. Yang Yi alerted. Su Na stowed the crystal ball in his greedy stomach, held his breath, and fixed his gaze on the cabin door, waiting for the prey. It was Su Na's first time ambushing a kill, and she was a little nervous. But her mental fortitude was excellent, and she felt no fear. Soon the sound of grappling hooks colliding with the hull came, followed by the noise of a wooden plank being laid. The prey had taken the bait. Yang Yi had already raised his gun and aimed at the cabin door. Inside, the light was dim. By the time the enemy saw him clearly, he would likely already be shot. Time ticked by. To make the act convincing, Yang Yi had carelessly discarded fishing rods and nets on the deck. The other party was probably happily picking them up, unaware that Yang Yi had given him the permission to pick them up. The giant insect head, meanwhile, had been stowed in the cabin to prevent the enemy from wasting too much time on deck. His ultimate goal was to lure him into the cabin as quickly as possible. This was the safest strategy. If the time approached 9 minutes, Yang Yi and Su Na would have to take the initiative. Fortunately, in less than 5 minutes, movement came from the cabin. Click! The cabin door swung open. Hu Wei, beaming with satisfaction, swaggered in, carrying a barnacle fishing rod and a red fishing net on his back, looking quite pleased. He was still marveling at the great haul, but the next second a gunshot thundered to his left. Bang! Hu Wei was hit in the abdomen, collapsed to the floor, and clutched the wound tightly. Only then did he realize a man stood to his left, holding a flintlock with a wisp of gunpowder smoke still curling from the muzzle. You? How? Hu Wei couldn't believe his eyes. I've been waiting here for quite some time. Yang Yi laughed. He hadn't aimed for the head, partly for fear of missing, partly because he had questions to ask. What is on this island? Yang Yi asked coldly. He had refrained from shooting Hu Wei in the head precisely to ask this question. If I tell you, will you let me go? Hu Wei slumped to the ground, struggling to lift his head and look at Yang Yi. You can trust me. Yang Yi lowered the muzzle. Liar. That look in your eyes is meant for killing. Hu Wei coughed as if speaking was a great effort. Yang Yi frowned. He had indeed never intended to let Hu Wei live. You're tough, I admit defeat. I want trouble you to do the deed. As for what's on the island, you'll have to see for yourself. Hu Wei laughed maliciously, his mouth full of blood, a crimson mess. What do you mean? Hu Wei didn't answer. Instead, he pulled out a cleaver from behind his waist. Yang Yi instantly went on alert, raising his gun and aiming, but he didn't fire. Because Hu Wei had already killed himself. He was resolute, using his last strength to plunge the blade into his own throat without a hint of hesitation. This guy was also a ruthless man. Though he couldn't see it, Weiss log updated with new information. You have died. Covenant prerequisite quest failed. Completion 610. 2 orbs of light dropped beside him. Likely the loot from a player's death. Yang was about to pick them up when he sensed something wrong. He heard a rustling sound as if many things were crawling. The source of the noise was Weiss' corpse. The next second, Weiss' body moved twitching and convulsing. At the same time, countless fingernail-sized spiders crawled out from the wounds and orifices of his corpse. What the hell? You were startled. Sanity decreased by 5. Yang pulled the trigger. To be safe, he used the devastating cannon mode. Boom. The shot was astonishingly powerful. Weiss' corpse along with the cabin door was obliterated, and a large hole was blown into the ship's hull, letting sunlight stream in. Yang was thrown back by the recoil, crashing into the wall. What are you doing? He's already dead. Suna ran over her face, showing some displeasure. If the shot had been any lower, it would have punched a hole in her beloved witch's laboratory. There were spiders inside him. A lot of spiders. Yang explained. He recalled the earlier scenes, still shaken. In the nightmare, his end was the same as Weiss. But how could spiders come out of a person's body? Suna looked at the wreckage. Spiders? Where? I don't see any, she said, scanning left and right. Aren't they right there? Yang pointed at the debris not far away, but suddenly froze. He was certain there had been spiders on the ground just now. Very small, but conspicuous. Yet now there was nothing but shredded flesh, broken planks, and splattered blood. I definitely saw spiders just now, Yang asserted. Enough. Do you know your arm is dislocated? Yang's left arm hung limp at his side, his shoulder joint misplaced. Fortunately, Suna was a medical student. Though not an orthopedist, she was a rare polymath, and in no time, she had reattached Yang's left arm, which had been dislocated by the recoil. Yet he was still searching for traces of spiders. Impossible. I definitely saw spiders. Suddenly his nose itched, and a little blood trickled out. Likely from the shock of the flintlock's recoil. But the itching persisted as if something was crawling inside. Yang couldn't help but pick at it, and to his shock he extracted a tiny black spider the size of a grain of rice. A spider crawled out of your body. Your sanity decreased by 10. Startled Yang immediately crushed the spider and continued picking his nose. Fortunately, there was no second one. So there really were spiders. When did you inhale one into your nose? Suna bent down and picked up the dead spider from the ground. Inhaled it. Yang felt things weren't that simple. This spider must have crawled out of his own body. He immediately checked his status. Status injured, large humanoid figure diagram, back and left arm shown in pale yellow, sanity 8, 5100, energy 9, 4100, health 9, 3100. Everything here was normal, but after the talent, a new status had appeared. Kiss of the Spider, a gift from the Spider Matron. Wounds will occasionally spawn spiders, but you'll get used to it soon. Unlocks Covenant prerequisite quest. Hostility from spider-type aberrations 100. When did this status appear? He immediately checked the activity log. You have acquired Kiss of the Spider. Judging by the time, it must have been the instant Hui died. The moment he died, this status was transferred to me. Yang squinted. Suna wasn't afraid of spiders as she prepared to walk into the sunlight to examine it closely. But unexpectedly, the moment the spider touched sunlight, it vaporized and disappeared. Yang also noticed this, strode over and grabbed Suna's hand. It vanished, he said incredulously. Let go, you're hurting me. Suna protested, pulling her hand back. But Yang ignored her, his mind racing. This status was definitely connected to Weiss' death. After he died, the next heir would appear. Suna, check your status bar. Is there a negative status called Kiss of the Spider? Yang warned. She immediately checked, then shook her head. I don't have it. It seemed the curse was only for one person. Connecting this with Weiss' recent behavior. The answer was obvious. The Kiss of the Spider was related to this island. Let's leave first. My flintlock used cannon mode, so it has a 12-hour cooldown. Also, the Yinxing has a huge hole that needs repair. Yang arranged. Suna nodded and joined him in collecting the spoils. The spider issue was set aside for now. They needed to deal with the battlefield. 2 orbs of light dropped by Hui were collected. One had fallen into the sea. There were 12 50 coins and a recipe for a tinder wool sweater. Tinder wool sweater requires 100 units of tinder spider fluff. An adult tinder spider yields 812 units of fluff. What tinder grass? It was all fabricated by Hui. There must be monsters called tinder spiders on that island. What surprised Yang even more was that when a player died, they dropped recipes. With this thought, he turned to look at Suna. This woman had a special talent that allowed her to create unique recipes. If she died, would those self-created recipes also drop? That would be very dangerous. Easy to become a target. Yang immediately warned, Suna, don't sell or give away the potions you make. You mean I should give them all to you to drink? Suna replied. Let's discuss that later. Yang recalled that unbreakable euphoria potion and suddenly felt a bit nauseous. After cleaning up the battlefield, they found 3 pieces of equipment and items. Name web gloves, type treasure, quality, fine description, enhances grip strength, allowing one to climb rock walls and not be stuck by spider silk. That's right. With these you can scale walls and leap across roofs. Name delicious chef knife type relic quality exquisite description a sharp cleaver. Anything it cuts becomes extraordinarily delicious, easily addictive. A godsend for those with anorexia. The delicious effect lasts for 5 days. For objects larger than 3 cubic meters the effect is only partial. Name healing spray type consumable quality exquisite description spray on wounds to accelerate healing. Uses 310 yang. Picked up the chef knife, which was no more than 30 centimeters long. Being cut by this knife makes you delicious. His expression was strange, and he detected a hint of sweetness in the air. Huai's ship was a third-class vessel. Both expansion spaces on the ship were used to build cannons. Name common cannon type ship equipment quality common description an ordinary cannon with a range of 200 meters. Cannons fixed in the combat room cannot be removed. Yang Yi thought about trying to move the cannon to his own ship, but after reading the information, he completely abandoned the idea. However, Huai was indeed well-stocked, having hoarded a large amount of supplies. Unfortunately, they all became Yang Yi's gain. The ship's supplies and equipment were as follows: timber 912, cloth 808, stone 995, steel 83, crystal 63, sulfur 35, fresh water 50L, and various foods such as sausages and bread enough to last Yang Yi and Su Na for half a month. The equipment included a common quality telescope, a simple fishing rod, and 2 pieces of tinderwool sweaters. Yang Yi calculated that these supplies were enough to upgrade the Yinqing to 3rd class. However, he had no idea yet about the demon corpse needed for the upgrade. By dismantling this 3rd-class schooner, he could additionally obtain timber 520, cloth 233, stone 240, and steel 20. The total supplies had exceeded the capacity limit of the Yinqing. The best course of action now was to not dismantle this ship for now, and wait until there was a demon corpse to upgrade the Yinqing to 3rd class before dismantling it. For the time being, this ship could be used as a warehouse towed behind. After Yang Yi and Su Na moved the food, fresh water, and high-grade supplies into the Yinqing, they steered the ship away from the island. When the ship had sailed 200 nautical miles, Yang Yi's expression suddenly changed. An unbearable itching crawled over his entire body, as if countless insects were creeping and biting. He immediately stopped the ship, turned around, and sailed back, and the itching disappeared. Yang Yi now understood why Huai had been guarding this island. He simply couldn't leave. What's wrong? Su Na noticed the commotion and came out of the cabin. The spider inside me won't allow me to leave this island, Yang Yi said with a grim expression. Su Na frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, stop the ship. Come with me. She pulled Yang Yi all the way into the laboratory. There were 2 large metal tables, one of which was covered with various instruments, and on top of it was a pile of minced flesh. That was Huai's dismembered corpse, which Su Na had collected. I've just finished examining it. I can now confirm that this corpse is empty inside. Su Na's expression was unprecedentedly grave. Empty. Exactly. There are no organs, no bones. Only a thin layer of skin. Su Na picked up a piece of flesh with tweezers and explained, didn't you notice that the pieces of his corpse were unusually few and the amount of blood was also very small? At first I thought it had fallen into the sea, but after examining each piece I found that there were no bones or internal organs. Only the superficial skin and muscles of the human body. Yang Yi suddenly understood. This corpse is empty. No brain, no intestines, no heart. This must have happened in an instant after Huai's death. All the internal organs and bones were eaten by the spiders. Su Na stated her conclusion. After hearing her account, a cold sweat dripped from Yang Yi's forehead. He likely had such spiders inside him as well. Unable to control his own life or death, at any moment, he could be devoured by these spiders, die, and become an empty shell. Suddenly Yang Yi noticed a fragrance. Once aware of this scent, it became impossible to ignore, making his mouth water and causing him to involuntarily swallow saliva. This was the power of the delicious chef's knife, which had made Huai's corpse appetizing. Su Na, you didn't sneak a bite, did you? Yang Yi exclaimed in horror. Given her nature, he wouldn't be surprised even if she had taken a piece to taste. What are you talking about? This is a valuable sample. How could I possibly eat it? Su Na said with some displeasure. That's good. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that. He felt that eating anything produced by the delicious chef's knife would be disastrous. It might become addictive. All right, your turn. Su Na put all of Huai's remains into a glass container, cleared the table, and gestured for Yang Yi to lie down. What's this? Checking your body to see how the spiders emerged inside you. Su Na explained. Yang Yi was a little uneasy, but in the end he lay down on the metal table because he too wanted to know what had happened to him. Su Na began examining Yang Yi's body, feeling around. The surface is normal. Open your mouth. Yang Yi complied. Su Na looked inside with a magnifying glass, then scraped off some mucosal tissue, made a simple slide, and observed it under an optical microscope. Seeing her furrowed brow, Yang Yi felt as if he were sitting on a bed of nails. It was like a patient waiting for a doctor's verdict. The more hesitant the doctor seemed, the more anxious the patient became. After a few minutes, Su Na walked over holding a sharp dagger. What are you doing? He sat up abruptly and backed away to keep his distance. Why are you so nervous? If you're afraid of pain, then give me money. I'm out of conch coins. Suna brandished the dagger, looking imposing without anger. Yi quickly and deftly transferred 200 conch coins to Suna. The latter did some operations in the log, and soon a modern blood-drawing kit appeared in her hand out of thin air. You're going to draw blood? Yi asked. Exactly. I was originally going to cut you with a knife, but since you seem very afraid of pain, I'll switch to this. Suna walked over with the blood-drawing kit. Damn, this woman must have deliberately put on this act to trick him into giving her conch coins. Although Yi had no proof, he thought it was very likely. While being bled, Yi inquired about the laboratory. Can this lab provide any kind of tool? There are great limitations. Basically, it can only provide experimental equipment and medical tools. The more complex and larger the item, the more expensive it is. What about a lighter? A lighter is possible, but without fuel. For now, the lab can only produce items made of glass, metal, ceramic, plastic, and the like, but it does not provide fuels like alcohol. Moreover, all equipment purchased from the lab cannot be taken out of the lab. Suna replied. I see. Yi nodded. No wonder the alcohol lamp he had seen earlier had no alcohol. Then can you generate flint or some other fire-starting tool? Yi asked again. No, but you can try rubbing sticks to make fire. Forget it. Yi didn't think he could start a fire by rubbing sticks in the damp sea. Even if it succeeded, this method was not a long-term solution. When they reached the extreme winter sea, he might rub sticks until the end of time without ever getting a flame. Suna drew 300 cubic centimeters of blood from Yi. He then made a blood smear and continued observing. Just as I thought. Come and take a look. She motioned for Yi to come over. Yi didn't know much about biology, but he could manage to look through the adjusted microscope. In the field of view, besides red blood cells, there were many tiny particles. See those black particles? Brace yourself. Suna changed the magnification of the microscope and adjusted the focus. Yi immediately broke out in a cold sweat at what he saw. They were tiny spiders curled up in clusters requiring sufficient magnification to barely make out their outlines. In theory, there should be no spiders that are much smaller than cells. Yet Yi saw them under the microscope. Inside his body, it was likely filled with these tiny spiders sleeping and once awakened. Yi would suffer unimaginable torment, then be devoured entirely and die completely. It seemed he had no choice but to return to the island. There must be a solution on the island. Don't panic, give me some time. Suna approached and said soothingly, I can try to kill the spiders inside you. The Nightmare Star had a massive hole and repairs were quite expensive, costing 332 wood, 125 cloth, 108 stone, and 20 steel, taking half a day. This system sure knows how to recycle. The materials from dismantling the ship were severely reduced, while the resources needed for repairs were directly doubled. Yet Yi did not regret pulling the trigger. Even if he had to do it again, he would not hesitate. Who knew what would happen once that swarm of spiders burst out? They might bite, or they could converge into a monster. In any case, caution could never be wrong. With such a bountiful harvest, he could afford to spare these resources. 3 days later, the Nightmare Star still roamed around the sea island. Yi had a sea chart giving him an inherent advantage to monitor the island's surroundings. But for 3 consecutive days, not a single ship shadow appeared nearby. Perhaps because Hui was dead, and when other deceived players privately messaged and found no such person, they grew wary and stopped approaching these coordinates. Of course, it was also possible that Hui hadn't fooled many, and Yi was the last. During these 3 days, Suna locked herself in the laboratory, rarely showing her face except to draw a few more vials of blood from Yi, immersed in her research. As evening fell and night was about to descend, Yi walked into the cabin and called out loudly, Suna, it's time to return to your room and rest. The 8th-hour work system was a strict rule Yi had set for Suna. She could stay in the lab for a maximum of 8 hours a day. This effectively prevented her sanity from dropping too low and falling into madness. Suna. Yi called again, impatience creeping onto his face. Just 5 more minutes. Are you bargaining with me? 5 minutes. Come out now, or I'll kick you out. Yi threatened fiercely. With his captain's authority, he could directly eject Suna from the lab, literally having the system boot her out of the room. Please don't. I'll come out myself. After some commotion, Suna rushed out. Any results? Yi asked. Still a bit short. Suna seemed dazed, as if her mind was elsewhere. Yi was used to this, knowing she was lost in her own world, and simply urged, all right, go rest in your room. We'll talk tomorrow. Suna showed no reaction, walking toward her quarters like a walking corpse. Yi returned to the deck, steered the ship to a halt, and kept a distance of over 100 nautical miles from the island. These days, the fish he caught were still the same old lot, except for one strange fish he reeled in from the deep sea using an eyeball fruit. It was about half a meter long, covered in coral, and at first glance looked like a bamboo basket. But in reality, the fish was only the size of a palm, nestled in the center of the basket, with the rest being coral. Name: coral cage fish. Type: food. Description: an abyssal fish species, its body covered in highly toxic coral that wraps around it like a cage for protection. Its flesh is also poisonous and not recommended for consumption. Seeing the word toxic, Yang Yi didn't even want to touch the fish. He killed it with a wooden spear, skewering it like a ball, and sent it into the lab. His luck had been terrible these past few days. Not a single treasure chest, and all he caught besides fish were 12 wood and 15 cloth. The weakness of fishing was thoroughly exposed. The yield was highly unstable, dependent on luck and skill. But even the most skilled angler couldn't avoid coming up empty. Once the empty hauls piled up, anglers would start doubting themselves and turn to superstition. Things like casting the line precisely on the hour for a higher chance of a treasure chest, or constantly reeling in regardless of whether there was a bite, or marking the spot where a chest or big fish was caught and returning there to fish again. That is marking the boat to find the fish, and performing 3 kowtows and 9 prostrations to the fishing rod to please it, ensuring a bountiful catch. Yang Yi declared all of this false, pure superstition, because he had tried it all, and it was utterly useless. Now lying in bed like a salted fish, he browsed the World Channel. Buying lighters. Yang Yi left his usual message hoping someone would contact him. Scrolling up a few pages, an organization called the Big Newspaper Special Ship Group caught his attention. It had appeared a few days ago, and was recruiting at the time. The group leader likely owned a special ship capable of printing newspapers. So he planned to establish a newspaper office specializing in collecting the latest maritime intelligence and selling it in weekly editions. After all this preparation, their first weekly was finally ready for release. The first issue is complete, featuring a trading section, maritime news, and monster intelligence. Other content is still in preparation. The weekly price is 100 conch coins with a monthly membership at 300 conch coins. Everyone is welcome to provide news leads, and we will reward conch coins based on the content. Supplying fake news will result in a permanent blacklist. Advertising space also available. It had to be said the newspaper group leader was a business genius. The newspaper wasn't expensive, but they could make up for it with high volume. If they could attract tens of thousands of customers, the speed at which money would roll in was unimaginable. The prerequisite was building a good reputation for the paper. Yang Yi was also interested in this newspaper and directly sent a private message expressing his desire to buy a copy. He received a quick response. Pay first, then leave a note in the private message specifying the newspaper language. The newspaper will then be sent via free trade. You can also add me as a friend for membership. 300 conch coins a month for at least 4 issues. There's currently a promotion. Sign up for 3 months and get 1 free. No need for membership. Just 1 copy for now. Yang Yi transferred 100 conch coins directly. Joining the membership required adding a friend, which Yang Yi couldn't be bothered with, and he wasn't short on cash. He bought one anonymously, planning to take a look first. If the content was good and valuable, he would continue buying. The newspaper office was highly efficient, even shipping at night. Within minutes, the item arrived via trade. It was an extremely rudimentary newspaper printed with ink exactly like those old-fashioned papers. Rubbing it hard would smudge the ink. But at this point, no one cared about that as long as the content was valuable. The Nightmare Star had no lights or fire, only the witch's lab and Suna's room were illuminated. Yang Yi didn't plan to visit under the pretense of reading the newspaper. Instead, he sneaked into the witch's lab. Inside, it was cold and desolate like another world. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, a complex mixture of fishy stench and the unique odor of alien flesh and organs. Glass jars on the walls held many organs which Yang Yi ignored. Looking too much might drain his sanity, and it wasn't worth it. He unfolded the newspaper and began reading. The front page featured the trading section listing transaction information, both buying and selling with clear prices, along with the ship name, player name, and ID for private negotiations at any time. The items for sale were mostly self-produced. Yang Yi's eyes swept over and immediately spotted an old acquaintance, Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. She was promoting holy water at a rather steep price, now 2,000 conch coins per bottle, or trade for equipment or items. Calculating this way, the price she had given him was already an internal friendship price. There was also the early chaos in prices and the scarcity of basic resources. Yang Yi continued reading and found a troublesome relic. Name: Beginner's Guide to Corpse Eating. Type: relic. Quality: rare. Description: this book records 18 ways to eat corpses, truly achieving the effect of like cures, like eating what you want to supplement. Except it can't supplement your brain. After reading this, Yang Yi's vision went dark. This newspaper absolutely had to be destroyed and never discovered by Suna. Otherwise, that crazy woman would spare no expense to buy this book and try out its contents. Just thinking about it made his skin crawl, as if he could already see Suna eating corpses. He immediately revoked Suna's trading rights, completely snuffing out that possibility. The other items weren't so sinister. Yang Yi skimmed through them, finding that either the prices were too high or the effects were poor. If they were good quality and cheap, they would have sold in the chat channel already. However, Yang Yi did come across an interesting ship equipment. Name: Barbarian Catapult. Type: ship. Equipment quality: fine. Description: can launch items for long-range attacks. Effective range: 0 500 meters, 0 if too heavy to launch. Requires 1 square meter of deck space for installation. The Nightmare Star's biggest weakness was its lack of long-range attack capabilities. This catapult could be bought as a stopgap if the price was right. Yang Yi checked the price, 2,000 conch coins. Might as well be robbery. Upgrading the ship could produce cannons which were far easier to aim than this awkward catapult. And the power was greater than a catapult. The only advantage of the catapult was its slightly longer range than current standard cannons, but stones flew much slower than cannonballs and were easy to dodge. So Yang Yi concluded that this thing wasn't worth 2,000 conch coins. If it were 500, it would be acceptable. He sent a private message to the seller. 500 for 1 catapult. DM if interested. The other party didn't reply, probably asleep. Head check tomorrow. Yang Yi then looked at the buying section filled with familiar organizations like New World, New Humanity, and the Brotherhood of Steel purchasing resources, equipment, fire-starting tools, and such. Prices were generally slightly below market value, focusing on quick liquidation. These organizations are all buying fire-starting tools. No wonder I can't get any. Yang Yi clicked his tongue. As an individual, he couldn't compete with these fleets financially, and his warehouse was only so big. After finishing this page, Yang Yi flipped to the other side. This page was divided into 2 sections: Maritime News and Monster Intelligence. These 2 sections had little content despite the editor enlarging the font to mask the scarcity. The Sea Winds Chronicle recorded intelligence insights, introductions to certain fleets, coordinates of a few publicly known islands, and speculations on the internal environment of the extreme winter sea. As for the truthfulness of the information, it was up to one's own judgment. However, it was certain that the islands with publicly disclosed coordinates were of little value. Either their trees had been completely felled or setting foot on them meant leaving one's life behind. Yang Yi encountered an old acquaintance again, Zhou Dai. She was recruiting teammates to raid a dangerous island. It had been discovered that a formidable werewolf resided there. She was gathering allies for the assault, and those who passed the assessment would receive the island's specific coordinates. Werewolf. Yang Yi stroked his chin. In his memory, werewolves were terrifying creatures, swift in movement, keen of smell, their claws and fangs capable of tearing human flesh with ease. Facing such a beast, the more teammates the better, so that when fleeing one only needed to outrun them. Yang Yi chuckled and skipped over it. He didn't believe an ordinary person could contend with a werewolf unless they had a large caliber machine gun and could shoot accurately. He scrolled down and spotted another valuable insight from the captain of the fishermen, whose name was anonymous. But Yang Yi had him as a friend and knew his full name was Chi, a seasoned angler. Regarding night fishing, first of all, I must state that I advise no player to attempt night fishing. This report is meant as a warning to all. Night fishing easily yields bizarre creatures. I've caught mermen and drowned ones. The latter nearly cost me my life. 30% of the fish caught are abyssal species, such as sardines with 4 legs, eels with human lips, and even octopuses with human faces. For the sake of your sanity, I won't include pictures. Suffice it to say they are revolting. Catching these freak fish deducts sanity points, and eating them does the same. I believe they are worthless. If after reading this you still wish to night fish, I suggest you prepare thoroughly, for risk and opportunity coexist. I did manage to catch a rare fishing rod, but upon coming to my senses, I was still filled with dread. At that time, I might have been fishing madly, who knows. In short, night fishing is perilous. Do not attempt it lightly. I suspect I won't try it again for a long time. Chi truly lives up to his reputation as an angler, effortlessly doing what I dare not. Yang Yi remarked with admiration. Yet he recognized all those abyssal fish species. They were all familiar faces. Eating them now wouldn't even cost him sanity, except for those with special effects. Night fishing. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to attempt it. Yang Yi made his decision. The Nightmare Star bore a fisherman's curse. If he went night fishing, he might haul up a giant bobbit worm, then be caught off guard and drowned. He turned to the monster intelligence section. It highlighted some common sea monsters, including their weaknesses, many of which Yang Yi had encountered. Drowned ones, obese, clumsy, but capable of self-destruction with great force. Sea demons, a great threat to men. Upon hearing their song, one must plug their ears within 2 seconds, or be ensnared. They usually hunt at night, so wearing earplugs while sleeping is advisable. But if I wear earplugs and a drowned one comes, wouldn't I be dead on the spot? Yang Yi shook his head in disapproval. Skeletons mediocre in all aspects, crushing the skull kills them. Blunt weapons recommended. Merfolk small, rarely solitary, often appearing in groups. Giant bobbit worms enormous, blind with sharp mandibles on their heads. They can be killed with cannon fire. Thanks to the captain of the Iron Will for the intelligence. There were certainly more monsters than these, especially the formidable ones for which little intelligence remained due to the scarcity of survivors. After reading Yang, he found no information on the hammerhead demon shark, so he contacted the major newspaper. I have monster intelligence to provide. How much do you usually pay? The newspaper replied, 200 conch coins or more. The more detailed, the higher the pay, with no upper limit. You need to provide relevant trophies or corpse evidence. No problem. The lab still had organs from a hammerhead demon shark. The hammerhead demon shark can be caught. It's a social creature with 2 large eyeballs that look like red lanterns underwater. It has 2 powerful hind legs and strong jumping ability, but its weakness is its eyes, and it cannot climb. Yang Yi sent the demon shark intelligence to the newspaper. About half an hour later he received a payment of 800 conch coins. Others must have encountered the shark, but few who saw it likely survived. The next day before dawn, Yang Yi suddenly sat up, his body racked with an unbearable ache and itch as if a myriad of ants were gnawing at him. Knowing what was happening, he dashed to the helm, steering the Nightmare Star at full speed toward an island. After sailing over 10 nautical miles, the bone-gnawing pain slowly subsided. The urgent departure had awakened Suna. She stepped out of her cabin and saw Yang Yi leaning unsteadily on the helm, veins bulging on his skin, his eyes blood red. "What happened?" Suna asked. Yang Yi opened his mouth only to vomit a large gush of blood within which tiny spiders crawled. Then he collapsed into a pool of blood unconscious. Yang Yi had a nightmare, dreaming he lay on a metal table. Suna, wearing a bird-beak mask from the Black Death era, approached with a scalpel. What are you doing?" Yang Yi screamed in terror, trying to resist, but unable to move as if pinned by a ghost. "You're ill, I'm treating you," Suna said calmly. She sliced open Yang Yi's skin, cut through blood vessels and muscles, searching for spiders within, then extracted them with tweezers. A gory scene. "There are many more inside, I'll remove them all for you." Suna continued cutting again. No, you'll kill me." Yang Yi screamed in panic, for Suna's red eyes grew increasingly dangerous. With a jolt, Yang Yi woke from the nightmare, just in time to see a scalpel poised before his eyes. He quickly pushed it away. Awake. Suna, just as in the dream, wore a bird-beak mask and goggles, performing surgery on Yang Yi. "What are you doing?" Still groggy and agitated from the nightmare, Yang Yi curled up on the verge of aggression. "Calm down, I'm saving you," Suna said flatly, pointing to a graduated cylinder on the metal table. Inside were a pile of dead baby spiders, nearly filling it, stained with blood. If these foreign objects weren't removed, there would be big trouble. Suna continued. After assessing the situation, Yang Yi gradually calmed. He checked his status, health below 50, sanity at a mere 37. His left eyelid seemed cut, blood trickling into his eye, staining much of his vision red. He touched it, and 2 tiny spiders fell from his eyelid. "Sorry, I just had a nightmare," Yang Yi apologized, now fully awake. "It's fine that you're awake." Suna smiled, unbothered. But her left hand was hidden behind her back, gripping a witch's dagger, her fingers trembling slightly with excitement. Yang Yi examined his body, finding it covered in densely stitched wounds too numerous to count. Time had slipped into the dead of night, yet the laboratory was bathed in unceasing illumination. "How long have I been unconscious?" Yang Yi asked. 35 hours and 17 minutes. "It's already the 2nd day," Suna replied. Yang Yi nodded solemnly and began reviewing the activity log. After he fell unconscious, his captain's authority had been temporarily transferred to the first mate. Since the Nightmare Star had only 2 crew members, the first mate was naturally Suna, who thus gained full permissions to perform surgery on Yang Yi. Yang Yi leaped off the metal table, pulled on his pirate coat that had been set aside, and retrieved the healing spray from its pocket. This was Hu Weiss' legacy, now proving quite useful. He sprayed it over the larger wounds, and a cool, refreshing sensation spread across his skin. The healing effect was decent, but the quantity was meager. 3 sprays, and it was gone. After a moment's thought, he pulled out that pink potion, gritted his teeth, and swallowed it down. The taste was intensely pungent, like drinking a bottle of chili oil. You consume an unknown potion. Health recovers by 20. A wound healing accelerated. Health continues to recover your wounds. Itch unbearably. Sanity 20. Yang Yi's sanity plummeted to 17, and he began writhing on the ground like a worm. The wounds healed rapidly amidst his contortions. Suna watched intently, pulling out a notebook to record meticulously, then asked, "How do you feel? I see your wounds are scabbing over. Is the efficacy very good? On a scale of 1 to 10, what score would you give this potion?" Yang Yi, drenched in sweat and glaring furiously, looked at Suna. He wanted to curse, but dared not open his mouth, for doing so might unleash a howling sound most unseemly. He also dared not scratch, fearing it would worsen the injuries. After more than 10 minutes, Yang Yi finally stopped writhing and stood up as if nothing had happened, his health recovering from just over 40 to nearly 70. In terms of efficacy, this potion was even stronger than holy water. Name: regeneration potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique quality: fine description: an original potion created by the witch Suna. It has a pungent taste, made from water infused with healing pearls, powdered little merman scales, and the fiery lips of the crimson eel. After drinking, health recovers by 20. Sanity 20. Health continues to recover. Wounds heal faster. Wounds will itch unbearably if you resist the urge to scratch. The healing effect is enhanced. After reading the information, Yang Yi's face turned ashen, and he replied flatly, "I give it a 0. 0? How can that be? The effect is clearly good, and your wounds have scabbed over." Suna protested vehemently. "You cannot ignore the efficacy just because of the taste." Yang Yi was left speechless. To be fair, the potion's effect was remarkable, but the side effects were genuinely unbearable. They'll send you the information. See for yourself. Yang Yi transmitted the data on the regeneration potion to Suna. By the way, I plan to go ashore. Time is limited. Ew, I can't keep dragging this out. Yang Yi added. This episode could be seen as a warning. The spider's kiss was urging Yang Yi to land, shrinking the safe distance from the original 200 nautical miles to 100. If another episode struck, he might die directly. Actually, I've already developed a potion that can kill the spiders inside you. Otherwise, I might not have been able to save you this time, Suna said, producing a black vial. What's this? My specially crafted poison. The ingredients come from the cyst pufferfish and the coral cage fish you just caught. The toxins after my formulation are very minimally harmful to humans, but highly toxic to spiders. Suna explained. Yang Yi immediately took the vial and examined it. Name: spider death potion. Type: consumable potion. Unique quality. Good description: an original potion by the witch Suna, a potent poison specifically formulated for spiders. It is only slightly toxic to humans, but should not be consumed in large quantities. Can this potion cure me? Yang Yi asked with surprise. Unfortunately, no. Suna shook her head. It can kill the spiders inside you, but only temporarily. Once the toxins are metabolized, new spiders will appear in your body. To completely resolve the issue, you must find the source of the spiders and eliminate it at the root. Only then can you be fully cured. Disease. Exactly. Don't you think this resembles a disease? Yang Yi thought about it and realized it was indeed true, albeit a disease with a touch of fantasy. He left the laboratory, grabbed a slice of dark bread to eat with sausage, and cracked open a vitality coconut to rehydrate. He had not eaten for nearly 2 days. Only after the food settled in his stomach did Yang Yi feel truly alive. As he ate, a sudden thought struck him, and he rushed back to the laboratory. Suna, did you say this poison is highly effective against spiders, eh? Yang Yi asked quickly. Yes, that's right. How much poison can you make? Could it kill giant spiders, the kind that appear in urban legends? Yes. As long as the creature's physiology is recognized as a spider, this potion will work. Its main ingredients come from the cyst pufferfish and the coral cage fish. The former is plentiful, but we only have one of the latter, so I can make at most 10 bottles amounting to about 1 liter. So as long as we have coral cage fish, we can produce large quantities of this potion, right? Yang Yi had an idea. He planned to poison the spiders on the island before going ashore. Based on the information from the tinder wool sweater, there was no doubt that a creature called the tinder spider existed on the island. The next day, Yang Yi woke up fully refreshed with his health restored to 90. He checked the weather forecast. Today's weather sunny and bright, with gentle sea breezes. A perfect day for fishing. Location: Origin Sea. Daylight remaining 9 hours. Temperature 15-25 C. Wind force 3. Without a second thought, he grabbed his fishing rod and headed out, first setting up the net, then fetching dozens of eyeball fruits from the cabin. A stock from previous catches that he had never eaten. The texture was poor, the taste unappealing, and since food was plentiful now, they were perfect for baiting coral cage fish. He used the deep-sea fishing method with eyeball fruit as bait. You caught a crimson eel, you caught a human-headed octopus, you caught a long-legged sardine. Holy shit. How can I catch a long-legged sardine, even in the deep sea? Fortunately, the fourth cast finally paid off. You caught a coral cage fish. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. He immediately used a wooden spear to lift the fresh coral cage fish and delivered it to the laboratory. At this rate, he would soon catch 10 coral cage fish, enough to make 100 bottles of spider death potion. As he fished, he suddenly received a private message from the fellow who had sold him the catapult earlier. The first line was, "Do you really want to buy?" Of course. I won't hide it from you. I have the recipe to make this catapult. But at 500 conch coins each, I make no profit. 600 conch coins per unit, buying 4 at once. Sell if you want, or don't waste my time. Yang Yi replied instantly. He had previously offered 500 conch coins each, and the other party had responded. That meant the price wasn't absurdly low, it was likely around the cost. So Yang Yi added another 100, which should leave room for profit. Moreover, few players would be willing to buy a catapult, as its effect was far inferior to cannons. Soon the seller replied. 700 conch coins. That's the lowest I can go. It takes time to craft these. 650 conch coins, not a single coin more. You know that in 2 weeks no one would pay even 200 conch coins for this thing. The other party hesitated for a few minutes before finally agreeing to the trade. Deal. Yang Yi confirmed. The transaction was completed smoothly. He now had 4 catapults ready to be. A morning passed, and Yang Yi had caught 4 coral-caged fish. With a bit more effort in the afternoon, he would be able to catch 10. His goal for today was to catch 10 fish, enough to create 100 bottles of dead spider potion, totaling 10 liters. Before long, he received a private message. The second catapult had been completed and was ready for trade. The other party sold them immediately, privately messaging Yang Yi to sell one for 650 conch coins, each totaling 4 units, for 2,600 conch coins. Yang Yi's previously amassed fortune had dwindled to 1,600, but fortunately food and water were plentiful, so he had no worries. In the afternoon, he successfully caught 5 more coral-caged fish. With all the eyeball fruits consumed, he thought he might not complete his task. However, upon retrieving his fishing net, he found an unexpected catch. Another coral-caged fish. He handed all the coral-caged fish to Suna, and then headed to the atrium of the Nightmare Star ready to find a place to install the catapult. When not installed, the catapult resembled a miniature figurine only a few centimeters in size, making it easy to move. It was likely that all ship equipment was designed this way, otherwise it would be impossible to carry them. Yang Yi surveyed the area and decided to install the catapult symmetrically on both sides of the atrium of the Nightmare Star. The Nightmare Star finally possessed long-range attack capabilities. But Yang Yi had another clever use for this catapult. He opened the chat channel and typically sent out a message looking to buy fire-starting tools at sky-high prices such as lighters. He quickly followed up with another message buying foul-smelling fish, rotten shrimp, spoiled meat, decayed vegetable leaves, and bad fruit. Only foul-smelling ones. Interested parties should message me privately. Why do you want fish that are moldy and furry? Yes, definitely. Bro, your taste is quite heavy. Are you composting? Planning to farm on the ship? Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to explain. He just kept buying as the prices were ridiculously low. The sellers of these decayed foods didn't care about the price either, as they were prepared to throw them into the sea. Even for just 1 conch coin, they would probably trade. In the end, Yang Yi purchased several hundred pounds of foul-smelling fish and rotten shrimp for 100 conch coins, along with a partially eaten spoiled sheep and a pile of rotten vegetable leaves. Suddenly, a private message arrived from Captain Yu Dawei of the Iron Heart. Do you want some rotten whale meat? I can send it directly to you. Yes, but not too much. My ship is small. I have 3 pieces that I didn't manage to throw away. I'll send them to you. Before long, 3 pieces of whale meat were spat out by the gacha machine, each about a meter long. It was unclear how the octopus head with tentacles the size of a fist managed to spit out these giant pieces. However, the gacha machine had a peculiar design, so it was best not to ponder such details. Yang Yi looked at the deck piled high with foul fish and rotten shrimp and smiled. This should be enough. He planned to use his exquisite chef's knife to transform these spoiled foods into delicious dishes, then coat them with dead spider potion and launch them onto the island with the catapult. This tactic was named Delicious Poison. It stinks, so what are you doing? Yang Yi exerted a great deal of effort to drag the foul fish and rotten meat into the cabin, much to Su-na's displeasure as she pinched her nose and walked out. This was because her witch laboratory was connected to the cabin. Don't worry, soon you'll find it fragrant. Just to be clear, you can't sneak a taste. Don't blame me for not warning you later. Yang Yi grinned mischievously. Su-na seemed to understand what Yang Yi was planning and wrinkled her nose, putting on a bird beak mask she had purchased from the laboratory. The two collaborated. Su-na was responsible for making the potion while Yang Yi focused on recooking these spoiled foods to make them delicious. He divided the foods by weight into portions of about a pound each, then wrapped them in cloth to prepare them as ammunition. These foods added up to more than 1,000 pounds, and after finishing there were exactly 1,100 portions. It was already deep into the night. The cabin was fully packed, but there was not a hint of foul smell. Instead, a savory aroma wafted through, making one salivate. This was the effect of the exquisite chef's knife. This knife was not particularly lethal and looked quite ordinary, but in reality, it was extremely dangerous. Yang Yi even felt this chef's knife was more perilous than all his other relics. Even he, while holding the knife, had to be on high alert, fearing that he might accidentally consume this pile of delicacies. The potion is ready. Su-na handed over a pile of dead spider potion, totaling 104 bottles. Alright, you should go rest while work a bit longer. Yang Yi instructed. Do you want me to help you? No need, I'm afraid you might not be able to resist overeating. Yang Yi teased as he declined Su-na's offer. In truth, he hadn't explained to her clearly. The enticing aroma from the pile of rotten meat could lower one's sanity. Yang Yi was fine with high spirits and sanity resistance. Even if his sanity dropped, he wouldn't go insane. Su-na's sanity was below 60 if she went crazy. She might truly grab this pile of food and gorge herself. After Su-na left, Yang Yi spent 10 pieces of wood to make a simple wooden barrel, pouring the dead spider potion into it. The potion totaled over 10 liters, enough to fill half a barrel. Yang Yi soaked the cloth bags containing the rotten meat and decayed leaves in the potion, then removed them. After leaving them for another night, they would achieve a pickling effect. The 10 liters of dead spider potion were made into 462 pieces of rotten meat cannonballs. The wooden barrel had dried up, and even the last drop of dead spider potion had been absorbed. The remaining rotten meat could be saved for tomorrow. After all, he could continue to catch coral-caged fish and make more potions. Glancing at the weather forecast, only 2 hours remained until dawn. Time passed quickly. Tomorrow would likely be a day of insufficient energy. I still need to urge Su-na to hurry and make some stamina recovery potions. The euphoric potion has terrible side effects. After sleeping until dawn, Yang Yi experienced a deeply memorable nightmare in those brief 2 hours. But regarding the vividness of the dream, he couldn't remember exactly what he dreamed about, only that the presence of this dream was strong. It seemed to involve a gigantic spider, one that was difficult to measure by size. Whenever he tried to recall it, he felt a splitting headache, gagging, as if he wanted to vomit. Is there such a powerful creature on the island? He felt a wave of fear and solidified his resolve to poison these spiders. He checked his energy, it was below 70. But since he did not plan to go ashore today, it was basically enough. Now he was very close to the island, less than 50 nautical miles away. The Nightmare Star towing the unassembled sailboat reached the island in under 2 hours. Along the way, he didn't forget to fish. He sent the 3 newly caught coral-caged fish to the laboratory, then used a large cloth to transport the 462 pieces of rotten meat cannonballs to the atrium in batches. Let me treat you all to a meal, he said with a wicked smile, tossing a package of delicacies into the dense forest. This catapult worked well, able to launch a pound of rotten meat over a distance of 400 meters. Although for an island with a diameter of 5 kilometers, several hundred meters was still considered the outskirts. But he believed that these spiders would follow the scent and come over on their own. The cloth used to wrap the food was not sturdy, when it fell to the ground it would surely burst open, turning into a pile of shredded meat and rotten vegetables easily consumed by multiple spiders at once. After shooting out dozens of packages, he noticed movement in the forest caused by some large creature moving. It's working. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star, changing angles and positions, and launched again. The more than 400 packages of delicacies quickly dwindled, and in the blink of an eye only a few bags remained. He had also reached the other side of the island. Somehow these spiders had discovered the Nightmare Star and were rushing out from the forest. They varied in size, with the smallest being only the size of a palm, and the largest reaching 1 meter, their long limbs making Yang's scalp tingle. Among them was a special individual 3 meters in size, with a dried human torso atop its head, lacking limbs, and a head only a trunk. Upon seeing an abnormal creature, your sanity decreases by 5. What is up with this spider? Before the fire-tinder spiders could approach he had already rushed to the bow, preparing to pilot the inching how away. If so many spiders all leaped onto the ship, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, these spiders feared water, so they all stopped at the shore without further action. What was even more astonishing was that these spiders could speak. Spider A, so fragrant. Spider B, special individual, there's delicious food here. Spider C, too fragrant. He was stunned for a few seconds, hardly believing his ears. Am I going crazy? Am I starting to hallucinate? He immediately notified Suna. Suna, come to the deck quickly. These spiders seem to be able to talk. Suna received the private message and dashed out immediately. Her gaze was soon drawn to the special individual whose head was topped with a section of a human body. Did you hear that? These spiders can speak human language, and it's standard Mandarin. Yang asked Suna. The latter frowned, looked at Yang with a strange expression, and said she heard nothing. Yang was startled and immediately realized that something was wrong on his end. He checked his sanity value and found it was over 80, and he wasn't going mad. The remaining possibility was the spider's kiss. It also had a hidden effect that allowed players to understand the spider's speech and perhaps even communicate with them. Yang immediately tried, putting on a warm and enthusiastic smile as he attempted to call out. Come, come, come. I have plenty of delicious food here. When you eat, don't forget to take some back and share with everyone. As he spoke, he threw the few remaining spoiled food items to the spiders. Spider A, great. Spider B, I'll take some back for my mom to try. Spider C, thank you. Yang grinned and threw a few more packs of delicacies to Spider B. He would not sympathize with these creatures just because he could communicate with them. After all, these spiders were merciless killers, especially the special individual with a section of a human body on its head. They had killed who knows how many players before Yang's arrival. Yang threw all the remaining delicacies, over receiving a flood of grateful words. He waved kindly and watched the giant spider with the human body on its head leave its tail, dragging a large bundle of delicacies with spider silk. Eat more? They'll come again tomorrow. Yang shouted loudly, not caring whether the spiders understood. After delivering this batch of delicacies, Yang sailed the ship away from the island. Seizing the remaining time, he caught 3 coral cage fish and asked Suna to make over 60 bottles of dead spider potion. One poisoning would certainly not kill all the spiders. Yang would poison them multiple times before going ashore. That would be much safer. Over the next 3 days, Yang repeatedly poisoned them. Because he had purchased so much spoiled food, he gained a nickname in the chat channel, Scavenger. Fortunately, Yang always preferred to remain anonymous in his transactions. Only a few close friends knew his true identity. What exactly are you doing? Zhou Dai, the captain of the Guanghui Nushan, sent a private message asking. She was an old friend, so Yang had no intention of hiding it. I'm trying to poison them to see if I can kill the monsters, Yang replied. Looks like you're quite good at dealing with monsters. Not bad. These monsters die when killed too. On the 4th day, Yang continued poisoning, and not a single spider came to beg for food anymore. This meant that most of the spiders on the island were dead, and he could go ashore tomorrow. Today the Yinxing Hao could anchor closer to prepare for tomorrow's landing. That evening Yang Yi packed his bags in the cabin, taking everything he needed and storing the spare items in his stomach pouch. But if you go, the Yinxing Hao will be left unguarded. What if other players happen to show up? Yang Yi didn't want to bring Suna along. Couldn't we just bring the crystal ball? The island is small enough that it won't be out of signal range. Suna replied. Yang Yi thought it over and finally agreed. Even if he refused, given Suna's nature, she might sneak along anyway. Yang Yi didn't want to bring Suna along. Couldn't we just bring the crystal ball? The island is small enough that it won't be out of signal range. Suna replied. Yang Yi thought it over and finally agreed. Even if he refused, given Suna's nature, she might sneak along anyway. Yang Yi's weapons included a flintlock pistol, a spoiled sea serpent fang, a spare chef's knife, 1 bottle of unknown red potion, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, 2 bottles of dead spider potion. Yang Yi then asked Suna to make a few more bottles of regeneration potion. Some spare items were stored in the stomach pouch, and he carried a few long-legged sardines to easily open the pouch. Suna's weapons were a pirate longbow, over 40 poisoned iron arrows, 2 bottles of regeneration potion, 2 bottles of coconut juice, 2 bottles of dead spider potion, a witch's dagger, and 100 treasure bag containing 2 pieces of black bread and sausage. As for fresh water, each brought 2 liters. After preparations, they returned to their rooms to rest and restore their energy, ensuring they would be in good shape tomorrow. Yang Yi's sleep was light, troubled by nightmares, so he relied on coconut juice to recover his energy. However, he had not slept long before he was awakened by a vibration and sat up. The crystal ball beside his bed was vibrating wildly, indicating that a player had appeared nearby. Yang Yi became alert and immediately checked the sea chart. The opponent's ship name was also displayed on the chart, the Haoyun Hao. He immediately searched for the ship name and activated the peep skill. Searching. Haoyun Hao. There were over a dozen results. This indicated that the Haoyun Hao was a common ship, a name chosen by the player. A common ship can be renamed once provided it doesn't share a name with a special ship. Yang Yi tried one at random, but found he had chosen the wrong one and did not select the target vessel. He had to close the image and check the sea chart to deduce the purpose of the Haoyun Hao's arrival. Speed about 40 knots, but it might not be full speed. This route, he estimated it was heading for the island. The Haoyun Hao was 100 nautical miles from the island, but its route was straight and unerring directly toward the island. This was most likely not a coincidence. The other party probably had the coordinates of this island. After some thought, Yang Yi decided to sail over and take a look. He had made many preparations to conquer this island, and he also had the spider's kiss status to resolve on the island. He must not be beaten to it. It will be dawn in 5 hours. He probably won't dare to land at night. Yang Yi maneuvered the Yinxing Hao, approaching the Haoyun Hao from the side, while maintaining a considerable safe distance. He decided to wait until daylight the next day, assess the situation, and then take further action. If the ship had cannons, Yang Yi could find a place to land quietly, and then have a chat with the player on shore. If it didn't have cannons, it would be easy. Just rush in. Don't forget, Yang Yi's ship had a catapult. Moreover, the Yinxing Hao had a rare ship equipment, the head of a giant bobbit worm. It would surely bite a huge hole in the other ship. Another player. Suna also woke up finding Yang Yi at the helm, his eyes fixed on the crystal ball. Yes, well, follow them when dawn comes. I doubt he'd dare to land at night, even if he's bold enough. No rush. A few hours later, the sky quickly brightened. Yang Yi leaned against the helm, staring at the crystal ball all night. The Haoyun Hao had not moved since approaching the island, so Yang Yi's vigil was in vain. He woke Suna, asking her to take the helm and approach the Haoyun Hao. He then took out his telescope and climbed the mast. Name: ordinary telescope. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: an ordinary telescope that can see ships up to 10 nautical miles away in good light. As the distance closed, Yang Yi could see the opponent's ship clearly. No cannons. And a second-tier common ship. Yang Yi was speechless, feeling he had been overly cautious. This ship was of the same design as Huai's galleon, but smaller, definitely only second tier. He told Suna to go full throttle and approach, ready to see who the other party was. The Yinxing towing the sailboat gradually drew near and came to a halt about 300 meters from the Good Fortune. At this distance, ordinary arrows could not reach it. Yang Yi leaped down from the mast, his brow deeply furrowed. Strange, why is there no movement at all? Did he go ashore? Or perhaps he's hiding, trying to ambush me. Yang Yi scrutinized the Good Fortune. It was a sailboat less than 20 meters long, appearing utterly ordinary at first glance, and even more so upon closer inspection. Suna, take the helm. They'll fire a few shots to test the waters. Yang Yi retrieved several units of stone from the cabin. Each unit roughly a cubic decimeter in volume and weighing 5 or 6 jin was perfect for the catapult. He intended to bombard the sailboat to see if anyone was aboard. After taking aim, Yang Yi launched the attack. Having practiced with the catapult for days, he was skilled. The first shot landed precisely on the deck of the Good Fortune, creating a tremendous racket without breaking through. Quite sturdy. He fired 6 or 7 more shots, one of which punched a hole in the deck, yet still there was no response. Suna, move in closer. Pierce a hole in its hull, so I can see if anyone's hiding in the cabin. Yang Yi commanded. Having once used such a tactic himself, he was especially cautious, determined not to be outwitted in the same way. But he was overthinking it. The bobbit worm's head, armed with 4 razor-sharp mandibles, sliced off a chunk of the good fortune's stern in one bite, exposing the cabin within. Yet there was nothing inside. Yang Yi stood frozen, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. Having made such a grand show, he had only been battling phantoms. He hesitated no longer, instructing Suna to draw near, laying down a plank bridge. Flintlock pistol in hand, he prepared to forcibly board the good fortune. Then he stepped aboard without the slightest resistance. 10 minutes later, Yang Yi received a log notification that he could dismantle the good fortune. It meant the ship's owner was thoroughly dead. But how did he manage it? How could he have died so quickly? I arrived at dawn, and it's been less than an hour. Even if a pig were set loose on the island, it couldn't have died this fast. I've nearly poisoned all the spiders here. Yang Yi complained to Suna. How should I know? Want to spread more poison? No, I'm sure it's not the spider's fault. We'll just have to be careful. In the end, Yang Yi dismantled the good fortune and decided to go ashore to avenge its owner. The supplies he found were black bread X2, fresh water X2L, timber X23, cloth X15, and a fishing rod. Dismantling the good fortune, you obtained timber X143, cloth X95. Destroying the ship indeed reduced the dismantling yield. Rewinding time a few hours when it was still dark and the good fortune had just docked. Captain Li Rong dropped his fishing rod and waded ashore. Yang Yi could never have imagined that Li Rong would be so bold as to venture onto the island at night. Sneaking ashore in the dark, catching them off guard. There's no way there's an ambush. Li Rong thought smugly, his eyes rimmed with red. Had he checked his status, he would have noticed. Li Rong. Energy 67,100. Sanity 42100. Frenzied, arrogant. Health 100,100. After stepping ashore, Li Rong pulled out his machete and swaggered toward the island. He planned to search for edelweiss in the dark and perhaps stumble upon a treasure chest. If he could find a recipe for a edelweiss, will Sweaterhead be rich? But Li Rong halted after just a few steps. He caught a tantalizingly fragrant scent, utterly irresistible. This smells divine. You detect a sweet aroma. Sanity 10. Li Rong followed the scent to a puddle of chocolate, stuck to the ground, crawling with maggots, yet he paid them no heed. Perhaps due to the poor visibility of night or some other reason, Li Rong scooped up the chocolate in his hands and inhaled deeply. So fragrant. The aroma is overwhelming. Your sanity 10. Sanity below 30, you fall into abnormal hunger. He devoured the chocolate in one gulp, his face alight with unprecedented satisfaction. So delicious. Driven by insatiable hunger, he consumed every bit of chocolate on the ground, even scraping off a layer of soil. His belly swelled, and his fingernails turned outward. As for the machete, he had long since discarded it. Thank you, nature, for this bounty. Li Rong's face contorted with the pleasure of the taste. His nose twitched. There's more. He dashed to the next spot, scooping up a pile of rotting leaves and eating them, a blissful expression on his face. Consuming an unprecedented delicacy, your body and mind are satisfied. Sanity 20. Sanity below 10. Before going ashore, Yang Yi checked his own status. Status healthy, a human-shaped diagram, all green. Strength 4, 97,100. Spirit 71, 238888000, talent bonus. Agility 51, 23,200, pirate outfit bonus. Physique 4, 99,100. Perception 5, 172,200. Sanity 100,100. Energy 72,100. Health 100,100. Talents iron, will, denial of death. Special status spider's kiss. During this period, his agility had grown by 1 point, reaching the human average of 5, making him faster and more nimble. His strength and physique were also nearing a breakthrough, and perception was not far behind. Only spirit was proving exceedingly difficult to raise. Higher attributes were far harder to grow than lower ones. After preparations, Yang Yi and Suna exchanged a glance and nodded, signaling they were ready. They stepped ashore and headed into the woods. Yang Yi searched for the footprints of the good fortune's captain. It wasn't hard to find, as those who waded ashore left clear prints in the mud. He went ashore and died quickly on the island. Stay alert, Yang Yi said seriously to Suna, taking the lead. He still didn't know that the man had lost his mind and chosen to land at night. Yang Yi tracked with practiced ease and soon spotted a discarded machete. Name: ordinary machete. Type: treasure. Quality: common. Description: an ordinary machete. The blade was of low quality. To venture onto the island armed with such a common weapon showed either remarkable courage or genuine skill. The pair soon noticed peculiar marks on the ground. A layer of soil had been scraped away, but not deeply, and nothing was buried. Yang Yi was initially baffled. Suna, standing behind him with a keener sense of smell, sniffed and looked upward. This is... She spotted a scrap of cloth hanging from a branch above the disturbed area and immediately understood. Yang Yi, it seems he ate the rotten meat you threw in. Huh, no way. That meat is crawling with maggots. Even if it smells good, who would eat it? Yang Yi followed Suna's pointing finger and saw the scrap of cloth. He actually ate it. Yang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't even see what it was before devouring it. Don't blame me for this. Following the footprints, the two of them successively discovered more traces of the delicacies being consumed. Yet not a single spider or any other large creature was seen. Only the empty, cleaned-out shells of spiders were found. Like eating a crab, the flesh and internal organs of the spider bodies had been hollowed out, leaving only light shells which emitted a putrid odor. This indicated that the spiders had likely been dead for a while, their corpses devoured by something. Yang Yi picked up a relatively large piece of shell and obtained information. Name: fire velvet spider monster. Adult description: a large spider, carnivorous, with considerable sociality. It hunts large creatures in groups. The fluff on its body surface provides excellent insulation. Can be placed into the monster gacha machine. PS monster corpses that have been used as food or materials by players are no longer eligible for gacha. On a piece of abdominal carapace, clusters of fluff were still attached. Name: fire velvet spider. Fluff type: material quality. Fine description: a material with even better thermal insulation than wool or goose down. Oh, it can be collected to make a sweater. Yang Yi gathered all the carapaces and fluff, storing them in his stomach pouch. Whether to use them for gacha or make a sweater would depend on the gacha drop rate. Suna paid no attention to these carapaces. Instead, she stared at a footprint on the ground, reaching out to measure it. What's wrong? Yang Yi approached and asked. Don't you think this footprint is larger and deeper than before? And it seems he's not wearing shoes. Suna placed her hand into the footprint, feeling it carefully. Yang Yi observed and frowned. It does seem to be the case. He looked behind. The two had followed the footprints all the way. The owner of the footprints couldn't have changed. It was the captain of the Good Fortune. But his body seemed to have undergone some extraordinary transformation. A normal human body couldn't undergo such a drastic change in such a short time. That was a privilege reserved for insects undergoing metamorphosis, like a caterpillar breaking out of its cocoon. But even then it wasn't this fast. So, could the owner of these footprints still be called human? Yang Yi stared at the footprints in deep thought, then said after a long while, let's go follow and see. He also wanted to find out what had happened to this player. Learning about it in advance would allow him to prepare for the future. After all, he had no way back. The two continued forward, Yang Yi in front, Suna closely behind. Her eyes kept fixated on the chef's knife at Yang Yi's waist, lost in thought. As they ventured deeper, they approached the center of the island. Here the density of spiders was even greater, with carapaces everywhere, all completely cleaned out. The player's footprints had reached an alarming degree. Swollen and enlarged, irregularly circular, almost as thick as an elephant's leg. His body weight must have also reached an incredible level given how much he had eaten. And there was no excrement along the way. Only eating without excreting and consuming so much. Isn't his digestive absorption ability a bit too exaggerated? Yang Yi exclaimed in amazement. After advancing a few hundred meters, Yang Yi suddenly stopped and raised his hand to halt Suna. Shoo! He signaled for silence. Soon Suna also heard heavy panting and swallowing sounds. Yang Yi made a gesture, one they had agreed upon, indicating he would go check first. After moving a few meters, Yang Yi climbed over a bush and finally saw the source of the sound. Disgusting monster detected. Your sanity decreases by 5. It was a bloated, obese giant over 3 meters tall. Its body had burst through the skin due to rapid growth, appearing as if it had been flayed, drenched in blood. Its belly was covered only by a translucent membrane filled with a yellowish liquid, either fat or some other fluid. From 5 meters away, Yang Yi could smell the stench emanating from it, like rancid oil. And this monster could speak. Meat? Where did you hide the delicious meat? As it spoke, it tore and gnawed at the body of a nearby fire velvet spider. This spider was a special individual. Its head had been grafted with a dried human torso, but now it was gone, leaving only a hollow, likely eaten by the giant. With some effort, the giant found the spider's intestines in its abdomen, squeezed out the undigested food remnants, and then poured them into its mouth. These remnants were the undigested delicacies containing the dead spider potion, which was highly toxic to spiders. The giant didn't care what it was eating. It stuffed everything into its mouth. After finishing, it still seemed unsatisfied, devouring the spider's corpse cleanly and quickly. This person has mutated. Suna sent a private message. Seeing Yang Yi motionless, she cautiously followed, crouching behind him, half a step away. How did he turn into such a monster? Yang Yi replied in the log. The two used the log to communicate silently without making a sound. Not sure. Would need to dissect to know, but I suspect it's related to him eating the rotten meat you threw in. So it's my fault then, Yang Yi muttered. At the same time, he realized something. In this world, player death might be divided into 2 types. One was physical death, being killed directly, for example. The other was spiritual death. Players might mutate into monsters due to certain reasons, and at that point the system would also recognize them as dead. This giant is huge. It won't be easy to kill. Let me hit him with a big one. Oh, I should be able to blow him apart. Yang Yi was ready to act. No, try to keep it intact for me. I want to figure out the cause of his mutation. Yang Yi thought for a moment and agreed to Suna's request. Because he also wanted to understand the reason for the mutation. Only by understanding could he avoid fear of the unknown. The giant finished eating the spider, then suddenly raised its head, sniffing the air. Damn, it might have discovered us. Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi didn't reply. He struck first. From 5 meters away, aiming at the pig-sized head, Yang Yi couldn't miss. Bang! The gunshot rang out a flash of fire. The bullet hit the giant's cheek, blowing off half its face. But the giant's head was as large as a pig's, and its skull was also very hard. The shot didn't damage its brain, only disfiguring it. Both eyeballs were blown out, and the cheek was torn, revealing the gums. A single shot in standard mode couldn't kill this monster. And their positions were exposed. Fresh meat. The giant let out a roar from its torn mouth, then charged toward them with heavy steps. Losing its eyes didn't seem to affect it much. The two immediately retreated, using trees as obstacles to keep distance from the giant. 2 iron arrows coated with poison struck the giant's belly, but had little effect. The giant, like a maddened beast, crashed through the trees in its path. If it hit a person, the consequences would be dire. Bang! Another gunshot. Yang Yi hit its knee, and the giant fell to the ground. Enraged, it spat a large mouthful of pus at Yang Yi, who dodged, having anticipated the attack. But the tree behind him suffered as if splashed with strong acid, emitting white smoke and shedding its bark. Watch out for the yellow liquid inside it. Suna warned. That might be its digestive fluid. Even the arrows were digested. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow, noticing that the arrows that had been stuck in the monster's belly were gone, fallen to the ground. The arrowheads had completely vanished, and the cross-section was smoking. Fresh meat. The giant charged again. It seemed to have regenerative abilities. The wound on its face was slowly healing. Yang Yi didn't dare to be careless. He turned and ran, thinking of a countermeasure. But as he ran, the sound behind him suddenly stopped. He looked back and saw the giant grabbing dirt from the ground and eating it. That was the delicious poison Yang Yi had thrown onto the island earlier. This giant seemed driven mad by the delicacy. It didn't care what it was, even dirt it would eat. Yang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately devised a plan. He pulled out the delicious chef's knife and slashed at a nearby tree. The tree instantly emitted a sweet fragrance. The giant, catching the scent, went wild and charged at the tree, hugging it and devouring it frantically. This giant seemed capable of accelerating regeneration through devouring. After consuming a tree, new flesh buds had grown on his face, seemingly reorganizing his features, yet the shape was already utterly different from before. Yang Yi slashed the ground again with the chef's knife. The giant immediately ran over to eat the soil, digging a large hole. Can it eat anything? Yang Yi, unconvinced, slashed a protruding boulder, exerting some force, leaving a white scratch. The giant instantly pounced, embracing the stone and gnawing at it with its mouth, not caring even if several teeth shattered. Strangely enough, under the influence of his saliva, the hard rock became soft and gradually chewable. Yang Yi frowned. This giant seemed capable of digesting anything, including wood, earth, and stone, with an inconceivably powerful digestive system. But it seemed to have little discernment. Anything that emitted a sweet fragrance it would desperately eat and gnaw, regardless of what it was. So, what would the giant do if it discovered that it itself was the most fragrant thing? Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, a cold light gleaming as the chef's knife in his hand flew over and pierced the giant's flesh. Immediately, the giant stopped gnawing the stone and began sniffing around like a dog finally locking onto itself. Then it bit its own left hand with such force that it severed the hand, then the left arm, and the right hand. The scene is horrifying. Your sanity decreases by 10. The giant devoured its own arms, then gnawed off its feet and half of its shins. Then its neck began to elongate, and it started trying to gnaw its own torso. Yang Yi couldn't bear to watch and fired his gun from a few meters away. After a misfire, the flintlock pistol blazed with firelight, once more hitting the giant squarely in the forehead. Thereafter, every 10 seconds, Yang Yi would shoot it once. After firing 7 or 8 shots with 3 or 4 misfires, Yang Yi finally shattered the giant's brain, and it went completely still. Suna was recording the process. She had known from the moment Yang Yi used the chef's knife against the giant that it was no longer a threat. She had originally wanted to stop Yang Yi from shattering the giant's head. After all, an intact head would be more conducive to dissection research. But without shattering the head, she could think of no other way to kill the giant, so she could only say nothing and watch silently. After the giant died, a large amount of corrosive liquid flowed out from its body, causing the ground to emit white smoke. This liquid feels like its gastric juice, Suna speculated, and collected some with a glass bottle. But this gastric juice seemed unable to digest glass. At least for now, it couldn't be digested. The two wandered around for a while until most of the liquid had flowed out. Yang Yi then used a branch picked up from the roadside to fish out the chef's knife. After washing it with some fresh water, the chef's knife's attributes had changed, appearing severely corroded. Name: corroded, delicious chef's knife. Damage type: relic. Quality: common. Description: soaked in acid for too long. This knife has been severely corroded, losing its sharpness. It has a certain chance of making the objects it cuts become delicious. This weapon is completely ruined. Yang Yi felt a bit pained. Although the chef's knife was dangerous when used properly, it was a very powerful piece of equipment. It had withstood the bombardment of Yang Yi's flintlock pistol, but could not withstand these acids. Of course, it might also be because player-versus-player combat does not damage equipment. To take away the corpse, Yang Yi and Su Na began digging soil and spreading it over the giant to reduce the corrosive effect. Then they tied it up with makeshift ropes, preparing to drag it back to the ship together. During the process, Yang Yi also obtained information about the giant. Name Tao Dai Kuli Rong description: a human mutated by low sanity and contamination from the abyss, gaining unparalleled digestive abilities while also falling into endless hunger. Can be put into the monster gacha machine. Yang Yi noticed the key phrase, low sanity. This meant that when sanity was too low, the human body would mutate into a non-human entity. That was terrifying. Yang Yi often neglected his sanity value, feeling that a lower value was fine, and even added attributes. But if mutation could occur, the situation would be vastly different. He did not want to give up being human. Fortunately, so far Yang Yi's sanity had never fallen below 10. Sanity 10 should be a dividing line, the boundary between human and non-human. Sanity below 50 is madness, below 30 induces suicidal tendencies, and below 10 definitely leads to mutation. Those who chose suicide when their sanity dropped below 30. Perhaps they were not wrong. At least they would die retaining their human identity rather than turning into monsters. But what Yang Yi didn't know was, lowering sanity and accelerating mutation was actually also a form of suicide. Yang Yi shared his thoughts with Su Na and received her approval. No matter what, sanity must not fall below 10. After spending considerable time and losing 3 makeshift ropes, the two finally dragged the Tao Tai Kes corpse to the coast. As long as they boarded the ship and used a grappling hook, the corpse could be retrieved into the cabin. Yang Yi checked the time. There were less than 5 hours of daylight left. He decided to postpone exploration and not venture deep into the island, instead shifting to collecting the corpses of dead firewall spiders on the island. Su Na entered the laboratory, as she could not wait to dissect the corpse, and Yang Yi estimated that even if he called her, she would not come. Yang Yi had to return to the island alone, focusing on collecting spider corpses. These corpses could be divided into 3 types: juvenile, adult, and giant. Juveniles could not be used for gacha. Adults could. The special giant firewall spider naturally could too. Name giant firewall spider. Evolving description: a special individual of the firewall spider, very rare, with the potential to evolve. It can achieve a leap in life level through human transplantation. Yang Yi had only found 1 giant firewall spider. He found 20 adult firewall spiders. The rest were a large number of juvenile spiders, especially numerous. Fortunately, they all had more or less firewall on them, which was valuable for collection and could be used to make sweaters. In total, they obtained 327 units of firewall spider wool, excluding adult spiders. After finishing these tasks, it was almost evening. Yang Yi returned to the Yinxing. He first tried to upgrade the Yinxing using the adult spider corpses, but the system prompted failure. This is a beast and cannot be used for upgrading. It seemed that monsters in this world had category distinctions. Only the more sinister ones were called demons. Spiders like this were only classified as beasts. Only the giant firewall spider was classified as a demon because it could be grafted onto humans. Since that was the case, he might as well get to gachaing. Yang Yi rubbed his hands together, preparing to use the 20 adult firewall spider corpses for gacha, while also sending a private message to Su Na. Su Na, are you sure you don't want a gacha? Your luck seems better than mine. Don't bother me. Su Na was dissecting the Tao Dai Ku and didn't want to be disturbed. Yang Yi shrugged. If she didn't gacha, it was her loss. But Yang Yi still reserved 2 chances for her, mainly to verify the drop rules of the gacha machine. Because for gacha, the first 2 pulls were almost guaranteed to yield items. But Yang Yi didn't know whether the counts for the 2 of them were independent, so he needed to verify. Yang Yi fed in the flesh and started gachaing. This time he didn't stockpile, he opened each one as it came out. You obtained insect armor, heart guard, you obtained silk gland, you obtained with 3. The rest were all basic resources and a small amount of conch coins, with only an extra bronze material chest opened. In total, it was wood 138, cloth 112, stone 10, steel 1, sulfur 21, crystal 1, conch coins 100. If not for the chest, the following dozen or so gacha pulls would have been a huge loss. It would have been better to use all those adult firewall spiders to make firewall sweaters. But the rules of the gacha machine were now thoroughly understood. For the same monster, the first 2 gacha pulls almost always yielded items, but afterwards it was very difficult to get anything. As for gold and legendary, it was probably only obtainable by the luckiest, and should have nothing to do with the number of pulls. Name insect armor, heart guard type, treasure quality, fine description: a heart guard made from the hardest head carapace of the firewall spider, providing decent protection. Name silk gland type, consumable quality, good description: a gland that can be squeezed to spray spider silk. Its strength exceeds that of ordinary ropes, can bear 500 kilograms, is lightweight, has strong adhesion, can bind enemies, capacity 100,100, but is afraid of fire. During the day he had explored only about one-third of the island's terrain, harvesting a total of 20 adult spider carcasses and 327 units of fuzz. If he were to explore the entire island, these numbers could potentially quadruple. Moreover, there was undoubtedly a spider nest on the island, likely housing a considerable number of spiders. If he could collect all the fuzz from these spiders and weave them into sweaters for sale, he would surely make a substantial profit. As dusk fell, he sailed away from the island, planning to return the next day. It was unwise to remain too close to the island at night, lest some unknown creature lurk there. After all, he had not fully explored it. Tomorrow he intended to rise early and arrive before dawn to ensure ample daylight for exploration. Soon I'll go back to the cabin and rest. He called out as he entered the hold. This woman lacked restraint when it came to research and would easily forget to eat or sleep. He glanced at her. Her rationality had dropped to 53. After several urgings, Suna finally emerged from the lab, her face bearing an expression of disbelief as she muttered something under her breath. He only has one organ inside his abdomen, a massive stomach. The other organs appear to have been digested. Those bodily fluids are stomach acid. Even his brain is directly connected to the stomach, as if the stomach is controlling the brain. If this continues, he might not need a brain. Enough. Take a look at your rationality value. He pushed her, guiding her onto the deck. There are 2 more gotcha chances here. Try your luck. Suna showed no enthusiasm for the gotcha machine and spun it without any spirit. She casually tossed in some flesh chunks, turned the gotcha machine a few times, and walked away, not even bothering to pick up the capsules that fell. He reluctantly collected them. You have obtained what 5 you have obtained Crystal 1, all basic resources. This indicated that the gotcha chances were shared among the crew of the same ship. After the first 2 spins, the quality of the items dropped significantly. After finishing this, he returned to the cabin. He still had one task left, to turn the 300-odd units of fuzz he had acquired into sweaters. He didn't actually know how to knit sweaters, but the system would force him to learn. It took him 15 minutes to knit a pair of woolen pants by hand. The entire process was magical. He had no idea how he managed it, but he simply could. He spent 45 minutes losing 9 points of energy and produced 2 pairs of woolen pants and 1 sweater. He placed these 3 items alongside the 2 sweaters left behind by Huey, saving them for his own use. Afterward, he returned to the captain's quarters and, as usual, opened the world chat channel. The number of people seeking fire-starting tools was as high as ever. So far, no one had found a way to mass-produce them. He also tried leaving a message buying fire-starting tools at a sky-high price. Immediately after, someone echoed his words like a broken record. It seemed difficult to snatch one. He wasn't in a hurry, as the polar winter sea was still some time away from spreading to his area. He drank a bottle of Vitality Coconut Delight, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. The next day before dawn, he was already awake. He checked his status. Except for energy, which was only 93, all other stats were full. After breakfast, he organized the items he needed to bring: 2 liters of fresh water, several long-legged sardines, to activate his stomach pouch, 2 sausages, a crystal ball, magic potions, a bottle of Coconut Delight, weapons and equipment, including the newly acquired chest guard. Some spare items were stored in his stomach pouch, such as silk sacks and backup regeneration potions. After organizing, he checked his attributes again and found that both his strength and constitution had risen to 5, reaching the average level of an adult human. He steered the Yinxing toward the island. This time, Su-Na would not accompany him. She was fully engrossed in studying the corpse of the Taotai guest. 10 minutes before dawn, he arrived at the island. His goal this time was to locate the spider nest on the island, completely eliminate potential threats, and create a safe and convenient environment for future operations. Moreover, the state of the spider's kiss might also be explained within the nest. As soon as it was light, he went ashore and walked toward the center of the island. He remembered that the density of spider corpses was higher there, and the nest was likely located nearby. As he walked, he picked up some fire velvet spider corpses along the way. The greedy stomach pouch accepted any corpse without discrimination, actively opening to swallow them, devouring the flesh, and leaving only the carapace and fuzz. Even rotten corpses were eaten. Walking along, he grew puzzled. What do these spiders even eat to survive? I haven't seen a single small animal on the island. Only spiders. And they can't catch fish in the water. He found it strange. After circling the center of the island, he finally discovered a hole. It was a vertical shaft 2 meters deep, with a tunnel sloping downward into pitch darkness. The opening was wide, suggesting that creatures of considerable size frequented it. There wasn't even a blade of grass near the entrance, indicating regular traffic. He approached the hole, his feet brushing against several dead baby spiders' palms, eyes, their bodies already dried and hard. Without a doubt, this was the nest. He sniffed the air from the hole. It carried a putrid stench. This indicated that there were many corpses inside, with heavy spider casualties, possibly even all dead. That was a good thing. He picked up a spider corpse by his feet and fed it to the stomach pouch, then retrieved the crystal ball stored inside. The crystal ball, besides displaying the sea chart, emitted a faint glow. not as bright as a candle, but better than nothing. With a gun in one hand and the crystal ball in the other, he jumped in. There was no danger inside, only spider corpses on the ground. Yang Yi ventured deeper. The tunnel widened, becoming 5 meters wide and over 3 meters high, allowing even giant spiders to pass through without hunching. He remained cautious until after advancing 100 meters he made a discovery. The ceiling was covered in mushrooms densely packed, emitting a red fluorescence, each of similar size. Name: firefly mushroom. Description: a special mushroom that emits red fluorescence in darkness, grows rapidly. Its juice is somewhat toxic and not recommended for consumption. Some ants and spiders use this mushroom as their primary food source. After reading the information, Yang Yi immediately understood. These mushrooms must have been cultivated by the fire velvet spiders. They actually knew how to farm. Under the red glow, the crystal ball's light became redundant. He put the crystal ball back into the stomach pouch, replaced it with the sea serpent fang, and continued inward. After another 100 meters or so, the tunnel widened further to 7 or 8 meters. Along the way, he encountered the corpses of adult fire velvet spiders. Yang Yi also noticed a faint breeze in the cave, though he couldn't tell where it came from. Quite magical. He did not rush to collect the corpses, confirming safety was more important. Yang Yi pressed on, and the density of corpses increased. He found 2 giant fire velvet spiders, each with human body parts grafted onto them. One even had a human arm, no longer just a bare torso. All were dead, their bodies already rotting, posing no threat. Yang Yi collected tissue samples from them. Unlike adult fire velvet spiders, these giant ones could be used to upgrade the yinxing, so it was worth taking them along. While passing another opening, he saw a horrifying sight. Dismembered human body parts hung from the ceiling on spider silk, like cured meat waiting to dry. Some of the corpses were still relatively fresh, possibly hung there recently. Drying the bodies and then attaching them to themselves. Yang Yi could not comprehend the spider's behavior or understand how they achieved it. If it were Suna, she might be excited and delve into deep research, but Yang Yi, he just wanted to kill these disgusting spiders. The nest had numerous side passages, but there seemed to be only one main path. Yang Yi chose not to venture into the side passages and risk danger. These passages were usually narrow, only 1 or 2 meters wide, some even located on the rock ceiling. If he encountered danger inside, retreating would be difficult. He advanced along the main path for about 1,000 meters when the ground began to change. The floor was covered with a layer of spider silk, already dry and non-sticky, feeling like walking on a carpet. The space here was surprisingly large, over 10 meters wide. Yang Yi wondered why these spiders had dug such a huge cavern. Ahead was pitch black. The faint fluorescence from the mushrooms on the ceiling was insufficient to see far. Yang Yi continued forward. Unbeknownst to him, the moment his right foot touched the silk-covered ground, the vibration traveled along the web deep into the cave. There was an enormous spider here, twice the size of a giant spider, also with a human body grafted onto its head. However, unlike other giant spiders, the human body on its head was no longer withered. It was filled with flesh. Its skin had a sheen and was a reddish-gray color. Moreover, this human body had arms and legs attached to the sides of its torso, though the placement was a bit off. The limbs and torso were not a matching set, varying in length, giving a strange appearance. The human body also had a head, likely the last piece to be attached, somewhat withered and tilted to one side. Upon receiving the vibration from the web, the eyelids of that head fluttered slightly. Unaware, Yang Yi walked several hundred more meters without encountering a single moving spider, his vigilance waning. It seemed the dead spider elixir was more potent than he had anticipated. This entire nest of spiders had not a single survivor. Along the way, Yang Yi collected 8 samples of giant spider tissue, adding the one already on the ship that made 9. Barring any surprises, the nightmare star was about to level up to 3. As he walked, Yang Yi suddenly tensed up, raising his gun to aim ahead. Before him appeared a super giant spider, even larger than the giant spider, its body covered in dense red fuzz, and its carapace and limbs bore thorny spikes like brambles. This spider exerted immense pressure on Yang Yi. Seeing an unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 10. This spider must be the mother the giant spider spoke of, with a complete human body atop its head, resembling a half-human, half-spider mythical creature. It lay motionless, but its body hadn't rotted. It might have died recently, or it could be playing dead. Regardless, he decided to shoot it first. Yang Yi initially aimed at the head of its humanoid torso, but then changed his mind. This corpse had high research value. If it was too badly damaged, Su Na would definitely complain. Just to verify if it was alive, breaking its leg would suffice. If it had a broken leg and still didn't move, that would be proof. If it was alive, he could always hit it with something bigger later. With its size, he wasn't afraid of not being able to kill it. Yang Yi fired at the spider's leg. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the cave. The giant spider's leg snapped off at the base, oozing a foul, sticky, dark red fluid, but it remained still. Dead after all. Yang Yi stood there for a moment, then fired again, breaking 2 more legs. Yet the spider still didn't move. Only then did Yang Yi cautiously approach, keeping his gun trained on the giant spider, kicking the severed limbs aside before daring to pick one up and check its attributes. Name Flame Velvet Spider Queen. Evolving description: the queen of the flame velvet spiders, responsible for laying eggs to continue the colony, possessing considerable intelligence and acting as the leader of the group. Evolving. Yang Yi looked at the human body grafted onto the spider queen's head, drawing the human body and then attaching it to oneself. This is evolution, huh? He took a photo with his log and sent it to Suna. Do you want this creepy big spider? If not, I'll use it for the gacha. Yang Yi asked. Within 10 seconds, Suna replied. I want it. I've already dissected the glutton. The only thing of value is its stomach. It'll use its gastric juice to make an elixir for you. ITLL definitely whet your appetite. I'd rather not. My appetite is always good. Could you try making something else? Yang Yi swallowed hard. I'm coming now. Send me your coordinates. Yang Yi checked the crystal ball to ensure no other players were nearby, before replying I'm in the nest now. They'll send you the entrance coordinates. Just follow the main path in. All the spiders along the way are dead, but still be careful. If you find any alive, notify me immediately. After giving the instructions, Yang Yi sent the coordinates to Suna. Suddenly he felt a strange sensation at his foot, as if something was crawling up. Yang Yi became alert and looked down. It was a flame velvet spider the size of a fist, still covered in slime, seemingly just hatched. Yang Yi flicked it off and stomped it to death without mercy. He hated spiders crawling on him. Creatures with a bunch of eyes and legs. Anyway, Yang Yi couldn't like them. More small spiders crawled forward from ahead, each fist-sized, a dozen in total, all crushed by Yang Yi. The spider queen's eyelids moved again, but the light was dim and the movement was subtle. Yang Yi didn't notice. He continued forward. After another dozen meters, he emerged from a cave opening, and the view suddenly opened up. Rows of eggs glowing with red fluorescence illuminated the entire space. This should be the flame velvet spider's egg chamber. The small spiders must have hatched and crawled out from here. But Yang Yi wasn't looking at the spider eggs. He was drawn to a pile of stones before him. These stones were enormous, the largest one over 100 meters long, seemingly naturally stacked, but upon closer inspection, something new emerged. 8 long stone slabs rested on an elliptical boulder resembling a spider's body and its 8 legs. Moreover, these stone pillars were covered in withered vines and weeds like the spider's body hair. Once this thought occurred, the more he looked, the more it seemed so. Yang Yi was captivated by this marvel of nature, observing closely, and made new discoveries. At the front of the elliptical boulder stood a stone. This stone showed no signs of carving, appearing naturally eroded, and the more he looked, the more it resembled a humanoid figure. It had 6 arms and 4 legs, seemingly a beautiful and dignified woman sitting on the stone. Yang Yi immediately lowered his head, his cheeks tingling, breaking out in cold sweat, not daring to look again. You discovered an incredible stone statue, sanity 20. At the same time, he began to hear auditory hallucinations like murmuring whispers, indistinct, yet somehow understandable. It was sacrifice. Yang Yi's brain felt as if pierced by silver needles, pain searing into his marrow, tears streaming uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the activity log popped up, projecting onto his retina. The oath prerequisite quest has been triggered. Offer your loyalty to the mother of 10,000 limbs. 1. Offer 1/3 of your flesh. The spider's kiss will suture your wounds and regenerate your body. 2. Offer the flesh of 10 compatriots. Lure them to the island. The spider's kiss will grant you power. 3. This is a prerequisite quest. Upon completion, you will become a follower of the mother of 10,000 limbs. In the next sea, you may formally form the oath, undergo transformation, and gain extraordinary power. Extraordinary power. Transformation. Mother of 10,000 limbs. Yang Yi repeated these words, then understood everything. These flame velvet spiders were followers or minions of the mother of 10,000 limbs, and also guardians of this temple. And the mother of 10,000 limbs was a great existence, a deity. Sometimes she would bestow her favor, implanting her offspring inside a lucky individual, guiding their destiny. More whispers poured into Yang Yi's consciousness, persuading him. Sacrifice. 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 Oath, prelude, task, metamorphosis, transcendence. Any one of these words alone would be enough to make players jostle for it. And now such an opportunity is placed before Yang Yi. He only needs to offer a part of his own flesh or sacrifice the lives of 10 compatriots to complete the oath prelude task and become a follower of the myriad-limbed spider mother. What's there to hesitate about? Just cut off 2 legs. The myriad-limbed spider mother might reward you with 4 legs, giving back double. What's there to hesitate about? Such thoughts spun wildly in Yang Yi's mind. At the same time, his sanity dropped. Strange murmurs, your sanity decreases by 10. Strange murmurs, your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi raised his head and found that the stone statue had come to life. It transformed into a gigantic black spider, indescribable in size, with 8 legs, its body and arthropod limbs covered in many bristles, but upon closer inspection one could see that they were limbs of various creatures. From reptiles to mammals, from fish to birds, from insects to plants, and even bizarre limbs made of fungi. Yang Yi saw human hands and feet, eagle wings, lobster claws, octopus, tentacles, tiger claws, elephant trunks, fish fins, and so on. In short, any limb Yang Yi could think of could be found in this phantom, and as soon as he thought of it, he would immediately locate its position. This phantom was like a living encyclopedia of biology, bearing the limbs of all creatures. Yang Yi felt dizzy, nauseous, and then his gaze was drawn to the figure on the spider's head. It was a dignified maiden with 6 arms and 4 legs. The first pair of arms were slightly longer, while the other 2 pairs were located at the waist and the sides of the abdomen. Her hands were crossed, and her posture was holy. The maiden's face had no mouth or nose, replaced by chaotic eyeballs that constantly wandered on her gelatinous face. Gazing upon the phantom of a great existence, your sanity decreases by 100. Warning: your sanity is below 10. Yang Yi's eyes stung as if staring directly at the sun, even more dazzling, and the tears, streaming down gradually, turned pale red. But he did not look away. Instead, he slowly raised the gun in his hand and tried to aim. Among the 3 options of the Oath Prelude task, he chose the third. 3. Destroy the stone statue. The myriad-limbed spider mother will withdraw her favor. The spider's kiss status will be lifted, and the hostility of spiders and spider-type aberrants toward you will increase by 100. Sorry. I, Yang Yi, have never believed in God since I was a child. And you are just too hideous. Yang Yi widened his eyes, stared straight at the phantom, and his trembling hand holding the gun gradually steadied. Gazing upon the phantom of a great existence, your sanity decreases by 100. Gazing upon the phantom of a great existence, your sanity decreases by 100. He ignored these warnings, focused only on aiming, and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Yang Yi aimed at the spider's head. He wasn't sure he could hit the figure, but hitting the massive spider head was more than enough. The phantom vanished. This shot actually struck the front of the elliptical boulder, shattering a small section. The humanoid stone block on top of the boulder fell, breaking into several pieces, no longer recognizable as the figure of a woman with 6 arms and 4 legs. The dust cleared, and Yang Yi struggled to his feet. Puffed. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Just now he had been thrown back by the recoil, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. Fortunately, this time he had experience. He used the roll to dissipate the force, and his arm was not dislocated, only slightly scraped. But suddenly Yang Yi realized that his left visual field was gone pitch black. At the same time, the entire cave trembled as if an earthquake had occurred, and the stone statue collapsed, shattering into pieces of stone as if it had lost some power and could no longer maintain its previous shape. Yang Yi felt something was wrong. He hadn't injured his eyes just now, so how could he be blind? So he touched his left eye. The feeling was strange, like soft jelly, as if it were 3 sticky balls stuck together, gooey, and seemed to be moving. What is this? How is it on my face? Yang Yi felt a chill, and a great terror surged from the depths of his heart, his limbs numb. This thing could never be his own left eye. He immediately checked the activity log, which read: warning, sanity below 10, you may be contaminated by the abyss. You have unlocked the transcendent path, Contaminator. The contamination interface is now unlocked. You can check your status. Yang Yi immediately opened the contamination interface. Yang Yi, contamination level 4, a large human body diagram, left eye in black, contamination site, left eye aberrant organ, 3 eyes, provides 3 types of vision, can see most intangible things, perception 2, 3 eyes. Yang Yi had no mirror, and even if he did, he wouldn't dare look. Just then Suna sent a private message. Yang Yi, are you dead? There was an earthquake on the island. You weren't buried alive, were you? After reading the message, Yang Yi nearly burst out laughing. I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied irritably. That's good. I saw your sanity was only 1 point left, and thought you turned into a monster. It's okay, I'm coming over now. Interrupted by I'm not dead. Yang Yi replied irritably. That's good. I saw your sanity was only 1 point left, and thought you turned into a monster. It's okay, I'm coming over now. Interrupted by Suna. Yang Yi's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Suddenly his left eye felt a little itchy, as if tiny needles were pricking, and then the left visual field returned, as if the eyeball and optic nerve had reconnected. But the things in his field of vision were not right. There was no color. The entire world became monochrome, but extraordinarily clear. His left eye had gained 3 types of vision, as if 3 eyeballs were working together, sharing information. The first type seemed to be thermal imaging, which gave Yang Yi night vision, allowing him to see clearly even in the dim cave. The second was zoom in and out, like having a magnifying glass and telescope built into the eye. With just a thought, he could see the hairs on a spider 100 meters away clearly and could grasp distance well. The third was excellent dynamic vision. Yang Yi tilted his head, dodging a strand of spider silk, shot diagonally from behind. The field of vision of his left eye became extraordinarily wide. The 3 eyeballs bulged out of the socket and could rotate on their own, allowing him to see attacks coming from the oblique rear. However, the 2 completely different fields of vision from his left and right eyes made Yang Yi feel very uncomfortable. It was like embedding a small colored world into a large colorless world, the two interfering with each other, affecting perception and causing dizziness. Rather than that, it was better to close his right eye and use only his left eye. This way Yang Yi felt a bit more comfortable. His left eye seemed to have no ability to close, perhaps no eyelids. But at this moment he couldn't care about that. Yang Yi turned around and looked at the Spider Queen behind him. She had lost 2 front legs and was emerging from the passage. Yang Yi dismissed his distracting thoughts and focused on the enemy before him. It was the Spider Queen, who had finally recovered from the dead spider venom. Though 2 of her 4 legs had been severed, she seemed unimpeded, crawling on her remaining 6 legs. If only I had removed all her legs earlier, I would have seen how she could crawl toward me then. Yang Yi silently regretted his oversight. Next time he encountered a monster that might be feigning death, he would make sure to utterly cripple and kill it. The man and the spider faced off across nearly 20 meters. The situation was heavily disadvantageous for Yang Yi. His flintlock was still cooling. The only weapon at his disposal was the sea snake Fong. Suddenly the Spider Queen's withered, lopsided head let out a piercing shriek, and she charged forward like a heavy tank. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 legs, her balance seemed off. Yang Yi turned and fled, simultaneously downing the red attribute-boosting potion. It burned as it entered his mouth as if he were drinking molten lava. He could now perceive the potion's information. Name: Crimson Potion. Type: Consumable Potion. Unique Quality: Fine Description: An original potion brewed by witch Suna, concocted from hammerhead devil shark, eyes, human-headed octopus, palm, star, abdominal muscle lobster, and eyeball octopus. It has a scorching taste and prohibits drinking water during its effect. After ingestion, all attributes except spirit increase by 1, causing sweating, heat, and reddened skin for 15 minutes, followed by severe dehydration. PS attributes cannot exceed the mortal limit. The potion had decent effects, though it was rather unpleasant to drink. With his current rationality, at only 1 yang, he was in a state of frenzy. Combined with the potion's effect, all attributes except spirit increased by 1. His overall stats were as follows: Frenzy Strength 2, Agility 1, Constitution 1. Perception, Strength, and Agility all reached 8 points. At that moment Yang Yi felt his body incredibly light, as if he could fly. His spirit also rose to 8 points due to the substantial experience gained from the previous loss of rationality. Yang Yi ran toward the shattered stone statues and ducked into a pile of rubble. The area was strewn with debris of all sizes, some towering over 20 meters. He weaved through the rubble, and the Spider Queen, hindered by her massive frame, could not immediately catch him. I must kill this Spider Queen before the potion's effects wear off. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold. He picked up an intact spider egg from the ruins, fed it to his stomach pouch, and retrieved the silk sack along with the dead spider venom. This action undoubtedly enraged the Spider Queen. After all, few spider eggs remained in the chamber, most crushed by falling debris. Yet Yang Yi continued to wreak havoc, deliberately running toward clusters of eggs and stomping them one by one. The Spider Queen shrieked, charging recklessly, no longer avoiding the smaller rocks in her path, smashing through them violently. Yang Yi remained calm. He had intentionally provoked the Spider Queen. He now stood beneath a massive piece of rubble, awaiting her impact. With a tremendous crash, a huge cloud of dust billowed up and gravel flew in all directions. The Spider Queen did not strike Yang Yi. Instead, a nimble dark figure descended from above on a silk thread, landing on the Queen's back. In that split second, Yang Yi had used the silk sack to shoot a strand that adhered to the top of the massive rubble, swiftly climbing up. As the Queen reeled from the collision, dazed Yang Yi leaped onto her back. His movements were fluid and seamless, executed in one smooth motion, enough to leave even a gymnast gaping in astonishment. But this was all thanks to his third eye. The unique perspective granted Yang Yi an uncanny mastery of distance and balance, enabling him to perform all sorts of extraordinary maneuvers. He was like Spider-Man. The web gloves and silk sack gave him 3-dimensional mobility. He jumped onto the Spider Queen's back, scrambled up to her head, grabbed the humanoid torso's head, and with the sea snake Fong neatly decapitated it in one stroke. The cut was clean, severing the cervical spine without resistance. A gush of dark red blood erupted from the wound. The skin around the wound's cross-section sprouted dense blisters resembling burns, likely the fire poison effect of the sea snake Fong, and the blade was also coated with dead spider venom, amplifying the toxicity. The withered head ended up in Yang Yi's hand. The Spider Queen let out a piercing screech, its source coming from beneath him. She still had a spider head. Losing one head did not mean death. Yang Yi crouched low, but was still flung off by the enraged Spider Queen, unable to maintain his footing. He was hurled into the rubble with a heavy impact, a metallic taste in his throat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he never took his eyes off the Spider Queen. He pushed off the ground vigorously, narrowly dodging a sticky glob of web. If he were caught, it would be all over. This monster is really hard to kill. Yang Yi was at a loss. He had tried. The carapace on the Spider Queen's head was extremely tough, impenetrable even by the sea snake Fong. He had to strike her weak points. Yang Yi shifted his target to the Spider Queen's eyes. There were 6 in total arranged in 2 rows on her head, and Yang Yi could see them clearly. The first row consisted of 2 large eyes, the second row of 4 compound eyes. Even the compound eyes were the size of a fist. Yang Yi was confident he could hit them. As he ran, he checked the silk sack's capacity. It still had 86 units left, enough for his needs. He picked up a small rock from the ground, used the silk to bind it together with the sea snake, Fong, fashioning a makeshift meteor hammer. Once done, he exposed himself and hurled the meteor hammer at the queen's eyes. The third eye turned Yang Yi into a sharpshooter. Whether with firearms, bows, or this silk-bound meteor hammer, he could strike with pinpoint accuracy. The blow struck one of the Spider Queen's large eyes, making her flinch. Having landed a hit, Yang Yi immediately retracted the meteor hammer and moved away, not lingering. The Spider Queen was nearly driven mad by Yang Yi. The man and the spider continued their deadly dance. Leveraging his small size, Yang Yi struck unpredictably, repeatedly blinding 3 of the queen's compound eyes. As her eyes were damaged one after another, the Spider Queen became sluggish, frequently colliding with the massive rubble along the way. Though her carapace was tough, she still suffered injuries, especially where the abdominal armor was thinner. A deep gash was carved open. Yang Yi was not faring well either. After the intense running, his stamina was nearly depleted, leaving only 12 points. If this continued, he would have to sacrifice vitality to substitute for stamina. Another sudden meteor hammer strike shattered the Spider Queen's last compound eye. She had only 1 large eye left. Though the Spider Queen protected it well, the fact that she would become blind was an inescapable reality. But just then, as if pushed to her limits, the queen seemed to have a sudden epiphany. She curled her abdomen upward, shot a thick strand of silk toward the cave's ceiling, and climbed up along it. Not only that, she could crawl upside down on the ceiling, defying gravity. Yang Yi could not fathom how such a heavy spider could crawl on the ceiling. Moreover, the ceiling was nearly 40 meters high, far beyond his reach, and his silk sack had only a dozen units left, barely enough for one last shot. The Spider Queen moved nimbly across the rocky summit, as if it were level ground, while Yang Yi could only watch helplessly, utterly at a loss. He had no choice. His attack range was insufficient. The queen tilted her abdomen toward the ground, aimed at Yang Yi, and sprayed a torrent of web-like foam akin to falling rain. These webs were sticky and adhesive. If they touched him, escaping would be no easy feat. The Spider Queen intended to restrict Yang Yi's movements in this manner. Yet Yang Yi embraced it gladly. He crazily stomped both feet onto the webs, lifted his legs with effort, then looked up at the Spider Queen and extended a finger toward her. "You? Come here," Yang Yi taunted. In truth, he had no choice but to do so. The Crimson Elixir's duration was down to only 2 minutes. If he continued to stall, once the time expired, Yang Yi would enter a state of dehydration. By then, without the Spider Queen even needing to spray webs, he would temporarily lose the ability to move. Rather than that, it was better to make a fierce fight while he still had combat strength. "Are you afraid to come down? I've already been stuck by your webs," Yang Yi taunted again. His actions exceeded the Spider Queen's comprehension, causing her mind to momentarily short-circuit. But she quickly regained her senses, let out a roar, and lunged downward with force. "Gah! Perfect!" Yang Yi rejoiced. The Spider Queen's body grew larger in his vision, to the point where he could see her mouthparts dripping with saliva, wide open, as if to bite him to death. Yet this descending motion seemed to slow down in Yang Yi's eyes. Having gauged the timing, Yang Yi hurled the meteor hammer, aiming directly for her last eyeball. His prediction was so accurate that it appeared as if the Spider Queen had collided with the meteor hammer using her own eyeball. This was the dynamic vision of the third eye, capable of predicting an enemy's attacks and movements to a certain degree. Yang Yi even felt that his mind was forcibly accelerated by the third eye to adapt to this monstrous dynamic vision. Thud! The combined force of upward and downward momentum drove the meteor hammer completely into the Spider Queen's eyeball. Her body trembled violently in midair, her movements distorted, and her intended biting attack turned into a collision. Boom! Yang Yi was sent flying by the Spider Queen like a broken kite, crashing into a piece of rubble, spilling a trail of blood along the way. This blow was severe, reducing his health by over 50 points. Several ribs were likely broken, and his left arm fractured into 3 sections. Had the heart-protecting mirror not shielded his chest, this strike would have emptied Yang Yi's health bar. But fortunately it did not. His health was still at 16, not even triggering the denial of death. "Now you should be blind." Yang Yi struggled, feeling his waist with his right hand, only to find the regeneration elixir shattered, its contents spilled on the ground. Fortunately, he had a backup. Yang Yi retrieved a long-legged sardine from his pocket, fed it to his stomach pouch, took out the spare regeneration elixir stored inside, and drank it in one gulp. Gulp, gulp. You drank the regeneration elixir, recovered 20 health wounds, continuously healing wounds, itching intensely, sanity 20. An indescribable itching spread through his body as his injuries rapidly healed. After enduring this bout of itching, Yang Yi's health recovered to 40 points. He struggled to his feet and looked at the Spider Queen. She seemed to have become a headless fly, wildly attacking the rubble. Yang Yi walked toward the Spider Queen with ill intent, but before he could take even one step his nose suddenly itched. 2 streams of blood flowed out, and then his vision was lost. Yang Yi seemed to have gone blind as well. What's happening? He immediately opened his right eye only to find he could not see. Both eyes were blind. Then the log notified him that the crimson elixir's time limit had expired. Yang Yi felt as if his throat was being scraped by a knife, desperately in need of water. He quickly crouched low to minimize noise, fished out another stinking long-legged sardine from his pocket, fed it to his stomach pouch, retrieved the stored drinking water, and took small sips. 2 minutes later, Yang Yi finished the 2 liters of fresh water, gradually recovering from the dehydration state, though he still could not engage in strenuous activity. He listened intently and found the egg chamber eerily silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. What's happening? Unable to see Yang Yi dared not move recklessly. After an unknown amount of time, he remembered to contact Suna. Suna, come in quickly, I think I've gone blind. Blind? Yes, I can't see. Yang Yi typed rapidly. Without vision, the only things he could do were check the log and chat. This log was soul-bound and could be operated without sight. How did you go blind? I'm not sure. Yang Yi recounted the events to Suna, omitting the details about the myriapod mother, merely mentioning that there were too many bizarre things along the way. He had consumed elixirs, his sanity was drained, his left eye had mutated, and his vision became strange. That big spider was playing dead. I fought her, and then I went blind. Be careful, I stabbed all her eyes out. Oh, she's already dead. I'm looking for a place to cut. Her carapace is too hard for my dagger to penetrate. Where are you? Lend me your short sword to try. Suna had actually arrived long ago. Yang Yi had been hiding for nothing. He stood up and shouted a few times. Soon footsteps approached, and Suna came running. Her first words were, your left eye is so beautiful. Huh. Though Yang Yi could not see, he had felt it. 3 spherical objects crowded together, bulging from the eye socket. No matter how he thought about it, the word beautiful had nothing to do with it. Suna's aesthetic sense must be quite unique. Your eyeballs are still moving, they should be functioning normally. Are you really unable to see? Suna waved her hand in front of Yang Yi's eyes, then tried to touch his left eye. Don't touch. Yang Yi stepped back to avoid it getting goosebumps. But Suna followed like a shadow, drawing very close. Yang Yi could even feel her breath. Your left eye has no eyelid and cannot close on its own. If it really can transmit 3 perspectives simultaneously, as you said, your brain must be overwhelmed. Suna observed and explained. Yang Yi also began to understand. You mean? Exactly, you're not blind. It's just that your brain's protective mechanism has been triggered, blocking your vision to prevent overload and brain damage, which would turn you into a fool. Then how long until I recover? Yang Yi asked excitedly. I don't know. It could be the next second, a year from now, or never. The brain is a very complex organ. Suna did not continue this topic. Instead, she handed Yang Yi a piece of something. Take this. What is it? A piece of insect shell. Cover your left eye with it. It should block the transmission of visual information from that eye, which might help with recovering your sight. Yang Yi was blind, his recovery uncertain. Led by Suna, he arrived beside the Spider Queen. Lend me your dagger and gloves. These webs are too sticky. Take the gloves yourself, but the dagger should be in the Spider Queen's head. Oh. Suna took the gloves, her actions unknown to him. If Yang Yi could see, he would notice Suna prying open the Spider Queen's eye socket, lowering her head to peer inside, then pulling out a web-covered meteor hammer. Can't see clearly, but your blow seems to have shattered her brain tissue, ultimately causing her death. Suna used the gloves to extract the sea serpent's fang from the silk, then used it as a chisel, hammering it with a stone to pierce the Spider Queen's head joint and pry it open. After about half an hour, the Spider Queen's head was severed. This single head was nearly a meter in diameter, with a large amount of dark red fluid oozing from the break. Suna retrieved the humanoid head as well. She planned to bring both heads back. Let's go back to the ship first. We'll get the rest another time, Suna suggested. Yang Yi had no objection. Blindness made everything difficult, and resting to restore his vision was the top priority. The two rolled the spider head, leaving the cave and heading toward the coast. Stand still. Billboard first, then use a grappling hook to pull you up. Yang Yi was speechless. Blind, he couldn't easily board the ship, or even see it, let alone climb the ladder on the hull. So being pulled up by the grapple was the most convenient method. After about 10 minutes, a clamp gripped Yang Yi's waist and hoisted him up. The next moment, he found himself in the cabin of the Yinching. Though odd, this boarding method caused no harm. Wait here for a moment. Suna's voice came from nearby. She had just descended from the deck, grabbed something from the cabin, and headed to the lab. Soon she returned and handed Yang Yi an eye patch. The eye patch was crude, a piece of insect shell of suitable size with holes punched and cloth threaded through. Wear this, it should help. She helped him put it on, then rushed back to the lab to work. Yang Yi stood there for a while, then had to feel his way up the ladder based on memory and sensation, climb to the deck, and grope along the railing back to the captain's quarters. He took off his captain's coat, lay on the bed, and checked his condition. After facing the phantom of the mother of myriad limbs, he had unlocked the transcendent path. Contamination. and his log had gained a new interface. Contamination interface Yang E. Contamination depth 6, a large human figure diagram left eye black, contaminated area left eye aberrant organ third eye warning if sanity falls below 10, the player will be contaminated deepening continuously. But players with high spirit can resist and delay the deepening of contamination. When sanity reaches 0, the player will completely lose control and become a twisted monster. Completely different from other pale blue interfaces, the contamination interface was dark red, signaling danger. Through contamination, players can break the limits of mortals and ascend to transcendence. But this transcendent path is like walking a tightrope. One misstep and you fall into an abyss, experiencing spiritual death and becoming a mindless monster. Even if you survive with your sanity intact, your body will still undergo aberrations. Yang Yi touched his left eye beneath the eye patch. It was still slowly rotating. For a moment he felt an urge to gouge it out, but he held back. This eye could make him stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he distance himself from the contamination. The weak have no choice but to accept passively. Yang Yi continued examining his attribute panel and found that the spider's kiss state had disappeared. His personal panel also showed new changes. Yang Yi Mortal Transcendent Path Contamination Depth 6. Transcendent paths are not unique. Players can discover them on their own. A player can possess multiple transcendent paths simultaneously. Status injured, a large human figure diagram dark yellow near the left waist, strength 52, 12,200 insanity bonus strength 2, agility 1, constitution 1, spirit 2, spirit 8, 12, 1191600. Iron will bonus agility 51, 23,200, constitution 51, 21,200, perception 52, 192,200, third eye bonus sanity 30, 100 energy 17100, health 51100, mana 97. When spirit is below 10, each point of spirit provides 1 point of mana. When mana reaches 0, the player will suffer severe headaches and lose the ability to act. Mana fully recovers in 24 hours. A decrease in spirit reduces the mana cap, but does not deduct current mana. Talon Iron will refuse death spell. None spells require active casting, consume mana, and may require incantations, formation, construction, ritual offerings, etc. Ability third eye abilities inherent to the body. Some abilities consume mana. Facing the phantom of the mother of myriad limbs had caused his spirit experience to skyrocket, directly breaking through to 8 points. Terms like transcendent path, mana, spells, and abilities all appeared after unlocking transcendence. But Yang Yi knew no spells and had no use for mana. His only ability was a deformed left eye. After deliberating for over 10 minutes, Yang Yi decided not to tell Su-Na about this information. If this woman learned that lowering sanity below 10 could unlock transcendence, who knew what crazy things she might do? Su-Na remembered to keep an eye on the sea chart to prevent other players from approaching. Okay. Su-Na replied quickly. Yang Yi had wanted to ask Su-Na to go ashore and find the body of the giant tinder spider. Since only one corpse was missing, the Yinxing could be upgraded. But this woman had just returned to the Yinxing and locked herself in the lab dissecting the queen spider's head. So Yang Yi didn't disturb her. The corpse wouldn't resurrect and run away. It could be retrieved later. Buying fire-starting tools at a high price. Serious inquiry. Yang Yi left a message in the world channel as usual. This time a response came quickly. Want a flint? Name flint that sparks instantly. Type tool quality. Find description. A flint that when scraped with a metal sharp edge emits a shower of sparks capable of igniting cloth or wood shavings. No, keep it dry, or it's just an ordinary stone that smells of gunpowder. Yang Yi's eyes lit up. How much? 300 stone. Yang Yi immediately checked the chat history. He found that 2 or 3 players were selling this kind of flint and in unlimited quantities. This meant they had obtained the crafting recipe for the flint. But the price was inflated. A single flint cost around 200 stone, or over 100 conch coins. This guy was selling to him for 300. Truly a high price. Yang Yi ignored him and was no longer worried. The price of fire-starting tools would continue to drop, just like cold-weather clothing, so there was no need to rush. Besides, better tools might exist, like a lighter. Flint requires a dry environment, far inferior to a lighter with unlimited gas. Yang Yi checked the large sea chart. The spread of the extreme winter sea was not fast. It would still be 10 to 15 days before it met the black fog. Lost in thought, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. After being so tense for so long, he needed some time to relax. For hours later, Yang Yi awoke. Upon opening his eyes, he saw light. My vision is restored. Yang Yi's spirits lifted. However, due to having only one eye, his field of vision was slightly smaller, but it did not hinder daily life. He tried closing his eyes, removed the eye patch, and switched to his left eye. Suddenly, the entire world lost its color, yet became extraordinarily clear. As long as he wished, he could even count his own eyebrows without a mirror. He walked out of the captain's cabin. It was still daytime, with only 2 hours of sunlight remaining. But in fact, the presence or absence of light had no effect on his left eye. These 3 eyes seemed not to perceive objects by receiving light. In his left eye the sunlight was not dazzling, it was merely a sphere hanging in the sky. Yang Yi took out the crystal ball from his stomach pouch and using its reflection examined his left eye with his right eye. They were 3 gelatinous eyeballs squeezed together, each with an almond-sized yellow dot in the center that seemed to be the pupil. They rotated slowly, adjusting their positions as needed. Yang Yi tried it for a moment, then switched back to his right eye and put on the eye patch. A world full of color was much more comfortable. Using his left eye, Yang Yi always felt the world was lifeless and dreary. Are these monstrous eyes beautiful? Yang Yi recalled Su Na's first reaction upon seeing these eyes. This woman's aesthetic sense was probably twisted. Under normal circumstances, no creature would possess such eyeballs. Only Su Na would find them exceptionally beautiful. If it were Yang Yi, he would only find them inexplicably ugly and repulsive. The time limit should be about 10 minutes. To be safe, each use of the 3 eyes should be restricted to within 10 minutes. Yang Yi sent a message to Su Na. Su Na, I'm awake and my vision has recovered. I'm going to the island to find the carcass of the giant tinder spider. I need to hurry and upgrade the Yinxing. Towing this large sailing ship has been severely slowing down the Yangxing's speed. Su Na didn't reply as she was probably still busy dissecting. He glanced at Su Na's sanity value. It was 62, still within a safe range. When she had time, she would see the message. With 2 hours until nightfall, Yang Yi wanted to search quickly, striving to upgrade the Yinxing to level 3 tonight. He didn't plan to go to the spider nest. The giant tinder spider carcasses there had already had some tissues taken by Yang Yi. Even if there were survivors, they would be in the side passages, hard to find. Moreover, the nest was far to travel to and for making it unsuitable to enter at this time. He decided to search the nearby woods for a giant tinder spider carcass and also collect some tinder spider silk to prepare for making a sweater later. After searching for over an hour, Yang Yi still hadn't found a giant tinder spider carcass. But just as he was about to give up and head back, he happened to discover a giant tinder spider on his way. Taking a different route back was indeed the right choice. Yang Yi beamed with joy and immediately sprinted back to the Yinxing. When he boarded, it was still not dark. Yang Yi began to move the supplies from the large sailing ship, which had not yet been dismantled. After gathering enough materials to upgrade to level 3, he immediately operated on the log and pressed the confirm button for the upgrade. Immediately, a ghastly green soul emerged from the Yinxing, while countless skeletal arms intertwined and climbed onto the hull, covering the deck like a dense armor. This evolution did not change the ship's size, but its appearance underwent a radical transformation. The captain's skull at the bow lit up with soul fire, held tightly by countless skeletal arms locked in place at the bow, unable to move. Only the skull could move, opening and closing its jaw. Upgrade complete. The Yinxing has been upgraded to a level 3 vessel. Check the ship interface for specific changes. Yang Yi immediately opened the ship interface. Yinxing level 3A, durability 4500, capacity 12,000 units, speed 65 knots. Note, 500 durability comes from the head of the bobbit worm. Hull skills: nightmare. Sleep quality on the ship is extremely poor, causing nightmares. Energy recovery efficiency 75, only affects the captain. Fisherman's curse: cannot catch normal fish, increases the probability of catching abnormal objects. Astrology displays the surrounding sea chart, radius 150 nautical miles, viewable in the crystal ball. Can set an alert to notify via vibration when other players appear. Peak can search for ship names or player names, obtain the coordinates of that ship, and view its image, limited to 1 target per day. Embrace of the dead: the hull is protected by countless skeletal arms, enhancing durability. When durability loss is less than 2,000, it will self-repair. These skeletal arms will try to grab intruders, but their strength is not great. Description: this ship is starting to grow bones. Are you sure you want to keep upgrading? After reading the attributes, Yang Yi's face bloomed with a smile. The most criticized flaw of this ship had finally been fixed. Durability was as high as 4,500. Although its appearance was a bit strange, it was a ghost ship after all. Having some moving bones on board was normal and nothing to fuss about. After looking at it for a while, he naturally got used to it. Yang Yi finished reviewing the attributes, then operated the log to dismantle Huai's large sailing ship, obtaining a large amount of materials again. Then with excitement, he walked into the cabin. There were 2 more expansion slots. This time, he could build the cannons he had been longing for. He had to max out the weaponry. He immediately chose to build an attack structure, the ancient battle room. Consumed with 200 steel, 10, sulfur 10. After the light faded, a room appeared on the right side of the cabin containing 2 cannons. This type of battle room could be built twice, corresponding to the port and starboard sides. Yang Yi thought for a moment and built another one so that he wouldn't be caught off guard if enemies appeared on the left side without time to adjust direction. He entered the ancient battle room to check the cannon's attributes. Name: waterlogged cannon. Type: ship. Equipment: relic. Quality: fine. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The shells it fires will not explode, but have longer range. There is a low probability of shooting out some inexplicable things. Range: 300 meters. Battle room fixed cannon cannot be dismantled. After reading the information, Yang Yi couldn't help but complain, waterlogged things are indeed never normal. But what exactly were those inexplicable things? Yang Yi tried firing a dozen shots. Nothing special happened, just shattering the rocks on the shore. This thing is just a catapult with better ballistics. Yang Yi suddenly realized. After all, shells that don't explode are very similar to stones. He discovered that expansion structures could also be upgraded. To upgrade the ship to level 4, all expansion structures needed to be upgraded to level 2. However, special buildings were an exception, such as the Witch's Laboratory. It was still unclear whether the Witch's Laboratory could be upgraded, or at least there was no upgrade option in the log. After reading the information, Yang Yi didn't hesitate and directly upgraded the ancient battle room to level 2, consuming wood 100 cloth, 400 stone, 100 steel, 40 sulfur, 20. The resources were just enough. A flash of light passed, and the floor of the ancient battle room gained a layer of moldy carpet. Stepping on it would cause bubbles to emerge as if it had just been pulled out of water. The cannon's surface gained some rusted metal decorations, becoming a level 2 waterlogged cannon. Name: level 2 waterlogged cannon. Type: ship. Equipment: relic. Quality: excellent. Description: this cannon is waterlogged. The shells it fires will not explode, but have longer range. There is a certain probability of shooting out some inexplicable things. Range: 350 meters. Battle room fixed cannon cannot be dismantled. A range of 350 meters should be much longer than that of ordinary cannons. This was a great advantage. Actually, Yang Yi had also considered building a crystal cannon, but that cannon was too expensive, needing 100 crystals, and was prone to shattering. He would wait until later upgrades. After building, the inventory of materials was as follows: wood 535, cloth 285, stone 945, steel 47, crystal 14, sulfur 25, conch coins 1400. Hu Weiss' legacy had been almost completely squandered. The materials required to upgrade the ship to level 4 were also displayed. Required wood 4,000, cloth 2,000, stone 1,000, steel 500, crystal 1,000, sulfur 500, the ever-propagating flesh 1. Seeing the skyrocketing material requirements, Yang Yi decided to pretend he hadn't seen it for now. Yang Yi fired another 10 rounds, destroying a vast stretch of coastline. Then he finally saw something inexplicable: a long-legged sardine. It might have still been alive when it left the cannon, but it crashed into a reef, and now it was stuck. The damage from this shot was not high, but it was extremely insulting, leaving Yang Yi speechless. What the hell is the use of this? Is it meant to make the opponent die of laughter? Of course, this might be due to Yang Yi's bad luck, which is why what flew out was a long-legged sardine. If it were a lucky person, what would have flown out would probably be a double-head devil shark with destructive power increased by several levels, but not by much. But why does Suna have no reaction at all? Yang Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. With the upgrade of the Night Star, he fired the cannon again, and with such a commotion, how could Suna not come out to take a look? His heart tightened as he checked Suna's status, discovering that her sanity was down to 49, while her madness state remained infatuated. Yang Yi immediately entered the Witch's Laboratory. At this moment, Suna had just finished dissecting the queen spider's head, her cheeks flushed with excitement. On the table were 2 glass jars, one large and one small, containing brains, the larger one being incomplete, yet both resembling human brains. She saw Yang Yi and immediately exclaimed, "You finally came. I was just about to notify you." Yang Yi frowned, looking at the crazed Suna. "Let me tell you, I made a great discovery comparable to a new continent." Suna spoke rapidly, sharing her astonishing discovery with Yang Yi. "I found a new controllable direction selective form of evolution on the Spider Queen. It is unlike the long accumulation of genetic mutations. These spiders can consciously modify their bodies as if they are editing life, editing their own lives. I would like to call this evolutionary method Evolution 2.0. Yang Yi raised his hand to interrupt Suna, halting her long monologue, and instead inquiring about the final result. "Suna, what do you want to do?" "Yang Yi, do you want to evolve?" Suna took out a syringe. "This is the cerebral fluid I extracted from the Spider Queen's body. After separation and purification, it should also work on humans. If we inject this liquid into the spine, we can attach other limbs to our bodies like spiders. Any limbs will do, gradually achieving the evolution of life." Yang Yi suddenly recalled the 10-limbed spider matriarch. Although his memory was hazy, he vaguely remembered that the matriarch seemed to have 6 legs, 4 arms, and a massive spider body with various limbs attached. She must have evolved to the peak in this manner, a great being, or perhaps called a deity. Recalling the shadow of a great being, your sanity decreases by 30. Yang Yi's gaze turned cold as he sternly threatened, "Suna, stop your crazy ideas. Do not delve into this direction any further." "Why?" Suna looked confused. "If you don't want to evolve, I can try it myself." "You dare?" Yang Yi shouted, his voice booming like a bell, startling Suna into retreating slightly. "If you dare to attach some incomprehensible things to yourself, I guarantee I will pull them off one by one from you, and I will keep my word." Yang Yi's gaze was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. A few seconds later, Suna pouted and replied, "Why so fierce? However, after Yang Yi's persuasion, Su-na seemed to abandon her plan for evolution, and before Yang Yi, she destroyed the incomplete, unknown potion. This action was unexpected for Yang Yi. He glanced at Su-na's sanity value only to find it had risen to 51, escaping from the state of madness. So it can wake her up with scolding. Yang Yi was shocked, but maintained his composure as he asked, "Has the vitality restoration potion been completed?" "I have some ideas, but it will take a few more days." "All right. It's getting late, let's go back and rest." Su-na nodded and walked out of the laboratory only to discover that the Night Star had been completely transformed. "Has it been upgraded to level 3? "That's right." Su-na began to check the ship interface, adapting to the new changes of this vessel. Night fell. The previously pitch-black Night Star finally had lighting. However, the lighting was peculiar. On the deck of the ship appeared clusters of ghastly green ghost flames. These ghost flames would appear at night, flickering back and forth on the deck. They had no temperature, harmless to humans and animals, and could even be touched with the hand, resembling a special gas. The only effect was to illuminate the Night Star, while also imparting a touch of eerie ghostliness. Yang Yi manipulated the vessel, experiencing the acceleration performance of the Night Star. Though the maximum speed had only increased by 5 knots, the acceleration was significantly quicker. That tremendous power could even cause unprepared individuals to lose their balance. However, before he could cover several nautical miles, a commotion arose behind him. It was another earthquake. The seawater churned by this immense force, the whole process lasting for several seconds. Yang Yi looked back, switching to his left eye. He found that after the earthquake, the area of this island had shrunk by several hundred square meters. This is long before when Yang Yi had damaged the statue, an earthquake had occurred on the island. Yet at that time he hadn't paid much attention, and he was also blind. At this moment, looking from a distance, he noticed that the island seemed to be sinking. He had a premonition that this earthquake would become more frequent and the island would ultimately submerge. But it didn't matter much, as he wouldn't stay long anyway. After collecting the corpses and gathering some supplies, he would have to leave. After all, the black mist had been moving all along. After anchoring the ship in a suitable position, Yang Yi stabilized the vessel. Then he returned to the captain's room. There were new changes here as well, with a red carpet added to the floor. Though old, it felt very comfortable to step on. Inside the room, there was also a new lamp for illumination, a skull with a ghastly green flame. When the jaw was opened, it would light up. When closed, it would extinguish. Though the brightness was low, it was better than having none. He lay down on the bed, finding it had also become softer. This upgrade was definitely worth the price. He began to check the chat records, discovering that more players were selling flintstones, and the price of flintstones was continuously dropping. The large newspaper office also updated its latest weekly issue. Yang Yi spent 100 conch coins to buy a copy and sold information about the fire fluff spider, but he revealed nothing about the gluttonous guest, the spider queen, or the 10-limbed spider matriarch. This information was crucial, related to the extraordinary, yet the payment offered by the large newspaper office, to be honest, was a bit low. Soon Yang Yi received a payment of 400 conch coins, equivalent to getting a newspaper for free, while earning 300 conch coins. He flipped through the newspaper. The trading section hadn't changed much. Yang Yi didn't see anything he wanted to buy, but it seemed the book Introduction to the Flesh-Eating Cult had been purchased by someone. He wished the buyer good luck. The Maritime News documented some events that Yang Yi had missed. A few days ago, the chat channel had sold a gun for the exorbitant price of 1200 conch coins. Name: White Rose type, treasure quality, rare description, a delicate white gold revolver that can fire silver bullets, causing minor damage to foreign monsters and suppressing regeneration. It can harm incorporeal foreign monsters such as ghosts. The capacity is 5, and it requires 3 minutes for automatic reloading. So rich. Yang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. He certainly couldn't afford such an exorbitant sum. He was also puzzled as to why the seller wanted to sell the gun. If he were in Yang Yi's place, he certainly wouldn't sell it unless he had many of them. However, this news also indicated that the prevalence of firearms was increasing, and Yang Yi needed to be cautious. He couldn't avoid bullets. If he could leverage the third eye, he might be able to give it a try. Meanwhile, the Maritime News also disclosed the coordinates of a new island. This was an island formed by an active volcano, home to a special creature called a lava slug, which could crawl in magma. This creature would not actively attack humans, but its body fluid was extremely hot, and getting splashed meant certain death. It was an extremely dangerous creature. However, this creature didn't possess much intelligence, and players quickly found a way to eliminate it. All that was needed was to cool it down with a large amount of seawater. After cooling down, the slug would die and turn into hard stone. The corpse could be used for gacha with a high probability of yielding flintstone recipes, and there was even a possibility of obtaining a lighter. I see no wonder the players selling flintstones are rapidly increasing. Yang Yi glanced at the sea map. This island was quite far from him, located to the left and behind, and he estimated it would take 7 to 8 days of sailing. By the time he arrived, this island would probably have been swallowed by the black mist. He dismissed the idea of joining the fray, thinking that if it came to it, he might as well buy a flintstone to make do. The next day before dawn had even broken, Yang Yi rose early and knocked on Suna's door. After a long while there was movement inside, and Suna opened the door, her expression slightly displeased as she asked, "What's wrong? This island is sinking. Let's hurry and recover the corpses on the island. We only need the red fluff from the spiders' abdomens. If time permits, we can also collect some timber," Yang Yi arranged. Suna nodded, then closed the door. Yang Yi took the helm, steering the Yinxing toward the island. As they approached the shore, dawn broke. Suna briefly washed up, strapped on her pirate longbow, and prepared to go ashore with Yang Yi. But as they waited ashore, Yang Yi suddenly realized something. If they discovered an island in the extreme winter sea, they would also have to wade ashore. At that time, the icy seawater would be lethal. It seems necessary to make a raft. I can craft one later. Yang Yi made up his mind. After recovering the corpses, he would use logs and spider silk to craft a simple little raft. The dozen or so units of spider silk left in his silk sack should be enough. After landing, the two acted according to plan, first heading to the nest together. There the density of spider corpses was highest, and they had to retrieve the corpse of the fire velvet spider queen from the deepest part. A single person could not accomplish this. Afterwards, Suna would be responsible for the area closer to the ship, recovering fire velvet spider fluff from that region. Yang Yi would take charge of the farther area, including the other end of the island. The two decided to complete the recovery of the fire velvet spider fluff within the day. Having been on the island for the second time, they were familiar with the path, and soon arrived at the entrance of the nest. The smell here was even more unpleasant. Moreover, a new type of insect had appeared in the cave, ants the size of rice grains. These ants, emerging from nowhere, were numerous, gnawing on the glowing mushrooms overhead and the corpses of the fire velvet spiders. Suna caught a few ants, examined them, and found them ordinary and unremarkable. She proposed a conjecture. These ants and spiders might be hostile to each other. After the spiders died, the cave became the ants' paradise. Suna explained. The two did not linger, each harvesting the fire velvet fluff along the way with high efficiency. The collection was also easy. Just scrape it off with a dagger or short sword. They also tried to sweep into side passages, though the narrow ones were too cramped with tiny spiders inside that were difficult to maneuver. Soon they made an unexpected discovery. In a 2-meter-wide side passage, Yang Yi found a giant fire velvet spider that had died curled up. The number of capsule pulls for this spider should be calculated independently, so they could take it back to try their luck. The two continued deeper and soon arrived at a cave. This was the place Yang Yi had seen before, adorned with dried human limbs. Suna had also paused to look when she passed by, but hadn't explored it since a massive spider queen was waiting ahead. Yang Yi entered the cave, harvesting the spider fluff from the dead spiders inside. He noticed a platform in the cave covered with black stains. Suna leaned in to smell it, and frowned, saying, "Bloodstains. These spiders must have dismembered bodies here. Some blood sprayed several meters away, and it's reasonable to suspect the victims were still alive when dismembered." Yang Yi didn't reply. He found a broken bow and a dozen simple arrows on the ground. No other equipment or items were found. Hui might have already recovered them. There were no light orbs from player deaths. Without lingering, the two finished harvesting the fire velvet spider fluff here and continued deeper. They entered the egg chamber, the end of the spider nest. The magnificent stone statue that once stood there had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Even a deity likely couldn't guess what it originally looked like. Yang Yi noticed that there were still many newly hatched fire velvet spiders, but they were immediately attacked by ants and quickly killed upon birth. Meanwhile, a large number of spider eggs were destroyed by ants, and even the spider queen's corpse was covered in a dense swarm of ants. Suna didn't rush to recover the spider queen's corpse. Instead, she hastily collected some intact fire velvet spider eggs. These eggs, the size of goose eggs, were considered living creatures and could not be placed in the treasure pouch. Suna could only carry a small number, placing them in a simple backpack. Yang Yi stared at the spider queen's corpse, pondering how to move it back. After all, a spider 10 meters in size, even without its long legs, was much larger than an average cow, especially its round abdomen, which was about 3 meters in diameter. Storing it in the stomach pouch was out of the question. It would be eaten down to just the shell. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and the island experienced another earthquake. Yang Yi immediately pulled Suna to hide under a large piece of rubble. The earthquake lasted a full minute before stopping, more violent than the previous ones, and a large number of glowing mushrooms fell from above. But strangely, no stones fell. The same had happened during the first earthquake, but Yang Yi hadn't paid much attention. This time, however, he sensed something amiss. Was the cave ceiling unusually sturdy? He looked up and noticed that on the broad stone wall of the egg chamber ceiling there seemed to be some kind of pattern or design. But the light was dim, and the glowing mushrooms had largely withered and fallen to the ground, making the ceiling even harder to see. Suna was also looking up. That looks like some kind of writing. She squinted, trying to see more clearly. Without using her third eye, her vision was better than Yang Yi's. But if she used her third eye, it would be a completely different story. Yang Yi removed the eye patch over his left eye, using his third eye to examine the ceiling, and then he saw. This is Yang Yi froze his body, tensing, unable to tear his gaze away. At the same time, a torrent of knowledge flooded into his mind, savage and brutal, almost bursting his brain. Suna had guessed correctly. These patterns were indeed writing. The fact that she could recognize them as writing indicated her perception attribute was very high, but limited by her physical eyes. She could only see vague outlines. Yet that also protected her sanity, preventing her from being forced like Yang Yi to read and comprehend these characters. They were an extremely ancient form of writing. None of the written languages recorded in human history bore any resemblance to it. Because this writing required no learning, merely seeing its form instantly conveyed its meaning. Hieroglyphics were but a crude imitation of this script. The difference in the information they carried was like comparing pure sand to a complex microchip, utterly incomparable. These characters had no fixed form. Each was different, carrying too much information, causing Yang Yi's brain to swell, veins bulging on his forehead about to burst, his head seemingly growing larger. Confronting the strange script, your sanity decreases by 50. You have fully read the book of the limbed spider. Sanity decreases by 100. You have learned limbed spider magic. Check your panel to view it. Huff. Huff. Yang Yi panted heavily, sweat pouring like rain, as if he had just wandered at death's door and barely returned. At the same time, it felt as though 100 worms had burrowed into his brain, making his mind a sieve and losing all perception of the outside world. A few minutes later, he finally came to his senses and regained control of his body. At the same time, his nose grew hot, and he sprayed out a jet of blood containing some tissue fragments. Yang Yi, what's wrong with you? Suna had also been looking at the ceiling, but found nothing. She snapped back to reality upon hearing the commotion beside her. Yang Yi, still shaken, grabbed Suna's arm and warned, "Don't look up no matter what." "What did you see?" Suna asked. Yang Yi couldn't answer. He couldn't describe in words what he had seen. The meaning contained in those characters was too heavy, far beyond what shallow human speech could bear. So Yang Yi couldn't find the right words to describe his vision. He could only reply, "Open the crew interface and check my sanity value." Suna understood and immediately checked, discovering that Yang Yi's sanity was only 1 point. Then she became excited and asked eagerly, "What exactly did you see?" "A hideous, evil, nauseating spider," Yang Yi replied. The characters overhead, when viewed with the broad vision of the third eye, connected to form a spider shape. "Don't look up anymore. Dismantle the Spider Queen's corpse, and then let's go back." Yang Yi was tired and didn't want to continue this topic. Suna's expression was complex. She stood still, as if still wanting to figure out what was on the ceiling. But Yang Yi didn't give her the chance. He pulled out the sea serpent fang, and like a skilled butcher effortlessly cut through the Spider Queen's joints, quickly dismembering it into the abdomen, thorax, and several segments of insect legs. His technique was precise, indicating that Yang Yi had an intimate knowledge of the Spider Queen's body structure. "Let's go. If we don't leave now, the ants will eat the corpse clean," Yang Yi urged. Suna had no choice but to abandon her thoughts and focus on transporting the Spider Queen's corpse. The two discussed and decided to roll the abdomen back to the shore. Most of the organs were in the abdomen. The thorax and leg segments, being relatively small, could barely be stuffed into the treasure pouch. The two pushed the Spider Queen's abdomen, rolling it all the way to the cave entrance. This part was laborious. Even with both working together, they couldn't get the abdomen out of the entrance. The vertical upward cave was too inconvenient, not designed for humans. The spider's head was manageable. The queen's brain was relatively hollow, and without bodily fluids, it weighed only a few dozen gene. But the abdomen was a completely different story. Yang Yi had to draw his flintlock pistol, fire a shot diagonally upward at the entrance, blasting a slope. With the help of the slope, the two managed to push the enormous spider abdomen out of the nest. They returned to the shore. As expected, the island had sunk further, its area possibly reduced by over 1,000 square meters. Fortunately, both could swim, especially Yang Yi, who with the frenzy bonus moved like a fish underwater, swiftly approaching the yinxing and boarding it. He maneuvered the yinxing closer, then used a grappling hook to haul Suna and the Spider Queen's abdomen into the cabin. After a brief rest, they poured out the fire velvet they had collected and immediately set out again for the island. There were still many corpses to recover in the forest. They acted according to plan. Suna was responsible for the area near the ship, while Yang Yi handled the far end. When alone, Yang Yi began to check his panel and found that it had changed. Yang Immortal. Supernatural Path, Corruption, Depth 7, Book of the Limbed Spider. Book of the Limbed Spider. Having fully read the Book of the Limbed Spider, you have learned Limbed Spider Magic. When casting Limbed Spider Magic, no incantation is needed. If you have the Spider's Kiss status, mana consumption is reduced by 2. Strength 52, 22,200. Madness bonus, Strength 2. Agility 1, Constitution 1, Spirit 2. Spirit 8, 12, 13201600. Iron Wool bonus. Agility 51, 29,200. Constitution 51, 42,200. Perception 62, 224,000. Third eye bonus. Sanity 5,100. Energy 87,100. Vitality 91,100. Mana 97. Talents: Iron will deny death. Spells. Limb enhancement technique stimulates and strengthens a specific limb, increasing its strength by 0.3. The more powerful the limb, the weaker the effect. Consumes 5 mana, lasts 15 minutes, after which the limb will be paralyzed for a period. Limb restoration technique restores limbs, can repair damaged or severed limbs, requires sufficient flesh, consumes 3 mana, can also attach new limbs. Limb explosion technique detonates a limb. Requires a severed limb or can target one's own limb. The stronger and fresher the limb, the greater the explosion's power. Consumes 8 mana. Invocation of the myriad-limbed spider mother. Sacrifice all of your limbs. The more limbs sacrificed, and the stronger they are, the higher the success rate. Success will summon a phantom of the myriad-limbed spider mother. Ability Third Eye. Reading some things can also achieve transcendence. Yang-E examined the 4 new spells. With the Spider's Kiss status, his mana consumption for these spells would be reduced by 2, which was a significant enhancement. But these spells fell off. Shouldn't it start with a fireball spell? Yang-E scratched his head. Although the effects weren't explicitly stated, he felt that using these spells would definitely cost him sanity. There might also be some unmentioned side effects. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't plan to use spells. Especially the last one, the invocation, which required sacrificing all limbs to summon the myriad-limbed spider mother. Even setting aside the success rate, even if he summoned that thing, there was no benefit. Was he trying to die together with the enemy? Apart from a madman Yang, he couldn't think of anyone who would use it. Pushing those thoughts aside, he focused on recovering the spider corpses. With his third eye, his recovery efficiency greatly improved. However, switching between the 2 visions still placed a considerable burden on his brain. So he would sit down and rest every so often. Even so, his speed was much faster than Suna's. After 4 hours, Yang-E completed his recovery work first, and he even found an extra giant fire velvet spider to use for the capsule pull. On Suna's side, it would take about another hour. There was still plenty of time, 2 hours before sunset. Yang-E, after returning, did not idle. He cut down a few logs and used the remaining spider silk from his silk sack to craft a simple raft. Then he hoisted the raft onto the inching. After a few days of drying, once the spider silk was dry, it would be ready to launch. From now on, they could use the raft to go ashore, preparing for the extreme winter sea. Just as he finished, Suna returned. It was already dusk, and the island experienced another earthquake. This time, a quarter of the island sank before their very eyes. The island was sinking faster than Yang-E had anticipated. It would likely vanish completely by tomorrow. Fortunately, the retrieval of the spider carcasses was complete. The 2 of them had gathered the collected flame velvet spider fuzz into a pile, forming a small mountain. Suna had gathered 517 units. Yang-E had far more, as the spider fuzz from the nest was stored in his stomach pouch. When emptied, it amounted to over 7 times Suna's haul, reaching 3,695 units. Together, these fuzz could be used to craft 42 sweaters or pairs of pants. Yang-E already had 3 sweaters and 2 pairs of pants. By crafting 1 more sweater and 2 more pairs of pants, he would have 4 complete sets, exactly 2 sets per person. The remaining 39 sweaters and pants could be sold for a substantial profit. Before weaving, however, he could draw 2 gotcha attempts using the tissue from the 2 giant flame velvet spiders. Yang-E was about to head to the deck for the gotcha when he noticed a pair of eyes fixed intently on him. "What's wrong?" he asked Suna. She was organizing her thoughts, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, "In the cave you saw something, didn't you? Can you draw it? Not all of it, just a part, or the general outline." She handed Yang-E paper and a pen, her gaze burning with hope. But she was destined for disappointment. Yang-E's drawing skills were still at an elementary school level, and he had little artistic talent. Asking him to reproduce those ancient characters was like asking a newborn to draw a QR code from memory. It was utterly impossible. "I can't draw it." Yang-E refused decisively and turned to leave, but Suna grabbed him. "Tell me, please. They'll pay you." Suna began to tempt him, tugging at her collar. "Oof." Yang-E scoffed, a look of disdain in his eyes. What did this woman take him for? A beast? Ridiculous. His will was as firm as steel. He would not be swayed by mere beauty. He glanced twice and found it unimpressive. With a helpless sigh, Yang-E took the pen and scribbled a few random lines on the paper, creating a crude, abstract doodle. Yet if one stared long enough, it vaguely resembled a spider. He handed the drawing to Suna, then swiftly slipped out of the cabin to avoid further entanglement. Suna held the crude, third-grade-level drawing and studied it. Yang-E hurried directly to the gotcha machine. Using a spoiled long-legged sardine as a trade, he opened his stomach pouch to retrieve the bottled fresh water and the tissue from the giant flame velvet spiders. The fresh water was not for drinking, but for washing his face. He hadn't washed in days, and his face was somewhat dark, which boded ill for the gotcha. After scrubbing clean, Yang-E officially began the gotcha, feeding the tissue into the machine twice and turning the dial on the octopus-headed gotcha machine's chest. Soon 2 ordinary-looking gotcha balls dropped out. Yang-E picked one up and examined it, overjoyed. He had struck gold. Name low-level artisan inscription stone type, consumable quality rare description, a stone that can enhance the quality of a treasure raising any item of fine quality or below by 1 level. Your treasure will be renewed. The other gacha ball was less impressive, an insect armor chest mirror identical to the one Yang he had obtained before. One of these was enough, he could give it to Su-na. After the gacha, he returned to the cabin, where Su-na had already gone back to the witch's laboratory. Yang glanced at Su-na's sanity value, which was 72, so he didn't rush to drive her out. He mixed a bottle of Vitality coconut juice and drank it in 1 gulp. Salt is almost gone. Yang noticed there was only 30 g of salt left, and he had only 2 bottles of Vitality coconut juice kept for backup. He still had 54 Vitality coconuts. Might as well buy some salt and turn all the Vitality coconuts into Vitality coconut juice. He walked out of the cabin, steered the Yinxing to a relatively safe spot. Tomorrow, if the island hadn't sunk, he planned to cut some wood before leaving. If it sank, then so be it. He browsed the chat channel and traded his mountain opening knife for 2 packs of salt totaling 1000 g. Yang actually liked the knife, but its quality was too low. It was only good for cutting branches or people. If he tried to use it on the carapace of an adult flame velvet spider, unless brute force was applied, it would hardly even scratch the surface, and might even break. Yang checked his energy, which was down to 55 after a day of heavy consumption. Each sweater or pair of pants required 3 energy, so he could craft at most 8 items this time. If he crafted more, his energy would drop below 30, risking unconsciousness, which was unnecessary. In less than 2 hours, he knitted 4 sweaters and 4 pairs of pants, planning to sell them as sets. He set the price at 4,000 per set, roughly 3 times the cost of a down jacket. Down jackets cost about 600 conch coins each, 2 would be 1,200. He began to advertise in the chat. Flame velvet sweater and pants set. Check the stats yourselves. 2 pieces per set, 1 set for 4,000 conch coins, only 4 sets left. He attached the attributes of the flame velvet sweater and pants. As soon as he posted, a flood of private messages arrived. 4,000. Did you add an extra 0? They'll take it for 400. How about 2,000? Down jackets are only around 600 each now. It's just cold weather gear, not a weapon. Can you lower the price? Yang read a few private messages, all of which were from troublemakers, and he ignored them. These people were not his target customers anyway. He wanted to sell to the players who were doing well. These players didn't lack basic supplies and equipment, and would be willing to spend money on better gear, even if it was a bit pricier. Soon his first customer appeared, Shun Guanchuan, the leader of the New World Fleet. Didn't I tell you to message me privately if you had good stuff? They'll take all 4 sets. Yang gasped in surprise. This guy was clearly thriving lately, spending money like a tycoon. Yang had no reason to refuse money. The transaction was quickly completed and 1600 conch coins arrived in his account. Right after the sale, he received messages from several other friends, including Yu Dawei, captain of the Steel Ambition, and Suda, captain of the Gale. Sold out. They'll message you when I craft more. Yang replied to each, then called Su-na back to the room and prepared to sleep, getting ready for the next day's actions. On the other side, at the New World Fleet, Shin Guanchuan received 4 sets of sweaters and pants. He kept 1 set for himself and planned to distribute the rest to his key lieutenants. Boss, did you pay too much for these sweaters? Asked Zhao Taitu, captain of the Iron Head, with a pained expression. What do you know? When the temperature drops, and you need these sweaters to withstand the cold, you'll understand their value. But can't I just wear 2 heavy cotton coats? If it's still cold, I'll wear 3. Shin Guanchuan was stunned, then turned his head slowly to look at Zhao Taitu. Taitu, sometimes I think you're quite clever. Of course. All thanks to your excellent teaching. Zhao Taitu scratched his head sheepishly. Fine, then we'll do it your way. You don't need the sweater and pants set, just wear 2 heavy cotton coats. With that, Shin Guanchuan took the sweaters to distribute to others, leaving Zhao Taitu chasing after him, shouting, "No, boss. I was wrong. I'd rather wear the sweater." At dawn the next day, Yang piloted the Nightmare Star toward the island. Today's workload was heavy. Not only did he need to fell trees, but he also had to finish knitting the sweaters, which would strain his energy. He glanced at his energy bar and found it was only 92. Should I call Su-na over to help with the logging? As he pondered, he spotted the island ahead and dismissed the thought. The island was now just over 200 square meters, having likely suffered several more massive earthquakes the night before. Only about 70 trees were easily accessible on the island, many submerged in the sea, with only half their trunks visible. Yang observed the scene and felt it was a good thing. This meant the grapple hook could easily snag these trees, greatly simplifying resource recovery. He just needed to blast them down with the gun, then haul the logs aboard where they would automatically be converted into lumber, eliminating the need for manual collection. Yang checked the weather forecast. Today's wind was only level 1, the sea was calm, and there was no worry about the driftwood floating too far. He changed into a sharkskin swimsuit, planning to eat something and warm up before taking action. Meanwhile, Su-na had just woken up, finding herself slumped over the table. She hadn't slept well, spending the night studying the painting Yang had left behind. She had copied it several times, but it never felt right, as if something was missing. So she tried to change things, infusing the painting with her own unique interpretations, and then, as she painted, she lost consciousness. Now awake, she found a peculiar new painting on the table, while discarded drafts littered both the desk and the floor. A terrible waste. Fortunately, her room was never short of paper. As long as she was willing to pay, she could retrieve an endless supply of paper and pens from the bookshelves and cabinets. She looked at her artwork, then glanced at her sanity value, which was only 51. This meant she had entered a state of madness before only regaining her senses now, and had created this painting in that frenzy. The painting consisted of 9 lines converging at the center, intertwining to form a complex spiral pattern that was dizzying to behold. Suna stared at it for over 10 seconds, and then right before her eyes the painting curled up into a tight ball of paper. You have created a spell and unlocked the transcendent path, truth. Truth, you seek to understand and grasp the reality of this world, able to create unique spells that do not consume sanity when cast. You have learned Curling Touch. Curling Touch curls a target within your field of vision with power equal to your spirit attribute. Requires 7 mana. After casting the spell, Suna felt an excruciating pain in her head, rendering her almost incapable of any action, and she collapsed to the floor. Suna, how much longer until you can make the energy-restoring potion? Yang Yi sent a message. A few minutes later a reply came. I've got an idea. Oh, I can give you a sample tonight. Okay. Yang Yi didn't dwell on it. The woman was always slow to respond unless some strange creature caught her interest. After sending the message, he dove into the sea to begin the day's logging. The nightmare star was actually quite close to the island, risking the trees scraping the hull. But Yang Yi didn't care as long as it didn't run aground. The durability would auto-repair anyway. The armored bone covering the hull was no joke. Even if the trees were sharpened into spears, they would struggle to harm the nightmare star. About 3 hours later, Suna finally recovered from the headache, her mana restored to 1 point. With her current spirit attribute, she couldn't sustain using this spell. Once cast, it would leave her incapacitated. Fortunately, once her mana recovered, her body returned to normal. She left the room and hurried to the witch's lab, ready to brew the new potion, as only the dilution step remained. Another hour passed, and Yang Yi had blasted down every tree on the island. He swam back to the ship, finding his energy was only 52. It seemed he wouldn't be able to finish all the sweaters today. But no matter. Head collect the logs first. He maneuvered the nightmare star and began retrieving the logs with the grapple hook. A total of 73 logs. Some might have drifted away, but it didn't matter. He obtained 635 units of lumber, far more efficient than fishing or grabbing flotsam at sea. After that, he went to his cabin for a quick nap, and when he woke, his energy had recovered to 82. It was now evening, and Suna had left him a message asking him to come to the lab. If all went well, the energy-restoring potion should be ready. Yang Yi rushed to the witch's lab and received 2 bottles of yellow potion from Suna. One was pale yellow, the other a deep orange. Why 2 bottles? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. These are potions made from the glutton's gastric juices. The darker one is more concentrated, the lighter one less so. But both have the effect of restoring energy. Suna explained. Gastric juice. Exactly. After drinking it, you might feel hungry, so it's best to have plenty of food ready, Suna added. Yang Yi was speechless. He hadn't expected Suna to actually use gastric juice to make the potion, and his face showed his dismay. Wouldn't this stuff burn through his esophagus? Meanwhile, seeing Yang Yi's troubled expression, Suna thought he was worried about production capacity, so she explained further. Don't worry, this gastric juice can be mass-produced. As long as you put food into the stomach, it will continuously produce gastric juice. She pointed to a glass jar on the shelf. Yang Yi looked over. The jar was 40 centimeters in diameter, filled with a pale yellow solution with a small half of a stomach submerged inside, likely cut from the glutton's body. The stomach was still alive, twitching occasionally. Seeing the strange stomach, your sanity decreases by 3. This? Yang Yi averted his gaze. Suna stared at him intently, as if to say, drink it, why aren't you drinking? Yang Yi steeled himself. After all, he had regenerative potions, he wouldn't be corroded to death. He went to the cabin, looked at the black bread laid out, and downed the bottle of pale yellow potion in 1 gulp. It was burning hot, going down like drinking sulfuric acid. You have consumed an unknown potion. You feel hungry, your appetite surges. Sanity. Yang Yi's eyes widened as he was seized by ravenous hunger, his stomach growling incessantly. At that moment he felt he could devour even a whole cow. After eating several dried fish, 3 loaves of black bread, and a sausage, the hunger finally subsided. Normally this amount of food would last an adult 3 days. You are full, gaining the well-fed status. Energy recovery speed 100, sanity recovery speed 25, health recovery speed 25. Seeing the system notification, Yang Yi was overjoyed. This was exactly the status he wanted. Suna, you're a genius. Yang Yi didn't hold back his praise, giving Suna a thumbs up. Name: appetite, stimulant, potion type, consumable potion, unique quality, fine description, an original potion created by the witch Suna, made from the glutton's gastric juice and processed through special dilution and neutralization techniques. After consumption, it greatly increases appetite and enhances digestion and absorption. Upon eating enough food, the drinker enters the well-fed state, lasting 8 hours, accelerating recovery. If sufficient food is not consumed in a short time, it can cause severe gastric and intestinal bleeding. The effect only works once within 24 hours. Repeated consumption will only lead to overeating, and insufficient food intake will result in stomach bleeding. Suna was also excited to receive praise for the first time. In the past, Yang Yi had only complained about the side effects, but not this time. After all, this side effect was quite minor, just needed to prepare plenty of food. But what went unnoticed was, Yang Yi discreetly hid the other bottle of deep orange potion, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The pale yellow version had already caused ravenous hunger. If he drank the deep orange enhanced version, wouldn't he end up eating the ship itself? That bottle of deep orange potion might be extremely dangerous. As soon as Yang Yi returned to the deck, another earthquake struck. The Nightmare Star was also affected, shaking violently. 2 minutes later, the island completely vanished, swallowed by the sea. Gone as well were the nest, or rather the temple engraved with the Book of Limb Spiders. Yang Yi felt no regret. He believed that such divine miracles beyond human comprehension should never see the light of day. Only the dark, unfathomable depths of the ocean were their true resting place. He maneuvered the Nightmare Star, turned the bow, and headed straight for the polar sea. He had lingered here too long, and the black fog behind him had never ceased. Returning to his cabin, he planned to finish knitting all the remaining sweaters. There were 31 in total, requiring 93 points of energy. He estimated that he would spend the next 2 days knitting. Yang Yi knitted whenever he had energy, and when he didn't, he rested or slept. He also drank a bottle of appetite stimulant potion. By noon the next day, he had finally finished all the sweaters. He immediately contacted the friends who had expressed interest in buying them the day before. First, he sold one set to Yu Dawei for 2,000 conch coins. Yu Dawei was the captain of the Steel Ambition, a straightforward man who had also given Yang Yi a piece of giant bobbit worm flesh, making him worth befriending. However, Yu Dawei wasn't buying just for himself. He purchased an additional 4 sets for 4,000 conch coins, intending to distribute them to his subordinates. Next was Su, the captain of the Gale. Though they had never met in person, they had added each other as friends, and Yang Yi offered him a friendly price of 3,000 conch coins. The other party paid promptly and provided valuable intelligence about the polar sea. At present, the vast majority of players had not yet entered the polar sea, all preparing on its periphery. Only Su Da and a few players had ventured deep into the polar sea. According to him, the polar sea contained many large ice floes. It was best to avoid them, as what appeared on the surface might only be the tip of the iceberg. Moreover, temperatures in the polar sea could drop to -10 degrees Celsius, making supplies hard to obtain, and fishing often yielded nothing. Finally, after traveling a certain distance into the polar sea, one would encounter white mist. Suda had not explored beyond that point and didn't know what lay inside, but the temperature might be even lower. Yang Yi thanked Suda for the information and continued chatting for a while. His swift traveler fleet was unlike most fleets, a very loose alliance whose members were all young, adventurous, and possessed fast ships. They shared intelligence and conducted internal trades, occasionally gathering together. Yang Yi privately messaged a few other players who had left messages expressing interest, selling 3 more sets. That brought the total to 9 sets sold. He then began contacting other friends, as selling this way was faster and didn't consume World Channel chat opportunities. Additionally, it helped boost his presence. For the remaining sweaters, he planned to sell them all to Shun Guanxuan, who had a big appetite and should be able to take them. The first person Yang Yi contacted was Zhou Dai, captain of the Radiant Goddess. She was probably someone who didn't lack money. Moreover, her holy water had helped Yang Yi several times, so he could offer her a friendly price. But after waiting for over 10 minutes, he received no reply from Zhou Dai. Perhaps she wasn't interested. So Yang Yi tried contacting He Chi, the veteran angler, asking if he wanted a fireproof wool sweater. This time the reply came almost instantly. He Chi, sorry, I just caught a big fish. Attached was a photo of an oarfish nearly 5 meters long. Yang Yi, who asked you about fishing? He Chi, haha, this sweater has decent stats, but I don't need it. I have something better. He sent the information on a piece of equipment. Name: Fluffy Seal Fur Coat. Type: Treasure. Quality: Rare. Description: a fur coat, made from fluffy seal skin, covering the entire body. It is not only warm, but also waterproof, so even if you fall into the icy sea, you won't freeze to death. It has only one drawback: wearing it for long makes it smell. After reading the info, Yang Yi was silent for a long time. This angler really had skills. So he asked, brother, here, are you selling that coat? I just came into a fortune. He Chi, not selling. I only have this one. What would I wear? Yang Yi, actually sweaters are quite nice too. They accentuate your figure better. He Chi, get lost. Showing off your figure on the sea, are you trying to attract passing sirens? He Chi, if you want this coat, you can fish for it in the polar sea. Just catch a fluffy seal, kill it, and gotcha it. High chance of getting it. He also sent a coordinate saying that was where he caught it. Yang Yi fell silent. He could never catch normal fish. If he tried a fluffy seal, would likely turn into a skeleton seal. But He was truly obsessed with fishing. While other players were still preparing, he had already gone to the polar sea to fish. No wonder he became the captain of the fishermen. His ship was also special, but its skills only appeared after upgrading. Currently a level 3 ship had 2 skills. The Fisherman's Blessing, and any sea you can catch normal fish, and the chance of catching rare items increases. The Fisherman's Persistence, you never go empty-handed. Oh, as long as you're willing to fish for a day, at least one bite will come. After reading the skills, Yang Yi was dumbfounded. So his own fishing luck had been sucked away by this guy. Later he sold the remaining 6 sets of fireproof wool sweaters and individual pieces to Shun Guanxuan, who took them all without exception. With that, the conch coins in Yang Yi's account reached 76800. This was an enormous sum. Excluding fleets, the number of players who could possess such a fortune was probably less than 1%. Yang Yi planned to use this money to upgrade his equipment and replenish his ship's supplies. Medicines were unnecessary. Su Na's original potions were far superior to any other potions of the same level on the market. Of course, they were also much more unpleasant to drink. He began browsing equipment on the chat channel and asked Su Na if she wanted to buy anything. Su Na's reply was swift and to the point. If you have that much money, why not just transfer it to me? I'm broke. Yang Yi shook his head after reading the message. This woman didn't even need equipment, willing to pour all her money into the lab. If the flintlock gun were in her hands, it might have already been sold. Yang Yi stopped asking her about it and transferred 6830 conch coins to her. He hoped she would know when to stop, take the hint, and try to create some potions with good effects and minimal side effects. By the way, make me another bottle of the crimson potion just in case. Yang Yi sent another message. After receiving the money, Su Na's attitude improved noticeably. He'll make it right now. Yang Yi left her alone and continued planning his supplies. He considered selling the vitality coconut juice since the appetite stimulant potion could replace it and was more effective. But after thinking it over, he gave up the idea. The vitality coconut juice could be left for Su Na to drink. Her sanity cap was low, so the risk of drinking potions was too high. Coconut juice was more suitable for her. There were 54 bottles in total, enough for her to last a long time. Yang Yi continued browsing weapons and equipment, checking food prices, preparing for a major shopping spree. Yang Yi inspected the food and fresh water in the cabin. There were 273 L of fresh water, 32 black breads, 20 sausages, 4 gene of dried fish, some rotten fish, and a small amount of eyeball fruits. The fresh water was basically sufficient. Moreover, with fire, he could continuously obtain fresh water through distillation. He just needed to buy a flint. What he needed to buy was still dry provisions. Yang Yi drank appetite-stimulating magic potion every day, and his food intake had soared to 3 times what it was before. Therefore, the dry provisions had to be prepared according to the standard for 4 people. An adult's daily dietary standard was 1 black bread and half a sausage. After some thought, he decided to buy 200 black breads and 100 sausages. Combined with the remaining food, that would be enough for him and Su Na to eat for 1 or 2 months at sea. This was preparation for the Jidong Sea region. Even if they couldn't catch fish, they could hold out for a long time. Additionally, he needed to buy some vegetables and fruits to supplement vitamins, especially vitamin C. Things like eyeball fruits might not be catchable once they reached the Jidong Sea. He checked the market prices. For black bread, the current market price was 5 units of timber, about 25 conch coins. The texture was coarse and not tasty, but its advantage was long-term preservation. Moreover, Yang Yi strongly suspected that the bread recipe contained timber. Sausages were much more expensive. They could provide protein and necessary salt, costing 50 conch coins each. These 2 types of food were common and could be produced in the expansion building of an ordinary ship, the food processing workshop. Yang Yi didn't know the raw material recipe. Anyway, this building was not in the expansion list of Yanqinghao. In his view, food could just be bought with money, and they could also fish and roast to make dried fish, so there was really no need to waste expansion space on this. Better to build cannons or other functional buildings. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi aggressively purchased black bread and sausages, spending a total of 100 conch coins. Next were vegetables and fruits, which were basically monopolized by Nongfu Hao. Currently, only Nongfu Hao could produce large quantities of vegetables and fruits, other ships couldn't. Although a few players had tried to grow vegetables on their ships, the results were not good with slow harvests, unlike Nongfu Hao, which had skills to accelerate harvesting. Yang Yi had checked the market price. 1 apple cost 100 conch coins and couldn't be stored for long. He directly contacted Shun Guanxuan, since Nongfu Hao was under his management, to see if he could get a discount. Yang Yi, do you have any vegetables or fruits that can be stored long-term? Shun Guanxuan, just in time. I just made dried fruit containing a lot of vitamin C. Made from fine apples, 800 conch coins per gene. Name dried apple. Description: dried fruit made by the Nongfu Hao food factory, retaining over 90 of vitamins, not easily spoiled, sweet and sour, delicious. Yang Yi, isn't this too expensive? Shun Guanxuan, you think it's expensive? I think it's expensive too. 10 apples only produce 1 gene. Take it or leave it, this is the lowest price. The market price is 1000 conch coins per gene. Yang Yi scrolled through the chat channel and found it was true. Nong Fu Hao was now in a monopoly position in the industry, so the price was set by him. Fine, pick 5 gene for me. Alright. Yang Yi gritted his teeth and bought 5 gene, spending 400 conch coins. After all, this was just for supplementing vitamins. Eating in moderation was enough. There were also some eyeball fruits in the warehouse. He would try to air dry them into dried eyeball fruits. After finishing these purchases, Yang Yi only had 5600 conch coins left, which he would use to strengthen his equipment. This process couldn't be rushed. He had to take his time, look carefully, find a powerful weapon suitable for himself, and buy it at the lowest possible price. While fishing, Yang Yi browsed the chat channel, checked the weapons for sale, and left messages. Buying melee weapons, long weapons, the longer and thicker the better. Only accepting weapons of fine quality or above, preferably relics. DM me with price. He sent such a message every hour, preparing to purchase a large cold weapon. After the battle with the Spider Queen and the gluttonous guest, Yang Yi realized he had a serious drawback. His weapons were too short, making it difficult to deal effective damage to large creatures. Short swords like the sea serpent's fang were very effective against small creatures, but when facing large creatures that were meters in size, they were inadequate. Therefore, Yang Yi urgently needed a long weapon to make up for this shortcoming, one that could effectively kill large creatures. He browsed for a long time, and people gradually sent him private messages, but none of the items for sale caught his eye. After all, most people wanted to keep good items for themselves unless they had a better replacement. After a few hours, Yang Yi narrowed down to 3 relatively suitable long weapons, each of fine quality and reasonably priced, ready to choose one. Name: Great Horse Slaying Blade. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: a long and sharp broadsword that can easily cut through ox bones. With mastery, one can sever an ox's head with a single blow. Price: 15000 conch coins with a picture. The blade was slightly curved with a certain arc. Including the handle, the length was nearly 1.5 meters. Another weapon was a medieval two-handed greatsword. Name: Two-handed greatsword. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: a heavy greatsword, not sharp, but very sturdy. Requires strength 7 or above to wield and strength 8 or above to fully master. Even if it can't cut through, it can smash bones. The seller of this greatsword was a female player with only 5 strength, so she could only watch helplessly and decided to sell it. But she had been trying to sell it for a long time without success. Because players with strength 7 or above were extremely rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Moreover, her price was high, 200 conch coins, and she refused to negotiate. Finally, there was a long spear. Name: Fine Steel Spear. Type: Treasure. Quality: Fine. Description: made from beef tendon, wood soaked in tongue oil, with a fine steel spearhead. Strong penetration, high toughness. If one knows the proper technique, it can cause severe piercing wounds. Price: 12000 conch coins. These 3 long weapons each had their pros and cons. The Great Horse Slaying Blade excelled in sharpness, the two-handed greatsword was heavy and powerful, and the fine steel spear had long attack range. After thinking for a while, Yang Yi leaned more towards the brute force two-handed greatsword. This weapon required strength 7, and after his berserk state his strength increased by 2, so he could just wield this greatsword. If he had had this greatsword before, combined with his third eye, Yang Yi was confident he could smash the Spider Queen's head open. Even if he couldn't smash it, he could give her a concussion. He tried to bargain, but the other party refused to budge, insisting on 200 conch coins. Yang Yi had no choice but to take another look, ready to buy the two-handed greatsword if there was no better option. But just then a private message arrived. Brother, do you want a giant sword? The size will definitely satisfy you, and it's exactly the relic you're looking for. A giant sword. Yang Yi's interest was piqued immediately, and he asked for a picture to be sent over. Hee. I just dragged this weapon back, it was a real pain. The other party seemed to be a chatterbox, spilling the entire backstory, just to sell a weapon. According to him, this giant sword was discovered on a small island. The island was barren with ash-gray soil devoid of any life. The only thing on it was a scorched blacksmith's forge, and inside lay this colossal blade. If I weren't so desperate for supplies and short on time, I'd never sell this sword. The man rambled on, adding layers of lore to the weapon in just a few minutes. Yang Yi's ears were growing numb, and he snapped impatiently, "Are you selling the sword or telling a story?" "The sword. Of course the sword. Send me the stats." "Alright." He forwarded the weapon's attributes. Name: broken iron, type relic, quality rare, description: a giant sword forged by a blacksmith, consumed by rage. The blade is crafted from an unknown metal, so hard it resisted shaping, leaving it crude and unrefined. A strength of 9 is needed to barely swing it. Strength 10, the limit of mortal capability, is required for basic mastery. Humans are too weak. Only by wielding such an extraordinary object can one slay. Attached was an image of the weapon. After examining it, Yang Yi let out a series of astonished clicks. If this was called a sword, it was far too massive, more like a slab of solid iron. It was hard to imagine what kind of person in what state of mind would forge such a maddening weapon. The blade was about 35 centimeters wide and 220 centimeters long, with a tip that seemed broken off, leaving a slanted cross-section. It was incredibly rough, like an unfinished piece, its surface covered in uneven hammer marks. Even the edge was inconsistent and thickness prone to causing jagged tears. If struck by this thing, the wound wouldn't be clean, but rather a bloody torn gash like the ravages of a giant beast. Stitching it up would be out of the question. Yang Yi was instantly captivated by the weapon's ferocious and rugged appearance, and he asked about its price. How much are you asking for? 5000 Kong, coins, no haggling. If the strength requirement weren't so high, I'd keep it for myself. His reasoning was sound. A strength of 9 just to barely swing it was indeed too demanding. After all, the average adult had a strength of 5, and attribute growth wasn't linear. From Yang Yi's experience, a strength of 8 was roughly double that of 5, with the gap widening further. A strength of 9 was a threshold few players had reached, if any, truly as rare as phoenix feathers. Even Yang Yi needed to simultaneously trigger the frenzy and refuse death states to barely hit that number. Of course, he could also drink potions or use limb enhancement techniques to meet the condition. But for ordinary players, all they could do was stare helplessly. No discount. None. If the attribute requirement weren't so high, I'd sell it for 1000. Yang Yi shook his head after reading the message. The weapon was decent, but 1000 was pure nonsense. The previous rare revolver had only sold for 1200. Wasn't a gun better than this giant sword? For now, it was an undeniable fact that ranged weapons outperformed melee ones and hot weapons outperformed cold ones. Besides, this giant sword was a relic, and relics came with side effects. Many players specifically avoided relics when buying gear, clearly having been burned before. Only someone like Yang Yi, who wasn't afraid of sanity loss, would enjoy using relics. After all, compared to treasures, relics excelled in certain aspects. Buddy, can you at least tell me the weapon side effect, so I know what I'm getting into? Yang Yi sent another message. What else could it be? Just some sanity loss. How much? Why so many questions? Are you buying or not? Minimum 4000. Seeing Yang Yi's detailed inquiries, the seller slashed the price by 100 on his own. Such eagerness suggested the weapon had significant hidden drawbacks, and the seller was in a hurry to unload it. So Yang Yi pushed further. 3500 deal, now no more talk. 38000. Done. After a 1200 reduction, Yang Yi paid promptly and bought the giant sword. As for the weapon side effects, Yang Yi wasn't concerned. So far, he had never feared any side effect except for the delicious chef's knife, which was truly dangerous. If it was just sanity loss, that was negligible as long as it wasn't excessive. The transaction was completed quickly. A heavy, rugged giant sword was spat out by the octopus head gotcha machine, smashing a deep crater into the deck. Fortunately, the deck now had an armbone armor that could self-repair. Otherwise, Yang Yi would have had to spend materials on fixing the ship. It's really heavy. Yang Yi tried and found he couldn't lift the giant sword with both hands. He could only drag it by the hilt, leaving a deep scratch across the deck. Soon a private message flashed again. It was the seller. In high spirits, he sent Yang Yi a warning. Buddy, a heads up. If you're not using this weapon, wrap it tightly in cloth and toss it in a corner. I won't say more. Huh? What do you mean by that? Yang Yi replied instantly, only to find his message wouldn't send. The system notified him that he had been blocked by the seller. The side effect is that severe. Yang Yi looked at broken iron, sensing nothing unusual. No. He noticed the uneven blade reflected light, and within it a white skull phantom was charging toward him. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. Yang Yi felt a creeping dread, goosebumps rising on his skin. But the attack persisted. The spirit of fear repeatedly slammed into his body. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. The spirit of fear passes through you, sending chills down your spine. Sanity decreases by 5. It was an invisible specter unseen by ordinary people. Yang Yi frowned, feeling he had been duped. No wonder the seller had blocked him so quickly. This weapon. It would probably be unusable for a while. He would need repeated training to adapt to this terror-reducing sanity consumption before he could wield it normally. The process might be lengthy. As Yang Yi pondered, he planned to find a cloth to wrap the weapon and toss it in a remote corner to keep this little vengeful spirit from causing trouble. But your sanity is below 50, entering a state of frenzy. Fearless and bold. The spirit of fear passes through you, you remain unmoved. The spirit of fear passes through you, you remain unmoved. A few minutes later, the spirit of fear gives up its harassment and retreats. Yang Yi was speechless. He had switched to his left eye. His 3 eyes could still perceive such intangible beings. In Yang Yi's sight, this little skeletal spirit had curved eye sockets, looking utterly aggrieved as it drifted back into broken iron. The sight was almost endearing. Yang Yi found himself amused by the thought. Finding this thing cute probably meant his own mind was a bit off. Yang Yi fetched a piece of cloth, wrapped the broken iron in it, and then stuffed it into the greedy stomach. For now, unless facing a large creature, it's better not to use this weapon. The main reason is that the usage conditions are too demanding, requiring a strength of 9. But if he could raise his base strength to 6, it would be much more convenient. After triggering Frenzy, he would only be 1 point short, which could be made up with a magic potion. Next, he needed to hurry and improve his strength. After buying the broken iron yang, he had only 1800 left. He planned to use the remaining money to buy some miscellaneous items, and also look for a bow. If not enough, he could supplement with supplies. He checked the world channel, but didn't find any good deals. Currently, ranged weapons were more popular than melee weapons, with a general trend of high demand and low supply, especially for guns. He privately messaged a few people, and found that the weapons had all been sold. It would probably not be easy to buy a suitable bow. But Yang had plenty of time to wait. He would be fishing at sea these days. Not seeing any suitable ranged weapons, he started buying other miscellaneous items, mostly necessities that were not expensive. He spent 120 stone materials to buy a flint. Then he purchased 2 sets of down jackets at 1,200 conch coins, 2 cotton hats at 800 conch coins, and finally 4 pairs of long fleece boots at 2,000 conch coins. The reason he bought down jackets despite having sweaters was that he feared the extreme winter sea would be too cold. If the sweater and thermal pants couldn't hold up, he could put the down jacket over them. After all, this small amount of money didn't matter. After finishing these tasks, it was already late at night. He drank a bottle of appetite potion, ate 3 loaves of black bread, a sausage, and drank 1 L of fresh water, then fell asleep. Name cotton hat type, treasure quality, common description, soft and comfortable. It can wrap the head while preventing ears from freezing off. Name long fleece boots type, treasure quality, fine description. The sole has anti-slip patterns, thick with long fleece inside, suitable for walking in snow, warm and non-slip, but not very breathable, not recommended to smell inside. The next day, the Yinxing sailed as usual. Barring any accidents, it would enter the extreme winter sea in 2 days. He was fishing at the bow. Hey buddy, can you understand what I'm saying? He tried to converse with the captain's skeleton at the bow, but the other party showed no reaction, only constantly opening and closing its jaw. Come try the long-legged sardine I caught. He stuffed a long-legged sardine into the captain's skeleton's mouth. Although it could bite through, it clearly had no digestive tract, and the fish eventually flowed out through the gaps between the bones. He lost interest. He found that the captain's skeleton was just a decoration. He wondered if upgrading later would bring some new changes. He continued fishing. Before entering the extreme winter sea, he wanted to catch more eyeball fruits and try to air dry them into dried eyeball fruits. Now that he had fire, he could set up a stove and hang the eyeball fruits near it to accelerate the process. Just as he was thinking, he caught another eyeball fruit. Good catch today. While fishing, he also checked the chat channel to see if he could get some equipment for Suna to enhance her attack power. Her bow had significant limitations. It was hard to inflict effective damage on monsters with thick skin or shells. So he had been looking for a bow with greater power or a crossbow-like weapon. But after searching all morning, he still hadn't found anything suitable. Either the price was too high or the quality was too low. But in the end, it boiled down to one problem: he didn't have enough money. Ranged weapons were much more expensive than melee weapons, with prices even reaching double the difference, especially for guns. Just now he saw an exquisite quality double-barreled shotgun sold for a high price of 4000. Name double-barreled shotgun type, treasure quality, exquisite description. A double-barreled shotgun favored by hunters, effective range 50 meters, magazine capacity 2, automatic reload time 3 minutes. Can be used for hunting wild boars. Yang's account had only 1400 conch coins left. If he converted his supplies into money, he could add about 200 more. With this little money, buying a rare quality bow was nothing short of a pipe dream. But if he switched to an exquisite quality bow, the improvement would be very small with no qualitative change. Maybe I should buy an exquisite quality bow and then strengthen it with a low-grade artisan's inscription stone. He was pondering when suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He couldn't afford a bow, but he could afford arrows. He searched by keywords and actually found something good. Although there were no special arrows like explosive arrows or ice arrows for sale, there were armor-piercing arrows. Name tri-blade armor-piercing arrow type, consumable quality, fine description. An arrow with penetrating effect with a hollow hole inside the arrowhead. After hitting, it causes continuous bleeding, and the wound is hard to heal. After reading the description, he decided to buy this arrow. Its effect was much better than the iron arrows made by the simple synthesis system. The price was a bit steep, 300 conch coins per arrow. But considering the arrows could be recycled, the price was actually acceptable. He immediately contacted the seller. 250 conch coins per arrow, will take 30. Deal. No deal. The seller was quite stubborn. He tried to bargain and finally bought 40 arrows at 280 conch coins each, spending 1100 conch coins. His account had only 280 conch coins left. He decided to use the remaining money when he thought of something. Suna, I bought some armor-piercing arrows and put them in your room. He sent a message. Suna was basically holed up in the lab, and he didn't want to delve into what she was doing. A few minutes later, she replied, "Got it." After finishing these tasks, he took out the low-grade artisan's inscription stone he had obtained earlier. This item could only strengthen treasures, and Yang Yi had never used it. He had originally planned to buy a suitable, exquisite quality long weapon and then strengthen it, but who knew he would directly buy a rare quality one. After a brief thought, he decided to strengthen the sea serpent's fang. Because Yang Yi didn't like hoarding items. For strengthening items like this, they should be used when needed, or else it would be ridiculous to die with unused items that could have boosted his combat power. He directly strengthened the sea serpent's fang. After a dazzling flash of golden light, the sea serpent's fang's attributes changed. Name: Scorching Sea Serpent's Fang. Transform. Type: Treasure. Quality: Rare. Description: A snake-tooth short sword infused with fire power and strengthened, extremely sharp, causing burn effects on wounds. It can release the contained fire power all at once, spraying a fan-shaped flame, igniting items within range with a cooldown of 48 hours. After using flame emission, the short sword will become dim and no longer produce burn effects. Yang Yi was very satisfied after reading the information. He didn't expect that after strengthening the sea serpent's fang actually gained an active skill. This was a qualitative change. It seemed that after upgrading to rare quality, the attributes of weapons and equipment would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, this skill could also be used to light fires, but it was easy to burn some unnecessary things as well. However, the skill's cooldown was long, so unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to do so. Evening fell, and Yang Yi began to tally today's catch. 15 eyeball fruits, 9 long-legged sardines, 1 red-lipped eel, and 3 cystic pufferfish. The net also yielded 3 palm stars and 1 one-armed crab. Not bad. Yang Yi nodded. His goal today was to stockpile eyeball fruits, preparing for the coming Jidong Sea. He sent some fish he didn't intend to eat into the laboratory, then fetched some stone and wood from the cabin ready to attempt making a fire. He chose an open space in the courtyard, roughly circled it with stones, and stuffed it with tinder spider silk. These spider hairs were no longer useful, too few to make a tinder sweater. So Yang Yi decided to use them for kindling. After all, hair is weak to fire. Most animal hair, when dry, is highly flammable. He prepared the wood, scraped the sea serpent fang against a flint, and sparks flew successfully, igniting the tinder spider silk. Seeing the flames, Yang Yi rarely showed excitement. Survival really requires fire. He seized the moment to add the prepared wood, all cut into thin strips for easy ignition. Once the fire stabilized, he added larger pieces. 5 minutes later, Yang Yi finally had a steady campfire. Making fire on the Yinxinghao was perfectly safe as long as no debris was nearby. The deck was protected by a layer of arm bones, virtually unignitable. I need something to hang the eyeball fruits around. Yang Yi looked around, pondering. Just then, several bone arms emerged from the deck, their palms open as if to help him. What's this? Yang Yi was baffled, but it seemed they wanted him to hand over the eyeball fruits. Yang Yi complied. He watched as the bone arms carefully lifted the eyeball fruits, held them aloft, and arranged them around the campfire. This works. Yang Yi felt like he'd discovered a new world and began frantically testing to figure out how these arms operated. He then summed it up in 2 words: need. As long as there was a need, these arms would spontaneously gather and try to help. Soon 9 bone arms grabbed long-legged sardines and started roasting them, sparing Yang Yi any effort. But the roasting still needed supervision, as the arms had no concept of doneness and blindly followed orders. Left unattended, they would keep roasting until the fish turned to charcoal, then to ash. Still pretty useful. Yang Yi nodded, ate a roasted long-legged sardine, and then messaged Suna. Suna, the bone arms on the Yinxinghao can be controlled. As long as there's a need, they'll help. Try it. I knew it this morning. Huh. Then why didn't you tell me? I thought you gave me permission. Yang Yi was speechless. He stopped roasting, grabbed 2 cooked long-legged sardines, and headed to the lab, where he found Suna busy. Several bone arms acted like assistants, fetching various tools for Suna, greatly boosting her efficiency. Even more arms held test tubes, spinning them rapidly, shaking the liquid inside. A centrifuge. Yang Yi's eyes went wide, and he had to admire Suna's ingenuity. He handed her the 2 charcoal-grilled long-legged sardines. Try it, I seasoned them with salt. Should be good. Suna took the fish and took a small bite. Finding it tasty, she devoured it in no time. You have fire? She asked. Yes, I bought a flint and put it in the cabin. I also set up a temporary campfire in the courtyard. Good. With fire we can try to concentrate the potion. Suna stroked her chin, lost in thought. But it was getting late. Yang Yi had come to call her to bed. Before leaving, he noticed a large glass tank in the lab with a dozen juvenile tinder spiders crawling inside and some dead fish placed to feed them. You're raising spiders? Asked Yang Yi. The survival rate is low. From dozens of eggs, only a dozen survived. What are you raising spiders for? Yang Yi frowned. These spiders were not beneficial, neither tasty nor pleasant to look at, worthless to keep. Don't you think the lab lacks lab mice? Suna replied casually. All right. Yang Yi silently mourned for the newborn spiders for a few seconds, then left the lab. 3 days later, the Yinxinghao sailed, as usual, at 40 knots. Barring accidents, the Yinxinghao would enter the Jidong Sea tomorrow. This morning, Yang Yi was awakened by the morning chill. The first thing he did upon waking was touch his left shoulder, then let out a long sigh. He had had a nightmare. In the dream, an extra head grew on his left shoulder, and its face wasn't his own. It was terrifying. After waking Yang, he found himself drenched in sweat, and the sea breeze outside chilled him to the bone. Because his room was a bit drafty, Yang quickly put on a tinder sweater, finally coming to his senses. At the same time, he began to recall, trying to remember what the face in the dream actually looked like. After a dozen seconds, Yang had an answer, but it felt even more terrifying. Because it was a woman's face, blurry, but definitely female, and quite beautiful. And then, a pair of crimson blood-red eyes. Thinking of this, Yang got goosebumps. Had he merged with Suna? Become a two-headed demon? Impossible. Yang slapped himself and calmed down. Over time, he had gradually come to understand this nightmare. It indeed had a precognitive effect, but it wasn't a prophetic dream, it was a carefully crafted nightmare. It would intercept fragments of a future moment, editing, trimming, and exaggerating them into a terrifying nightmare. Yang roughly divided these nightmares into 3 categories. The first category: he was still alive when the nightmare ended. This indicated that the danger was not fatal. For example, dreaming of a sea demon or Suna pointing a gun at him. The second category: he died in the nightmare, indicating a fatal danger, like being attacked by the drowned. The third category: the most terrifying nightmares. These had a strong presence, but were impossible to recall. Trying to remember caused severe headaches. So far, it had only happened once, dreaming of a colossal spider, which probably represented the 10th Sanlam spider mother. This nightmare belonged to the first category. Yang didn't die, just looked a bit odd with 2 heads. But was the fate of those 2 heads really better than death? Hard to say. But to be safe, Yang planned to stay away from the witch lab for now. He sat on the bed for a while, completely calmed down, then put on his pirate outfit, opened the door, and walked out. The sea breeze outside carried a chill. It's already down to 2 degrees. But we haven't even entered the Jidong Sea yet. Yang frowned. Shortly after Yang left, Suna also rose from her slumber. She pushed open the door, and the biting sea wind swept across her form. Then, she decisively shut it. 10 minutes later, the door creaked open once more. This time, Suna was fully armored, clad in a woolen sweater and trousers, a fleece cap upon her head, and long plush boots on her feet. Although her witch's attire could provide warmth, its effectiveness paled in comparison to specialized cold weather garments. Yang Sharpie quickly noticed the detail. Suna had clearly swollen a size, and couldn't resist a teasing remark. Is it really that cold? We haven't even entered the extreme winter sea yet. Suna ignored him, tacitly admitting her fear of the cold. Yang meanwhile began his morning exercises in the courtyard. Ever since acquiring the broken iron, he had developed a new habit, daily attempting to lift the massive greatsword, while simultaneously training his strength. Moreover, Yang discovered that since consuming the appetite potion, his efficiency in gaining physique experience had greatly increased, and he was showing signs of becoming stronger. Thus, he needed to exercise to ensure he didn't turn into a ball of fat. After his morning workout, Yang went to the courtyard to inspect the dried fish he was smoking. He estimated it would harden in another day or 2. Ever since discovering the utility of the skeletal arms, Yang had transformed into a despicable capitalist, driving these bony limbs to smoke fish and air-dry eyeball fruits day and night without rest. Full-time, 24 hours a day without pause. After all, the undead never tire. Even if they wanted to complain, they had no mouths. After his inspection, Yang prepared to go fishing. He had actually tried to have the skeletal arms do the fishing, but these things were too stupid. They didn't know when to reel in, so the attempt came to naught. Fishing was something he had to do himself. An entire morning passed, and he caught nothing. This might also be due to the influence of the extreme winter sea. It wasn't until the afternoon that he finally got a bite, and he immediately pulled the rod. Whoa, it's quite big. Yang tugged with all his might, but was nearly dragged into the sea. So he changed his strategy, loosening the line to let it run for a while, then pulling it back, engaging in a war of attrition with the unknown fish. 20 minutes later, he finally saw the true face of this fish. What is this? A massive grayish-white round platter was hauled up, its surface covered entirely with translucent jelly-like tentacles. Yang exerted his strength and lifted the platter, which was about 1 meter in diameter, onto the deck. Only then did he get a clear look at what it was. It turned out to be an enormous jellyfish, translucent, with its underside facing up as Yang had pulled it. The jellyfish's head was a large round disc, seemingly made of a bony structure, extremely hard. Yang stabbed it more than a dozen times with his spear, and it finally stopped moving entirely. Name: iron crown jellyfish. Description: a giant jellyfish hardened at the head due to abyssal contamination. Being stung by its tentacles will cause pain for several days. Edible or non-toxic after heating. The head shell is tough, rich in calcium and iron, very sturdy and heat-resistant. Heat-resistant, huh? Isn't that just a pot? Yang had been worrying about not having a pot, and now he had fished one out of the sea. He picked up the iron crown jellyfish, told the skeletal arms to make way, and then placed it head down over the campfire to roast. Soon the jellyfish's body began to melt, turning into a pool of paste, which then bubbled and roiled. Yang tried a sip. He couldn't taste anything. His tongue went numb and lost all sensation. Was this jellyfish raised on Sichuan peppercorns? He was about to throw it away but suddenly realized he could use this stuff as Sichuan pepper oil. So he poured the melted jellyfish into a bottle. As for the remaining iron crown cap, it would serve perfectly as a pot. Time arrived at dusk. Yang Yi had caught nothing, so he simply stopped fishing and switched to exercising. Suddenly, he noticed a change in the sea chart. A sea island appeared in the upper right showing only a corner, but the island's area was estimated to be considerable. Yang Yi picked up the crystal ball to examine it closely. They were nearing the extreme winter sea. How could they happen to run into an island? After a moment's thought, he decided to sail over and take a look. Ignoring the island seemed by any reasoning not the correct choice. He changed course and sailed towards it. The sea chart began to reveal the island's full form. Yang Yi had misjudged. The island wasn't as large as he had imagined because it was long and slender like a spindle, slightly wider in the middle. The entire island was about 10 kilometers long with the widest part in the center approximately 2 kilometers across. It was larger than the previous Spider Island, but not by much. There were no other players' ships around the island, so there likely wasn't an ambush. Yang Yi continued to approach. Before nightfall, the Nightmare Star anchored 2 nautical miles from the island. He pulled out his telescope to observe the island, then let out a startled exclamation. Hey, how did a ship get on this island? Was it blown ashore by the wind? Wait. Yang Yi tensed up. On the coastline, he spotted a pair of gleaming green eyes. But due to the dim light, he couldn't make out what the thing was exactly. It might be some kind of wild beast. So he switched to his left eye, which had night vision, to look. A plaid shirt. This guy is a player. Yang Yi was somewhat surprised. But why is he crawling on the ground? He felt something was wrong, and prepared to call Su-na to take a look. Su-na hurried to the bow deck. He sent her a message. What's wrong? I found a sea island. There's a player with a hairy face crawling on the ground. He'll be right there. Su-na rushed over, snatched the telescope from Yang Yi, and looked. Yang Yi meanwhile stared at the crystal ball, somewhat puzzled. If the predecessor of this unidentified creature was a player, then where was his ship? He couldn't have swum here, could he? Su-na, however, watched with great interest. It was a while before she lowered the telescope. His body must have changed to a normal person's. Arms aren't this long. We need to catch one and dissect it to find out. Tomorrow. It's too late today. Yang Yi maneuvered the Nightmare Star away. Time arrived at night. He returned to the captain's quarters, lay on his bed, and pondered the strange man on the island. Unlike Su-na, he wasn't interested in the changes to the man's body, but rather wondered why his ship hadn't been found. After thinking for a long time, he came up with 3 possibilities. First, his ship was dismantled by other players. Second, his ship could turn invisible. Third, his ship disappeared after his death. All 3 scenarios were possible. As for the last possibility, Yang Yi speculated it was the system's recycling mechanism. After a player dies, their ship doesn't persist forever, it vanishes after a period of time. System recycling. If it's a special ship, wouldn't that make it a unyielding and forever lost? Or maybe after recycling, these blueprints reappear in some other form. Yang Yi had no way of knowing, but perhaps the answer would come in the future. The next day at daybreak, Yang Yi piloted the Yinxinghao closer and anchored off the southern shore of the island. It was a spindle-shaped island bulging in the middle with a maximum width of about 2 kilometers. A broken ship, only half its hull remaining, sat in the center of the island, as if it had been there for a long time, its surface covered in vegetation. If the ship had been intact, its length would have exceeded 100 meters, a true giant. Yang Yi did not rush to go ashore. Instead, he checked the crystal ball again to confirm that no other players' ships were nearby. Only then did he proceed to the next step, raising his gun above his head and firing a shot into the sky. Bang! The gunshot rang out loud and clear. If all went well, the sound would lure the strange creatures on the island toward him. The night before, he had seen one of them wandering along the southern coast. 2 minutes later, movement stirred on the island, and 2 hairy-faced creatures emerged. One was the man in the plaid shirt from last night, the other was a woman, also with a hairy face, her arms long and her fingertips dark and shiny. They ran on all 4s, hands and feet, stopping at the shore, raising their gray-furred faces to look at the Yinxinghao. Yang Yi did not intend to let them come for nothing. He maneuvered the Yinxinghao, adjusted its position, aimed the thick, rusted cannon barrel at them, and fired 2 fist-sized cannonballs. Thud! The waterlogged cannon shot sounded muffled like the pop of a water balloon bursting. From less than 100 meters away, the 2 cannonballs struck with precision. The devastating force snapped the creatures in half, scattering a pile of parts, and leaving 2 deep craters in the sand. Why did you use the cannon? Su-na protested. The 2 creatures whole just a moment ago had been reduced to 2 piles of parts before her eyes. That would complicate the dissection. I didn't know how dangerous they were, so I tried the cannon first. If the cannon couldn't kill them, then there was no point in going ashore. Too risky. Yang Yi replied. His words left Su-na speechless. Don't worry. Based on my gaming experience, if there's a second one, there's bound to be a third. You can handle that one yourself. I won't interfere. Yang Yi continued, then steered the ship to find a suitable spot to drop anchor and go ashore. The creatures were not particularly strong, far inferior to the Taotai. If a Taudai had taken that cannon blast, it likely wouldn't have died, unless hit directly in the head. After waiting a while longer to confirm no other activity on the island, he launched the raft and prepared to go ashore with Suna. What's this? Suna handed Yang a handmade mask, very crude. Just a few layers of cloth stacked together with some tinder sandwiched inside. A temporary mask. It won't provide much protection, but it's better than nothing. These people might be infected with some disease, and we need to take precautions. With that, she put on the mask, climbed down the ladder, and jumped onto the raft. Yang followed. Together they paddled with makeshift oars, actually long wooden planks, and pushed the raft smoothly ashore. Suna immediately ran to the corpses. Yang kept watch, dragging the raft onto the sand. After confirming it was safe, he walked over to inspect the bodies on the ground. Name: half-werewolf, Xiedonglei. Description: a human infected with mad wolf disease, having lost his self and in the process of wolf transformation. Attribute: increase at night. Half-werewolf. Mad wolf disease. No wonder they walked on all fours and had glowing green eyes at night. Yang remarked, then dropped the half-ear he had been holding as if it were trash, washing his hands in the seawater. Suna guessed right. It really is a disease. I hope it's not airborne. Otherwise we're in trouble. Yang thought to himself. Meanwhile, Suna crouched beside a half-corpse holding her witch's dagger. She slit open the plaid shirt to examine the body. The injuries were severe. The body was cut in two, entrails spilled everywhere. Suna observed the tears in the man's clothing and the healed scars on his skin, making a judgment. This person was scratched by something before, and the wound healed. So the mad wolf disease is likely transmitted through wounds. If so, his claws or teeth might also carry the pathogen. As she spoke, she collected the corpse pieces and put them into her treasure bag for further study in the lab. Yang felt regret. The corpse couldn't be used for the gacha, probably because it was too weak, not fully wolf transformed. Do you know about rabies? Suna suddenly asked. An infectious disease transmitted by animal bites or scratches with a 100 fatality rate once symptoms appear. Yang replied offhandedly. Exactly. Rabies has a variable incubation period and progresses rapidly. Patients become extremely hydrophobic, highly agitated, tense, and aggressive. Suna picked up a piece of skin tissue and examined it closely. Noticed that even in death their muscles are tense, their body hair is long and erect, and they sweat profusely. She continued to examine the half-werewolf's eyes, teeth, and deformed elongated arms and claws. Pupils constricted to pinholes, teeth sharpened, arm bones, elongated finger bones piercing through the fingertips to become claws. Suna recorded as she spoke. Yang, sensing danger, stared at the forest on the island, noticing leaves rustling. Soon 3 more half-werewolves emerged from the woods. One of them had a body covered in gray bristles, his nose sharpening his face, transforming into that of a wolf. Their twitching noses suggested they were drawn by the scent of blood. Which one do you want? Yang asked calmly, his flintlock already aimed. Leave the one with the most fur for me. Suna drew her longbow and knocked a triangular armor-piercing arrow. Fine. The 3 half-werewolves charged, but before they had run 2 meters, one's head exploded on the spot, killing him instantly. The furriest half-werewolf took an arrow to the knee, losing balance and falling to the ground. Immediately, another armor-piercing arrow struck him in the throat, flipping him over. By the time the last half-werewolf had run 5 meters, he was alone. But he showed no fear, lunging at Yang and Suna. Then he saw Yang remove his left eye patch, and his vision went dark. He knew nothing more. The sea serpent's fang had already pierced his eye socket with precision. Yang replaced his eye patch, then finished off the wolf with a shot to its other eye to prevent a feigned death. Only then did he pull out the sea serpent's fang. Meanwhile, the furriest half-werewolf rose again. Despite arrows in his knee and throat, he still stood. Blood gushed from the wounds. The armor-piercing arrows had a bleeding effect. The arrowheads had pores, making wounds hard to heal and causing continuous blood loss. Suna frowned and fired a few more arrows into his neck. If she hadn't wanted to preserve an intact brain, she would have aimed for the eyes. Finally, the half-werewolf's neck bristled with arrows, blood pooling on the ground, and he could no longer stand. Drag this furry one closer. They'll go back to the ship and use the grappling hook to haul him aboard. Suna instructed, then turned and ran back to the raft. Yang approached the furriest half-werewolf, finding him still alive, but with increasingly faint breaths. Given the amount of blood loss, he couldn't survive. Under Yang's gaze, the half-werewolf took his last breath. After that, Yang dragged the corpse to a suitable spot on the shore and gave an okay sign to the Yinxing Hao. The grappling hook flew out, snatching the half-werewolf's body away. Once Suna boarded the ship, she had no intention of leaving, dissecting the half-werewolf corpse in the laboratory. Yang remained alone on the shore. He scanned the surrounding bodies, noting their thin clothing, which suggested the temperature was not low when they arrived on the island, and the extreme winter sea was still far away. He estimated that these people had been infected with the rabid wolf disease several days ago and had been wandering on this island. Searching the half-werewolf corpses, he found some equipment and items. Name: wilderness survival knife. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a sturdy, durable, and portable survival knife, the same model used by survival experts. It can skin, cut, meat, carve, and hammer with an anti-slip handle and corrosion resistance. Name: hand axe type. Treasure quality. Common description: a small axe with a good feel, easy to carry, specifically designed for throwing. Name: flare type. Consumable quality. Good description: a sphere that emits a continuous bright light when smashed on the ground, illuminating the surroundings and repelling creatures that favor darkness. Name: fast heal bandage type. Consumable quality. Good description: a peculiar bandage that stops bleeding and accelerates wound healing on the applied area and its surroundings. Yang Yi laid out the items he had gathered, frowning. These people were not poorly equipped. They had not only secondary weapons, but also practical tools and recovery items. And this was not all. They must have used some. Somewhere on the island their main weapons were likely scattered. But the reason for Yang Yi's frown was not this, but 2 bottles of transparent liquid. Yang Yi was very familiar with this liquid, having consumed it several times. Name: holy water type. Consumable quality. Fine description: blessed pure water, can be taken internally or externally, and also used as a throwing item. When facing demonic entities, holy water is never too much. It can cure various toxins, curses, accelerate wound healing, and slightly restore energy. Can this holy water not cure the rabid wolf disease? Yang Yi picked up a bottle. At the same time, he recalled a piece of information he had seen in the first weekly journal. At that time, Zhou Dai was recruiting teammates to prepare for a raid on an island with werewolves. This island, he estimated, was the one beneath his feet. There were too many coincidences. Were they annihilated by werewolves? Yang Yi speculated. But soon he sensed something was off. If attacked by werewolves, how could so many intact bodies remain? They would have been mangled beyond recognition. And why weren't the werewolves attracted by the scent of blood? Were they on the other end of the island? Yang Yi looked toward the island's forest, sensing a lurking danger. He decided to halt exploration and try using his scrying skill to check on the glorious goddess. "Suna, pull me aboard." Yang Yi sent a message. A few minutes later, a claw dragged him into the cabin of the nightmare. Yang Yi first handed the survival knife to Suna. This knife was of a higher grade than his witch's dagger and should be sharper. Then he went to the deck, pulled out a crystal ball, and activated his scrying skill. But before initiating the skill, he sent several messages to Zhou Dai to confirm whether she was alive. Being able to send messages meant she hadn't died and her account hadn't been terminated. Still alive. The message could be sent normally. Yang Yi recalled the sweater sale a few days ago. He had contacted Zhou Dai then, but she hadn't replied. It was likely she had already encountered trouble by that time. Searching. Glorious goddess. The crystal ball quickly displayed coordinates and an image. Yang Yi compared it with the sea chart and confirmed the coordinates matched this island. However, the image showed no ship, only the coastal waters of the island. Did the ship sink? He noted the coordinates and piloted the nightmare toward that location. The distance was not far, situated on the right side of the spindle-shaped island's center. Arriving near the coordinates, Yang Yi stood on the deck and looked around, seeing nothing. No anomalies on the sea surface. But the scrying skill indicated the glorious goddess coordinates were right here. An idea struck, and Yang Yi lifted his eye patch, trying to see with his third eye. Finally, a 3-masted sailing ship, nearly 40 meters long, appeared before him, with exquisite carvings along its sides, and a noble goddess statue at the bow. A layer of transparent gauze draped down from the mast, covering the entire ship. Yang Yi observed the vessel and noticed a chapel inside, quite large, located in the ship's atrium. Through the windows he could see exquisite decorations and a solemn holy stone statue of a goddess without arms. Gazing at it for a long time brought a sense of peace, as if receiving redemption. Yang Yi quickly averted his eyes. He had no affinity for such deities. Then, stroking his chin, he pondered, an invisible ship or an invisibility item. Without his third eye, he wouldn't have seen this ship, even if it were right before him. The nightmare's scrying skill could only display the ship's coordinates. He fetched a wooden plank and tried to board, but failed, blocked by a transparent force field. This indicated Zhou Dai was indeed alive, likely on this island. He scanned the surroundings with his third eye, but found no second invisible ship. What to do? Yang Yi was troubled. Due to the rules, he couldn't plunder this unmanned ship, not even if he sank the glorious goddess. The system seemed to deliberately focus conflicts on the captain. Only by killing the captain could one steal the fruits of victory. After some thought, he decided to ignore the ship for now. He bore no particular hostility toward Zhou Dai. Likewise, there was no deep bond. Risking his life to go ashore and rescue her was out of the question. He was merely curious. What is on this island that's worth her recruiting so many people to raid? Yang Yi looked toward the island. This position was very close to the giant ship on the island. Yang Yi had reason to believe they had come for that giant ship. Unfortunately, the forest obstructed the view, and even with his third eye he could only tell that the ship was ancient, older than himself. But what lay inside he had no idea. However, he could confirm that when intact the ship was considerable in size. Should I go or not? Yang Yi hesitated. From a risk avoidance perspective, he should withdraw and quit while ahead. But blindly avoiding risks would get him nowhere on this vast sea. If he gave up on this island, he might give up on the next one too. After a few such instances, Yang Yi's sailing career would effectively be over, and he might as well join some organization for protection. After realizing this, Yang Yi made a decision. From now on, when encountering islands, unless certain of insurmountable danger, he should not abandon exploration. Even if this island had werewolves, Yang Yi was unafraid. After all, Yang Yi was not the same as before. With the third eye's enhancement, he was confident he could take down the werewolf with a single shot. And he still had the sea serpent's fang. Determined to go ashore, Yang Yi piloted the nightmare back to his original landing spot. The shore remained quiet with the same corpses lying there, no new half-werewolves appearing. Yang Yi felt that the concentration of these half-werewolves here must have a reason. As for the ship on the island, it was likely something akin to a spider's nest which should be approached with caution. It would be better to first figure out what these players had encountered before exploring further. Suna, have you found anything new? Yang Yi stood at the entrance of the witch's laboratory, not stepping inside. Since fire had been introduced, the laboratory had undergone changes, now utilizing fire. Moreover, a large black cauldron had been added, placed in the far corner. The stereotypical massive cauldron one would expect in a witch's home, large enough for an adult to bathe in. Inside the cauldron, some mysterious liquid bubbled, occasionally churning, with unidentified objects. Hearing the commotion, Suna looked up at Yang Yi, then resumed her focus on dissection. Wearing a mask and latex gloves, she held what appeared to be the stomach and digestive tract of a half-werewolf. She was now examining its contents. After a few seconds, Suna replied, "The half-werewolf's skeletal structure shows multiple deformities better suited for running, but its brain shows signs of degeneration." "That's not what I'm asking," Yang Yi interrupted Suna's lengthy discourse. "I want to know if you can make a poison like a dead wolf potion to wipe out the werewolves on the island in one go." Suna paused her work, looked up, and rolled her eyes at Yang Yi before replying. "No, these half-werewolves have high cellular activity and fast metabolism. If they were full forms, they'd be even more formidable. The toxins would have little effect." Yang Yi curled his lips. Looks like poison was out of the question. Not getting what he wanted, he prepared to turn and leave, but just then Suna spoke up to remind him. "You'd better not get scratched or bitten by a werewolf. If you contract the rabid wolf disease, I'm not sure I can change you back. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Yang Yi waved his hand, returned to the deck, and entered the captain's cabin. When he emerged, he had changed into a different outfit, a wool sweater and pants, spiderweb gloves, and long fleece boots. He wasn't afraid of the cold, it was mainly to prevent scratches. Wearing thicker clothes could still offer some protection. Moreover, Yang Yi had no intention of engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these half-werewolves. No need. He then inventoried the items he needed to bring: weapons, potions, water, and dry rations. The potions included Scarlet Potion, 2 bottles of Regeneration Potion, and an unknown orange-yellow potion. After preparing, he checked his status and confirmed everything was ready. Then he lowered the raft and set foot on the island again. The coast remained the same, but a few seabirds had arrived to peck at the corpses. They were pitch black, resembling crows, but larger. When they saw Yang Yi approaching, they didn't flee, but instead opened their beaks and emitted harsh, grating calls. Bang! A gunshot exploded, feathers flying. One seabird was instantly turned into pulp, startling the others away. The coast fell silent again. Yang Yi walked over and picked up a feather. Name: sea crow. Description: a scavenging seabird resembling a crow with sharp teeth, often appearing at low tide to eat dead fish. Edible, but its fat tastes like rotting flesh. After reading the information, Yang Yi abandoned the idea of roasting the seabirds. He didn't want to cook excrement on the boat. Leaving the coast, Yang Yi headed toward the woods, exploring upward. On the ground, he found many chaotic footprints, presumably left by the half-werewolves. There were also many claw marks on nearby trees, indicating frequent passage. Yang Yi ventured deeper, finding leftover shells and scales on the ground along the way, presumably from fish and shellfish. It seems they come to the coast to forage. Yang Yi followed the direction with the densest food scraps and soon detected a foul odor. It was the stench of wild beasts, a mix of excrement, decay, and body odor, indescribable. Heading toward the source, he unsurprisingly found the pack of half-werewolves' lair. A large pile of soft branches had been gathered and spread on the ground, with many torn pieces of clothing hanging on them, apparently serving as bedding. On the ground lay numerous clean, white human bones stripped of any flesh. Yang Yi casually picked one up and received information. Skeleton Zhong Fan. He picked up a few more, finding some from the same player and others from different players. Finally, Yang Yi counted and estimated that 8 players had been killed and eaten by these half-werewolves. He took a photo and sent it to Suna. "Suna, I found the half-werewolves' lair. There are a lot of human bones at the scene, at least 8 victims." Soon Suna replied, "These half-werewolves have strong digestive abilities and are not picky eaters. I found rotting flesh and bone fragments in their stomachs. This indicates they are scavengers with strong digestion. The bones on the ground were probably too hard to chew, so they were left behind. Once they fully transform into wolves, their bite force will increase further, and by then not even bones will be left for you." Scavenging. After reading the message, Yang Yi picked up a thigh bone covered in tooth marks. This showed the half-werewolves had bitten it, but couldn't break it. He even suspected that these bones were left for the half-werewolves to sharpen their teeth. But this one probably wasn't from biting. He picked up a cervical vertebra with a clean cut, as if severed by a sharp blade like a sword. In Yang Yi's impression, the creatures that used sharp weapons most were humans. So it was infighting, or are there other special creatures on the island? Yang Yi frowned in confusion. But just as he was about to leave, a glint of light caught his attention. It came from under the soft branches. Yang Yi picked up a thigh bone to push the branches aside. This is... What met his eyes was a pile of weapons and armor: helmets, longswords, shields, battle axes, even flails, crossbows, and bows. It seemed these were collected by the werewolves. They might have forgotten how to use these items. But subconsciously they remembered these items were important, so they hid them all under the branches. Name: steel plate armor, damage type treasure, quality common, description sturdy, full body plate armor offering strong protection, but hindering movement and vision, increasing stamina consumption. However, it is severely deformed and cannot be worn properly. Note: armor with damage rate exceeding 30 will be displayed as damaged, those below will recover after 24 hours. Name: chainmail type treasure, quality premium, description a chainmail made of small iron rings protecting the upper body and legs. Lightweight and flexible, effectively resisting slashing and piercing attacks. Name: fine steel longsword type treasure, quality premium, description sturdy and sharp longsword, standard knight's equipment. Name: ironclad shield, damage type treasure, quality common, description a wooden shield covered with a layer of iron, but severely damaged, greatly reducing its protective capability. Name: long-handled axe type treasure, quality good, description durable and powerful long-handled axe suitable for felling trees and self-defense. Name: spiked flail type treasure, quality premium, description a flail covered with spikes, the hammer, head weighing 10 g, capable of easily smashing a dog's head. Name: hunter's bow, degraded type treasure, quality premium, description a hunting bow infused with the power of wind, benefiting from wind enhancement, offering greater range and penetration. Arrows easily cause tearing and bleeding. Name: crude repeating crossbow type treasure, quality good, description an easy touse, small repeating crossbow that fires small bolts and can be loaded with 10 bolts at a time. The other weapons were single pieces, but there were 7 repeating crossbows presumably purchased in bulk. This group has pretty good equipment, armor and weapons. This hunting bow would be perfect for Suna. Yang Yi sent the bow's information to Suna, then picked up the ironclad wooden shield from the ground. It bore clear claw marks that had not only torn through the iron, but nearly pierced the wooden shield. Are full werewolves that powerful? Yang Yi frowned. He put the chainmail on underneath, then stored the equipment one by one into his stomach pouch as an extra gain. Swish! Yang Yi tested the repeating crossbow. It could fire, and there were still bolts inside. He opened the bolt magazine to check. It could hold 10 bolts, but they were specially made short and not very powerful. The mechanism was like a bolt-action rifle. Each shot required pressing the bolt magazine. Although far inferior to firearms, it was simpler than a bow and had acceptable fire rate. After storing everything in his stomach pouch, Yang Yi left the wolf lair. If nothing was amiss, there must have been a fierce battle on the island, leaving behind traces of the battlefield where more clues. 2 hours later, Yang Yi approached the central region of this spindle-shaped island. He was now roughly a kilometer away from the wrecked giant ship on the island. Here he discovered extensive traces of battle. The ground was strewn with upturned soil, flattened weeds, and even several broken trees. Although these trees were only as thick as a wrist, breaking them was no easy feat. He also found some damaged weapons on the ground, none of which were worth salvaging. Among them were 2 fractured swords, a shield with a gaping hole, and a broken scythe. On a nearby clearing, a large pile of damaged arrows was gathered, seemingly collected after the battle. Someone cleaned up the battlefield. Yang Yi frowned. In his view, only players would do such a thing, and only if they had defeated the werewolves would they have had the chance. 3 pits on the periphery further confirmed this theory. Each pit was about half a meter deep, just large enough to bury a person. It appeared that bodies had been interred only to be dug up and stolen by something. Yang Yi carefully examined the marks, suspecting they had been clawed open by hands or paws. Thus the culprits were undoubtedly the half-werewolves. With their keen sense of smell and scavenging nature, they would not leave shallowly buried corpses untouched. After reviewing the battlefield traces, Yang Yi was certain that this group of players had defeated the werewolves. Afterward, they had cleaned the battlefield and buried their comrades. Later, due to infection with the frenzied wolf disease, some players turned into half-werewolves. But where are the werewolf corpses? They couldn't have packed them up and taken them away like Suna, could they? Yang Yi wondered aloud. He re-examined the battlefield once more. Although he found no werewolf corpses, he did discover a thick, powerful finger covered in gray bristles tipped with black claws that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Name: gray werewolf's claw, description a claw left behind by a patient fully transformed into a werewolf due to frenzied wolf disease. Yang Yi was stunned after reading the information. It only displayed the claw's details, not those of an individual gray werewolf. Only if the gray werewolf was still alive and had lost a finger would such information appear. Yang Yi placed the rotting finger into his stomach pouch, feeling the situation grow increasingly enigmatic. He gazed toward the distant giant ship. There should be more clues and evidence inside. Nevertheless, Yang Yi still believed the players had won or at least driven back the werewolves. He checked the time. There were 6 hours left until nightfall, which was ample. His energy was at 88, and other stats were nearly full, allowing him to continue exploring. So he headed toward the giant ship. From this point on, Yang Yi had to stay on high alert, ready to face potential enemies at any moment, and prepared to use his third eye magic potions, or even spells. After walking further, he was only 500 meters from the ship. Here the trees could no longer conceal the ship's form. Only the front half of the giant vessel remained, its hull mottled and covered with moss, vines, grass, and other vegetation. Rusted metal patterns along the railings exuded an ancient, timeless aura. On a nearby clearing lay an overturned cannon as tall as a man, thick with dust and even sprouting weeds, utterly unusable. Yang Yi stood still, scanning the ship with his third eye, but he could not see through it, so its contents remained unknown. What was certain was that the ship had been here for a very long time, at least decades, perhaps centuries. Suddenly, within his third eye's vision, Yang Yi spotted a peculiar area. It was a patch of felled forest. Yet why would anyone start logging at the island's center? Moreover, the timber had not been taken away. Yang Yi cautiously approached. He noticed the tree stumps were cut cleanly, each with a single stroke indicating an exceptionally sharp blade. The air also carried a pungent, bloody odor. Yang Yi recognized this scent. He had smelled it before in the spider nest where human bodies were dismembered, a lingering slaughterhouse stench. Only a massive spill of blood could produce such an odor. So not long ago a massacre had likely occurred here, leaving the ground drenched in blood. Yang Yi scanned the surroundings, but found no corpses, only drag marks. This suggested that the bodies had been hauled away by some creature. Judging by the direction, it was likely the half-werewolves again, who seemed to relish feeding on corpses. But one trail was different. It was a dark brown shoe print stained with blood leading toward the giant ship. Yang Yi walked over and compared it with his own foot. The sole isn't large like a sports shoe. Possibly a woman's, he deduced. He further studied the traces, uncovering more details. Only 5 bodies appeared to have been dragged away, which matched the bones found in the half-werewolf camp. These half-werewolves were likely survivors of this very massacre. By coincidence, they had all contracted the frenzied wolf disease and quickly succumbed, returning to drag away the corpses. Could the monster that caused this slaughter distinguish who had the disease and deliberately let them go? Yang Yi speculated. After searching the area, Yang Yi found no other traces except for a delicate wooden box lying on the ground, its lid fallen beside it. Name: holy casket. Description: a blessed wooden casket. Only the paladin in charge knows its contents. It is extremely sturdy and nearly impossible to open from the inside. No grade or type. Yang Yi was surprised, picking it up for a closer look. The casket was pure white, with intricate golden metal patterns resembling thorns at its edges, appearing exquisite and refined. Both the inside and outside of the lid depicted a robed man. This man had a handsome face, a sorrowful expression, and his eyes were covered by a cloth band from which tears seeped, forming 2 streaks. His right hand extended from the robe, holding a balance scale, while his left hand remained hidden. Yang Yi did not recognize this figure, but he was certain it was not human despite its human-like appearance. Because the left arm hidden in the robe seemed somewhat large, bulging the fabric. Of course, it could also be a deformed human. Regardless, Yang Yi stopped examining the casket's construction and looked inside. It was a perfect cube, about 25 centimeters on each side, too small to hold anything large. On a whim, Yang Yi leaned in and sniffed, catching a faint fragrance. It was the scent of some high-end perfume, indicating the casket had not been empty, it had once contained an object. Various signs suggested that this holy casket was extraordinary, and its contents were likely something alive. The players who landed on the island had obtained the casket, and one of them, driven by curiosity, opened it, releasing the living thing inside, which then caused the massacre. That was Yang Yi's deduction. He placed the casket into his stomach pouch, but as soon as he did, the greedy pouch spat it out. He tried 3 times, and each time it was rejected. On the 4th attempt, even when offered food, it refused to open. Strange. Is this pouch picky? Yang Yi was baffled, left with no choice but to hold the casket in his arms as he walked toward the giant ship. The matter was now largely clear. The remaining clues should all be found on the ship. Yang Yi followed the bloodstained footprints and eventually arrived before this colossal ship. The footprints vanished about 2 meters from the vessel. Directly ahead was not a broken open cabin or deck, but the tilted bottom of the hull. He must have climbed up somehow. Yang Yi speculated. He stepped back a few paces, removed his eye patch, and attempted to see through the third eye what lay inside the ship. One particular window stood out. It was free of weeds and vines, as if deliberately cleaned. Just then, from the corner of his left eye, Yang Yi caught a dark shadow rushing toward him at breakneck speed. The shadow moved with almost no sound, treading silently on the grass, so that by the time prey heard anything it would be too late to dodge. But Yang Yi was different. He captured the shadow with his third eye. He turned decisively, aimed, and pulled the trigger of his flintlock pistol. Click! The gun misfired. Yet Yang-yi didn't pause, he immediately threw a hand axe. This was a throwing weapon he had picked up earlier, low in quality but convenient to carry and quite effective. The flying axe struck true, hitting the shadow's knee with a crisp sound. However, the damage was limited. The hand axe was deflected by the bristle-like for covering its body, unable to cut through. What's more, the shadow didn't stop for even an instant. It closed in on Yang-yi with even greater speed. Its appearance was utterly wretched, its body covered in wounds. Arrows stuck out, gunshot wounds and lacerations were everywhere, flesh turned outward, and even a broken spear was embedded in its back. With its black-gray bristles, there was no doubt this was the missing werewolf. The reason it could still move despite such injuries was not due to its tenacious vitality, but because its body no longer needed life. The wounds had rotted and were crawling with maggots, emitting a thick stench of decay. This should be a moving corpse. Abnormal creature detected. Your sanity decreases by 5. Yang-yi reacted in an instant. After finding the axe ineffective, he switched to the sea serpent fang and the iron-plated wooden shield. Before, such a swift monster escape was impossible. So he chose to face it head-on, activating the skill of the sea serpent fang, flame jet. The reason he didn't use the cannon mode of the flintlock was that he wanted to save it for another possible monster. Judging the distance, Yang-yi activated the skill, and a fan-shaped burst of flame erupted from the short sword. Like napalm, it ignited everything within a 3-meter range, covering a 110-degree arc directly ahead, including the werewolf. Its needle-like bristles, though resistant to sharp weapons, couldn't withstand high temperatures. They caught fire instantly, turning the creature into a blazing fireball. Yet it felt no pain and feared no flame. It lashed out with a claw which Yang-yi barely blocked with his hastily raised iron-plated wooden shield. Crack! Wood splinters flew. The iron-plated wooden shield could no longer hold and shattered completely. Yang-yi was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the ship's hull. His left arm went numb, losing all sensation. Even the fabric of his left sleeve was torn, revealing the chainmail beneath. Without that chainmail, Yang-yi would have been torn open. Not far away, the werewolf had become a fireball. Though it was unafraid of fire, the flames caused real damage. Its flesh was scorched, giving off a burnt stench. Seizing the opportunity, Yang-yi switched to the flintlock and fired the second shot. The bullet struck the werewolf's knee with precision. Without bristle protection, the knee shattered, causing the creature to stumble and fall. Without pausing, Yang-yi hurled the sea serpent fang, which pierced the werewolf's left eye, burying itself to the hilt. The high temperature traveled along the blade quickly, frying the werewolf's brain. Its body stiffened and stopped moving entirely. Yang-yi felt no joy in victory. Instead, he used his third eye to scan the surroundings warily, then ducked into a bush. After waiting tens of seconds and confirming no movement from the giant ship, he put on his eye patch. By now the werewolf was cooked, its body slowly turning into charcoal, emitting thick black smoke. The flame jet had ignited a large patch of nearby vegetation. Fortunately, there were no trees around the giant ship and the ground was damp, so the fire didn't spread. Otherwise, the entire island would have caught fire and Yang-yi would have had to flee. He approached the charred werewolf, took out a long-handled axe from his stomach pouch, and swung at its head. Clang! The first strike produced a metallic sound, failing to sever the neck. From this, he could tell how hard the creature's bones were. He withdrew the axe and struck 3 more times before finally chopping off the blackened wolf head. After extinguishing the flames with dirt and allowing sufficient cooling, Yang-yi retrieved his precious short sword and discovered a silver bullet lodged in the wolf's mouth, stuck between the teeth of the lower jaw. White rose. Seeing the silver bullet, Yang-yi naturally recalled the white revolver he had encountered before, which was said to fire silver bullets with effects of hindering regeneration and exorcising evil. He also obtained information about the werewolf. Name: Gray Werewolf Corpse. Mutated description: a gray werewolf corpse reanimated by necromancy, now restored to mobility. Its body is covered in hard black-gray wolf fur. It will attack all living creatures except the necromancer. Can be used in the monster gacha machine. Corpse mutated. Necromancer. Yang-yi noted the key words. This meant some creature had used necromancy to resurrect the gray werewolf's corpse. Another enemy must exist. Yang-yi stored the still-smoking grotesque wolf head into his stomach pouch, intending to bring it back for the gacha. After all, it was already charred and seemed to have no value for dissection. Besides, Yang-yi didn't plan to tell Suna, lest she complain that he didn't even leave a whole corpse. As for the werewolf's body, it was nearly burned to ash. Yang-yi didn't rush into the giant ship. Instead, he lurked nearby and drank a bottle of holy water to recover. Only when the fire died down did he step out again. So long had passed, yet there was still no movement from the giant ship. This suggested that the enemy might not be inside the ship. He glanced at the time. There were still 4 hours until sunset, so he had enough time. 2 hours for exploration and 2 hours for return would be more than sufficient. Moreover, his condition was decent. After drinking the holy water, his energy had recovered a bit, and his blood vitality was above 85. Apart from the sea serpent fang's skill being exhausted, almost nothing else had been consumed. Having made up his mind, Yang Yi approached the giant ship and climbed up using the spiderweb gloves. He planned to enter through a suitable spot, such as the window that had been deliberately cleaned. A few minutes later, he reached the window. First, he tossed a long-legged sardine inside to check for any reaction. After confirming there was no movement, he peered in. Something's wrong. This ship had clearly suffered a shipwreck and then been stranded here. So the interior should have been a mess. But in this room, there were even neatly arranged tables, chairs, and shelves, though they had been moved, since the original floor was now a wall. Yet the dust was still thick. This indicated that when the ship was stranded on the island, there might have been survivors. He didn't rush to jump in. Instead, he switched to his left eye for observation. The ship's interior was dim, requiring the third eye to see clearly. He soon spotted an unusual row of items. It was a row of glass jars, very familiar as he had seen many in Suna's laboratory. Inside each jar was a human head, 5 in total, no more no less. They were placed on a shelf that had clearly been cleaned. Yang Yi's gaze swept across the 5 severed heads, noticing they all shared a common trait. The neck cuts were exceptionally clean, as if sliced off by a single stroke of a sharp blade. After a few seconds, he quickly recalled the remains in the half-werewolf camp. At that time, he had found a large number of human bones, but the number of skulls was surprisingly small. Initially, he thought the half-werewolves had misplaced the skulls, but now it seemed that those corpses simply had no heads. The heads had been deliberately collected by some creature. He scanned every corner of the room with his third eye, detecting no danger, only some messy footprints that seemed to have been left recently. This indicated that those players had once entered this giant ship, and the holy reliquary was most likely found on this ship. Yang Yi climbed into the room, using the spiderweb gloves, making little noise. Upon landing, he immediately assumed a defensive stance, holding a gun in his left hand, and the sea serpent fang in his right, his body tense and ready for any potential ambush. But he was overthinking. There was no movement inside, not even a single insect. He immediately began to explore. Since the third eye's duration was limited, he had better figure out the ship's situation within 8 minutes. Name head jar description: a human head preserved using some technique allowing long-term storage, especially the brain, which is frozen at the moment of preservation. Brainkin. Yang Yi felt a chill. Inside the room, there was nothing suspicious besides the head jars. Without lingering, he immediately explored the adjacent room. Due to the tilt, the room couldn't be entered normally, so he had to climb over to the next room. After confirming that the adjacent room was also safe, Yang Yi climbed in. This room was different from the previous one. There were large amounts of glass shards and stains on the floor, and even after so long the traces remained. He looked around and confirmed that the glass came from broken vessels and tools. Among them, a few glass jars were still intact with unknown objects soaking inside. But perhaps due to the passage of time, the liquid inside had become turbid. Yang Yi tried to examine a few. Name: melted and rotten human heart. Description: contaminated by prolonged storage. This heart is worthless. Name: melted and rotten human eyeball. Description: contaminated by prolonged storage. This eyeball is worthless. Name: melted and rotten human brain. Description: contaminated by prolonged storage. This brain is worthless. Name: rotten human right foot. Description: contaminated by prolonged storage. This right foot has begun to rot. These jars were all filled with human organs. Yang Yi found them increasingly familiar, as the witch's laboratory also had a bunch, but those were soaked with demonic organs. He suddenly understood. There's a witch on this ship, and she's particularly fond of studying human bodies. He frowned, not lingering long as time was limited. He climbed out of the room and entered the ship's cabin. Although it was only half a cabin, it was even more spacious than the Yinching. Below there were 3 rooms arranged side by side. The middle room had a larger door, while the 2 side rooms were small. Yang Yi climbed down along the cabin floor. Halfway down, he noticed a fixed white platform. Despite the long passage of time, the platform showed no signs of fading or decay, only a thick layer of dust. Yang Yi reached out to touch it. The material was very similar to the holy reliquary, suggesting that the reliquary might have been placed here. He continued climbing down to the bottom rooms and first entered the largest one. It was a bit damp, with 2 rows of weapon racks and a large number of armor and weapons scattered on the floor, all severely rusted. These weapons and armor seemed to be sets. On the center of each piece of armor there was a raised spherical pattern radiating outward like a light orb. Name: Holy Knight armor. Damage description: standard armor used by the glorious Holy Church Knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, due to lack of maintenance for too long, has rusted and been damaged with no recovery value. Name: Holy Knight sword. Damage description: standard long sword used by the glorious Holy Church Knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, due to lack of maintenance for too long, has rusted and been damaged with no recovery value. Name: Holy Knight shield. Damage description: standard shield used by the glorious Holy Church Knights, emitting a faint glow in darkness. This piece, due to lack of maintenance for too long, has rusted and been damaged with no recovery value. Yang Yi glanced briefly. All were without recovery value. So he left this room and went to the next one. This room was quite different. It had a bed and furniture, as if someone had lived here. The floor was covered with a thick layer of dust, and the furniture was decayed, so this person must not have returned for a long time. The relatively fresh footprints were left by players, including a trail of blood-stained footprints that stopped in front of the bed, as if someone had lain there for a while. Yang Yi carefully inspected the bed, and then found a severely damaged parchment under it. The handwriting on it was blurred, and in a special script that Yang Yi did not recognize. Discovered common human language can be learned by spending 500 conch coins. The log immediately popped up with information. Without a second thought, Yang Yi spent the coins to learn the language, and then he could understand the text. Thank the guidance of the Radiance. A few days ago we received a report that a massacre occurred. A crazed one-eyed man killed his adulterous wife and her lover, as well as everyone around. His strength was astonishingly great, and his left eye alone occupied nearly half of his face. We purified him with holy fire. Then, following the clues, we found a witch in hiding. To capture her we sacrificed one knight and 2 knight attendants. They were brave souls, and we buried them. Only this ugly, evil, and terrifying witch remains. We will escort her back to the holy capital, where she will understand how grave her sins are, but God will not forgive her. The middle part was covered with large stains which Yang Yi could not identify. Unfortunately, we encountered a sea tornado that followed our ship all the way. Damn it. This is definitely a curse brought by the witch. The ship was torn apart, falling from the sky. Most of the people died. We buried them, wishing that after death they could return to the embrace of the radiant goddess. Damn it. That witch's evil container hid a disease. Some of us began to have fevers and first started growing on their faces. Holy water cannot cure this evil disease. They went mad, starting to bite everything in sight. Knight Commander Will and I killed these madmen, and in the end only the 2 of us remained. This damned witch should be tied to the stake. In front of all the citizens of the holy capital, use the harshest sacred instruments to redeem their souls, then purify their souls and bodies with holy fire. 7 days have passed. This island is too barren. It's impossible for Will and me to repair the ship alone. Knight Commander Will decided to take the spare boat out to sea to seek rescue, and I agreed. Because the Radiance will guide him, he will surely complete the mission. My task is to guard the holy reliquary, ensuring that the evil inside cannot escape. I have plenty of time. Fur has started growing on my face, my teeth have become sharp, and I even want to dig up my comrades' bodies to devour them. Perhaps I am already doing so. I am awake for shorter and shorter periods, but I will not forget my mission. I will ensure that this ship is not disturbed, and that the holy reliquary on the ship is not opened. The Holy Knight Order will definitely come, and by then I will have eternal rest. Radiance eternal. Order eternal. The handwriting became more and more scribbled toward the end, showing that the writer's mental state was deteriorating. After reading this, Yang Yi's brow furrowed deeply. His judgment had been wrong. This ship did not belong to the witch, but to the Holy Knight Order. The Order's duty was to hunt down heretics, and they happened to encounter a shipwreck while escorting the witch back. But the holy reliquary, could it hold a living person? Yang Yi thought it impossible. This thing was inconvenient to carry, so he hadn't brought it. Instead, he had left it in a bush outside the giant ship. Just then a female voice came from behind Yang Yi. I just went out for a meal, and I didn't expect a thief to sneak in and kill my guard dog. Yang Yi's scalp tingled. Although his back was to the speaker, he could see clearly. Half a head emerged from the doorframe diagonally behind him. It appeared to be a woman with her eyes tightly shut. Without even turning his head, Yang Yi aimed behind him and pulled the trigger of the flintlock pistol in his hand. The shot did not misfire. The bullet struck the doorframe with precision, splintering a crack and sending debris flying. How could you aim so accurately while shooting with your back turned? Do you have eyes on the back of your head? A voice of confusion came from above Yang Yi. That gunshot had missed. The creature seemed to anticipate the barrel's direction and dodge in advance. So just before he aimed and pulled the trigger, she darted in, crawling rapidly across the wooden ceiling. You set the fire outside, didn't you? Quite resourceful. The unknown being above praised him, emboldened and unafraid. Yang Yi's scalp tingled and goosebumps rose on his skin. Because he saw a human head crawling above. Yes, just a head. Judging by its features, it was a beautiful woman with well-proportioned features and a head of lovely curly hair. Although her eyes were closed, she could still see in the dark by some unknown principle. Moreover, she moved with incredible speed, using slender tentacles extending from beneath her neck to carry the head and scurry quickly. At the tips of these tentacles were sickle-like blades. Yang Yi had no doubt about their sharpness. 5 players had already tested it for him, with their own heads. You have encountered an abnormal creature. Your sanity decreases by 10. A cold gleam flashed, and a sickle swung toward Yang Yi's nape with lightning speed. An ordinary person would have no chance to dodge, for their eyes couldn't even track it, let alone see it. But Yang Yi was different. At the last moment he turned around and narrowly blocked the strike with the blade of sea serpent's fang. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, even sparking. Yang Yi nearly dropped Sea Serpent's fang, and a gash opened on his face from the deflected sickle blood streaming down. Oh! The woman let out a surprised exclamation. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to parry that blow, but soon she found the answer. Yang Yi possessed a special left eye, the triple composite eyeball slowly rotating. What a beautiful eye, she suddenly grew excited. What's wrong with your left eye? Lend it to me for a look. With that she lunged at Yang Yi faster than the Grey Wolf Man. Although Yang Yi could see her, he couldn't evade, because the space was too cramped. Only about 7 or 8 meters from front to back, and one of the head's tentacles reached 3 meters in length. Nearly half the room was within her tentacle attack range, let alone her ability to move quickly. In the face of crisis, Yang Yi dared not hold back. He immediately used cannon mode. Even if that blow might cause the giant ship to collapse, he would not hesitate. Bang! He pulled the trigger, the flintlocks roared deafening. That shot was aimed at the monster, piercing through the wooden ceiling and exiting the hull. The already decayed giant ship struck by this impact immediately collapsed by a third, raising a huge cloud of dust. Yang Yi was propelled backward by the immense recoil, crashing through a wall and landing outside the ship. Even Yang Yi himself hadn't anticipated escaping the giant ship's ruins in this manner. It seemed the ship was even more fragile than he had expected. But, give me your body. The damn woman's voice rang in his ears. The previous shot, though powerful, had missed. The distance between them was short, and the woman's head was highly intelligent, recognizing firearms and dodging according to the barrel's direction. So she evaded that blow as before. However, the gun's power exceeded her expectations, and it still tore off most of her tentacles. Now the woman's head had crawled onto Yang Yi's left shoulder, with only 6 tentacles left trying to entangle him. Damn it! Yang Yi cursed. This was more torturous than having a spider crawling on his body. An abnormal creature is upon you. Your sanity decreases by 10. Yang Yi wrestled with the woman's head on his left shoulder. He grabbed her hair with his left hand and thrust Sea Serpent's fang with his right. But the woman saw through it and bit down on Sea Serpent's fang with her sharp teeth. The situation was deadlocked, neither able to defeat the other. In reality, the monster's physical abilities far surpassed Yang Yi's. She used just one tentacle to secure herself, clinging tightly to Yang Yi's left shoulder. The remaining 5 tentacles all burrowed into Yang Yi's neck, slithering under his skin, causing immense pain. But soon, Yang Yi could no longer feel the pain. You are being invaded by a brain-devouring demon. Your sanity decreases by 20. You will lose control of your body. Yang Yi was shocked after reading the information. At the same time, he finally learned the creature's name, the brain-devouring demon. It was attempting to invade and control Yang Yi's body, vying for dominance. Yang Yi could even feel the tentacles moving inside him. They were heading toward his spine, seemingly burrowing into it, aiming to replace the central nervous system and command his limbs. How could he let her succeed? You damned parasite! Yang Yi roared. He released the short sword with his right hand, clenched his fist, and slammed it into the head. But the blow didn't land. Yang Yi's left hand had somehow lost control and instead clamped down on his right wrist. The stalemate resumed. Ignoring the head on his left shoulder, Yang Yi now looked like a mental patient, with his left and right hands fighting each other, neither gaining the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity, the brain-devouring demon spat out Sea Serpent's fang, a trickle of thick purple blood oozing from its mouth. It seemed the previous strike had not left it unscathed. But now, confident of victory, it laughed heartily, its face rich with expression, lips curling up, eyes full of mockery. Haha, stop resisting. It only makes you suffer more. Surrender to me, and I promise not to kill you. They'll even let you dwell forever in a blissful dream. Go to hell. Yang Yi refused to yield, fighting back with all his might. His hands useless, he used his head. Bang! The brain-devouring demon, caught off guard, was struck by Yang Yi's head, but seeing stars. Although agile, it was now pinned on Yang Yi's left shoulder and couldn't dodge. Emboldened by the hit, Yang Yi felt the activity inside his body pause for a second, then slammed his head with even greater force, as if he were willing to bash his own head bloody. Bang! 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 Are you out of your mind? The brain-devouring demon cursed. It had never encountered such a tenacious opponent. Unable to endure the battering, it had to retract one tentacle, curling it like a spring to brace against Yang Yi's head and stop the assault. In its eyes, this man was a madman, as if his head felt no pain. In the end, Yang Yi's headbutt was halted, but he had achieved considerable results. Though his head now bore several lumps, the opponent's nose was crooked, with 2 streams of deep purple blood dripping and tears at the corners of its eyes, apparently crying from pain. But Yang Yi would not show any mercy. He was fighting for his life. Seeing that headbutts were no longer effective, he immediately thought of other methods. He tried to control his limbs and found that his right leg was fully back under his command, while his right arm and left leg were barely manageable. So he struggled to stand, spotted a nearby tree, and kicked off with all his might, charging straight into it. The target was naturally the back of the brain-devouring demon's head, with great force, intending to crush its skull. The brain-devouring demon was startled by Yang Yi's frenzied move. It hurriedly used Yang Yi's left hand to cushion its head, but still took a knock, raising a new bump on its own skull. Seizing this chance, Yang Yi's right hand broke free from the left hand's grip and regained freedom. Are you crazy? This is your own body, and my tentacles are inside you now. If something goes wrong and cuts something vital, you'll become a cripple instantly, the brain-devouring demon warned. But it warned the wrong person. Without hesitation, Yang Yi clenched his right fist and punched it squarely in the eye socket, giving it a black eye. Then he replied, I'd rather become a cripple than hand over my body. Fearless, he continued swinging his fists. I'd rather become a cripple than hand over my body. Fearless, he continued swinging his fists. Near the giant ship, the battle between Yang Yi and the Brain Eater was still ongoing. Yet the commotion grew quieter, gradually settling into stillness. At the very beginning, Yang Yi had caused considerable trouble for the Brain Eater with his reckless, self-destructive fighting style, trading wounds for wounds without regard for his own life. But as he lost control of his body piece by piece, he no longer had the strength to resist. Now the only limb he could still command was his right leg. He lay sprawled on the ground, utterly helpless against the Brain Eater. He bitterly regretted not having practiced high kicks more diligently. He could have kicked that Brain Eater's head clean off her left shoulder. On the other side, the Brain Eater wasn't much better off. Yang Yi had beaten her thoroughly, and her face was swollen like a pig's head. Why didn't you just behave from the start? Honestly, she cursed, though her voice sounded muffled because several of her teeth had been knocked out by Yang Yi. Moreover, both her eyes were swollen like ripe peaches. Even if she wanted to open them, she probably couldn't. But she was the victor without a doubt. Though she looked far more battered than Yang Yi, that didn't change the fact that she had won. What's with that look? The Brain Eater continued to complain. Because Yang Yi had turned his head sideways, glaring at her fiercely with two utterly different eyes. But in reality, Yang Yi was bluffing. He had gone blind and couldn't see a thing. The third eye's time limit had expired, and his brain had once again cut off the transmission of visual signals. Yet Yang Yi didn't want the Brain Eater to know he was blind. So he glared at her viciously, eyes wide with fury, pretending he could still see. Two streams of bright red blood trickled from his nostrils, making him look even more ferocious. Time ticked by second after second. Yang Yi could feel a tentacle creeping up from the back of his neck, following his spine, trying to burrow into his brain. But he felt no pain. In fact, it was quite pleasant, and he almost looked forward to the tentacle entering. This might have been the effect of the Brain Eater's tentacle secretions, designed to weaken the host's will to resist. In another minute, perhaps less, the tentacle would bore into Yang Yi's brain. By then, whether it replaced the host's brain, sent signals to take over the body, or destroyed and devoured the brain, it would be an irreversible nightmare. And according to the Brain Eater, she didn't intend to kill Yang Yi. She wanted to trap him in a beautifully woven dream, where he would sink into oblivion, losing all perception of the outside world. You're really tenacious, holding out for so long. That woman only lasted a dozen seconds or so. The Brain Eater continued, whether in praise or mockery, her tone condescending. Do you think you've won? Yang Yi said coldly, of course. Or can you possibly turn the tables? Yang Yi had no intention of explaining because a bold plan had surged in his mind. Use a spell. First, limb restoration. The target was none other than the Brain Eater. As anyone well-versed in the Book of Limbs and Spiders knows, every creature is composed of three parts: the essence, the vessel, and the limbs. The essence is the seat of self-awareness, for humans the brain. The vessel is the torso, which connects and bears the essence and limbs. And the limbs are all other tissues and organs besides these two. They can be one's own or another's. This includes another person's head. Therefore, Yang Yi could use limb restoration to attach the Brain Eater to his left shoulder. Just like in the dream. It seemed this nightmare wasn't entirely a bad omen. It might also be a path to survival. With his resolve firm, a wild grin spread across Yang Yi's face. You want my body, don't you? Then let's be united more thoroughly. What? Yang Yi's expression made the Brain Eater uneasy. The next moment, limb restoration was activated. Since Yang Yi had read the Book of Limbs and Spiders in its entirety, he didn't even need an incantation to cast the spell. Soon strange symbols emerged from Yang Yi's left shoulder. Characters that had appeared in the Book of Limbs and Spiders. These symbols spread rapidly, crawling over the Brain Eater's face. What is this? The Brain Eater was terrified and wanted to flee. But she couldn't. Because while she had trapped Yang Yi, she had also trapped herself. Now her four tentacles had penetrated deep into Yang Yi's body and couldn't be withdrawn in time. Besides, she didn't want to ruin this experimental specimen. So the Brain Eater could only watch helplessly as the spell took effect, as these runes transformed growing legs and turning into tiny spiders. Then she saw these tiny spiders work together, spitting silk threads, and like tailors they stitched the Brain Eater's head bit by bit onto Yang Yi's left shoulder. Even the chainmail was dismantled by the spiders. After a few dozen seconds, the symbols vanished. The Brain Eater's head was now connected to Yang Yi's left shoulder, flesh fused together, impossible to separate. At the same time, Yang Yi gained control over the Brain Eater's body, including her tentacles. Then a new struggle began. The Brain Eater was shocked to find that her own tentacles had gone out of control, as if they had suddenly developed a will of their own and gained freedom. But in reality, it was Yang-E manipulating them from behind. The two began to fight for control of the tentacles, each gaining and losing ground. What have you done? The Brain Eater was panicked, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being dominated. The tentacles that remained outside her body had gone rogue, whipping her several times, leaving deep purple welts. This was despite the Brain Eater's efforts to restrain them. Because he was getting tired. He realized that his neural reflex speed, or rather his thinking speed, couldn't keep up with the Brain Eater. Once the Brain Eater calmed down, he began to retreat step by step. Now he had lost almost all control again. Because he was getting tired. He realized that his neural reflex speed, or rather his thinking speed, couldn't keep up with the Brain Eater. Once the Brain Eater calmed down, he began to retreat step by step. Now he had lost almost all control again. The tentacle at the back of his neck started moving upward again. Damn. If I had enough magic essence, I'd definitely use limb explosion and blow us both up. Yang-E thought viciously, and his thoughts transmitted through neural signals reached the Brain Eater. Limb explosion. You're a heretic of the Spider Limb cult. The Brain Eater cursed. The Spider Limb cult was a secret sect that worshipped the goddess known as the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. Its followers were fanatically obsessed with limbs, attaching all sorts of random body parts to themselves, making them look neither human nor ghost, yet they brazenly claimed it was transformation and evolution. Limb explosion. You're a heretic of the Spider Limb cult. The Brain Eater cursed. The Spider Limb cult was a secret sect that worshipped the goddess known as the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. Its followers were fanatically obsessed with limbs, attaching all sorts of random body parts to— Damn, I can't hold on much longer. If it really comes down to it. To what? If it comes down to it, I'll have to settle for the invocation of the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. I'll offer this monster to the Mother of 10,000 Limbs. You're insane. This signal sent the Brain Eater's soul fleeing from her body. Stop. An urgent neural signal surged into Yang-E's mind. Do you realize what summoning a deity entails? It's far more than mere death. If a human appears before a god unprepared, they will only descend into endless madness, unable even to maintain their own form. The Brain Eater issued its warning. The two communicated via neural signals, so what seemed like a lengthy speech was merely a single burst of information transmitted and understood in an instant. Yet to the Brain Eater's surprise, Yang-E ignored the warning, instead strengthening his resolve to execute the 1,000-limb Spider Mother invocation. This was no bluff or lie. It was a neural signal, a deep conscious exchange. Yang-E's thoughts were transmitted synchronously to the Brain Eater, leaving virtually no room for deception. He was deadly serious. The Brain Eater was horrified, regretting its decision to possess this madman's body. It could only hurl curses, sending a barrage of signals to disrupt Yang-E's casting. You lunatic, heretic, incomprehensible psychopath. How dare you call me a monster? I'd say you're worse than a monster. Even a monster wouldn't summon a deity. A torrent of neural signals laced with confusion, fear, shock, and despair flooded Yang-E's mind, giving him a throbbing headache. It felt like a dozen mouths were screeching inside his skull. He could no longer bear it. Shut up. Yang-E interrupted the Brain Eater's transmission. I've never been more lucid. This is the only way to utterly destroy you, you red-eyed maniac. Red-eyed? How do you know my eyes are red? Did I tell you that? Came a puzzled signal. Yang-E immediately replied, isn't it obvious? What he didn't realize was that his thoughts were also being transmitted even when he wished to withhold them. Then the Brain Eater glimpsed the scene from Yang-E's nightmare. You've dreamed of this? The Brain Eater asked, somewhat surprised. I didn't say that. You've seen other red-eyed people, eh? No. Her name is Su-Na. Where is she now? What the hell? Yang-E was furious. He realized he couldn't hide a single secret. His thoughts were completely intercepted. It was an excruciating sensation, like being stripped naked in public, with everything exposed. However, Yang-E quickly found a countermeasure to cease thinking and stop interpreting the other's signals. Tell me where she is now. What is your relationship? Yang-E remained unmoved, preparing to unleash the 1,000-limb Spider Mother invocation to annihilate this scourge. This thought was instantly captured by the Brain Eater. Stop. Let's talk. I bear no hostility now, you must sense it. Indeed, as it claimed, Yang-E felt no enmity. Only positive emotions like excitement, anticipation, and relief. Emotions generally don't deceive unless she could hypnotize herself into believing them. The Brain Eater's actions further proved its sincerity. For the tentacles inside Yang-E were retreating, and almost instantly he regained control of his body. What exactly do you want? Confused, Yang-E didn't let his guard down. He began patting himself, trying to retrieve a new weapon from his stomach pouch. But his thoughts were fully known to the Brain Eater, who bound his hands tightly, with two tentacles rendering him immobile. Cease your aggressive actions. I said I only want to talk. But I can't see you. What if you escape? I can share my vision with you. A peculiar visual signal came through. Only outlines and contours devoid of color. It resembled a radar scan of the surroundings refined through complex calculations into an image. Simultaneously, the tentacles released Yang Yi's hands, allowing him to stand. What are you? Find a place to sit. My face is in agony, though I don't want to talk. Frowning, Yang Yi trudged toward the ruins ahead, perched on his left shoulder like a two-headed monster, and sat down on a fallen wooden plank. On the other side, the Brain Eater seemed capable of casting spells. Yang Yi couldn't understand the intricate incantation, but he felt a warm water-like energy wash over the Brain Eater's face, healing most of its wounds instantly. That feels much better. The Brain Eater turned to Yang Yi. But to Yang Yi's senses, it was like staring at himself. A profoundly strange experience. After all, he shared the Brain Eater's vision. Taking the opportunity, Yang Yi donned an eye patch and asked the Brain Eater what it truly wanted to say. Thus began the dialogue between the two heads, and the Brain Eater's language grew elegant. Greetings, Mr. Yang Yi. You may address me as Lady Ronnet. As you suspect, I am indeed a witch endowed with beauty and wisdom. She began to reveal her identity. Long ago, she was merely an ordinary witch, outstanding in appearance and unmatched in intellect. She kept a low profile, preferring to conduct her small studies in obscurity. But her fortune didn't last. She was discovered by the Holy Knight Order, seized as a heretic, and prepared for transport to the Holy City to face the judgment of the Holy Light. Someone must have betrayed me. It has to be that Peter. Back then he begged on his knees for me to cure his blindness so he could see his new bride. I agreed, removing his diseased eyeballs and replacing them with the healthy eyes of a cyclops. The surgery was a success. He thanked me before leaving. Lady Ronnet fumed indignantly. But within half a month the Holy Knight Order arrived. Fortunately, I was prepared and transformed myself into a Brain Eater, so even with just a head, I could still move. Otherwise, once I left the Holy Casket, I would have perished immediately. Holy Casket. Indeed. The Holy Casket is a prison used by the Radiant Holy Church to contain the heads of heretics. Each one bears a unique number and is etched with sacred marks. Whenever the Holy Knight Order captures a heretic, they use a divinely bestowed spell called the Supreme Sanctified Slash to sever the head in a single stroke. This Supreme Sanctified Slash is a heinous and malevolent spell. It severs the head without causing immediate death. Then they seal the heretic's head in the Holy Casket for transport to the Holy City. As long as the sinner remains within the casket, they never truly die. Such brutal methods are unheard of. Lady Ronnet recounted the cruelty of the Holy Knight Order to Yang Yi. But Yang Yi remained unmoved. He believed witches were no better. Both were equally deplorable. His thoughts were quickly perceived by Ronnet. You harbor deep misunderstandings about witches. In truth, rather people call us scholars. Lady Ronnet divulged a wealth of hidden information to Yang Yi. The world labels us as forbidden beings, accusing us of defiling the dead and toying with life. But those are nothing but misconceptions and prejudice. In reality, we are the true guardians of this world, its only hope. Those taboo-breaking, unethical studies are merely the growing pains of seeking the truth. If we persevere, we will one day reignite the light of truth. We shall drive all hidden entities into the shadows, no longer daring to reveal themselves in the presence of truth's radiance. We will achieve this. We must realize it. For the light of truth has always existed and will forever exist. Lady Ronnet's face grew fervent, a testament to her faith. But it was not a belief in gods. It was a devotion to truth, the principle of all things. In her excitement, her eyes opened wide, revealing hollow sockets with only scorch marks. It seemed her eyeballs had been torn out with red-hot pincers. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi asked. You haven't been locked up so long that you just want someone to talk to, have you? No, Ronnet shook her head. I originally planned to infiltrate the Radiant Holy Church, hoping to find and rescue another witch or warlock. But now, it seems unnecessary. She turned her empty eye sockets toward Yang Yi. Before me stands a witch who can inherit everything I have. She probed her own mouth with a tentacle, rummaging around until she pulled out a red gem coated in purple slime and handed it to Yang Yi. This is the truth stone, containing the efforts of countless generations. Though I am intelligent, I am still not enough. I could only inherit a portion. If someone of greater talent were to inherit it, they could directly touch the truth and comprehend the reality of this world. I am beyond hope now and will soon die, but the legacy of truth must not be severed. Yang Yi picked up the truth stone and absorbed its information. Name: Truth Stone. Type: Relic. Quality: description: swallowing this stone grants vast forbidden knowledge, but failing to withstand it leads to brain death. Not recommended for use by anyone other than witches or warlocks. If you hand this stone to the Radiant Holy Church, you will receive boundless glory. After reading, he understood her intent. She wanted him to give the stone to Suna. Why do you think he'll do as you say? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. You will. Lady Ronnet replied with absolute certainty, but Yang Yi was not convinced. How do you view aberrations? Ronnet suddenly posed a strange question. I believe the only good aberration is a dead one, Yang Yi answered. Excellent. I hope you remember those words. Ronit was pleased with the reply, a smile spreading across her face. From some unknown corner, she produced a wine bottle, used a tentacle to cut off the cap, and poured 2 glasses of wine using a dust-covered measuring cylinder. Come have a drink with me. She handed 1 glass to Yang Yi. I don't drink. Yang Yi refused. Before his transmigration, Yang Yi had been in poor health and had never consumed alcohol. Just this once, it's only 1 glass. Ronit was insistent, pressing the measuring cylinder against Yang Yi's lips with her tentacle. After you drink, I want you to fulfill your promise. Kill me. You want me to kill you? Yang Yi was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected that the witch, after all her words, would ultimately seek death. Yes. Ronit confirmed once more. From the moment I became a brain eater, I set a time limit on my own life. Before consuming the 5th human brain, I must end myself. Ronit drank the wine from the measuring cup. The liquor, aged for an unknown duration, had grown cloudy, yet its fragrance remained rich. She continued her explanation. In truth, not all creatures possess the courage to commit suicide, especially some intelligent, long-lived species. They are deeply afraid of death. The brain eater is one such being. It is a powerful and cunning creature, almost immune to the concept of aging. They usually dwell within the cranium of a host, using the host's appearance to approach prey, then seizing the opportunity to devour their brains or to reproduce. Ronit spoke with an objective detachment, as if describing a creature utterly unrelated to herself. Yet she herself was a brain eater. But Yang Yi had already understood her meaning. She was terrified of death, but too embarrassed to state it openly, and wanted Yang Yi to help her. I am a scholar and a human. At least for now, I still consider myself human. Even though I desperately want to eat your brain. As she said this, her tentacles twitched restlessly. One of them was shaped like a straw, presumably used for sucking brains. Not long ago, it must have been that very tentacle trying to bore into Yang Yi's mind. Ronit seemed unaware of her own tentacles' agitation and continued. In a year or 10 years, as I devour more and more brains, my mindset will shift. I will come to believe I am a noble brain eater, and humans mere lowly livestock. This is an inevitable, gradual process. When that day comes, I will stand against the truth, something I absolutely cannot tolerate. So I set a deadline for my own life. Ronit's thoughts transmitted into Yang Yi's mind. He hesitated for a moment, then took the cup and drank the wine in 1 gulp. He stood up. This small action caused all of Ronit's tentacles to tense, scythe-like blades flailing around Yang Yi's face, including the straw-like tentacles seemingly trying to pierce his temple. I'm sorry, this is a physiological reflex of the brain eater beyond my control, Ronit apologized. Due to the neural connection, Yang Yi sensed all of Ronit's emotions: tension, panic, fear, hesitation, and above all, rationality. Ignoring the tentacles thrashing at him, Yang Yi began searching the ground, quickly retrieving the flintlock pistol and the sea serpent's fang that had fallen in the woods. While picking up the weapons, he was scratched by several tentacle blades. The wounds were shallow but still left a line of blood beads. Where do you want to be buried? Yang Yi suddenly asked. The holy casket, there's no finer coffin. Afterwards, hand it over to the radiant holy church, and it might quiet those religious fanatics, Ronit said calmly. Are you ready? Yang Yi looked at Ronit, holding a weapon in each hand close to her head. There are 2 ways to die. Which one do you choose? The flintlock, that. The neural signals suddenly went haywire, turning into a jumble of gibberish. Ronit's empty eye sockets widened in surprise. Because Yang Yi had acted. His right hand drove the sea serpent's fang through her temple with lightning speed, burying it to the hilt. The strike was so sudden, occurring in the gap of their conversation, that Ronit hadn't even had time to feel fear. Dark purple mucus oozed from her nasal cavity. Several tentacles writhed wildly like a drowning person, tightly coiling around Yang Yi's head, leaving bloody welts on his face. After a dozen seconds, the tentacles lost their strength and drooped. Yang Yi pulled out the sea serpent's fang. While picking up the weapons, he had deliberately stopped thinking, emptying his mind, keeping it as calm as a still pool. Only at the very last moment did he reveal his killing intent, creating an unexpected strike. In just a few minutes, Yang Yi had learned how to conceal his true thoughts at the conscious level. Simply don't think. So by the time Ronit realized Yang Yi was about to act, she had no time to be afraid. The dust settled, and Yang Yi received Ronit's information. Name: Ronit, brain eater. Description: the witch Ronit transformed into a brain eater, a heretic wanted by the Radiant Holy Church. Can be thrown into the monster gacha or handed over to the Radiant Holy Church for a high reward. She bears the brand of grave sin, which will be sensed by nearby Holy Church knights and clergy. Brain eater, an extremely dangerous creature that delights in devouring brains, parasitizing and reproducing. Without consuming brains for a time, it becomes weak and ravenous, especially adept at mental magic. Expressionless, Yang Yi began the work of severing. After Ronit's death, he became blind again, unable to see anything. Relying on memory, he roughly cut off the head attached to his left shoulder. After about a minute or 2 of cutting, he finally separated Ronit from his left shoulder. The effect of this limb regeneration technique was indeed hard to describe. The entire spell took about a minute to take effect, consuming 10 sanity, making it unsuitable for combat. Strictly speaking, it should be considered a logistical spell. He checked his attribute panel, especially the sanity value, and found it had 32 remaining. Good, no further contamination. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier invasion and the use of magic to alter his body had cost him a fair amount of... He checked his attribute panel, especially the sanity value, and found it had 32 remaining. Good, no further contamination. Yang Yi breathed a sigh of relief. The earlier invasion and the use of magic to alter his body had cost him a fair amount of sanity. But as long as it didn't drop below 10, it was still within the safety margin. However, just as Yang Yi was calming down, preparing to notify Su-Na to come pick him up, there was movement again in the giant ship ruins. Who's there? A gentle female voice sounded. Someone else. Yang Yi's heart skipped a beat. But he quickly thought of the missing Zhou Dai. If there was still a survivor, it could only be Zhou Dai. However, the giant ship had collapsed. That she was still alive was sheer luck. But her appearance might not be good news. Because Yang Yi was blind and couldn't see anything. If Zhou Dai regarded him as an enemy, it would be very bad. In desperation, Yang Yi deliberated repeatedly, deciding to minimize the possibility of conflict and ease the tense atmosphere. So he boldly admitted his true identity. I am Yang Yi, captain of the Yinxing, he replied. Yang Yi, Zhou Dai repeated. Yes, who are you? Yang Yi asked. Zhou Dai frowned. The name was familiar to her. They had made 2 transactions and added each other as friends. In her perception, Yang Yi was a ruthless man, often injured, fond of killing aberrant demons, and would sell useful items. But Zhou Dai didn't immediately believe him. Instead, she opened the chat interface, tried to privately message Yang Yi, and saw his previous messages. There were 2 messages. One from a few days ago, Yang Yi asking if she wanted to buy a firewall sweater. Another from this morning asking if she wanted stones and timber. After reading them, Zhou Dai replied with a message. Are you on the island? I've met someone who claims to be Yang Yi, captain of the Yinxing. Is that you, Yi? Of course it's me. Yang Yi's voice came over. Thus both confirmed each other's identity, and the tension dropped by half. Several days prior, Zhou Dai had organized a team of 14 to raid this island. They had prepared thoroughly, purchasing a great deal of equipment. Zhou Dai in particular spared no expense to acquire a revolver named the White Rose that could suppress regeneration, specifically designed to counter a werewolf's healing ability. The others also bought corresponding weapons and armor according to their roles. Those carrying shields and wearing plate or chainmail were responsible for attracting and withstanding the werewolf's attacks. Others used repeating crossbows and arrows for ranged attacks. If unlucky enough to be engaged in close combat, there were warriors dedicated to melee fighting. In short, their preparations were thorough. The reason they were willing to coordinate their efforts to conquer this island was that they had all accepted a shared quest. A quest tempting enough to warrant the risk. It was called the Covenant Prelude Quest. This quest was first received by Zhou Dai from a peculiar undead being. This undead had crawled up from the hull of the Radiant Goddess ship itself. Like a pilgrim, it ignored Zhou Dai, rushed into the ship's prayer room, knelt down, and began to pray. Then the undead ignited in the radiance of the Radiant Goddess, leaving behind only ashes and a letter sealed in a bottle. Zhou Dai retrieved the letter and opened it. Covenant Prelude Quest triggered. Retrieve the lost sacred casket for the Radiant Holy Church. The sacred casket is located at coordinates. This is a prelude quest. Upon completion, you will have the opportunity to join the Radiant Holy Church and formally form a covenant in the next sea, gaining extraordinary power. This quest can be completed by up to 15 people. Zhou Dai was stunned, her heart filled with ecstasy. She was a person of faith, and upon first entering this world, she had been captivated by the Radiant Goddess' holy demeanor. After several prayers, she had become a devotee of the Radiant Goddess. Given this chance to join the Radiant Holy Church, she would never let it slip away. Thus Zhou Dai rushed to the coordinates without delay and discovered the island upon which lay a damaged giant ship. According to the letter, the sacred casket was stored within this ship. However, during her approach, she also spotted a werewolf foraging on the coastline. She had initially thought to use the ship's cannons against the werewolf, but the creature seemed to understand their power. Before the cannon of the Radiant Goddess could aim at him, the werewolf fled into the woods. Zhou Dai dared not land. She spent 2 days observing the island from a distance, discovering only that single werewolf. She then began to recruit teammates, planning to organize a team to conquer the island. After a careful selection process, she ultimately recruited 13 teammates. They all accepted the Covenant Prelude Quest together, determined to complete it, join the Radiant Holy Church, and obtain extraordinary power. Zhou Dai, as the original initiator, the captain of the special ship, and a person of exceptional talent, naturally became the leader of this team. After their preparations were complete, they landed on the island. Sacrificing 3 lives, they managed to kill the werewolf. What happened afterward was largely as Yang Yi had speculated. Time returned to the present. Yang Yi and Zhou Dai did not rush to meet immediately. Instead, they engaged in a series of exchanges regarding the situation on the island. Yang Yi claimed he had stumbled upon the island by chance and had come to gather resources. But he had encountered the half-werewolf on the island, as well as the reanimated werewolf corpse. Yang Yi then swiftly dispatched them. Finally, Yang Yi entered the giant ship, encountered the Brain Eater, and after some effort successfully eliminated her. Zhou Dai was rendered speechless with shock after hearing this. After all, it had taken their team of 14, with a loss of 3 members, to kill just the werewolf. They were then wiped out by the Brain Eater from the sacred casket. Yet Yang Yi alone had surpassed the entire team's achievements. Zhou Dai couldn't believe it, but Yang Yi's account was too detailed, including specifics like the names of those who had perished on the island, the werewolf's missing finger, and the Brain Eater's parasitic nature. Thus Zhou Dai had no choice but to believe him. After all, it was all true. There was not a single flaw. Yang Yi had merely simplified and omitted his exchange with Lonette, replacing it with a narrative where he displayed immense power, ignored the invasion, and counterkilled the Brain Eater. After their exchange, the tense atmosphere had largely dissipated. Zhou Dai understood that Yang Yi was an incredibly powerful player obsessed with killing aberrant demons. Moreover, he seemed to bear her little hostility, otherwise he would have acted already. So she attempted to ask for help as she was trapped. When the giant ship collapsed, she had been unconscious, lying on a metal table, and was unfortunate enough to have her left ankle pinned by a fallen plank. The plank had fallen diagonally, pinning her left ankle, while also forming a narrow safe space that saved Zhou Dai's life. It was a blessing in disguise. However, she was unable to free herself from this space, as she simply could not get up. She couldn't even see the condition of her ankle, so she had to turn to Yang Yi for help. Yang Yi, am stuck under a plank. Come help me, Zhou Dai requested. Yang Yi raised an eyebrow. He had thought Zhou Dai was fine, but it turned out she was trapped. But was she really trapped? Yang Yi had no eyes to confirm. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, I just used my talent, and I can't see for a short while, I'm afraid. You're blind. It's only temporary. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Dai called Yang Yi over. After all, he was the only one on site she could ask for help. Following her directions, Yang Yi came before a tilted plank. Inside the space created by the plank was the trapped Zhou Dai. At this moment, Zhou Dai held the white rose in her right hand, aimed at Yang Yi's head. She was testing whether Yang Yi was truly blind. If he was a deceiver, it meant his intentions were malicious. But in reality, she was overthinking. Yang Yi was completely blind, with an eye patch over his left eye, his right eye seeing nothing, his face covered in blood and grime, and his body dusty, looking like he had just crawled out of a trench. Even if Zhou Dai shoved the gun barrel up Yang Yi's nostril, if he couldn't see, he simply couldn't see. What she didn't know was that Yang Yi was already secretly gathering his strength. If Zhou Dai made any suspicious move, Yang Yi would pounce immediately. Through sound perception, he had already determined that Zhou Dai was right below him. With 5 minutes of health lock, even blind Yang Yi was confident he could kill Zhou Dai. The atmosphere tensed for a few more seconds, but soon dissipated. Zhou Dai holstered her gun and asked Yang Yi to help her. Crouch down a bit. I'm right in front of you, stuck in a gap under a plank. My left foot is pinned by the wood, Zhou Dai said. Wait, shouldn't we first reach an agreement on something? Like the ownership of the spoils? Yang Yi did not rush to rescue her, but continued. Remember, the reanimated werewolf and the Brain Eater were both killed by me. The distribution of the spoils was indeed an urgent matter. Zhou Dai could not afford to make concessions either. She had come to this island solely for the sacred box. This item was her ticket to join the Radiant Holy Church, and there was no way she would give it up. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively proposed, how about this? You also take on this oath mission. We could complete the task together and join the Radiant Holy. But before she could finish, Yang Yi rejected her. No, I have no intention of joining any church. Zhou Dai was stunned. She couldn't understand why anyone would refuse the guidance of the Radiant Goddess. After a few seconds, she presented another plan. In that case, I don't care about the other items. Could you let me have the sacred box and the brain-eating demon's corpse? I can trade you something good in return. Before Yang Yi could respond, Zhou Dai sent him some item information via private message. There were 3 premium pieces of equipment in total. The first was the White Rose, a premium revolver that could fire silver bullets with the effects of suppressing regeneration and breaking evil. The second was a ship component, the Dusk Veil, which could render a stationary ship invisible. The third was the Holy Knight Commander's sword, obtained from the previous Undead Corpse Gacha, a premium longsword. After reading the information, especially when he saw the second item, Yang Yi's breath caught. This was a fantastic item. Ship invisibility would greatly facilitate exploration. He would no longer have to worry about malicious players raiding his base while he was on an island. As for the trade conditions, Yang Yi found them completely acceptable. He had already intended to hand over the sacred box to Zhou Dai for her to pass on to the Radiant Holy Church. After all, his ship was a ghost ship. If the Radiant Holy Church saw it, they would likely purify him on the spot. Moreover, both the sacred box and Lonite's corpse bore holy marks that could be sensed by nearby Holy Church forces. Yang Yi had no idea how far nearby extended, but possessing them was undoubtedly a hot potato. It was better to hand them over to Zhou Dai. Since she was going to deliver them anyway, it would also fulfill Lonite's last wish. As for keeping Lonite's corpse for Gacha, Yang Yi never even considered it. Having drunk that cup of wine, he had no intention of using her corpse for a gacha roll. Therefore Yang Yi planned to accept Zhou Dai's terms. But a direct agreement seemed too abrupt, so he bargained a bit before reluctantly agreeing. Along the way, he managed to earn an extra 100 comp coins. Actually, the collapse of the giant ship was my fault. I didn't know you were inside at the time. Yang Yi voiced his final concern. I can't blame you for that. If you hadn't killed the brain-eating demon, I would have been devoured. Zhou Dai didn't dwell on the issue. So Yang Yi lowered his body and began trying to help Zhou Dai free herself. By the way, I can't see so if I do anything offensive. This is no time for such formalities. Zhou Dai said anxiously. She just wanted to escape as soon as possible because her left ankle had already lost all sensation. All right, Yang Yi said, seriously starting to rescue her. Under Zhou Dai's guidance, he squeezed into the wooden planks and crawled to the innermost part. Though he couldn't see, his sense of touch told him that Zhou Dai's left ankle had been crushed. Even if they managed to push the planks away, they couldn't save that left foot, and the effort might disrupt the balance of the giant ship wreckage, causing further collapse. After a moment of silence, Yang Yi spoke. Zhou Dai, I can save you, but the question is, do you trust me? You mean? Yang Yi nodded, his voice cold. Yes, your ankle is crushed beyond salvage. There's no point keeping it. Zhou Dai paused, her body trembling slightly. She couldn't get up to check her ankle's condition herself, so she had been hoping for the best. But the result was the worst. After a dozen seconds, Zhou Dai gradually calmed down, shifting from initial panic to composure with remarkable speed. The transformation was so swift that even she was surprised, as if losing a left foot was of little consequence. Perhaps this was the result of experiencing too much. Once calm, Zhou Dai said in a low voice, then let's amputate. I can't stay trapped here forever. Zhou Dai's words surprised Yang Yi. He had already confirmed that Zhou Dai was a meticulously dressed woman with an outstanding figure. That such a beauty-loving woman could make the decision to amputate without hesitation was simply like a different person. Yang Yi no longer underestimated Zhou Dai. He drew the sea serpent's fang and sliced through her left ankle, causing blood to gush out. Freed from the burden of the left ankle, the two quickly crawled out of the space between the tilted planks. As soon as she was free, Zhou Dai took a bottle of holy water from her storage pouch and poured it over the stump of her left ankle. Then she drank another bottle of holy water and took out bandages to dress the wound. Yang Yi stood by the entire time without offering help because he couldn't see. After finishing, Zhou Dai had a fine layer of sweat on her body and her face was slightly pale. But strangely, losing her left foot didn't seem to burden her mentally much, and even the pain was gradually fading. It was as if it were judged a minor injury, insignificant. With a calm expression, she completed the bandaging and hemostasis of the left ankle. Then Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Miss Zhou, I actually have a way to give you a replacement foot, but I'm not sure if you'll be willing. What method? I know a restoration magic. I can attach a foot for you, but your original foot is crushed, so we'll need a different one. Yang Yi continued. Zhou Dai was astonished. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to know healing magic. No wonder he was so formidable. You could try searching in the rubble. I found a right foot earlier, but I might have missed a left one. Also, you'd better prepare some flesh and blood for the restoration. Flesh and blood is needed. Exactly. Zhou Dai frowned. She couldn't understand why healing magic required flesh and blood. But without a left foot, life was very inconvenient. Even walking was difficult. Now that she had a chance to heal, she didn't want to miss it. And it was likely she wouldn't have such an opportunity again. All right, then help me up. They'll search. If you can heal me, I'll give you an extra 100 conch coins as a medical fee. No need. Yang Yi refused. Because this limb restoration technique was not pleasant. In fact, after the restoration, Zhou Dai might even choose to amputate again. Also, there are some corpses on the shore, but they have rabies, which might be very risky. Yang Yi added. The two quickly got to work. Zhou Dai gave directions, and Yang Yi provided support. Suddenly, a warm current surged through Yang Yi's body. You have been blessed. Your body and mind are cleansed. Sanity 20, energy 20, lasting 2 hours. This was Zhou Dai's talent. She could increase other stats through blessings. But this move caught Yang Yi off guard. Because the blessing not only increased the caps, but also restored the corresponding amounts of sanity and energy. This caused Yang Yi to snap out of his madness, and his left shoulder suddenly became excruciatingly painful. So do you feel much better? Zhou Dai asked with a smile. This is my talent. I can bless up to 5 people at a time. Not bad, I guess. Yang Yi could only brush it off, feeling that this woman was incompatible with him. Zhou Dai searched through the rubble, and following Yang Yi's instructions, retrieved the sacred box from the bushes. The sacred box seemed to fit into her storage pouch. After about a dozen minutes, Zhou Dai dug out some glass jars. Some were well sealed like the heads of his former 5 teammates, while others were broken, such as a slightly rotting right foot and a pile of mushy tissue. As for the left foot, it was nowhere to be found. Does the flesh and blood have to be fresh? Zhou Dai asked. No, but fresh is better. If it's not fresh, you'd better have a larger quantity. Yang Yi couldn't see, so he didn't know what Zhou Dai had picked up. Okay, then these should be enough. What should I do? Attach the foot to the stump and align it properly. Place the flesh and blood next to it. Zhou Dai did as instructed and told Yang Yi she was ready. Then, guided by her, Yang Yi placed his hand on the stump. He cast the spell Limb Restoration. Ancient peculiar runes emerged, quickly turning into tiny spiders that sewed the severed limb onto the stump. At the same time, they filled in the nearby flesh and blood. About a minute later, the spell ended. Zhou Dai's left foot had healed. Though the shape was a bit odd, it looked like a right foot. The color was gray-green, and on the instep was embedded a cloudy, non-functional eyeball. She tried it out, and the effect was excellent. Although the 2 feet were asymmetrical, they were the same length, and she walked steadily, clearly modified by the magic. She could even control the toes using this new left foot, as if it were her own limb. It was truly amazing. This healing magic surpassed 21st century medicine. Zhou Dai was extremely satisfied. Though it was ugly, she suddenly realized she didn't care so much about appearances anymore. As long as her face looked good. Besides, the foot would be hidden in a shoe. No one would know. She discreetly took out a pair of shoes from her storage pouch and put them on. Thank you. This magic is incredible, Zhou Dai said gratefully. I'm glad you're satisfied, Yang Yi replied. He couldn't see, so he naturally didn't know that Zhou Dai now had 2 right feet. If he could have seen, he would have questioned whether this woman's mind was malfunctioning. Are you sure you won't come aboard my ship for a while? Zhou Dai asked. After her left foot was healed, her spirits lifted considerably. No, I have many matters to attend to, Yang Yi declined firmly. What a pity. How about I help you back to your ship? You can't see now, walking is quite inconvenient. No need to trouble yourself. My crew is already on the way to pick me up, Yang Yi replied. Half an hour earlier, he had sent his coordinates to Su Na, asking her to rendezvous with him. By now she should be en route. A fusion card. So that's why your ship's name changed. This must be an exceedingly rare item. I wish I could draw one too, Zhou Dai said enviously. She tapped away on her log and initiated a transaction with Yang Yi. The trade involved exchanging the corpse of the Brain Eater for the Twilight Veil, plus 20,000 conch coins. Although Yang Yi had not asked for the medical fee, Zhou Dai insisted on paying. There was no need to refuse further. The two then locked in the trade and pressed confirm. The transaction was binding. Defaulting would incur the penalty of the monster gacha machine, and it had to be completed within 8 hours. After finishing, Zhou Dai stood up, but before she could fully rise, Yang Yi, who was sitting very close, grabbed her arm. Stay a bit longer. If I sit here alone, it might not be safe, Yang Yi replied. Zhou Dai paused. By now the anomalous creatures on the island should all be dead. There shouldn't be any danger. But she didn't dwell on it, nor did she refuse. Just a little longer sitting, it wouldn't affect anything. Besides, Yang Yi was incredibly charming in her eyes. It was hard to describe this fondness. He just looked very pleasing, especially his head. After another hour or so, Su Na arrived. She was fully armed, a cotton cap on her head, long fleece boots on her feet, a newly acquired survival knife at her waist, a pirate longbow in her hand, and dozens of triangular armor-piercing arrows on her back. She had put on almost everything she could wear except her down jacket, because she was rather sensitive to cold, having always lived in the southern coastal regions. About 2 hours earlier, she received a private message from Yang Yi saying he was blind and for her to come pick him up quickly. Then there was the strange woman beside him. Strange how? Su Na saw Yang Yi sitting with a graceful, dignified woman in a white robe. They were chatting and laughing as if they had found a kindred spirit and regretted not meeting sooner. Moreover, Yang Yi's left hand was still gripping the woman's wrist. You don't seem to need help, Su Na said flatly as she emerged from the woods. Yang Yi recognized her voice at once, let out a long sigh of relief, and released his grip. My teammate is here. All right, then I'll be going. May radiance bless you. Zhou Dai bowed to Yang Yi, crossing her arms over her chest. If one only looked at her shadow, it would seem she had no arms. Then she walked away, her figure gradually receding toward her ship, the glorious goddess. Once the footsteps faded, Yang Yi ran toward where Su Na was. Unable to see, he could only rely on his earlier auditory judgment and charge forward until a bow pressed against his cheek. The familiar presence eased his nerves. You're finally here. Yang Yi's vision hadn't recovered, so he grabbed the bow and leaned in close, speaking softly. That woman, did she look back? No, Su Na glanced over. Good. Let's get back quickly. Something's off about her. They'll explain on the way. Yang Yi urged, immediately ready to move. But Su Na gave a wry smile. Is that so? It seemed to me you two were having a delightful chat. That was all to make her let her guard down. Yang Yi's expression turned serious. Do you think a normal person can control their pulse to below 10, or even stop it for a short time? And that right after severing their left foot. Su Na frowned, glancing again in the direction Zhou Dai had gone. We'll talk on the way. The two dashed toward the inching. On the way, Yang Yi explained what he had noticed. When he had pulled Zhou Dai out, he had observed that she seemed to have no pulse. Upon further examination, he realized her pulse was extremely slow, a condition that appeared after her amputation. A normal person couldn't control their heartbeat to reduce blood loss. And her demeanor shifted drastically. I even suspect that if I hadn't rescued her, she would have torn off her own left foot and crawled out. Yang Yi elaborated. Su Na listened in silence, frowning deeply. If Yang Yi was correct, then Zhou Dai had undergone some kind of transformation, one that simultaneously affected her cognition and her body. I couldn't see, and there was a mentally unstable woman beside me. So I had to hold her wrist to feel secure. That way, even if danger arose, I would have a chance to fight. Suna suddenly felt annoyed. After all, she was now right beside Yang Yi, and also a woman. Then she abruptly stopped, interrupting Yang Yi coldly. I feel like you're indirectly implying something about me. How could that be? Aren't you afraid I'll shoot an arrow through your head? No, it's not like it's the first time I've been blind. Suna was a bit irritated, but didn't continue the topic. They reached the coast after about an hour as the sky darkened. Suna boarded the Yinqing first, then used a grappling hook to pull Yang Yi into the cabin. Once on board, he asked Suna to check the nautical chart and keep a close watch on the movements of the glorious goddess. The ship was now visible on the chart, indicating that Zhou Dai had withdrawn the twilight veil, perhaps in preparation for the trade. However, her position did not seem to have changed, as she remained anchored in the same spot. Rewind about 10 minutes. Zhou Dai had just returned to the glorious goddess and headed straight for the chapel. This was once a prayer room, but after the glorious goddess was upgraded, it evolved into a church. Inside stood a statue of the glorious goddess. Praying to it brought profound inner peace, dispelled fear, and even slowly increased one's sanity value. Holy water was also made here. By placing ordinary fresh water before the glorious goddess statue and praying sincerely, one could obtain it. The process required 24 hours, but the prayer itself only needed to last half an hour. But this time before the glorious goddess there were additional items, 5 glass jars containing the heads of Zhou Dai's former teammates. May you all return to the embrace of the glorious goddess. Zhou Dai knelt on the ground, arms crossed, praying to the armless statue of the glorious goddess. These people had once aspired to join the glorious faith. Though they were now dead, she still hoped they could bathe in the radiance. After praying for about half an hour, Zhou Dai stood up, feeling her body and mind purified, except for an itch on her neck. She scratched it and found a very thin slit on her neck, which was secreting a pale purple mucus. This is... She paid it no mind, not even thinking to check her attribute panel. She took out a silk cloth and carefully wiped her neck, avoiding staining her holy white robe. Then she turned back to pray before the statue, arms crossed. May radiance bless you. Zhou Dai offered blessings to the 5 glass jars before the statue. But upon closer inspection, one of the heads had changed. It seemed to have shriveled, partially dehydrated. Zhou Dai was unconcerned except for the occasional slender tentacles emerging from the slit on her neck, as if restless and excited. After finishing, she turned and left the church, heading to the deck to complete the transaction she had set with Yang Yi. But if she had opened her panel, she would have seen that the information had changed, adding a line. Transcendence Path. Brain Eater. Aboard the Yinqing, Yang Yi received a private message from Zhou Dai. Would you like to form a fleet with me? Zhou Dai proposed. No, I'm used to being a lone wolf. Besides, other players might not take kindly to me. Yang Yi declined. That's a pity. Zhou Dai seemed somewhat disappointed. Send me the corpse of the brain-eating demon. Let's complete the transaction as soon as possible, because the extreme winter sea is very close. Yang Yi immediately checked the large map. He discovered that the expansion of the extreme winter sea had accelerated and was about to reach this island. The bitter wind howled, the temperature seemed even lower, and some cold, soft objects brushed against Yang Yi's cheeks. It was snow. It appeared to be snowing heavily, adding a layer of chill to the vast sea. Yang Yi braved the wind, felt along the ship's edge, and arrived at the bow deck. The bitter wind howled, the temperature seemed even lower, and some cold, soft objects brushed against Yang Yi's cheeks. It was snow. It appeared to be snowing heavily, adding a layer of chill to the vast sea. Yang Yi braved the wind, felt along the ship's edge, and arrived at the bow deck, stopping before the octopus head capsule machine. He then fumbled inside his clothes and retrieved the hidden corpse of the brain-eating demon. There was no choice. The corpse couldn't be stored in his stomach pouch, so he had kept it concealed beneath his clothes, creating a noticeable bulge. Suna might have noticed, but since Yang Yi didn't mention it, she didn't ask. The light of truth. Yang Yi cradled the corpse of the brain-eating demon. Perhaps he could also call it Lady Ronit, a witch blessed with both beauty and wisdom. The content Ronit spoke before her death flashed through his mind. She wanted Yang Yi to hand the truth stone to Suna, allowing her to inherit the knowledge within. However, Yang Yi had no intention of doing so, and he hadn't even revealed Ronit's existence to Suna. In his view, unbridled exploration of unknown realms and the acquisition of forbidden knowledge were as dangerous as worshipping gods. It could very well invite great terror. It was like a moth dancing around a street lamp. It was fine to observe from afar, but attempting to fly into the lamp would only lead to death or something even worse. Moreover, once she swallowed that stone, would Suna still be Suna herself? Yang Yi took out the truth stone hidden in his bosom, weighing it in his hand. It was quite heavy. The next moment he suddenly made a throwing motion, intending to cast the truth stone into the sea. But just before he released it, he stopped, changing his mind. What if some creature in the sea swallowed this stone and underwent a horrifying transformation? This speculation suddenly crossed Yang Yi's mind. After much deliberation, he decided to carry the stone with him. Only by keeping it on his person could he feel at ease. Afterward, he fed Ronit's corpse into the monster capsule machine, preparing to complete the transaction with Zhou Dai. Warning: once the alien demon corpse is traded, it cannot be used for capsule pulls, and its physiological structure may change or be missing. A log entry suddenly popped up. Could it be that the monster capsule machine sneaks a bite during the transmission? Yang Yi clicked his tongue. He was increasingly leaning toward the belief that the capsule machine was a living entity. The transaction concluded, and Zhou Dai's trade items soon arrived as well. Yang Yi's account gained 20,000 conch coins, while in his hand appeared a folded square handkerchief. Its texture resembled silk featherlight with many layers stacked, each thinner than paper. He also obtained information about the Twilight Veil name. Twilight Veil type ship equipment quality treasure description must be mounted on the mast top. When the ship is anchored and stationary, the Twilight Veil can be unfurled to conceal the ship's form. The process takes 15 minutes, after which the ship becomes optically invisible, blending into the surroundings. Cannot be used in hazardous environments, and the invisibility is dispelled upon taking damage. After reading the information, Yang Yi felt quite satisfied. Though there were limitations, the basic functionality was reliable. When exploring islands in the future, as long as he parked in a secluded spot, he wouldn't have to worry about other players bothering him. After all, most players relied on telescopes to observe their surroundings and would never spot the invisible Yinxing. Once the transaction was complete, Zhou Dai sent another private message. Are you sure you don't want to come to my ship for a gathering? My ship is quite spacious, with a church on board that houses a statue of the radiant goddess. Praying to the goddess statue can enhance sanity recovery speed and even grant some beneficial positive statuses. No thanks. Yang Yi flatly refused. I'm naturally not favored by the gods. If I were to pray, I might be branded a heretic and burned at the stake on the spot. Impossible. Zhou Dai replied immediately. The radiant goddess is merciful and benevolent. She will welcome every sincere believer who prays to her. Yang Yi shrugged it off, not continuing the theological discussion. After a few polite pleasantries, they ended the communication. Not long after, the radiant goddess set sail, leaving the island and heading toward the extreme winter sea. Although Yang Yi couldn't observe it directly, Suna helped him, so he quickly learned of their movements. After a brief deliberation, Yang Yi made the same decision, to leave the island. But he would change direction to avoid encountering Zhou Dai again. This woman gave Yang Yi a bad feeling. As for the resources on the island, Yang Yi decided to abandon them. The extreme winter sea was expanding rapidly. Staying would only waste time and leave him lagging behind the main player force. And the tail end might be the most dangerous position. At least that had been the case in the previous storm sea. So this time Yang Yi intended to be more toward the front. After having Suna adjust the course and stabilize the speed, Yang Yi approached the capsule machine again. Because he still had one capsule to pull. Fumbling in his stomach pouch, he retrieved a burnt wolf skull. The charred flesh had been consumed by the pouch. This action naturally caught Suna's attention. She saw the wolf head, but said nothing, only wrinkling her nose in slight displeasure. Yang Yi, on the other hand, began to pray with great solemnity. Zhou Dai's words had moved him, and he sincerely beseeched the gods to grant him a good pull. After his prayer, he felt around the monster capsule machine, found the tentacle mouth, and fed the wolf skull inside. Then he rhythmically turned the dial on the octopus head capsule machine's chest. Heavenly spirits, earthly spirits, haste, as the law commands. Gurgle gurgle. A capsule was spat out by the octopus head machine. Yang Yi immediately bent down, fumbled on the ground, and a look of ecstasy spread across his face. Looks like my luck isn't bad either. He attributed his successful draw to his own good fortune. As for the gods, he had already forgotten about them. Perhaps next time he pulled a capsule he would remember them again and ask for their blessings on his luck. Yang Yi obtained a rare piece of equipment. It was a ship equipment that could yield tremendous effects in the extreme winter sea. Name: Life Hearth type ship equipment, relic quality, rare description, a special hearth that can be ignited by throwing in living creatures, installable on any wall of a room. Occasionally emits life light, increasing the player's attribute acquisition rate except for spirit. This hearth could be installed in a room to raise its temperature. In the dead of winter it would work wonders. Furthermore, the ignition condition was relatively simple. Just toss in a living creature. The simplest method was to throw in a live long-legged sardine. The hearth had a chimney, so there was no worry about exhaust fumes not being expelled or the fire spreading to ignite items in the room, such as the bed. Yang Yi planned to install it as soon as his vision recovered, then catch some long-legged sardines to raise as fuel for the fire. As for where to install it, he needed to discuss it with Suna. He decided to bring it up the next day. Suna, it's getting late. You should go back to your room and rest. Be mentally prepared to face the bitter cold, because in the extreme winter sea the temperature will only drop further. Yang Yi instructed. Afterward, he returned to the captain's cabin and lay on the bed to rest. In his blind state, he could hardly do anything except check the logs and browse the world chat channel. The frenzy of cursing the system had not yet subsided, given the sudden acceleration of the extreme winter sea's spread. But by now very few players were unprepared. Most simply resisted the fact that they had to enter the dangerous sea. Yang Yi quickly skimmed through, and while material prices were still stable, he spent 100 conch coins to purchase timber in batches totaling 2000 units. Both the hearth and campfires needed timber, so hoarding a bit would come in handy sooner or later, saving the trouble of gathering. Next he would deal with the equipment he had picked up earlier, then purchase some new gear. The wind attribute hunting bow could be left for Su Na. The original pirate longbow could serve as a backup weapon, no need to sell it in a hurry. As for other weapons, the longsword could be kept, it was a suitable weight for Su Na to use. The long-handled axe could also be kept as a tool for processing wood and chopping trees. As for the rest of the weapons, Yang Yi planned to sell them for money. For armor he would only keep the chainmail. As for the plate armor, Yang Yi intended to try repairing it tomorrow. If he could restore it to a wearable state, it should fetch a considerable sum. After all, it was a full set of plate armor, far more valuable than ordinary armor. With these thoughts, Yang Yi drifted off to sleep. The next day, he woke up on time, and his vision had recovered. He tried to push the door open and felt resistance. After some effort, he managed to shove it open. Outside on the deck, snow had piled up to knee depth. The wind howled bitterly. He shrank his neck, now feeling the cold as well. He immediately checked the weather information. Today's weather: biting wind, a fish catch will decrease. Remember to wear warm clothing when going out or risk hypothermia. Location: origin sea, extreme winter sea, remaining daylight 9 hours, temperature 40 C, wind force for already 4 C. Yang Yi frowned. He returned to the captain's cabin, put on a wool sweater and pants, a cotton cap, and long fleece boots, then came out. The deck was thickly covered with snow crunching underfoot, and the snow was still falling, seemingly not stopping anytime soon. He planned to clear the snow from the deck to avoid safety hazards and ease movement. But this snow, is it fresh water? Yang Yi grabbed a handful, sniffed it, then licked it. The snow melted tasteless. It's fresh water. So the snow could be collected and melted as a source of fresh water. Yang Yi ordered the bone arm to pile the snow on the deck into a designated area in the courtyard and sweep the excess into the sea. After all, there was too much snow, he couldn't melt and boil it all in time, and if it piled too high, affecting the ship's safety and movement, that would be counterproductive. He decided to install the hearth and boil water in the room to obtain fresh water. The campfire outside would likely be unignitable. Yang Yi went to the bow and observed the sea. In the distance, small pieces of floating ice had appeared. They were thin, brittle, and flaky, posing almost no threat to the inching. But as they ventured deeper, the floating ice might grow larger, and they would inevitably collide with it. That could damage the hull. However, the inching was special, able to ignore such minor damage since its durability would automatically recover. They just had to be careful to avoid large ice flows or icebergs. As he was thinking, the door to Su Na's room also opened. She came out huddled, seemingly hesitating whether to put on her down jacket. But after moving around a bit, she adapted. The flint wool sweater was warmer than she had expected. The reason she had curled up was simply a conditioned reflex to the sight of so much snow. Su Na, I was just about to look for you. I drew a hearth yesterday. Let's discuss how to install it. Yang Yi sent Su Na the hearth's information. If installed in the captain's cabin, it would only affect that room. Conversely, if installed in Su Na's room, it wouldn't affect the adjacent captain's cabin. The two discussed for a while and finally decided to cut a hole in the wall and install the hearth in the middle, like a shared wall-mounted air conditioner in a shared apartment, half for each. But the hole needed to be larger since the hearth was that big. After agreeing, Yang Yi took action, pulling out the long-handled axe and chopping at the wooden wall. After cutting a suitable opening, he trimmed it with the sharper sea serpent fong. Once done, Yang Yi installed the life hearth, and the entire room structure changed. Between the two rooms, a large hearth appeared, ancient in style, made of black brick. It also had a lid that could be closed to extinguish the fire. The ceiling also changed, with a chimney connected to the hearth bending to the right at the top to effectively prevent rain and snow from pouring in. As for the hole he had cut, Yang Yi certainly couldn't crawl through it. He would definitely be burned by the lit hearth. Let's test the effect. Yang Yi crossed his arms, wary of the hearth. After all, it was a relic. Unlit, the hearth radiated a chilling aura like a black beast with its maw agape. So now, do you still have any live spiders? Bring one over to test the effect, Yang Yi suggested. Since there were no other living creatures on the ship to ignite the fire, and he certainly couldn't jump in himself, fishing on the spot would be too slow. So Yang Yi thought of the spiders Su Na kept. A few minutes later, Su Na ran to the witch's lab and grabbed a young flint spider. Only 8 left. I can give you at most 1. Oh, I need the rest for something. She handed the spider to Yang Yi. Don't worry, I'll raise some long-legged sardines later specifically for lighting the fire. He took the spider from Su Na, carefully pinched its back to avoid being bitten, and tossed it into the life hearth, which had been stocked with timber. As soon as the tinder spider was thrown into the fireplace, its body ignited with a brilliant white flame, emitting a piercing shriek. Hearing the soul's lament, your sanity decreases by 5. The burning spider did not die immediately, but instead struggled out of the fireplace, its body ablaze with white flames, as if trying to escape. Fortunately, Yang Yi was prepared. He grabbed the long-handled axe beside him and struck it back into the fireplace. The tinder spider returned to the hearth and no longer moved. Before long, its body began to melt, acting as a kindling, igniting the wood inside and roaring into a fierce blaze. I didn't expect it could jump out like that. It almost set the house on fire, Yang Yi said, setting down the long-handled axe. He had figured out the fireplace's nature. Creatures thrown inside would indeed be set ablaze, but they wouldn't die instantly and could still resist. If it escaped, it could easily ignite other objects in the room, causing a fire. So before using the fireplace, it was best to incapacitate the creature to be thrown in. For a spider, pull off all its legs. For a long-legged sardine, remove its legs as well. This way no accidents would occur. A warm glow emanated from the fireplace, and the temperature in the room began to rise slowly. Suddenly, a white beam of light shot out from the flames. Bathing in the light of life, all attribute experience growth rates except spirit increase by 25 for 1 hour. Yang Yi's eyes lit up at the message. This effect came at the perfect time. Yang Yi had been worried about his slow attribute growth, unable to wield the iron-severing greatsword. With the life light's boost, if he persisted in training, he believed he could soon raise his strength to 6 points. Then, by triggering the frenzy state and drinking the crimson potion, he would be able to use the greatsword. After installing the fireplace and understanding its use, the two continued with their own tasks. According to Su Na, she was developing a new potion with ingredients derived from the Mad Wolf virus culture. However, she had yet to find an effective way to inactivate the virus. Although high temperatures could kill the virus, they would also render the culture solution useless, so it would take some time. Yang Yi listened and said he was in no hurry, telling her to take her time. After all, this virus couldn't even be cured by holy water, and he was afraid of turning into a werewolf himself. Leaving the captain's quarters, Yang Yi began preparing to sell the weapons and armor. He first tried to repair the deformed plate armor with a stone hammer, and after nearly 2 hours of effort, he actually succeeded. Name: ugly iron plate armor. Type: treasure. Quality: good. Description: a metal plate armor roughly repaired by a clumsy craftsman. Though ugly, its protective capability is not inferior. It provides good full body protection, but wearing it increases energy consumption, restricts joint movement, and the helmet limits vision. Yang Yi read the information and thought it was acceptable. After all, the appearance of equipment had little value on this vast sea. At least Yang Yi never cared about equipment's appearance. He never judged a thing by its looks. In the end, the ugly armor sold for 16000 conch coins. After all, it was a full set of plate armor covering from head to toe and quite valuable. After the transaction, he prepared to sell other items. First, he sold 7 crude crossbows for 2000 conch coins, each earning 14000 conch coins. Objectively speaking, this weapon was passable, but many players could craft it, leading to price drops. So it sold very cheaply. Next were the quick heal bandages. There were many similar medical items on the market, and they were low quality, so they sold for only 700 conch coins. The hand axes were too cheap, ordinary quality, selling for only 500 conch coins. The spiked flail, a fine melee weapon, sold for 15000 conch coins. In total, he earned 4620 conch coins. Adding the remaining balance, Yang Yi's account now held 57500 conch coins. This was almost as profitable as last time's sweater sale. No wonder a group of players were keen on looting and becoming pirates. Although Yang Yi had never encountered them, he had seen players cursing pirates in the chat channels several times. The language used was too filthy to describe. These pirates didn't actively kill people, but would surround target ships and demand exorbitant tolls. If refused payment and the target showed resistance, disaster would follow. So many players chose to pay to settle the matter, but afterward they grew angrier and vented in the chat channel. After selling the second-hand equipment, Yang Yi began thinking about what to buy. He had already purchased food beforehand, so he decided to spend all the money on upgrading gear. First, he bought a shield for Su Na, matching it with her longsword for a balanced offense-defense setup. Name: light steel small round shield. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: a lightweight and sturdy small round shield that can be strapped to the arm. The shield surface has a protruding smooth mirror, effective for blocking blades, but less effective against blunt weapons. Yang Yi chose this shield himself, priced at 1100 conch coins, quite suitable for Su Na. The shield was light, strapped to the arm, and wouldn't significantly affect archery. In close combat, she wouldn't need to draw a shield hastily, and it could also block some attacks while shooting. After buying the shield, Yang Yi also transferred 1650 conch coins to Su Na as research funds. He had no choice. She kept urging him for money, and since her potions were indeed effective, he gave her a sum for research. After all this, only 3000 conch coins remained. Yang Yi hadn't decided what to buy yet, so he planned to wait until he recalled what he was missing. Or he could save up more to buy a rare item, as fine equipment no longer provided a qualitative boost for him. He sent the newly purchased small round shield to Su Na's room, and then began training to improve his strength, aiming to reach 6 as soon as possible. 3 days passed. The Nightmare Star sailed steadily through the Jidong Sea for 3 days without encountering any danger. Yang Yi was pleased with this and devoted most of his energy to training. With the life light's boost, he trained relentlessly. Without it, he would boil snow to collect fresh water, and only in his spare time would he go fishing. Fishing in the Jidong Sea was too easy to yield nothing. In 3 days he only caught 4 long-legged sardines which he kept in a wooden barrel. To prevent the sardines from getting cold, he placed them in the warm captain's quarters and covered the barrel with a perforated lid. However, fishing wasn't entirely fruitless. He caught a new species huge in size, over a meter in diameter, like a ball. At first he couldn't tell what it was, but when it emerged from the water, he recognized it as a fluffy, cute seal covered in fuzz. Naturally, he assumed it was a fluffy seal. After all, Chi had mentioned this creature. If you kill it and use its gacha, you might get a fluffy seal fur coat. So he didn't hesitate to shoot, and then the seal exploded before his eyes, turning into a cloud of blood mist with considerable force. This blast directly reduced the Nightmare Star's durability by 200. If he hadn't been on the ship and far away, he might have been severely injured. He felt a chill of fear. Afterward, he fished up some fragments of flesh and learned the seal's information. Name: Cthulhu explosion seal. Description: a special seal polluted by the abyss, cute in appearance, but extremely dangerous. It explodes when stimulated. Looks like in the future if I catch something big I need to kill it before bringing it aboard to be safe. He muttered to him. On the 4th morning the snow finally ceased. After training, Yang Yichen's basic strength at last reached level 6. He seemed physically larger as well. Likely the appetite potion at work eating more had accelerated his bodily gains, and he had long since broken through to 6. Taking advantage of the snowfall, he melted and boiled snow, gathering over 300 liters of fresh water. Yang Yichen and Suna also seized the chance to take hot baths and emerged refreshed. By afternoon the deck had been cleared of snow, leaving only the mountain of snow piled in the courtyard. If melted, it would probably yield another 100 liters or so. Yang Yichen sat in the courtyard to fish. He had been at it nearly all day, without a single bite, not even a long-legged sardine in sight. Fortunately, everyone else was in the same boat. Opening the chat channel and seeing the same emptiness soothed his pride. Because everyone was skimming empty waters, those who caught fish were few and far between. Big catches were nearly non-existent. Yang Yichen gave up fishing and decided to dedicate the remainder of his energy to training. He walked back to the captain's cabin, retrieved the crystal orb, and searched for the location of the Jifeng's Captain Suda. By fixing Suda's coordinates, he could roughly judge how far he was from the white mist. Suda was lingering at the edge of that haze. The image even showed the shadow of the fog itself. It was a pallid mist in which visibility must be dreadful. Suda did not dare enter and drifted along the rim, perhaps waiting for his fleet to rendezvous. Yang Yichen closed the feed. About 5 days sailing, and we'll reach the white mist region. He sent the information to Suna so she could prepare herself mentally. That evening, after training, Yang Yichen noticed a new issue of the weekly had been released, so he bought a copy and sold the intelligence on the werewolves to the major newspaper. As for the brain-devouring demon Ronette, because it was linked to a witch, he decided not to sell that report. He spent a long while without receiving payment. Just when Yang Yichen thought he had been shorted, a private message arrived. Do you want to become a VIP client of our paper? VIP? Yes. You took out the werewolves on that island, right? That proves you're adept at hunting monsters, so I'd like to hire you and increase the quality of our publication. The man rambled on, but the gist was clear. He wanted Yang Yichen to photograph future hunts and supply fuller reports to raise the value of items printed in the weekly. What do you think? If you agree, the weekly will be free to you from then on, and I'll pay you higher fees. Yang Yichen hesitated a few minutes, and then accepted. It was a transaction that could yield steady returns. Agreeing would not be a loss. Moreover, whether to sell any given intelligence remained Yang Yichen's choice. The initiative stayed with him. Having made up his mind, he consented to the collaboration, became a VIP client, and received a friend request. Newspaper Fleet Captain Song Ingwen requests to add you. Captain. Yang Yichen was surprised. He had not expected the person he'd been trading intelligence with to be the leader of the newspaper fleet. From now on, message me privately for the weekly. And remember to photograph any monsters you kill. That way I can pay you a higher intelligence fee. Fine. Yang Yichen agreed. Before long, he received 2 transfers, 2500 and 100 Hailuo coins, representing the intelligence fee and payment for that issue of the weekly. I will credit the source in the weekly. If you'd rather not use your real name, give me a code name, Song Ingwen messaged. Yang Yichen thought a moment and replied, call me Duyen. Duyen. They ended the correspondence, and Yang Yichen began to read the weekly. The front page explained that the paper was published according to maritime conditions rather than strict weekly intervals, so issues might come early or in succession. He skimmed past those trivial notes and turned to the sea affairs section, largely about the polar winter waters. 2 glances were enough to dim his interest. The material mirrored what Suda had already told him, only in greater detail. Yang Yichen suspected the paper was sourcing its intelligence from Suda. Nonetheless, there were useful facts. For example, when a player dies, they drop a luminous orb containing their account's Hailuo coins and recipes, but the orb persists for only 2 hours. A ship disappears 48 hours after its players perish, unless the vessel has been claimed by other players. Whoever discovered these truths had surely paid with their life to learn them. So far aside from drifting ice and low temperatures, there are no other prominent hazards. The white mist, however, remains unexplored by players. Yang Yichen summarized, then moved on to the monster dossiers. He hoped to find clues about flesh that continuously regenerates. Such a creature sounded unmistakably demonic, one with formidable regenerative capacity. Yang Yichen focused on monsters known for regeneration, and after scanning several entries found only one match. Name: low-tier vampire. Description: a warped being that feeds on the blood of other creatures, possessing a measure of regenerative ability, vulnerable to strong light, especially ultraviolet, and typically active at night. A taped-up photograph accompanied the entry with a warning that viewing it might impair one's composure. Yang Yichen tore the tape off and, surprised, read the caption: repulsive creature, mental stability 3. The pictured vampire bore no resemblance to the romanticized image he expected. It was a vulgar, repellent humanoid. It had 4 limbs and could probably walk upright, but its skin was gone, replaced by wrinkled mucosa and a swollen belly. It looked like someone horribly burned who had drunk themselves full. Its mouth opened like a blossom in 4 petal-like segments rimmed with jagged teeth. From the center extended a hollow tongue. By description, it sucked blood with such force it could pierce mid-grade leather and pump a victim's fluids dry like a pump. The specimen in the photograph had been bisected by a blade. The informant signed as a righteous knight, a likely code name of a newspaper VIP. Cut in 2 and it died. Not as tenacious as a gluttonous devourer, perhaps not a prime candidate for extreme regeneration. Yang Yichen mused. Maybe search for a high-tier vampire. Its flesh might regenerate continuously. Finishing the dossier, he flipped to the classifieds, scarcely bothering to linger. Most listings were sellers of blueprints or crafters seeking wider markets, or vendors trying to move hard-to-sell relics. Yang Yichen had little money and had not intended to shop, yet he found a weapon suited to him. Name: Lua Fabio. Type: treasure. Quality: fine. Description: leaf-shaped short blades designed for throwing. Forged of steel, their balance is adjusted so the tip always leads. The weapon fit Yang Yichen perfectly. His throwing was precise, especially when he employed his 3-eyed vision. The price was steep, and they were sold in sets of 10 for 2500 Hailuo coins. After a round of haggling in private chat, he purchased a set for 2300 Hailuo coins. The darts felt excellent, just the thing to cover his long-range shortcomings when the flintlock cooled. They would be especially effective against small creatures. Having finished his purchases, Yang Yichen went to the forecastle and used his 3-eyed sight to scan the surrounding sea. Only thin patches of drift ice remained, hardly enough to hinder the inching. Satisfied it was safe, he returned to the captain's cabin to rest. He pulled an appetite potion from his stomach pouch and swallowed it whole, then devoured 3 black loaves, 2 dried long-legged sardines, and a liter of fresh water with astonishing speed. After 2 shriveled ifrits, he patted his belly in contentment and fell asleep. The Yinqing sailed on in cold, lonely waters. At the prow sat the captain's skeleton, arms of countless white bones clutching its frame. Beneath the skull lay the head of a giant bobbit worm. 3 hours into the silent voyage, a large floe drifted toward the Yinqing. 2 meters of it rose above the surface, and 4 meters across, though its submerged bulk must have been many times greater. It might well be called an iceberg. The floe was drifting straight for the Yinqing's prow, and behind it more floes were close. Yang Yi was having a nightmare, an excruciatingly painful one. In the dream, he burst into flames, becoming a human torch, and could even smell the acrid odor of his own flesh burning. A thunderous roar shook the air. The nightmare star lurched violently, tilting at a sharp angle. Yang Yi jolted awake, rolling off the bed entirely. But he was alert, waking the moment he hit the floor. He scrambled up, snatched the flintlock pistol from his bedside, and aimed it at the cabin door. The fireplace crackled, casting a warm orange glow. No aberrant creature had broken in. Most likely the nightmare star had collided with a large iceberg or a submerged reef. Boom, boom. Successive impacts echoed, and the ship slowed until it finally came to a halt. Yang Yi immediately checked the ship's status panel. The chain of collisions had reduced the nightmare star's durability by over 1500 points. Fortunately, the vessel was sturdy, its hull constructed in 2 layers of bone armor exterior and a wooden core. Thus, the impact didn't breach the hull or cause flooding. After assessing the situation, Yang Yi tried to contact Suna. Her cabin was right next door, separated only by a thin, damaged wooden partition, making communication easy without shouting. Suna, how is it over there? The nightmare star seems to have hit something. I'm fine, Suna replied quickly, apparently in the middle of dressing. Good. I'm going out to check. Watch the door, something might have boarded. Yang Yi instructed. He dressed in a flash, grabbed his weapons, and went to the captain's cabin window. He had long since reinforced this window with iron bars to prevent intruders. Peering through the gaps, he scanned the deck. Only sickly green ghost lights drifted by. There was no sign of any other living creature. He confirmed the deck was clear with his 3rd eye before slowly opening the cabin door and stepping out. Was I overthinking it? Yang Yi frowned, looking around. He was utterly alone on the deck. Yet he remained vigilant, gripping his two trusty companions, the sea serpent's Fong and the flintlock, as he strode towards the bow. He wanted to see what the nightmare star had struck. SSS. Yang Yi sucked in a breath of cold air. He checked the log and saw the temperature was 11°C, several degrees lower than before. Dropping so fast. Puzzled, Yang Yi crouched low and moved forward, contemplating the possibilities. If it was a reef or an iceberg, he could just steer the ship in a different direction. But if they had hit something alive, that would be a disaster. Yang Yi stepped onto the bow deck and abruptly stopped. He heard a very strange sound, especially in this context. Slurp, slurp. It sounded like sucking. The noise of a mouth forcefully drawing in liquid. He pressed his ear to the deck and listened for a few seconds, his brow furrowing deeply. The sound came from below the ship's outer hull, many mouths sucking in a chaotic cacophony. This was the worst-case scenario. The nightmare star had hit some kind of living creature, and there were many of them. They might even be surrounded. Yang Yi's alertness peaked. He crouched low and crept to the ship's edge. In his line of sight, large chunks of ice drifted slowly towards the ship. These ice floes must be blocking the nightmare star's path. The sucking sound, now much louder, came from directly beneath the bow. Yang Yi peered over the edge and drew a sharp breath. 5 icebergs were piled together, varying in size and spacing. They obstructed the ship's way. From under these icebergs, a horde of fat white worms emerged. Their segmented bodies resembled a series of life rings with diameters ranging from about 10 centimeters to nearly a meter, large enough to swallow a person whole. They clustered and piled on top of each other, using their sucker-like mouths to attach to the head of a giant bobbit worm, producing slurping sounds as they squirmed. They looked like a mass of soft, plump, fleshy drinking straws. Encountering an unknown creature, your sanity decreases by 10. What the hell are these? Seeing these worms for the first time, Yang Yi felt his scalp crawl. Those floating icebergs were probably the worms' nests. A dozen or so worms of various sizes emerged from under each iceberg. There were so many they had completely covered the giant bobbit worm's head. Those that couldn't reach the worm's head began sucking on the nightmare star's hull. As Yang Yi pondered a countermeasure, he noticed a change. The petal-like tentacles around the worms' mouths were moving. These weren't mere decorations. At the tip of each tentacle was a small orb emitting a faint white light, likely the worm's sensory organ akin to an eye. These orbs slowly rotated, all focusing on Yang Yi. Damn, I've been spotted. Yang Yi reacted instantly. He tore off his left eye patch and ran backward. The next second, the sucking sounds ceased one after another. They were probably coming up. Without hesitation, Yang Yi grabbed the ship's wheel, controlling the giant bobbit worm's head, and snapped shut its 4 sharp jaw blades. A sound of shearing and splattering echoed. Many of the pursuing worms were severed, falling onto the deck. But they weren't dead yet, writhing and thrashing, spilling copious amounts of white slime. Yang Yi tried to reverse the nightmare star, but it was stuck as if something was holding it. No doubt about it. Those worms were latching onto the ship, binding the icebergs and the vessel together. Sooner the nightmare star has hit giant worms. They're huge. Watch the door. Yang Yi shouted again, trying to use the giant bobbit worm's head to cut the worms ahead. But this time the jaw blades were stuck, entangled by something. A wave of worms began crawling over the bow, heading straight for him. With no other choice, Yang Yi abandoned the wheel and fled. Facing such a pursuit, he had 2 options. First, use the sea serpent's fang's ability to spew flames and incinerate the worms. Second, use the flintlock's cannon mode. He initially preferred the sea serpent's fang for its wider area of effect, but the nightmare was still vivid in his mind, deterring him from using fire. He opted for the flintlock instead. He aimed over his shoulder at the surging mass of worms. Leading them was a giant meter-thick worm. It opened its sucker-like mouth, revealing an inner ring of teeth and deeper within barb-like fangs, ensuring nothing could escape once drawn in. That mouth. It reminded Yang Yi of a lamprey, but far larger. And its suction was immense, like an industrial vacuum cleaner, making Yang Yi feel as if he were being pulled backward. Bang! At the critical moment, Yang Yi pulled the trigger, blowing the head off the lead worm and shattering the bodies of those around it. Using the recoil, he rolled forward several times, reached the captain's cabin door, pushed it open, and locked it behind him. The pursuing worms quickly caught up. Just as Yang Yi considered slipping into Suna's room, he noticed the worms paused for a moment, then retreated. Not long enough. Yang Yi speculated, thinking the worms might have given up the chase due to insufficient length. Then to his surprise, he found Suna already in his room. "Did you crawl through?" Yang Yi asked. Suna didn't answer. Her face was grim. She was fully armed, a bow on her back, a new small shield strapped to her left arm, and a longsword in her right hand. She stared intently at Yang Yi, her gaze directed downwards. "What? Why are you staring at me?" Yang Yi asked. "This slime on me is just worm blood. Don't you feel the pain?" Suna interrupted. "Pain? I'm not hurt," Yang Yi said dismissively. "But a worm is biting your butt." Huh. Yang Yi's attention shifted downwards. He found a worm now, just a head clamped onto his buttocks, sucking vigorously. Enraged, he yanked the half-dead worm off. Damn. No wonder it felt so weird. He checked and found himself uninjured. The chainmail had blocked the attack, preventing his backside from being torn open. The small half of the worm had already been taken by Suna. Yang Yi was inspecting his chainmail, noticing that the bitten area had become deformed. If he hadn't pulled the worm off in time, or if the worm hadn't broken into the chainmail would have been pierced, and a bite from this creature would have left his flesh mangled and bleeding. After checking his body and glancing at his status values to confirm there were no issues, Yang Yi began examining the interface of the nightmare star. The hull durability was slowly decreasing, indicating that the worm's suction was causing damage. If this continued, the nightmare star's hull would inevitably develop a breach, and even if the worm ceased its attachment, the ship would face major trouble. So he had to break free from the worm's entanglement as quickly as possible while the hull was still intact. The sooner the better, because Yang Yi had noticed other icebergs approaching. Those icebergs were certainly not ordinary. They were likely packed full of worms. On the other side, Suna was fully focused, dissecting the worm carcass before her. She sliced it open with a knife, examining its internal structure and organs, her brows slightly furrowed, whether from the unpleasant odor or the sheer disgust. The severed worm finally ceased its struggle, sprawled out like a slab of soft, fatty meat armed with sharp teeth and hook-like barbs that twitched occasionally. Moreover, the worm's body contained a large amount of white, oily fluid emitting a pungent, irritating odor. Suna made 2 more cuts, her frown deepening. This creature was abnormal. Its internal structure was far too simplistic, nothing more than a straw for sucking in prey. It had no vital organs whatsoever. The only organ with an extra function was the tentacle at the tip, equipped with sensors that could detect surrounding objects. How long is this worm? Suna asked aloud. Very long. From the sea surface to here, it must be about 20 meters. Suna gestured with her hands. The worm was about 10 centimeters in diameter, yet 20 meters long. Such an elongated esophagus was a waste. Unless this thing wasn't a worm at all, but a tentacle specialized for feeding on prey. The cluster of tentacles likely belonged to the same individual, which would explain why their movements were so synchronized. The more Suna thought about it, the more plausible it seemed, and she explained her reasoning to Yang Yi. I think this thing isn't a worm, it just looks like one. Its structure is simple, like a tentacle specialized for feeding, similar to an elephant's trunk used to suck in prey. So this swarm of worms might actually come from a single entity. Suna explained. I see. So cutting off these worms only severs its limbs and might not kill it, right? Yang Yi summarized. Well, you could put it that way. Suna replied, a bit speechless. She dipped her dagger into the worm's fluid, brought it close, and sniffed. The smell gave her a familiar sensation, like the flammable organic solvents in the lab. So she tried igniting it with the fireplace, and sure enough, it caught fire instantly. Yang Yi, this monster's fluid is flammable. Suna exclaimed excitedly, turning to look at Yang Yi, only to freeze in place. There stood Yang Yi, who had somehow changed into a waterproof sharkskin swimsuit, with his woolen sweater and pants worn inside, chainmail over it, and spiderweb gloves on his hands. The overall look was an odd mismatch. What are you doing? Suna asked. Seizing the moment to kill these monsters, Yang Yi replied. He pulled out a stomach pouch, and from it withdrew a massive, oversized sword, the long sealed broken iron wrapped in burlap. And now it was time to use it. Clang. Broken iron fell onto the captain's cabin floor, gouging a deep pit. Yang Yi hastily unwrapped the burlap, binding it. You're using that as a weapon? Suna asked, somewhat startled, eyeing the enormous sword. That's right, Yang Yi replied decisively. To deal with oversized monsters, you need an oversized weapon, otherwise you might not kill them. He gripped broken iron with one hand, urging the spirit of fear to drain his sanity, while holding a bottle of crimson potion in the other, ready to drink. Once he gained the dual boost of frenzy and crimson potion, he could wield this massive sword. And Yang Yi was excited, eager to try. Suna was momentarily at a loss for words. They'll go cut off these worm tentacles, and then you take the opportunity to move the nightmare star and pull me up. Yang Yi began outlining his battle plan, concise and to the point. But Suna didn't like this bold, rough plan. These worms might be afraid of fire. They seemed to retreat when they saw the burning fireplace just now. So we could try driving them away with fire. But her plan was vetoed. ITLL, catch fire. I've dreamed it. The whole ship could ignite and ID be burned too, Yang Yi explained. And he was grateful he hadn't used the sea serpent's fang to set a fire earlier, or he might have turned into a human torch. Suna didn't argue further, knowing she couldn't persuade him. Yang Yi was quite obstinate. A few minutes later, Yang Yi entered a state of frenzy, his eyes tinged with red. He immediately drank the crimson potion, and his skin began to flush red, his attributes rising comprehensively, nearing the limits of mortal capability. Then he attempted to lift the massive sword from the floor. Creak, creak. Yang Yi strained with all his might, his face flushed, red teeth clenched, every muscle taut. Finally, after his bones protested with an ominous grinding sound, he hoisted the greatsword, incidentally punching a hole through the ceiling. At once, broken iron began to tremble slightly, whether from excitement or something else, emitting a resonant hum. The weight in his hands seemed to lessen as if the sword had passed some test acknowledging its wielder and no longer overburdening the holder's body. Hee good sword. Yang Yi rejoiced, growing exhilarated. He cleaved through the captain's cabin with a single stroke, opening a hole in the direction of the bow, then charged out, holding the massive sword. After all, with such a gigantic blade, it was impossible to exit through a normal door. Suna stood behind, watching Yang Yi's every move, lost in thought. A dozen seconds later, she picked up a piece of wood, dipped it in the worm's fluid, and lit it, then followed, holding this makeshift torch. On the other side, Yang Yi, gripping the greatsword with both hands, strode swiftly toward the bow deck. His pace was not fast, but each step was immensely heavy, thudding loudly on the deck. Even the hard-bone armguard cracked under the sheer force of his steps. Such a commotion naturally attracted the cluster of white worms at the bow. The sucking sound ceased, and a swarm of worms surged forward, lunging at Yang Yi, with the lead worm being a meter thick. But this time Yang Yi didn't dodge. He swung the colossal beyond reason sword in his hands, sweeping it back at them.